Welcome one and all to another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's Friday, so we're kicking off another week of action here. Getting pretty far into the round robin now, 3/4 of the way through when we're done with this week. So all those matches, Gia, are really starting to count for our players.
Absolutely, because after all 4 weeks of round robin have concluded, we'll be heading to playoffs, which determines who will be the second person we're sending to Worlds alongside Glory, now that Worlds has been announced for later this year in December, and also, sadly, who we'll be saying goodbye to for relegation.
That's right. This is really the kind of last week of Hearthstone where the players have any leeway whatsoever, because taking a look at the standings and how things are shaking out, like you said, the players who go through to the playoffs will have another week before we head through to week 8 for our playoffs. But next week could be the final week of play for up to 3 of our Grandmasters here in APAC Grandmasters. It's terrifying stuff. For a lot of these competitors, especially those in Division B. Because Division A, even if you're down at the bottom, like Chunsu is, it's still unlikely that he will be relegated out of Grandmasters, even if he should finish in 8th place. And Surrender, obviously, guaranteed, I believe, at this point to be safe for top 6 and to go to playoffs. But for Possessi, Kin, and Alutemu, Rivius in particular, it's getting real scary.
Correct, because for 7th and 8th in Division A, you play a relegation bracket alongside Division B's 5th and 6th final seeds to determine the 3rd spot. But if you're in Division B 7th and 8th, at the end of week number 7, that's it. You are already out, no second chances, so it's really crunch time for Alutamu, Kin, Possessi, and especially Rivius, who has already played out 4 matches, whereas 6th to 8th have only 3.
Yeah, Rivius only going to be playing 1 match this weekend, and he's gone with a weird old strat to try and pick up that second win, but we're going to have to wait till Sunday before we see him, because taking a look at the matches that we have today, Tom 60229 versus Glory to start things off, and what a way to kick things off. Such a high caliber match to kick off our weekend.
I definitely agree. These are 2 of the most storied players. Tom, I suppose, among the old guard, but Glory is the breakout superstar of APAC this year, I would say. And just taking a look at all of the classes represented, we see so much Soul Demon Hunter as an uptick, and I'm very, very excited to see how players have innovated on that, because last week we were discussing, do you still play Magtheridon, do you cut it? But now players are just seeing that you still bring it no matter what, just because it has such a great matchup against one of the other very popular archetypes, Mage.
Indeed, yeah. I think the other standout match for me today, I kind of sound like a broken record at this point, but Surrender up against Tyler. I think that's going to be a cool one for me, because it's even aside from the actual quality of play, which I believe will be extremely high. 2 of my favorite players to watch. Tyler, old school, one of my favorite streamers to have watched over my years in Hearthstone, and Surrender, as I was saying. When we saw him make an obvious mistake last week, I thought it was the first time we'd ever seen him make a discreet 100% misplay within a Hearthstone for the first time ever, but don't get used to it, of course. And you brought up a great point just a little bit earlier about Soul Demon Hunter, because that is on the rise. I believe being the #1 most brought singular archetype here, even if it's not the #1 most brought class overall.
Yes, it definitely is now all the way up to 75%. If I recall, last week it was tied with Tempo Mage, but now Bomb Warrior has seen a bit of a resurgence in APAC, now more than half the field bringing it, despite some people trying to go for soft and hard targets last week. But maybe because of the results in APAC, where the soft and hard targets weren't actually working all that well, perhaps it gave people a little bit more confidence to bring Bomb Warrior once again. Over there at the very end, though, is Libram Paladin, one person bringing it. You did mention Rivius a while ago.
Yes, exactly. He's got the pure paladin in there. It's a weird way to go, I've got to be honest. I imagine he's trying to go for some kind of a anti-warrior target, because he's also got a control warrior with plenty of weapon destruction thrown in there as well. But that's a story for another day, because one of the decks we wanted to take a look at today that I have definitely had my eyes on ever since it had a pretty good run in Masters Tour Montreal 2 weeks ago, is Face Hunter, a deck that I think, while the power level is not necessarily right up at the top in terms of breaking down all the tiers of Hearthstone decks, where it's slotted in the metagame at the moment, as I've been saying, is just bang on.
I would agree, especially since now that we're seeing a lot of Soul Demon Hunters, I feel like this deck is a nice complement to that deck to try and corner tempo mages on the other side. But what's surprising to me is it's only 2 people bringing Face Hunter in APAC this week. I believe aside from Alan, it is Blitzchung.
Right.
Whereas I think we even saw 2 or 3 last week, so I thought it would be even more popular this week, but maybe people had the read on more warriors in the field and they didn't want to be boxed in by this deck because Face Hunter is also quite targetable by Soul Demon Hunter.
That's exactly the point I was going to bring up. It complements it very well, but it is also countered by it if you face it on the other side. And I don't think players are quite ready to go for a strategy of banning Soul Demon Hunter, despite its popularity as an archetype. You're more trying to just take the win against it a couple of times throughout the course of a matchup. But that is definitely one for me to keep our eyes on. Not going to be in our first match of the day, though, because it is going to be Glory up against Tom60229. Glory just tweeting out before we started here that is starting to mean a lot for him. You know, the lineup that he's been playing here hasn't been doing too well recently. The Japanese community as a whole, when compared to last season, has been it's a far cry. It's a much worse season overall. But Glory over in Division A can turn things around and end up at the top. And we're going to see if he can get it done against Tom after this short break. We'll be right back.
7本の指か7本の足か選ぶなら7本の足かな。ハーストーンができなくなるのがちょっと怖い。
应该是7只手指吧，因为这样就可以做比较多的事情。你要有7个脚趾也不一定会走得比较快。
평소에 손이나 발 사용할 때도 손이 더 활용도가 더 많이 높은 것 같아서 네, 손을 선택했어요.
손가락을 많이 필요로 해본 적이 없어서 저는 오히려 그게 더 편하지 않을까 생각합니다.
아무래도 게임 좀 많이 하다 보니까 좀 더 유리할 거 아니에요? 게임 하는데 그래서 손가락 7개는 더 나을 것 같습니다.
どちらでもなくて腕を2本増やしたいです。
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's the first match of the weekend here, obviously, with APAC starting out the full day of Hearthstone every single time. Europe and Americas to follow afterwards as usual. But we don't have to worry about any of the matches yet to come because already this would be enough high-level Hearthstone for me in one series, Gia. Glory against Tom60229. And as I think, for me at least, Tom has quite consistently been my Achilles heel in terms of casting because there have been 1 or 2 points where he's made like discrete mistakes, and I've kind of let that sink in and be a bit too critical of his play because he does take some weird lines sometimes. But the more I watch him play, the more I realize he is the world champ. He does just tend to know exactly what he's doing. And even if his decks aren't always the most current, recent build of the versions of those particular archetypes, he does tend to play them very, very well in my opinion.
I agree. Tom is definitely a guy who sticks to his guns. When we were inputting the key cards and fixing the archetypes in our Google sheet, honestly, Tom had 3 out of 4, the same as last week. And I was
Right.
like, am I looking at an already updated sheet? He only
Yeah.
had to change one thing for this week. And it looks like we have 3 out of 4 classes mirrored compared to Glory's list, where Tom has a rogue in the place of Glory's Demon Hunter.
Yes, it's definitely indicative of what we've been saying about Tom, because with 75% of the players going with Soul Demon Hunter, it's very possible that Tom just thinks this is not a very good archetype, I don't want to put this in my lineup. But I think it's also possible, as you said, that he is just a proponent of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's doing reasonably well so far, at least, with his lineup strategy. And he seems to think he's found the best versions of the decks overall. Worth saying, though, that I think after the Bomb Warrior has been banned away from both of these players, I do think the Soul Demon Hunter is in a pretty good spot. The only kind of mediocre matchups to unfavorable is against the Druid, in my opinion, which is generally considered the bad matchup for Soul Demon Hunter. But maybe for Glory, his weird take on it that Alutemu was going for last week with double Penflinger, does that give him enough over-the-top damage to try and get there?
I would actually assume that Penflinger is a tech for a non-druid matchup. I feel like this one helps you against the more aggro decks that go a little
Right.
bit wide. Let's say they put small minions on board that you don't want to commit a Blade Dance into. Penflinger can help smooth out the removal. I feel like the druid that you brought up is a really big point in the match as a whole, though, because on Glory's side, it could be weak to Tom's own rogue. And because it's rogue in place of demon hunter, I feel like Tom's actually in a good spot if we just take a look at the druid matchups across the board.
That's fair. That's fair. You definitely have a much better spot there. I guess if we want to compare like the Rogue versus Mage, that's kind of a close one. Whereas Demon Hunter versus Mage on the other side for Glory is kind of a favorable matchup there. So they both have, in my opinion, a couple of good ones, a couple of bad ones. I do think if you average it out, I can appreciate that Rogue is probably putting Tom an ever so slight advantage here, but still everything to play for our players. And starting things off with a Druid mirror here, first of all, ignoring any of the differences in the lineup. Are there any tech differences in the Druid archetype you think are going to be swaying things one way or the other?
Yeah. Sorry, I had a bit of an audio issue. I didn't catch what you said there.
Oh, no worries. Just with the Druid mirror, is any of either list pulling into the lead?
Um, Both of them running survival of the fittest. I favor the ones that actually do run Mount Seller on top of the usual beast package in the mirror, just because it
Mm.
gets you more consistent board presence. So I feel like Tom should have a leg up. But on the flip side, Rory is still fast survival of the fittest. So if you can get that online very early, that can game.
Can indeed. A little bit of a issue in getting into the game, but it does look like all in or out now. And we can see just from the taskbar on the left how everything has shaken out. Bit of ramp for Tom, bit of ramp for Glory now. And it's all just about the payoff at this point. Who can capitalize on their ramp the best? And with Tom going Lightning Bloom Overflow, it's not a fast start at all, but it is one that will consistently be able to put out threats for the rest of the game.
And already for Glory, he has the option of just getting down the Twilight Runner. Both of them without Guardian Animals, as you said. They kind of just have to scrap together with the regular Beast played out. And I think for Tom, the way you respond to a stealth minion is with your own stealth minion.
Mm.
Very awkward though, because he does have the double broomsticks in hand, so you could just say, get the teacher's pet online and I can rush out the Twilight Runner when I need to for a better target.
Yeah, just like get the teacher's pet online. It's kind of a bad trade though that you're taking. I suppose Iron Bark for 2 mana isn't something that you're all too afraid of. It's definitely a close one. I mean, there was also the possibility worth considering of just passing on that turn in order to get down Vate Ysera on the following turn, which obviously is huge amounts of tempo being lost immediately, but at the potential upside of getting plenty of dragons to instantly close out the game.
It's true, especially if you could follow up with a Twilight Runner Broom, but by that point, you're probably conceding that Glory can attack twice with his Twilight Runner, and you let him draw 4 cards, so I think it's reasonable from Tom to try and challenge it here. Glory passing on the Iron Bark for a value trade, because I imagine he just wants to get to play it for free the next turn, and he can still develop a Beast here.
Oh, it doesn't feel good though, does it? I guess Teacher's Pet probably coming down with Crystal Power. Just because you can.
Yep. Oh, he's holding on to the power altogether. I was going to say, if you're playing Crystal Power, I'm surprised that he committed the Nature Studies as well, because he could have just played it next turn for flexibility. But since he's not playing the Crystal Power whatsoever, then I can understand playing the Studies.
Yeah, he's playing the Kael'thas version, not the Mount Seller version. But I guess either one does want to have cheap spells in hand for if you top deck your payoff card.
Oh, Lightning Bloom picked up for Tom,
Ooh.
so Nana doesn't quite work out next turn, but he could get an early Survival of the Fittest online on the following turn.
Oh, okay. I mean, my head was at Ysera right now. I've got to say, just slam that down on this turn. Next turn, Twilight Runner plus Broomstick. Seems super clean.
Actually, I am definitely more on board with that. Getting the dragons online, that sounds like a great proposition.
Because from where Tom is sat, you know, Nature Studies was just played, but the payoff didn't come off of it. This hand does, I think, start to stink of Kael'thas a little bit. You're definitely afraid of some kind of a huge push onto the board coming down. So you do, you want to push back against that with your own proactive game plan.
Well, I'm gonna suggest once again early Survival of the Fittest. Glory can start with the Crystal Power so as not to waste the discount from Nature Studies, and he can still Bloom coin Survival. It's not quite a clean trade on Ysera, but it is a huge wall on board. And then he has Thresher Broom for the follow-up, which is a huge threat.
Yeah, that's the kicker for me. If it was just kind of survival and then pray that you get some threats, I wouldn't be on board with this game plan, but it has a discrete 2-turn payoff here that is exactly what you need to do, because both players, you know, Tom was anticipating his opponent would have a big push, and he kind of did, but Glory now knows that the late game is in advantage of Tom. He has to play aggressively here to have any chance.
Very true. Tom will be able to go wider on board, although Glory can go taller, and because he has specifically Thresher, I think that does give Glory some way to fight back against dragons, but they didn't even come out, and he gets Emperor Cobra! Oh my goodness!
I mean, I was gonna say, do you ever trade in the other order specifically for only Emperor Cobra? Yikes!
I don't think you do, to be honest.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. But man, that's unlucky.
We're here.
And now,
Hey,
is this a
Gidra, right?
Gidra turn? Maybe, yeah.
Nature.
I mean, he gets to protect the Cobra this way, assuming he's going for the double trade, which I'm fine with. Okay,
8 damage on your
so-
Gidra.
Okay, so my thinking was the Emperor Cobra could potentially get through a big taunt from Tom, so I like the idea of keeping it alive, but because Glory has specifically Lake Thresher Broomstick, that is bound to get through nearly any size taunt anyway. So Glory's just smelling blood, and I can respect it.
So in terms of the beast that Tom has left, he's rocking 1 Thresher, 1 Twilight Runner,
Yes, that's correct.
I believe, which is reasonable against this. With the Broom as well, you can clear off this Gidra, which is the important thing.
Yes. Gidra absolutely needs to die. The big Protodrake is a big deal as well because he gets to maintain a board after the Death Rattle.
Here they come. Here they come.
Looks like I'm here just in time.
So now you can trade the Amber Watcher and the Protodrake, or just go for Iron Bark and Broom.
Yeah,
Most
it's
minions on
super
board. Yeah.
Even gets to keep Drake alive. Plenty of damage pushing through. And I think while Glory gave himself the best chance possible here. Well, okay, sorry. To be fair, he does have Lake Thresher plus Broom, but he's running out of stuff here. Tom, again, has the late game advantage on his side. The aggressive push did not work. Is this salvageable for Glory?
This turn, definitely, but given that Tom's follow-up is survival of the fittest on the remaining minion, or go for exotic Mount Seller Wild Growth, I'm not liking Glory's chances. Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Oh my god!
I've never seen that before.
That is definitely on the upper end of 7 drops you can get.
Oh man, that's so brutal. Like, he has to stick both brooms in to be able to clear it off. And to be honest, you do have to clear it off here. Otherwise, they just go overgrowth, excess mana, wild growth, excess mana, whatever. And you're just dead to fireballs.
Mm-hmm. And it's not that terrible to have to stick both brooms in because they survive. Technically value trades. Protect one from a hero power, and this is Glory's last stand.
It's his real last effort here, and for Tom, it's going to be a real close one. He does not have Survival of the Fittest in play yet, but even just that Bog Beam alone is a rather large deal.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely looking like a Mount Seller turn to me, since he doesn't have an option to rush his own Lake Thresher. Problem is, he's not guaranteed to be able to deal with Glory's Lake Thresher, so everything that Tom plays potentially just gets blown up, and you don't really have much control over positioning because Mount Seller plays the cards for you.
Maybe the aggressive push did work, and I'm just being too pessimistic on this from Glory.
I mean, depends on the draw off the top and the piece, but Tom was not able to pick up another removal spell.
Oh, even that, a 5-mana 7/9, that's a great top deck to find here.
Yeah, we take those.
Trade, winning on board. Dragons have to start coming through now for Tom. Even if they do, he doesn't have the broomstick, and the Thresher is still there.
Yeah, it's really just the dragons that are out now. Tom has no brooms left. His deck is mostly just ramp and draw. So if you survival this and just say go, yeah. It is a taunt in the way. Oh!
Ooh. Lake Thresher survives. You can just happily hero power that down now without a care in the world.
Absolutely. Second overflow. And also Guardian Animals in hand. Glory still has Thresher and Twilight Runner in his deck. I don't think Tom can come back from this unless his dragons are huge and have Rush.
Mount Seller, Bloom, Overgrowth, excess mana. Maybe he can find the second Broom at that point and get a bunch of dragons as well.
A lot of spells. Even a single Griffin could make a huge difference here. Just being able to remove the Lake Thrasher is really big, but he has used the Bog Beams now, so there's no spells that can remove the Thrasher. Oh, tiny beast!
Terrible! Terrible!
Glory just... even if you use Guardian Animals for one beast, now that he's drawn the Twilight Runner, second Thresher just closes out the game, in my opinion.
Oh, second Thresher. It's so disgusting.
What to do?
It's the one beast left in his deck.
So how do you do this? Is there any way to kind of cheese the effect so you never have to attack into the...
Yeah.
there is, right?
The Bunny and then the Messenger Raven.
Oh, so clean.
Even
nice
gets
spot.
to bloom out another Twilight Runner. Tom has 3 portals left. Not another
not very
Hothead. Not good enough.
That's a bit bigger. So is there a Broom left in his deck that he can...
There is
Try
not.
and hit-
There is, however, an Iron Bark, so he can put together another taunt, but he just doesn't have a way to deal with either Thresher. So that's game.
Can't draw anything. Teacher's Pet. Yeah, he's just going to have his entire board swept up.
Yep. Even if all 3 of the minions have taunt, they're just one cleave away from dying.
Yeah.
I concede.
Oh, brutal way for Tom to go out there, but a very cool game from Glory. Just, I think, really showing what the heart of the Druid matchup is, because even though Tom had all the advantage in the world in terms of value, late-game power with that early Ysera, it's much more about mid-game tempo, being the one to dictate the trades, as we perfectly saw there with those Threshers sticking for multiple turns there for Glory. If you can't remove those, there is no avenue back into the game.
Yeah, I think Glory played to the hand that he got perfectly, which said that you can take a dead turn to go for the survival of the fittest because he had exactly Thresher Broom in hand to come
Yep.
back from nearly any board state that Tom was able to put together. So a good spot there. I don't, however, think that Tom's Druid is in a bad spot to win later on, though, because Glory still has his Demon Hunter.
Yep, still got the Demon Hunter, and even the Mage to a lesser extent, I feel like is not the best matchup for the Mage against the Druid. Can be kind of a close one, and if Tom finds any hand like the one he just had in that game, I think it should be fairly safe for the Druid going forward. It is going to be actually exactly that matchup as we were just talking about. And this is where I think the build of Mage makes an absolutely huge difference, because it still feels like, even though there's a little bit of gray area in the middle, for the most part, it's Spellwing plus Arcane Breath or Arcane Intellect plus Conjurer's Calling. And even though I've played a lot of the version that Glory's gone for here with the Dragon package, the Arcane Breath, I do feel like, personally, the Conjurer's Calling version is that little bit better against the Druid, just because of the ability to push onto the board with Giant plus Conjurer's Calling. Before we find out, however, sorry, as I don't even let you respond to my genius analysis there, I just have to be correct with no retort. We are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see if Glory can indeed take the second win of the series with his Mage up against the Druid. We'll be right back. Glory is facing down Tom here in APAC Grandmasters, and as I so rudely didn't even let you respond to me before the break, Gia, I'm going to let you give us your rundown on Mage versus Druid. Now, where do you stand, as you don't stand, I believe, as quite so diehard of a Mage fan as myself?
Well, actually, recently I have become a huge Mage fan. Just
Oh, I knew
jamming
it.
it for the Brawliseum has been really fun, and I agree that before the break you were mentioning that you prefer the non-Cobalt Spellkin version. That's also the one that I have a bit of a preference for, just because I find that the 5-drops are a little bit clunky. But also, on top of running Arcane Intellect and Conjurer's Calling, I think that list commonly runs one of Devolving Missiles in one of the tech slots, which I think is a great card against Druid that often buffs one minion, or if you don't have an answer to Twilight Runner because you're not running the Firebrands, you can just devolve it away.
Yeah, I think Glory's list in particular for me just doesn't have enough bite to it. I really like the list, even with all the 5-drops that you're running. I still really like to find a spot for Jandis. I just think, even though it doesn't necessarily fit the theme of the deck, it's so powerful of a card that it kind of breaks all the rules. You just stick it in there, throw it down on turn 5, and you're likely to be putting yourself in a very good spot. Whereas this list, with no Conjurer's Calling, no Jandis, it's a little passive, but it can still build up those extremely powerful mage combos.
Right, I think this is more all in on the big Sorcerer's Apprentice combo turns, but I also like having a bit of the minion package because just raw stats is traditionally been a good way to deal with Druid. But Tom's opener has been fire. Studies into Wild Growth, into Overgrowth. Oh my goodness, Glory needs to draw some miracles.
Yeah, it's literally perfect for Tom. The only thing he's missing is, of course, the guardian animals waiting to come down afterwards. But if he can find himself a broomstick, even just runic carvings actually as the payoff, is already pretty powerful to sweep up the board.
Yeah, for rush on everything, that's pretty decent. You could even think about putting them in Glowfly mode, but now that a spell damage minion has hit the board, you're probably too scared of Raz.
Still not a bad start whatsoever here for Glory.
Oh.
He's got himself a pretty juicy hand now. Really only looking for Shenvala or Mana Giant, I suppose, now to actually start turning this value into damage, which you want to start converting as soon as possible, especially when your opponent hits the Dream Guardian Animals, hits the Lake Thresher as well, which was a one-of left in the deck. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Oh yes, this is very, very powerful for Tom, but let's not forget that this second apprentice from Glory was generated, so he can come back this turn. Doesn't have quite a way to regenerate value after you go off with Evocation, but he certainly needs to answer this board.
Yeah, this is the turn every single day of the week. I'm picking Brain Freeze here as well because you can throw it in for free.
Well, with his Combustion pick, it looks like he might not even play the Evocation, given that he has second Apprentice in hand.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, if this Missiles cooperates, then Glory is in a pretty okay spot. Oh no! It didn't cooperate!
Yikes.
Okay, he technically still has... I was gonna say Raz can clean up the next turn, but look at this overflow now from Tom.
Okay, so coin Nature Studies overflow? Or just coin overflow?
Yeah. I think, you cannot necessarily avoid overdrawing. It depends on what he gets off the top.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at going for Nature Studies just to maybe hit, like, Bog Beam or something, but, I mean, he's already found it anyway. It's just the absolute dream. Nature Studies
can go again next turn, but he doesn't have that much mana to work with.
Right. And for Tom, this sequencing is actually very, very smart. He can just go for Nature Studies and then float a mana. Float the spell. And then next turn, of course, 9 mana Survival of the Fittest if his board sticks. And if his board does not stick, just play a couple of beasts, whatever. He's winning by so much, it doesn't really matter.
Indeed. Winning on board, able to put down Survival of the Fittest, and Glory does not have very much mana to work with this Evocation, and so he's actually just going to juice the Apprentice up a little bit longer. I think this is the line, but you do have to hope that your opponent's hand is dry.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose the apprentice didn't necessarily have any immediate payoff because you're a little bit before being able to play out the
Job's done.
deep freeze, the power of creation, all of that good stuff as well.
My head's at you need to top deck Shanvala the next turn to actually make the apprentice turn accompanied by board development. Because if you can freeze everything, that's just delaying the inevitable if you're not putting your own board down at the same time. But Tom has picked up a Mount Seller now, so this is actually a decision point.
What?
I think I'm still on board for the fittest though.
I honestly don't know. They're both so powerful here. What is even better?
About 15 to face right now. I like
That
that.
sounds powerful. I'm on board.
I'm going to respect the one minion. I think recognizes that the only way he loses from here is consistent board freezes one turn
Fair.
after another.
And I think we're going in now. Arcane Breath active, so he can try and find another miracle spell, perhaps, to dig himself out of this one. Okay, that's
Ooh, with this
freeze.
This could be a Raz turn instead. Just pray they don't have the broom.
I think you got to play the evocation here now that the apprentice is down.
Sure. This is the last apprentice that he had in hand. Oh, box, but unplayable.
Yikes. Draw a million cards. It's either that or
Remember-
potion.
Can you fit in, yeah, the apprentice copy, and then you could still play, I guess, nothing of consequence onto the board. You really wish you could pocket the Frost Nova. but it's
Yeah. Well, he's going for the card draw immediately instead. I can respect this because every card is a chance at Mana Giant. That is the card that you need to be hitting here. Frostbolt, sure.
Or he gets the whole turn in. You have my respect, buddy. That was not easy.
It was not indeed.
He has the good positioning for Lake Thresher as well.
Yeah, I mean,
No
it's
room.
8 attack at this point, so even though, yes, you are correct, it's the good positioning, it doesn't feel like the good positioning because your board would still end up getting wiped.
Well, no room for Tom though, so this could end up being a Mount Seller turn instead. Not guaranteed to deal with the Mana Giant, but he can Bog Beam away the Apprentice and set up a taunt with Iron Bark at the very least.
Yeah, I guess he needs to think about, is this ever a Runic Carvings turn? Because you can clear off the Apprentice and the Giant, and that's, you know, talking about the way that he loses the game again. It's Frost Nova, it's Cone of Cold, it's Ray of Frost, it's these freeze effects that would stop him from developing onto the board, or attacking with his minions even.
Okay, so as long as he clears off both the Giant and the Apprentice, then I am fine with this. I guess I had a little bit of respect for Giant, less respect for Giant in this list that doesn't have Conjurer's Calling. But now that Tom has seen both Apprentice and Evocation, I think he knows that Glory's refill potential is very limited.
It says explode! True mastery takes dedication.
It's a good Raz. This would normally be enough to just sweep away the Twilight Runner, but obviously we're in the late game for Druid, which is, I suppose, turn 6 onwards, really, with all the ramp.
Okay, start with this attack. If you get Broom, everything changes. There's the Broom.
Oh. Is it still just Mount Seller? It's pretty nuts, right?
Mount Seller, Iron Bark,
Yeah.
Innervate, Broom. Yeah. As long as he holds on to one Broom for the other Thresher in case of emergency, I'm down.
Even in Biggin as well. Worth mentioning now that the second Guardian Animals will not pull the last Teacher's Pet as well. Got to be careful there. I've made that mistake.
So relevant here.
Just saying, I've made
Yep,
that mistake.
It's true. Me too. I definitely have made that mistake on ladder and gotten rightfully, deservedly emoted for it. Okay, so studies into Steward into Frost Nova out, right?
Yep. It's technically enough to survive with Cone of Cold against what you're seeing.
I'm just looking at Deathwing for the next turn. There's a Steward.
I think you just play the Cone of hold though, unless like if tanking the damage is just too much and you die to the hero power over the next few turns, you can go for it.
But the cone can't hit both the Mount Seller and the Twilight Runner.
Right, but you ping the 3-1 and then you are technically alive.
Job's done.
At 1? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, at 3.
Yeah. Which
Okay,
isn't great,
okay.
but it's the way to guaranteed stay alive.
Probably higher odds than looking for Frost Nova. Cobras for everyone today. And now, the Deathwing.
Oh, maybe if you play the Deathwing quick enough after the Mana Giant, it won't realize.
I mean, you can throw in the Mana Giant as a tribute to Deathwing.
Okay, so real talk though, it probably has to be Deathwing, but is there anything you can get off Steward? Like, if you get Blizzard off of Steward with the Mana Giant, is that a win condition?
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, I think for me, the big kicker is Glory knows that after Tom has drawn all but 3 cards in the deck, it's very likely he has the second Broom and
Yeah.
Thresher, or just anything to pair with the Broom, Pierce Deathwing, and then Glory's 100% dead by that point. So I think it is still Steward here to look for some type of freeze and maybe bait Tom into committing more resources into Deathwing. But honestly, all of those lines feel bad because Deathwing, even if it connects phase once, Tom has time to play Ysera, etc., etc.
This goes with the Deathwing, and I think we can quite clearly see it's not gonna be a game-winning Deathwing here.
Indeed. You can either stall it, remove it, even ignore it, and Tom probably still wins.
11-14, hello?
I mean, the Embiggen is ever so slightly annoying.
I supply only the finest creatures.
But really, Tom can just set up a taunt and be chilling. Or the Twilight Broom. Oh, I guess you don't want to draw by this point. Pressure Broom. It's just funny seeing these little desert hares go up against the biggest dragon.
Okay.
Rick into Frost Nova?
Yeah, or Evocation Frost Nova, or Tome of Intellect Frost Nova. Hey! Yeah, even
Man.
one thief here can't get the job done. It is going to be end of the road for Glory, and a perfectly cromulent game from Tom to be equalizing the series at 1 game apiece. Both Druids having taken the win, kind of expected for our players, Gia, and it also does kind of shake up our predictions of who we thought was going to be in the lead.
Indeed. Druids, I think, are very, very good in the meta right now, especially since there's so much Soul Demon Hunter, although we haven't seen that particular matchup play out just yet. Now that both Druids are out of the way, and of course both Warriors were bound out of the way, the big kicker is how does Demon Hunter match up against Rogue? And according to ladder stats at least, it seems like Soul Demon Hunter does not even have a big enough sample size from where I'm looking. Oh man, spoiler.
Yeah. Well, I agree that's one big question. The real big question for me is, what on earth is my hair doing here? I don't even know how that's physically possible. What on earth is happening there? But also, I think that Demon Hunter versus Rogue, as opposed to Demon Hunter versus Mage, is a lot closer. There's some real counterplay from the Mage, not only in terms of aggression and obviously trying to proactively race your opponent into taking the win with questing or Edwin, but also in terms of actually putting up some defensive capabilities. With Hana in particular, there's a lot of secrets that are really annoying for the Demon Hunter.
It's true. Any ice barrier or misdirection can just stall the lethal push from Demon Hunter, especially if they're not able to stick minions. But now that I have looked at the correct deck list, the sample size is good enough. And it does seem like Soul Demon Hunter is favored against Secret Rogue, about 58%. So that's actually pretty good for the Demon Hunter, and
pretty
I'd
good.
have to assume that when you're running the Wand Makers, additional ways to generate 1-cost spells to hit Consume Magic, that is very, very important because I think Rogue's best shot is getting an early Edwin.
Agreed. Definitely the best chance to take a win, but can, at least in some ways, extend into the late game a little bit, I believe, can the Rogue.
You asked for
And it's one of the classic things, though, where you have to be making sure, if you ask a Rogue player, they'll say the Rogue's favored. If you ask a Demon Hunter player, they'll say the Demon Hunter's favored. That's the way it always is at the top level. But before we get into Rogue versus Demon Hunter, it's good old Rogue versus Mage. Classic matchup from this season of ladder play. And one that I find very, very interesting. I enjoy playing this matchup a lot.
It is very fun because there is generation on both sides. Rogue can suffer from the freeze effects from the Mage, but if the Mage is not careful, they can hand over their big combo to a Plagiarize,
Yeah.
and Rogue can just throw it all back the other way. For Glory, I love the Mulligan keeping the package deal of Apprentice and Mana Cyclone, but because that's not a play you want to make on turn 2, you still want to keep Solarian.
I will crush your delusions of
Man, my perception of the deck has shifted so much over the course of playing it, because I do still agree it's what you're trying to... You should hold on to Apprentice Cyclone. But I think when I started playing the deck, I was like, oh, that's the absolute dream. You get to generate like 5 or 6 cards. Now I'm just like, that doesn't make my Mana Giant cheap right now. I want Evocation. That's all I care about. I want a cheap Giant.
It's true. Cyclone does pale in comparison to Evocation. Tom's turn is a little bit awkward. All of his 3-drops want to be played with other cards in the same turn. And he's forced to play those smaller cards just to get on board. The spell damage minions are far less impactful in Rogue than in Mage, so I don't think Primordial Studies is the pick.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I was kind of thinking you go for it anyway, just because you're reasonably likely to be able to hit a 2-cost minion, which would cost 1, of course, that you can then throw down with the Miscreant next turn. Whereas this way is less tempo, floating a mana here and playing the Tome of Intellect, which does nothing to the board next turn. It's a very slow approach for Tom.
That's fair, but if you do whiff on the 2-cost one,
It's
then
bad.
it wrecks the whole curve, right?
That's fair.
Especially since you don't have Solarian and Lab Partner in the pool as a Rogue.
up to no good. Me too.
Okay, good lackeys for Tom. Probably just looking at daggering down the Solarian.
Oh, I do agree. You're not that afraid of damage quite yet.
Like, it's awkward because the Mana Cyclone value trades Cat, but you can just use the other charge of the dagger to get rid of the Mana Cyclone the next turn if that happens.
There's a whole chain. There once was a Mana Cyclone who value traded a Cat, and then there was a Miscreant who value traded a Mana Cyclone, and a Giant who value traded a Miscreant. Goes on and on.
Wait, imagine a Giant value trading.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Gia. We've seen some pretty sketch value trades already today.
A simple spell.
That is fair. Or are you just gonna convert his coin into 2 additional spells? You're definitely okay with spending coin by this point because he has enough mana to pop off next turn, but he has double side quest of the same variant, so that's kind of unlucky. Oh no!
Whoa! Yep, I think Glory's reaction there says it all. Those are 2 absolutely premium outcomes off of Jandis.
And he can just mini pop off here. You got a good Wand Thief spell. This could be a lot cleaner. Ray of Frost is the best.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oi, oi, oi. This is mini pop off.
Okay, so you want 2 missiles to hit 5-4, because
Yeah.
you know that's the fusion minion, so good order for Glory.
Oh,
Oh no, they're
Oh.
all so expensive! He does have Blizzard into
disaster.
Flame Strike, though. That's a big deal.
good point. Very, very good point. So playing the, I guess, defensive game for the moment is Glory, which can work against Rogue, to be fair. 6 damage is often enough to deal with most of the minions. It's just when you start factoring Edwin and questing, though, that it starts to get a lot more shaky.
I would like for Tom to develop either of those this turn.
Agreed.
Starting with the Lackey means it's going to be Edwin. It's weird though, because you don't just want to tempo out the Blackjack Stunner, so he could just be floating 1 mana for the Edwin turn.
What tempo stunner?
With Secret in hand.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Yeah. Take the 6/6 and hold on to your contingency in case there's Mana Giant Freeze coming down soon.
But it looks pretty much perfect here, right? With the way it works out for Glory. Blizzard into Flamestrike clears off the Edwin and the Mozaki.
The only small consideration is he can finish the side quest this turn with Mana
Yeah,
Giant.
I just realized that.
But I do not think that is worth it. Blizzard into Flamestrike and your Mana Giant is 2 mana cheaper by the time it comes down and probably way more impactful on the board.
Yes, I agree. It's tempting, but you're probably looking at like a turn 9 activation at the moment, which is still powerful. You know, activating it with Shenvala so that you can then immediately get the spells is super strong.
Actually, Shenvala's an elemental too, right? So
Right, yeah. That's what I was thinking about activating it with this turn, but I still think Blizzard's better.
Whoa!
Wow!
Well, I was thinking activate it with Giant, and then I was like, that's the worst of the 3 options between Blizzard, Shenvala, and Giant. But Glory is going to go for it. Picks up Ray of Frost. I think he was just going for the odds of getting exactly this spell here.
It was very likely, with obviously 2 of them being left in the deck. But risky too.
I'm gonna be very happy he held on to this stunner, but it might not be played this turn because the Giant is just gonna be cheaper on the follow-up.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can just eviscerate it for... I don't even know how much spell damage this is at this point. It's just super dead.
Or save the Abyss for face. Huh. There's a lot of different lines that could have happened.
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh!
Oh no!
Disaster! Absolute
bad
disaster. That's the worst one.
I mean, lab partner Blizzard still looks fine.
Okay.
Testing first for never surrender, I suppose.
Yeah.
And also just the chance of getting rid of Kadar is very important.
No redemption, no never surrender. Best possible outcome here for Glory.
The Tom is not naturally... Sorry, he has 1 Eviscerate in the deck left, and that's probably why Glory was trying to be as respectful as possible of the Hanar, because it synergizes so well with the Mozaki.
I wonder.
But how much damage is this at this point? If you go Secret, Shadow Step your Edwin, play it, Evis, Secret Passage, do you ever find lethal by hitting the second one?
Give me a quest.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe
I
not.
was thinking the Secret Chain and not necessarily Step Edwin, but now that he's committing the questing as well.
Does look that way.
Oh.
Okay, only 8 damage. Only 2 mana for 8 damage. Well, the Blizzard into Flamestrike plan clearly did not work quite so well on turn 6 into 7 here. I'm sorry, 7 into 8 is 6 onto 7.
What to do?
So he still has the second half of Ray of Frost and Magic Trick. It's gonna be a Shenvala and Prey turn.
1 activation on it.
I was thinking he needed to hit another freeze off of the Magic Trick anyway.
There.
But looks like could be Mana Giant. What?
It's going to be close, I think, for sure, because he's clearly setting up for an activation next turn. He may want to get it to the point where Giant is so cheap he can activate for 0 next turn, but I guess more likely Shinbala will activate next turn.
Wow, Entity. Yeah, well, I guess the Giant didn't do anything because he summoned a poison minion. It got very complicated because Glory wasn't sure what secret he was playing into until midway through the turn.
Oi, 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 and now, if an Eviscerate can be found from the deck here for Tom, is it just lethal?
10 damage right now because the last one dealt. Oh! 11 damage? I think.
That's +8. That's 12 damage, I believe.
12?
That's just game.
Yeah, because Glory's secret did not prevent any damage whatsoever. Instant passage from Tom. That was very cool.
Very, very cool, and I suppose one way to be winning the matchup. And I guess also, if we want to talk about the builds of the deck here, another reason why I feel like Jandis should be in the deck. That is an outlier for sure in terms of how powerful it was, but it can happen, and that's what I always talk about with the build of the deck, putting a particular card in the list. It's why I've been an advocate for Mindrender Elucia still being in the priest list. Yes, it's dead some of the time. Yes, it's not always that powerful, but sometimes it just instantly wins you the game, which is exactly what we saw from Jandis there, which is why I don't like Glory's list of the mage quite so much, because I want to see Jandis in there as well. It's a dual class card for mage and rogue, and I think it's just way too powerful to not be included.
I'm also of the opinion that Conjurer's Calling could have been a huge deal there. Let's say
Yeah.
if Glory had Conj to go along with the Giant in hand, it suddenly makes the Blizzard into Flame Strike on curve type game plan a lot more enticing because after you clean up the board, then you go Giant Conj, and then at most they're likely just to step 1 minion. In the end, there very interesting lines in the middle. I would love to go back and just kind of hash out how the different lines could have played out, but ultimately, it will just come down to Tom on his mage now up against the mirror and one unfavorable.
Indeed. Looking to be in a pretty good spot, I think. That was, like, again, another one of the matchups that's pretty good for Rogue. Maybe, a slight bit of error in my analysis at the start, because I do kind of generally see Rogue and Mage as being fairly even, because in my ladder stats, I feel as playing a lot of Mage, I do fairly well against the Rogue. But obviously, these are GM players. They're not going to be playing Rogue like the average opponent that I will be facing at my legend ladder rank, which will remain unnamed, as they are obviously playing the deck at a much higher level. But I think it's just a continuation of, as you pointed out at the start, that Tom does feel like he's at just a slight advantage all the way through here.
This is a difficult matchup, though, and especially off-coin for Mage, it makes things a little bit harder for them to discount Mana Giant, get the additional value out of the combo turns, and that's why I'm very surprised by the Wand Thief without combo activator keep from Tom.
Yep, I also find that surprising, especially when we factor in the mass hysteria that has been thrown down from the rest of the APAC players in regard to this matchup. We're seeing Apprentice being thrown, Apprentice with Evocation being thrown, and Tom is sat here keeping Wand Thief on the play. I very rarely keep Wand Thief, apart from, like, on coin against the most aggressive of matchups.
Yeah. I would agree. I tend to keep it if you just have, like, 2 1-drops to go alongside it if you're on the play, so that is somewhat of a curve. It does work out okay for Tom because Glory has not taken out the Astromancer Solarian, so Tom can just take a value trade here. Gotta say, I was least expecting the secret.
Yeah, I guess it's Netherwind Portal is pretty powerful as a countermeasure against, like, Blade Dance, just because it means that you'll have something stuck on the board after a big clear. And his hand is lacking a little bit of value at the moment.
That is true. He needed card draw more than anything, and I suppose a board, so it does work out with his curve of Solarian plus Secret.
He's just straight up curving out. No fancy combos here from Tom. Just playing minions each turn and hoping that that can get him there.
He had one cram session, it could be a whole different story, but
Yeah.
it is just the minion game plan so far. For Glory, though, he has 3 weapons in hand. I'd imagine it's time for one of them to come down.
Demons.
I guess I'm crazy for wanting to go Blade Dance here, right? It's probably not quite impactful enough yet. Yeah, you save it for the Giants or the Jandis or something.
It's a bit awkward that Glory's hero power doesn't do much more than healing him for 1. But the problem with that board is I don't think he had a license to go Marrow Slicer face just yet because he was falling behind. Oh no!
Yeah, that's the disaster. I mean, speaking about Marrow Slicer face, as Tom's faces a miserable turn here, I do think there was some license to go for that. You tank a little bit of damage now, but if they have Raz, I suppose, as the best possible follow-up next turn, you do just have Twin Slice plus Blade Dance to clear everything up, and you even have the coin to remove a counterspell that's potentially there as well.
That's fair.
I wouldn't have hated it, I've got to say.
Glory's hand just plays a little bit slow because after the Marrow Slicer charges, he didn't quite have the Lapidaries, the Glaive Bounds to follow up. So even now, I'm looking potentially at just swinging to the Cyclone and equip the Marrow Slicer, just have a slightly slower curve because he does have double jump for Skull of Gul'dan next turn with the Twin
True.
Save.
Very good point, very good point. He does run 1 copy of Consume Magic in the list, so not guaranteed Skull, but very likely, and he can adapt if he draws the spell magic instead. And I think that it's a really good point you bring up about the slow game plan, because my instinct, as I clearly laid out, was to play aggressively with the Blade Dance, aggressively with the weapons. But I suppose, even at this point, the main way that Glory is losing is a big, giant Conjurer's Calling turn, or a big Shenvala turn, all in one swing. And by holding back the Blade Dance, he has the counterplay against that. Not that he's even going to need it in this instance.
Oh, that is depressing for Tom, forced to play out a Tempo Shenvala. He just has nothing else to do. It's going into a Marrow Slicer, but Glory still doesn't have full info on what the secret is. Started with One Maker. I feel like even if it's Counterspell, you could still start with coin there, but obviously the double jump looks really bad if you don't hit the skull.
Yeah, I mean, my inclination was to say he wants to continue not playing spells to play around Netherwind Portal, but that was clearly not the game plan here. Instead, he's going with an aggressive use of Blade Dance here. Okay, he's got board control here. Tom clearly doesn't have much going on in his hand.
Yeah, I think this is a good compromise from Glory because I don't think he does a good turn if he plays no spells whatsoever. So he's saying, let me develop and get rid of the Netherwind Portal minion. And he still has a charge of Marrow Slicer to work with, and he just gets the skull anyway. Okay, Glory.
Yep, this looks like a fat dub to me. Easy peasy win.
Especially after you get the pen flingers. You never lose from that point. Oh, Militia!
Yikes!
2 fragments drawn.
Yeah, that was the 2 in his deck, right?
There's still 4 in his deck.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, was that not a pen flinger shoot face and just return it to your hand turn?
That was 100% a pen flinger face and return it back to your hand turn. Unironically as well, I think that was just the correct play. You just want to get as many activations with that as possible. Like you can, I mean, I guess still do it with like coin double jump or something on this turn, but that feels unnecessary.
Time grows short.
It's hard to hash out because obviously mana efficiency is the main goal here, and I think he can still get full mana usage out of Twin Slice and Pen Flinger next turn.
So you have 1 spell to hit Evocation is the out, as I see it.
Technically 2 spells you can fit in the punch, but then you don't have mana to work with.
I think I'd rather take my 1 here. Pretty good, okay.
Arcane Explosion?
Nope. Nope. That's going to be game 5 here for Tom and Glory. A miserable outing there for Tom. And although the draws were very unlucky there in the mid-game, absolutely, I don't want to be too harsh on him. It does harken back to the mulligan, which was definitely not the way that we have seen most players approach the matchup.
That is true, especially against Demon Hunter. We've seen people even tossing Apprentice when they really want to make sure they hit that early curve. And while I don't like tossing Apprentice, I understand the importance of trying to hit those cram sessions against Demon Hunter, or even just Primordial Studies to complement a possible cram session. Feel like that could have been a bit different, or at least a bit more percentage in Tom's favor if he had tossed the 1-2.
Yeah. Maybe it does speak to more of a board-focused approach, which he was taking, and One Thief, I guess, does do that. It is a 1-mana 1/2 and can get you a few ways to control the board. Maybe if you can get a Brain Freeze, Frostbolt, Ray of Frost, something like that in the early game. But overall, yeah, definitely not the way that I think most players would have approached it, and it means that we're all coming down to, at the end of the day, the Mage Mirror, with Cobalt Spellkins and Arcane Breath on one side for Glory, the old school package for Tom with Conjurer's Calling, Arcane Intellect, and Jan Disparov. But while it's kind of the old school package, it's also kind of just the new school one. I feel like a lot of pro players, while they had fun playing around with Orange's list, with the Arcane Breath and the Cobalt Spellkins, are starting to come back round to this version of the deck.
And Tom also notably has one Firebrand in there, which is the old school version. He's got one Violet Spellwing from what I consider to be the standard list in order to fit that in. And I think Firebrand is pretty important in the mirror, at least for coming back in the early game stages, because curving out in the early game can't be underestimated. You can get a lot of chip damage, and if you stay ahead in the early game, even if you're not the first one to get down the Mana Giant Conjurer's Calling, sometimes you can still cheese out a win if you generate enough first.
Absolutely. And I think that for Firebrand, it's not even the fact that you have to have it in hand, it's the threat of it that is the problem. Because if I know that my opponent doesn't have Firebrand, in the mirror, I'm playing Tempo Apprentice, I'm just throwing out all these cheap spells, I'm not particularly worrying about going for some huge combo turn. Because in the early game, Mage is deceptively unreactive a lot of the time, it's got to be said. If they don't hit the Ray of Frost to clear it off, or I suppose the Arcane Breath does add a bit of extra removal in the early game, but it's not ridiculous to hope that your Apprentice can stick.
That's true, especially since some lists are, not running the Arcane Breath altogether because they would rather get the missiles from Spellwing, but if the Spellwing comes down too late, then they won't necessarily have time to generate missiles. Already, though, I think this is like a decent devolving missiles for Tom. It just deletes 2 spells from Glory's hand most of the time.
I was looking at just throwing down Cram Session to try and go like Cram Session AI lead up to a Shenvala. Because if you're not playing anything before you pop off with Shenvala Apprentice on turn 4 with the coin, he could have saved the missiles until that point, right? And gone for it then.
Fair. I was thinking the follow-up of Arcane Intellect was still pretty decent. I wasn't locking into the Shenvala Apprentice play. I just kind of like the idea of disruption plan from Glory, while Tom can guaranteed have a resource advantage because he had card draw. But obviously, having Lab Partner and Cram Session is best of both worlds because now he is both on board and with the resource advantage.
For Glory here, though, it was a turn where I was almost looking at Evocation for a couple of reasons. Obviously, to try and find spells to go with the Mana Giant, but also as a couple of ways to try and hit a Dragon to activate Arcane Breath with either Font of Power or Primordial Studies. It was a very low value use, and if you hit Apprentice, you would much rather hold on to it. But this is a slow line from Glory. Very, very slow. Oh, but it pays off.
It is trying to hold out for something bigger, and this is the bigger thing. But with only 1 minion to target from Tom, we could still see Glory hold off.
Yes, I very much like holding off here, especially with double Ray of Frost in hand. Like, you're approaching the point where you're Ray of Frosting your own Apprentice or whatever to make room. It really feels awful. Whereas now, when Tom is developing his own big threat, Glory's not happy about it, but don't be too upset, mate. This is still a game, no matter how much he pops off here. Although it's becoming less of a game.
Oh my goodness. Evocation for Tom. that giant is getting super cheap real soon.
There's not much hand space, to be fair, with even a lab partner able to come down on this turn.
Looks like he's just holding the evocation.
really?
He's going Stalnos here. I'm on board with the evocation lab partner plan instead. If you just get 1 or 2 spells, I think that's worth, especially since this is a generated evocation.
Well, for me, it's just because it's a really high-value hand. You've got Raz, Giant, Wand Thief can pick an expensive spell. I know it's not likely to do much, but if you can get another activation there, it's huge. But on the other side for Glory, that is the card! The best
Dude, I
possible
love
top deck.
Mage Mirror.
Oh, just the best.
Yep, play every single ray of frost. Is it breath before evocation? Because you don't have mana to that much mana to generate a
Get it
dragon. I
out.
think it's breath before. Yeah.
We want to hit the triple activation here. That's what we're playing for.
Rain freeze is big.
Oh,
Another Ray of Frost and Frostball. Hello, he has arcane explosion as well. Oh, but then he hit the wrong part. Oh wait. I don't know if there's a way to optimize that with the mana he had left. This
Oh, I didn't
line-
even see the Ray of Frost come down. That was
You
wrong?
went Frostbolt Ray. There was, I think, a possibility to go for Arcane Explosion, but doesn't necessarily kill the Shanvala. So, in the end, probably still good from Glory. And the Blizzard is necessary for Tom to stay in this.
Right, Giant, Wand Thief, Conjurer's Calling, not playable quite yet here, but any big value spell, I guess is what we're going for. That fits under my, the things I was saying. Pyroblast, technically the pick.
The others do a whole load of nothing, but Tom landing the spell damage with the Blizzard is huge because he can clear the majority of this with just Lab Partner Raz now.
That is a huge deal.
But Glory has a giant sticking, doesn't run natural copies of Conjurer's Calling, but there are top decks to let him discover it.
This is a close
no!
game. Glory, it looks like it's going to be just short of getting there. He has to make a very tough decision here of face or trade the Raz. And I think his hand says go face. It doesn't get there.
Okay, I agree. Yeah, but trading feels like it gets there even less,
Yeah.
right? If you are confident that you can generate a fireball in 2 turns, then face is the place. But if you're confident that you can get back on board,
Yeah.
then you trade. But all of that seems to come off the back of an additional magic trick into evocation or 1. It's really tough to say.
I agree completely. Evocation is the card whether you're going for control or aggro damage here. And Glory has the list that generates many evocations. This is, in my opinion, the reason to play the Dragon package, is because of how consistently you generate evocations.
He could be just more willing to throw 1 out compared to Tom, who has held on to the first one for relatively long, but he is finally getting down the giant, and it is all on Glory to find a way to generate the second evocation. He placed the first one already.
Oh no!
You've seen far too many Apprentice Cyclones with nothing to do.
He can still hit evocation off the top, like you said, off of Magic Trick, Wand Maker, even Cobalt Spellkin. He has enough mana to make something happen with Frost Nova, perhaps.
But for Tom, he could just play his own evocation and say, I have a good chance of killing you this turn. 12 on board.
Counterspell is a huge pickup here.
Okay, holding off for a bit.
Yeah, I think when he found Counterspell, he was like, that has to be played, and I don't have enough mana left.
Yeah, he never loses. While this did look like a miserable Pyroblast, Glory just simply did not have other options that did anything.
Tom won't even let Glory honorably concede the game with the Pyroblast. Even that gets taken away from him. as Tom does go up 3-2, equalizing his overall score now at 2-2 in Division A, looking to be one of those players who's breaking away from the pack in the middle and moving up towards the top of Division A, whereas Glory, in kind of continuing fashion for the Japanese players this season, not wanting to lump them together too much, but with the obvious similarities in their decks, the practicing they put together, as he goes to the bottom of Division A, Alutemu and Possessi make their way down to the bottom of Division B. It's scary times with only 1 week after this of the round robin left.
Indeed. It's not quite the very bottom because, of course, Chonsu is still winless, so
Yes.
Glory has a little bit of leeway, a cushion. I don't want to refer to Chonsu that way, though. And as for Alutemu and Possessi, they're not at the bottom of Division B either because Revius has one more loss than they do, and they have more games to play out this weekend. But you're absolutely right. It is getting scary for everyone but Tom at the moment, because he just puts himself in a great position to make it to playoffs.
Yep, scariest most of all for Chonsu, the crash mat of South Korea, as they often refer to him as, down at the bottom. But like you're saying, still time to try and wrestle their way out of the bottom of the divisions as we head into our second match of the day. Flurry up against Alutemu here, as we can see. Another matchup that I think is a bit of a weird one, because Alutemu, for me, has been one of the most consistently high-level performing players, and outside of his win that we saw last week, we haven't really been seeing him do much winning whatsoever this season of Grandmasters. Whereas Flurry, on the other side, I think even last week, we still do have some questions about his play, and I really hope, I keep praying that he can turn things around, because as I say week after week, there are glimmers of very, very strong play from Flurry, but it's always let down by some kind of mistake along the way that I think he has the ability to tighten up if he focuses in.
It's so true. I think it's completely fair to say that Flurry is the player that we've just been full stop the most critical of this season.
Yeah.
Maybe last season, not counting the Grandmasters who were relegated, that title went to Don. But I think Don has tightened up a little bit more, whereas from Flurry, we're seeing mistakes that can be avoided if he just takes a little bit more time to think through his turns. He's by no means a bad player, but maybe he just gets a little bit carried away with the pace of gameplay. I will say, though, that the lineup for this week is pretty interesting. Both of the players have gone with Druid bans, and you can see from Flurry's double oozes conclusion that he is prepared to deal with Bomb Warriors.
Yes, I think it very much stems from a place of not necessarily building the entire heart of their lineup around Soul Demon Hunter, but definitely having a strong adoration for the Soul Demon Hunter for both of these players, because as we were saying last series, Druid is often the bad matchup for Soul Demon Hunter. You really don't want to be running into that one. Whereas I think what we're seeing more and more is that Soul Demon Hunter up against Bomb Warrior, specifically the Bomb Warrior that does not run Pirate Package, is actually just a pretty reasonable matchup. You can get a lot of damage through to the face very quickly, and the Warrior is a little bit too clunky in terms of its armor gain to actually win the race.
It's true, and there's a fair amount of APAC players that are not running the Pirate Package these days, although we have half and half here. Flurry is going for the Sword and Board version, no risky skippers, whereas Alutemu still has the skippers and Anchor. The point I wanted to bring up, aside from that, for Flurry's lineup is his Rogue. I feel like if you're banning away Survival Druid, then it makes more sense to run Weapon Rogue as opposed to the Secret Rogue, which has a good matchup against Druid, and a slightly poorer one against Warrior, in my opinion.
I think I agree with you there. Yeah, you are running into, I guess, the fear of going up against the aggro matchups then, because you have to bear in mind you don't always face this exact lineup from Alutemu. You have to have contingency plans for if you're up against the super aggro lineups with Face Hunter or whatever, against which I feel Weapon Rogue is a bit too clunky. They really don't want to be sinking any damage into minions whatsoever. They just want to be purely going face. But in the way this is shaken out for Flurry, I absolutely agree that Weapon Rogue would complement his lineup a little bit better.
In Alutemu's lineup, instead of Rogue, he has Mage, but other than that, we do have very, very similar classes. Just goes to show how much the meta has settled, but we are starting off with a good old Soul Demon Hunter Mirror, and whenever I tuned into Americas, I just hear TJ and Dan arguing about whether this matchup is actually skill-based or not.
I think it's very skill-based. I think all of Soul Demon Hunter's matchups are. It is an easy deck when we're sitting here in the casting chair to critique the players and say, oh, they should have played more aggro, oh, they should have played more defensively, whatever, which I will continue to do, by the way. But when you're actually sat in the chair and playing it yourself, it becomes a lot more difficult to correctly analyze when the switching point is, when you go from defensive to aggression, when you draw cards, when you're shuffling in soul fragments. There's so many moving parts in the deck that even in the mirror, I think there's a lot of edge to be gained.
I agree. I like the matchup, even though I understand TJ dislikes how explosively it can go and how it can just come down to swinging face every single time. But there are instances where you do take some good trades or switch to a defensive mode, which I think makes it a little bit more complicated. Like here, Flurry going for Kane Sun Fury for the value trade, saying that you do not have a weapon equipped at the moment, so this is not a good Blade Dance. Also, he did not have any fragments shuffled in the deck, so it's not a good Shatter Shard miss.
Quite. But now this is kind of a weird spot, I suppose, for both of our players, but mainly for Alutemu here, because he doesn't have a very aggressive hand at all. There's very, very little that this hand can do in terms of just pointing everything to the face. And so my first instinct is, I guess, to say try and set up Sociologist Militia, but he doesn't have any way to shuffle soul fragments into the deck either.
Right. Which is why I'm looking at the Mana Feeder this turn. You're essentially using your hero power to draw with the Mana Feeder and just overkilling the Kane, I assume, with the Twin Slice off the top. It feels terrible, but I agree he absolutely needs either weapons or soul shards to get going. So the other argument you can make is for Wand Maker.
Yeah.
But because it doesn't give soul fragment generators, I prefer the Mana Feeder.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the best you can get is like Twin Slice, just to throw down one of those to get more value. But instead, it's just kind of fighting for board here instead, I suppose. Okay. I guess going into turn 4, it's a little bit awkward if Flurry wants to equip the Marrow Slicer.
True. I guess Flurry has, in certain ways, a very similar problem to Alutemu. But he does have the Marrow Slicer into Lapidary Curve, so I think he's absolutely within his rights to start the face race.
And I think Alutemu here was really, really praying that he plays the Kane, takes a value trade, and then something trades into his Kane. He didn't care if it was the opposing Kane, the face. He just wanted some indication that he wasn't dying this fast, and he would have been happy.
Oh no, not the philosophy.
The bad one.
And Alutemu for sure has to take this trade now because Blade Dance is too punishing, and also he's just dying quicker than Flurry. He will be the second one to equip Marrow Slicer. Oh. So this gets complicated for Flurry because at first glance this looks like a clean Shard Shatter turn, but he only has the one fragment in the deck right now.
So is it Soul Shear and then Shard Shatter? It's a massive overuse of resources, but it sets up for a guaranteed, or almost guaranteed, Lapidary on the next couple of turns.
It could be ignore everything altogether and just continue with the face game plan because he has Glaive Bound as a follow-up. But it's really difficult because then the Blade Dance will also be inactive if you use the Marrow Slicer charge. So he's going Shard Shatter without the Soul Shear, which I think I like the least. If you're going with this line, I like your suggestion of cashing in the Soul Shard.
Yeah, it's really close because there is also the argument of, you know, next turn you go for the Glaive Bound, and then turn 7 you can just go Soul Shear plus the Lapidary on the same turn. Like, there is still a curve here for Glory's play.
True.
It's just a little bit slower, I think, for sure.
Well, for Alutemu, almost certainly you have to play the Marrow Slicer here to start shuffling the fragments in. And He's blade dancing just
Wow.
to get rid of one minion. I think this is warranted because you're committed to a militia the next turn. And so you just don't want to tank the 3.
Commit to militia for 2 guys?
I mean, his hand does
I
nothing
guess.
else, right?
Yep.
It changes if
That's
he
bad.
top decks a blade dance. But yeah, this is the... Okay. Still the glaive bound turn for Flurry. As you said, he still has sheer lapidary.
Does mean I think that we technically saw missed damage from Flurry because he didn't swing with his hero power with the weapon on the previous turn. Obviously, it means that he could have had a 5 damage swing on this turn to clear off something and get the damage to face. So not necessarily a misplay, but just something to observe.
I think it's fine because he has double blade dance as well in hand. Like, we could
That's
have seen
fair.
if Alutamu went wider on the board, just a deviation from the other curve.
Good point. Okay.
Yeah, one target blade dance. We're seeing it again, but I think it works perfectly with Flurry's hand. It's good recognition because he still has the second one and the lapidary, so you just maximize the damage while minimizing the chance that he dies.
Yeah, I really, really like this play. The only alternative I was looking at was potentially ignoring it and just trying to set up 2-turn lethal here instead by going just lapidary face and then go for glaive bound plus the weapon next turn, right? Was also a possibility.
Yes. I think he is just preparing for Eldraki on the other side.
That's
I
true.
think it's
That's
fine
fair.
for Flurry to take a patient stance here, because Alutamu has just had very slow development turn after turn,
I grow impatient.
and no way of healing.
So if you go Marrow Slicer, 3 Twin Slices plus a hero power, you get up to 11 damage on this turn, which means you need 10 next turn, which means...
So Soul Shard hero power.
Right. But he heals for 2.
Yeah.
So you technically have lethal if he has no attack buffs whatsoever,
Yeah,
correct?
That's a great spot, because you still have the other second life.
But he has to play 1 Twin Slice here to have enough mana to be able to do that, correct?
Yes. It's difficult to say if that's the line or not, because
9.
if it's any attack buff on Flurry, then suddenly you wasted a bunch of Twin Slices. I think Alutamu here is just saying he needs his own Altraki to stay in the game, which is fair.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's kind of far enough behind here to the point where throwing down 1 Twin Slice on this turn feels worth it to me just for the chance to hit lethal on your opponent. Maybe they slip up. You know, it's not even necessarily that they don't have the damage. Maybe they go for a skull or something instead. It wouldn't have worked out.
I mean, you bring up a great point. It is very rare that you see Demon Hunter backed into this kind of position where they only have that option.
All right.
Could still be an
top check.
Eldraki though.
Yeah, that's what we're praying for here for Alutemu's sake. Yikes. GG.
Yep. He can't get the Consume Magic into an outcast position to draw any further. That will be game 1 to Flurry. I think the most interesting decisions came in the mid-game there, just from the very first Pain trade. That already looked like a very different Demon Hunter mirror than what I'm used to seeing.
Indeed, yeah. And, you know, we did see Alutemu starved of the powerful cards, which was, you know, arguably to some extent because he didn't go with the line you were talking about, Panthara on turn 4 to draw extra cards, but he did go for that on the following turn. He was getting out all the card draw cards that he wanted to play over the course of the game. They just didn't come in a timely enough fashion. But even then, you know, the aggressive use of Blade Dance, which didn't necessarily have to come down, he could have saved that to answer the minions that come down on board on the following turns. It really was a complicated game, I think, and deceptively so. You know, a lot of dense decisions there that some casters might not be able to appreciate.
That is totally fair. From both these lists, I also want to note that they're not running Magtheridon, which I think ties in well to the Druid ban strategy. I really like that. I think leading up into this week, I wasn't seeing that much of the conquest logic,
Right.
or at least the logic that exclusively applies to conquest, of where you try to lean all of your deck's tech at least towards one good matchup, and then you remove the tech cards that are for the matchup that you're banning away, outside of, say, Chonsu's hard targeting. But we might be approaching finally a more refined way of building 4 decks to beat the other decks in this meta.
I think we are, and that's where the beauty of Conquest comes in. I really hope that we do get to see more of that soft targeting, hard targeting strategy that we saw from Chonsu in particular last week. But before we can see whether it goes all the way here for Flurry, we're going to have to go to a short break, and when we come back, the continuation of Alutemu versus Flurry. We'll see you in a minute.
7本の指か7本の足か選ぶなら7本の足かな。ハーストーンができなくなるのがちょっと怖い。
应该是7只手指吧，因为这样就可以做比较多的事情。你要有7个脚趾也不一定会走得比较快。
평소에 손이나 발 사용할 때도 손이 더 활용도가 더 많이 높은 것 같아서 네, 손을 선택했어요.
손가락을 많이 필요로 해본 적이 없어서 네, 저는 오히려 그게 더 편하지 않을까 생각합니다.
아무래도 게임 좀 많이 하다 보니까 좀 더 유리할 거 아니에요? 게임 하는데? 그래서 손가락 7개인 게 더 나을 것 같습니다.
どちらでもなくて腕を2本増やしたいです。
Welcome back to our first day of the week here at Hearthstone Grandmasters. Getting through the season here quite rapidly. We, of course, have 1 week left of the round robin after this one, where we will have decided who has been sadly relegated out of Grandmasters. Then we have the playoffs at the end in week 8 of our season. And then as a little bonus extra, not technically part of Grandmasters, we have Masters Tour Madrid to be thrown on at the end, which is a huge event in its own right, where we'll be finding out who will be joining us for next season of APAC Grandmasters, as well as all of the other regions as well. That'll be a lot of fun. Before any of that can happen, though, We're getting through Flurry versus Alutemu now, and with the Demon Hunter having lost for Alutemu now, he's just going to be straight up queuing it up again, Gia, into the Warrior, which is one of the matchups I was talking about at the start. Definitely feels not as bad for the Demon Hunter as I originally was thinking.
Right, you brought up a great point in that if you're not running the Risky Skipper Armor Smith package, it really lessens the amount of health gain that Warrior has access to. I will note, however, that Flurry is running an Ooze in his list, though, which could be a very big deal to snipe off one of those Marrow Slicers. We've also seen certain Demon Hunter lists that are running Horde Pillager, and Alutamos is one of those in the place of Magnerodon.
Yeah, I think that will be helping in the matchup. Just any way that you can throw down extra damage. And also worth mentioning, a 4-2 minion for 4 mana. If it's not met immediately with Sword and Board, as an example, to clear it off, that can connect. That's yet more damage, which I think has been the real kicker for the Demon Hunter in the matchup. If you can get any kind of minion presence, minion damage, punching face, you're just so far in the lead.
And in this particular matchup, you really begin to feel the importance of damage counting for the Demon Hunter, because while they do have tons of total damage, it's still very finite, whereas the Warrior can go into Galakron mode and start to clunk out the damage a little bit faster. But the difference is that Bomb Warrior doesn't have access to they don't have any say over when their big damage comes through, because you have to just kind of play the odds with the bombs in the deck. So I feel that Demon Hunter tends to be faster here and more of the aggressor.
Well, I mean, it's a great point to speak about Bomb Warrior's aggressive potential, because I agree completely that Demon Hunter does need to be the aggressor. But with this Eldraki Warblades here, the Bomb Warrior isn't going to be sitting there doing nothing for the whole game. Is there any consideration to holding on to it here because you want to heal up against all the weapon swings and the bomb damage later on?
Yeah, I think it's a very real possibility. I think my reason for not wanting to play it is because you don't really want to just overwrite it with the Marrow Slicer the next turn. And I think when you equip Marrow Slicer, you're absolutely going to swing one charge in immediately because of the threat of Ooze. And this technically from Alutemu allows him to fit in a hero power, which can be relevant later on.
Yeah, it's true. It's 1 extra damage. It also allows him to fit in Tempo Philosophy, a world first here for literally 0 value. Obviously, I think just because he doesn't even want to get more of the Spirit Jailers once they come down, and just wants to make the Outcast positioning a little bit cleaner for turn 8, I suppose, with the Skull of Gul'dan.
Yeah, it is very, very sad for Alutemu there, because he is also just not running the list he had last week with the Pen Flingers and Ultruist. So there's actually 0 reason to hold onto a card that doesn't do anything.
Very nice pickup, though, as I was saying, with the Horde Pillager here for Alutemu. The damage can keep on coming here, and just gear up for eventually getting down that Sociologist and then the Skull as well.
Both of them have this type of curve. However, for Alutemu, I'm sure he would much rather Soul Shear this Horde Pillager away.
Oh,
so
this
he
is
can connect the 4 to face. It's difficult.
So we also have to consider mana utilization is very important, because he really wants to be able to play Sociologist on 7, I think, no matter how bad it may be, just to unlock the Skull. And therefore, Soulshare plus Eldraki Warblade doesn't sound that terrible to me, to be honest.
At first glance, it is the play that just makes your mana the smoothest, but it really interferes with his next turn, because he wants to go Horde Pillager into re-equip specifically Marrow Slicer. So it's either you just give up a charge on the Warblades, or both charges possibly even.
Yeah, I mean, you can go Soulshare, swing, then equip the Warblades. Next turn, you swing with 1 charge of the Warblades, and then re-equip the Marrow Slicer with Horde Pillager. It does give up that healing potential I was talking about, which can be quite impactful. But the benefit that you get is better mana utilization and the ability to curve into Skull very cleanly.
That's true. I just didn't like the idea of re-equipping a 4/2 Marrow Slicer because of the Ooze, but it is just a one-of in Flurry's list. In the end, Alutamu is just going for max damage output here. He doesn't feel scared enough to soul share away the Horde Pillager.
I wonder.
Which I can see the merits for. He is just going for Militia on 7, I suppose, and that will happen whether or not the next turn is Skull.
Indeed, yeah, and I was very potentially tunnel visioning in on Skull maybe a little bit too much, coming down specifically on turn 8, because you have to trust the top of your deck here for Alutemu, absolutely. Any draw of any draw of finding damage from hand, be it Lapidary or Glaive Bound, would be fantastic as well. And also, it could just straight up be a hard cast Skull for the non-outcast variant. If you find damage and you have the mana to spare, it doesn't matter if it's reduced or not.
That's true, but if it's hard cast, I don't want to see it before the Militia because of the possibility of drawing the Soul Fragments. I don't
True.
think any draw off the Skull changes the fact that you want to go Militia on 7. So I think it's still just gonna be like hero power with Marrow Slicer and Soul Shear here. Like he's floating a ton of mana throughout the entire game, but it's max damage output.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Well, okay, he can still overwrite this with the Eldraki because that makes the turn 8 play smoother, like you were talking about. But
He's
Alutamu
committed
is
here.
all in.
Yeah, I think if this is the game plan, you follow through as much as possible. Pray that they don't have the armor gain, because, again, I was talking about the clunkiness of this build of Warrior against a pure damage build. Sword and Forward in hand, there's nothing to even play it on.
That's true. But it's getting scary for Alutamu now too, because Flurry has had mega weapon curve. 2 bombs still in the deck for Alutamu.
And this means straight up, despite a full board Sociologist Militia, a single bomb can close out the game.
Yeah. Oh! Dr. Boom!
Oh,
But then he can't clear the board, so that's the play for next turn. But is Flurry alive till next turn?
Bladestorm here is smart. Hero Power Shield Slam gets the... or even Sword and Board, even better.
Yeah. Very likely alive. Flurry is in a great spot. Alutamu needs Twin Slices to get this Eldraki big enough to deal him the significant breakpoint.
He's alive.
Oh, or Soul Shard Lapidary.
That is
okay.
a mammoth draw here.
But he's still dead. Just boom Whirlwind. Nearly
Swing,
every time.
boom, Whirlwind. Is it every time? It is every time, isn't it?
Nearly every time.
It's just every time, yeah. Fingers crossed for Alutamu.
What? Okay,
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, didn't even need the swing.
Yep, nicely done there by Flurry. It was kind of a straightforward game for Flurry, to be perfectly honest. We were obviously mainly focusing on Alutemu that game, because that mid game there were two paths he could have taken there. It was the skull focused route where you tempo out the Eldraki Warglaives, throw down the Militia on 7 no matter how good or bad it is, and then go for Skull. Or there is the pray that you get the good top decks off the top of your deck and just launch all the damage face that you possibly can this game. And he took the path that did not end up winning him the game. Whether or not the other one would have is obviously extremely debatable, but it's an unfortunate way to close things out.
Yeah, I think the Tempo Skull might have even had him die sooner because likelier to draw bombs at some point. And it could have changed the Militia on 7 play, to be very fair, because if he had picked up Twin Slices there, and given that Alutamu was at such a low health total, he probably deviates from the Militia plan. But I think Alutamu just very much recognized that his hand gave him the best shots to win through the aggressive game plan, and you just kind of, take the loss if Flurry has an even more aggressive hand, which does happen sometimes. He didn't have room to make that much decisions because there were no ways to buff the Eldraki.
Well, at the end of it all, it does mean that Flurry is 2-0 up here and just a single game away from going up to 3-1 in Division B, being in a much safer spot than we saw him in last season. Whereas Alutemu is a game away from going down to 1-3 in Division B. Obviously, so far from what we saw from him in the previous season. It would be heartbreaking if we were to see him relegated out of Grandmasters. I can't imagine Alutemu without it. But it's not over yet for him, both in this series and in the season as a whole. Up against the Rogue, he does have, I think it's arguable, 3 decent matchups here, because for you, I think this was the question mark in Flurry's lineup to go with this version of Rogue.
Right, because it seemed like, based on Flurry's other decks and their matchups across the board, it seems to be complemented better by Weapon Rogue. But it could very well be that Flurry just prefers this archetype. I would say that Secret Rogue is flexible enough of a deck that you can make a case for just playing it because it's your pet deck. I think you can get a huge edge on this archetype compared to Weapon Rogue, the more experience you have with it.
Oh, it says
Ooh,
explode.
spicy hand here for Alutemu right out of the gate, because even though I'm learning more and more, I think that this matchup is not that good for Mage. I think if they're both playing at a very high level, the Rogue does pull slightly into the lead. Against an explosive hand like this, the Mage can absolutely just steal a win.
Is this Coin Shanvala? Like, very likely active the next turn because Apprentice Magic Trick is 2 spells most of the time, and then Arcane Breath. No good targets.
I
But
know.
I'm so tempted.
I'm trying to close my eyes from Flurry's hand and just not see the backstab and the eviscerate and the blackjack stunner. Like, he has both ways of dealing with it already available in hand. But I think the payoff is not necessarily worth the risk here for Alutemu, because on turn 4, he can get it down with the Apprentice. He'll very possibly have found Evocation, another cheap spell, maybe a Ray of Frost by then, and he will be able to get more activations, very likely.
Yeah, I think that is the discipline play for sure. And the other big point is that you can get it down on a turn when you're actually having good targets for the freezes that you're possibly getting off of the magic tricks.
Oh, big roll though.
Neophyte!
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a scary turn for Flurry here. Witchy Lackey plus Neophyte, that is a huge development onto the board. That's not bad.
Decent result too. I mean, this just slows Alutemu's entire game plan down by another turn, to the point where you probably even Arcane Breath the Cult Neophyte for fear of Shadow Step.
I guess so, yeah. I like it.
Getting another spell instead of the ping, I like it.
Blizzard, I think, is where you're at.
I agree. None of these are cheap enough to fit in with the next turn of Shanvala, so you probably just take the highest value one by that point to follow up the Shanvala turn.
The value doesn't stop here for Flurry. Looked like he was reaching for double Dirty Tricks there, which sadly does not, isn't allowed. Although I suppose that would be a dirty trick, quite thematically.
But Alutemu will be happy to know that that is not plagiarized, because that would have been the backbreaker for his play. And I don't think you can afford to play around it because he's taking too much damage by this point. Okay, but that is tempting.
You can go full greed mode. This is next level greedy.
Oh, but what if he'd...
What if it's not plagiarized though? He just doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He lacks the critical information. It's so hard. I mean, you can make the argument for Cobalt Spellkin, but
Alright.
then if it's not plagiarized, Flurry possibly has another turn to draw the plagiarized.
Yep.
I like
Problem
it.
with this way though,
Started with
the
a
turn
coin.
is more than half over, so he has to get moving here very, very quickly indeed. Frostbolt, not a bad pickup at all. Missiles, sign me up. That's another spell you can throw in.
Oh, because he went coin first, I think he misses second Shanvala activation. But he needed to go coin first to give himself more information on whether or not it's plagiarized, because if he didn't see Dirty Tricks go off, assuredly he was not going to pop off with Shanvala this turn. Could have just been a spell for the turn. So, the secret information is a whole 5/5 less for Alutemu here. Big deal.
Oh, just look at this turn though for Flurry. It's so clean.
Yeah, that's backbreaking.
Technically, the Apprentice survives if you're just gonna like sap it back to hand, or even leave it in play, I suppose, as well. But it's just so strong. You always take this.
He sapped the 5/5.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Alutamu has just played basically all his spells, right?
Yep, it's a randomly generated spell and a card from his deck.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Oh, yikes. Okay.
Thanks, indeed. It's a good one. Oh, is he just going Shenvala again? That really likely doesn't work out.
He still doesn't know what the secret is.
Oh my god, you're right. You really don't want to give him Cobalt Spellkin, do you?
Flurry's secret package is 1 ambush, 2 dirty tricks, 2 plagiarize.
Oh!
Oh my gosh!
Oh!
Alutamu's in it. He's in it, and
He's
he knows
back
that
in.
the secret is not the scary one here.
A simple spell.
He's way in it. He's in it to win it. Oh! Look at the
All
side quest
playable.
as well. Both of them. They're insane.
Yep. Kinda wish you had 1 mana to spend on Learn Draconic here, but first world problems. Is he holding them for Shenvala? But then Elemental Allies doesn't go with Shenvala the way you want, right? I think you play the allies.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Now the plagiarizes are in hand.
Mm.
But this isn't the pop-off turn anymore. Could be.
Start with
I
the
was
mystery.
thinking maybe it's ambush there, just because no Alutamu has these big clunky minions in hand.
That's true. That's true.
But obviously, with 2 of the same secret, to give yourself more flexibility, you'd rather play one of the duplicates.
Yeah, I think this hand on average just needs value. Like, unless you're hitting Draconic Lackey pretty much exactly, or I guess maybe Ethereal as the 1 out of 7, then you really do need a little bit of extra chance to hit something to do with your mana.
Actually, because he hit the double Titanics, which honestly don't line up great on this board, I thought it might still be ambush there at the end. Or
Right.
if he was gonna go double Titanic, I don't know why you wouldn't put them both on the best point, because 3/5 into 1/3 seems super clean.
This is starting to shape out, though, for Alutemu. He's not dead because he had the answer to Edwin. He gives Flurry a terrible card off of the Plagiarize, and next turn, Shenvala activates the side quest. 3 spells, Apprentice, Learn Draconic. This is an incredibly powerful turn coming up. He's just winning at the moment.
It really is.
So many options.
I just wonder about whether the ambush could have made a difference here. Obviously, it probably just
Maybe.
kills a 5/5, and then Alutamu's still in a good spot, but it's really slipping away from Flurry now. As long as we see the Plagiarize second one come down, just because it disincentivizes popping off next turn with the side quest completion, then I'm okay.
It's just so hard to know from Flurry's perspective. Like, from where you're sat, looking at just blank cards from your opponent, you know some of them, of course. Actually, you know, he knew 4 out of the cards in hand weren't cards in the deck, right? I was going to say it could be a huge giant or evocation turn, but it would have to come off the top.
Oh, is he playing Plagiarize or the 5/5? Obviously, mana says 5/5.
Yep.
But, and obviously it's still gonna be a little bit scary for Alutamu, but as soon as he plays Shenvala, he'll know that he's free to go for the pop-off.
It's Shenvala no matter what. You have to draw the spells from your deck here.
Right.
Is it
Decide afterward.
Or is it just me?
Right, now he knows he's free to pop off. Oh,
That's pretty good. That's a nice combo of cards.
that's perfect.
Okay.
Just can't spend mana on spells, so the Learn Draconic isn't working. Boo-hoo.
Reservoir, sure, sign me up.
Time runs out on me.
Oh! He's going
Yeah, you
for
just
it.
do it.
He's
You
going
just do
for
it.
it.
You have Shenvala. Oh my goodness.
That's another one activation? Only one because he doesn't have mana. Who cares? Whatever. You're drawing cards, you're making 5/5s, pulling miles ahead onto the board. Flurry needs to hit the passage, I think, to have any chance whatsoever. Whoa!
Oh, he had time for the giant. Man, Alutemu was a god. I was like, there's no way he had time to see this giant, right? He was at the very end of the rope.
This is a new Alutemu this season, I'm telling you. He's going full running in the 90s.
Runner, runner! That was a sight to behold.
Yep, nicely done there by Alutemu. A very strong mage game. Fighting back against almost insurmountable odds and taking down the huge Edwin as the swing turn. And I think, even though there's that weird little mid-game there where he missed an activation on Shenvala, because of the critical information which he was lacking, as you put it, it did mean he had to play around the possibility of plagiarize at all points. And I think he did that extremely well. He didn't give the value to Flurry, which meant he was just dead on cards at the end of the game.
I don't think it is wrong for him to expend the coin there.
Yeah.
Alutemu was saying, I would rather miss a 5/5 to make sure that I'm not giving Flurry the best possible combination of cards, because Flurry hardly had a hand at that point as well. And I think Alutemu 100% would have lost if he played that big turn into a plagiarize. But after he got the info from the coin usage, he was free to go for it, and later on was greatly rewarded. My only question for Flurry was whether that last turn could he have found room to go for plagiarize, and the turn before that, could he have found room to go for ambush?
Yes, that's the big one, right? Because I was running through in my head from his perspective when he played the second plagiarize. Maybe it's a big evocation turn. Maybe it's a big giant turn that comes down. But when you start to run through it, he knew there was a random spell in hand, a Shenvala, a 5/5. There aren't really all too many cards that it could have been at that
He
point.
knew there
to be
was side
punished
quest
by.
activation, right? Because
Right,
Shenvala
exactly.
for the second one.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. But either way, I do think that was maybe a slight chance to get into a better spot for Flurry. But either way, I do think he was going to be ending up losing that series just because of the power of Alutemu's draw and his ability to play around plagiarize. Again, though, it's the Rogue having a tough matchup. And weirdly enough, I think that was the hard one for Alutemu that he lined up first. He's now left with a couple of pretty good matchups, in my opinion. The Bomb Warrior and the Demon Hunter, neither runaway favorites against the Rogue. But if I had to choose either side, I'd choose the Bomb Warrior and the Demon Hunter both against the Rogue.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the Demon Hunter is a little bit closer because of just the one copy of Consume Magic, but it's good for Alutemu that he has that tech inclusion, because obviously it's the tall minions that are a big threat here. Demon Hunter has very convenient ways of dealing with the Miscreant Lackey type boards with Short Shatter Mystic. Ugh.
Correct.
Stab one thief just to get something on board.
So there's two things that this hand is saying to me. It's either just play out the cards on curve and say this is, good enough, or it's trying to set up for some kind of a big swing turn, primarily through the secret passage that was just picked up. Because, come turn 3 or 4 here, I think, you're potentially looking at just digging for Edwin and saying, I pray I hit it, because that's my best chance of winning the matchup.
That is very true. It's already looking like that could be the game plan here. Flurry also gained some information from Alutemu essentially passing turn 2, is that there's no one maker in his hand, which starts to make you think this is weapons, this is burst spells, and in some worlds, the minion development just gets swept up by Alutemu wanting to do something anyway.
So it does take still kind of a slow response here with just backstab coming down. And it doesn't really matter whether he develops onto the board or not, because there's nothing coming down from Alutemu at all.
This is icky from both sides, but oh my goodness! Oh no, no, no! Okay. Uh-oh.
Yep. That'll do, Pig.
Is this a 14-14?
Imagine trying to count here, Gia. Brain has left the room, okay? This is no time for thinking.
Lutamu knows what's up. Okay,
Imagine if it
there's
just ends with
one
miscreant.
Consume Magic, 2 1 makers in the deck.
Yeah. He has outs. It's not over.
Uh-huh. This is just such a dream for Flurry. He even just gets value on top of the giant Edwin.
Yeah, secret there just to make your opponent's life a little bit harder. Oh, good job.
Oh no. Well,
Is there any way he can survive 3 turns with like a massive Aldraki heal? He can heal for like
that's what
10,
I was
right?
thinking. But it doesn't seem like.
Yeah. Can he?
Obviously, you don't want to go Aldraki this turn because you don't want to overheal at all. I'm thinking it's
Right.
Shard Shatter Hero Power into Aldraki slice into Aldraki slice. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
I just want to see the 3-2 come down this turn.
Think I agree with you. It's kind of tough though, right? Because if you go Eldraki this turn and don't swing, it allows you the mana to just play all 5, like 4 Twin Slices and a Hero Power next turn to heal up for maximum. I guess that's not necessary to survive, assuming they don't develop a huge board in addition to the Edwin.
Yeah, I think because you have two charges on Eldraki, it's fine to divide the Twin Slices across 2 turns.
Okay.
You should still be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to get max healing that way.
Although it's got to be said
The
that...
only question is the Horde Villager.
Right, yes. And also just the fact that turn 6 might be earmarked for Skull as well to try and find the Dispel Magic as well.
True. Yeah, this Edwin is not going away. And so, also, Flurry picked up Spellbender, which messes with Consume Magic.
It does. Yeah,
So-
that's true actually.
You might be thinking, just get this down, because Alutamu top decking that is the only way he loses from this point.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much always playing that. It's just what you do in addition to it. Kobold, I think. That's more damage
Which is
with
a
this.
turn 5, if you care. Probably don't care. I want the Kobold to go
Yeah.
and eviscerate. Yeah.
We're playing Freeze Mage at this point. We
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
care about developing stats. Neither does Flurry, I guess. A 0-6
Edwin's
taken
just-
instead.
That one's just bigger than a Pyroblast. Next iteration of Freeze Mage.
True.
Okay.
No soul fragments in the deck. Feels bad.
Well, he has to go for the Warblades
Mm-hmm.
with 2 Twin Slice, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the merit in weaving in a hero power at this point. No, it's just not counter spell, nor Netherwind Portal.
He's afraid of Vaporize, you don't really care. Ice Barrier, you don't really care. Flame Ward, you don't really care. Everything's just going face here.
Small consideration to trade the 3-2 into Edwin. Actually, no, that just puts it to 8. I was thinking if Blade Dance is your top deck, then you can go double twin size hero power to kill Edwin, but that's if it's at 7. It goes to 8 with this trade, so you're probably sending it safe.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you get Chaos Strike into Blade Dance, that's the out, I suppose, to be able to clear if you trade.
Okay. Could very well be just don't attack altogether because Vaporize is no net gain for you.
Yeah, that's fair. So
This
this
Eviscerate,
is
he's 1 off?
1 off as I count it. 5 plus 1 is 6, 20 damage. Okay.
Mirror?
Yeah, I'm looking at Mirror too.
Dagger. Okay, sure. Plagiarize as well. Because if Alutemu wants to heal more, he needs Twin Slices. And if he gets Twin Slices, Alutemu is even more dead.
Miss. Miss. And miss.
GG.
Oh man, it breaks my heart, Gia. It's, again, another instance of a horrible way for Alutemu to go about. Another bad beat, a massive Edwin coming down on turn 3. There is nothing that you can do to stop that. You just have to eat it up from your opponent. And it does mean that while I can't really fault him at all for that last game, there's nothing you can do. Flurry is the victor and goes up 3-1 in Division B, getting himself further and further away from that danger zone down at the bottom, which Alutemu is getting more and more entrenched in right down at the bottom.
Yeah, 1-3 alongside Rivius. Alutemu does have one other match to play this weekend, though, so still a chance of pulling a little bit farther away from the very bottom, but it does look very scary, and I would be really, really sad if Alutemu is one of the players we see go. I think he's one of the best that APAC has to offer, and it's just been every time we've seen him on stream, I don't think I've seen any huge mistakes. It just has felt like bad luck, to be honest.
I agree as well. I think, there was some very tough spots where we could talk about, differences that could have been taken in some of the previous games with Demon Hunter, but even then, I'd be talking about like minor quibbles in terms of like the overall line you want to take rather than any technical misplays, which has been the bane of some of the other players here in APAC. But it's not over yet for Alutemu. We shouldn't be too sad. He can still get up to at 1-3 now, a positive scoreline, right? He could end up at 4-3 if he wins all the remainder of his games. So definitely not over yet. Japanese Hearthstone fans can hold out hope here, but he is done for today at the very least. Moving on to our next game of the day, we're going to be looking at Kin versus Possessi, and it just doesn't stop for our Japanese players down in Division B here. Possessi, obviously the player who surprised us most as the newcomer of the Japanese players last season, performing very, very well with strong play, strong results to back it up. And this season, I think the play for the most part has still been there, but the results have not been backing it up.
I would agree. And for this particular match, we have a full mirror, at least in terms of the classes, but the archetypes are a little bit different. Kin's Rogue is of the secret variant, whereas Possessi has the weapon rogue, which I like to see when you have Demon Hunter in the lineup as well. I think it makes a lot of sense, and could be seeing possibly a druid ban.
It does seem that way, right? From what he's gone for so far with the druid band away from Kin. It does, I think, make sense. Like you were saying, it's really just, I think, the refined version of what you were talking about from Flurry in the previous game. He's made the exact switch that you wanted to see. And so because of that, do you think that Possessi has found himself in a good spot in the series overall?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think he has got a good chance up against Kin's Bomb Warrior in particular, which is funny to say. But Weapon Rogue has a good matchup there. I think Possessi's own Druid, which remains unbanned, has a good matchup. And because the non-pirate version, even the Demon Hunter has a solid shot.
I agree. I agree completely. I think Possessi's got himself in a very strong position. Up against Kin, though, it's no slouch of an opponent at all. It's just so interesting to me how much the divisions are shaking up here, because I remember, at the end of last season, I think it was Monsanto was talking about, with him thinking that the play in Division A of Americas was so much better than in Division B, he almost wanted to be in Division B, because even though you're more likely to be relegated, he thought he could just farm all the easy opponents. I apologize if I'm misquoting that. It's been a little while since I saw that particular discussion on Twitter. But now I think, at least in APAC, that is so far from the case. Kin, Possessi, Rivius, Alutemu, just to name a few, all incredibly strong competitors. And I think both of the players here have their work cut out for them.
Completely agreed. And now that we have hashed out at least Possessi's mindset when he's going about banning, to take a look at things from the other side for Kin, if he is running Secret Rogue instead of Weapon Rogue, I understand the reasoning for leaving up Druid on the other side. I just wonder if his lineup really lends itself well to that matchup, though, because I feel like Demon Hunter and Warrior are not the greatest against Possessi's Druid, and both of them are running the survival version, by the way.
Yeah, definitely the more popular version. There's a couple of Mali Druids floating about, which I think are a little bit ill-positioned in this week. There's still a fair bit of Bomb Warrior, which you do like, but, no Priests, a fair bit of the aggressive decks knocking around. I do think that the survival version is the way to go for this week. Whether or not you're throwing in the Mount Sellers as well is, I guess, the real question for me this time. But to start things off, we have Kin getting, I suppose, the matchup that he wanted to hit with leaving up the Druid. He has his own Secret Rogue up against the Druid from Possessi. Probably still a good matchup, and I think he's going to have to be relying on this one as a win if he wants to have much of a chance in the series.
Right. I think Kin's best shot is trying to get through at least with this rogue onto the druid, and then trying to possibly dodge it with his other decks remaining. And I keep saying that rogue has a good, or the secret rogue at least has a good matchup against druid because of largely what we saw from the previous game. A giant
Yeah.
Edwin is good against Demon Hunter, and it's also good against Druid because Druid doesn't even have a chance of generating silence outside of very fringe ways to get Keeper of the Grove, I suppose.
Yeah, we were discussing like what are the outs for silence in Druid, and it's like going for a Crystal Song portal into a random Druid minion. It feels very, very unlikely you'll be able to get there. But with that all said, I do think that Kin has got himself in a reasonable spot as we try and jump into the first game. Taking a look at the outings for both of these players so far in terms of sorry, my mistake, don't have those quite yet, but I was just going to talk about how the players have lined up against each other thus far, because it has been a big turnaround for both of our players. Possessi up at the top of Division A last season, and Kin also was in Division A last season, but he was right down at the bottom instead, which means being in a decent spot in Division B isn't even that far from what we saw from him last time.
That's true. But funnily enough, ending up at the bottom of Division A is worlds apart because you still have a chance of being relegated in the bracket
True.
with 5th and 6th Division B, whereas top of Division B still has a chance to make it to the playoffs. So with 2 weeks remaining, there is still a lot of switching around that could be seen, but this is an insta-full keep from Kin. Love to see it with the Questing Adventurer.
This game is going to be juicy. Both players have the goods, especially with Kin finding an Edwin that can come down as a, 8/8 on the next turn if he wants to, or he can even greed it out further.
Yeah. With the Cult Neophyte keep, it very much felt like he wanted to be greeting it out, but this exact hand from Possessi works around the Cult Neophyte this turn because he wasn't going to do anything on the Overload turn anyway. He already cashed in the hard mana. This worked out pretty decent for Possessi, I would say. It just is a matter of can he defend against the huge Edwin, and with 2 Beasts rushing out next turn, possibly. Wait, but then there's still the Shadow Step. Ooh.
Exactly. The fact that he can't kill off the Neophyte this turn is just absolutely disastrous for him because it is not going to be slowing down anytime soon. It's a little bit awkward, I suppose, if I want to be a negative Nancy about Kin's hand because he doesn't have any way to spend the mana after coining if he wants to go for Step the Neophyte and play out Edwin. And so does he ever hold off on it because he wants to deny the mana on turn 7 instead of turn 6?
Oh, I don't know. I could be caster visioning on this a little bit too hard, but it just seems like traditionally getting down at least 8/8 Edwin as soon as possible is the way to win here. Could even see the prep cashed in.
Yeah, I
if
think
you're doing this, you do go all in.
Exactly. You have to go one way or the other. Commit to it, as Kin does here. 10-10 right off the bat, and it's powerful. It's a very, very strong start indeed. But I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough to take the win here.
I mean,
it's going to
will
be close.
definitely connect face next turn.
Yes.
But you're right, that is not all of the damage out yet, and Possessi very likely will have a taunt generated from his guardian animals.
Crystal
Power, shoot the Neophyte. You never want to see that again.
Yeah, I guess you probably do that. I mean, if there was another Shadow Step, it probably would have just come down on that turn. But it's just good anyway. Even ignoring the effect, it takes off some damage.
Yeah.
I mean, the one difference being if you don't get exactly double runner, you do kind of want to damage the Edwin, right? So that you can actually clear it with Threshers or
true.
Teacher's Pets.
Yeah, and in the outcome of double Thresher, you actually want the Neophyte to live.
That's true.
So that you have two targets that aren't Edwin that damage the Edwin. I
like
definitely wouldn't have spotted this, but I also really like it from Possessi.
Very, very clever line indeed.
Now, Kin has tempo questing, I would assume.
I really don't know. I mean, you know with this line that they have the Guardian Animals in hand. There's no other reason to shoot the Edwin.
But then, with certain outcomes of Guardian Animals, you can stick a questing, right? If you don't hit Thresh. I don't know. I just feel
It's
like
so
this questing's
tough.
never doing anything again after Guardian Animals.
Take all the damage off the board. Check.
Oh, no secret though.
Okay,
But you can't just
okay.
play every card in hand.
I think you're probably going for that as well. You have to kill the Thresher, obviously.
Uh-huh. Questing out of range of just the Dread Raven trading. But Possessi has Lightning Bloom Survival.
Alright, we've got to think carefully here. Is there any other way to go about this? In his list, he has no Bog Beams, I guess, so you're not finding a way to kill off the Hanar. You just have to accept that they could draw a secret here.
And if they do, then at the very least you can play Overflow. But oh no, completely useless for Kin.
The worst draw in his deck.
And after this Overflow, Possessi is home free.
Yep, he was just able to get over the finish line. Pretty simple, straightforward here. We can argue back and forth, I'm sure, forever here about whether or not Kin should have played it out in exactly the way he could. I do think it was the best way to go for it with the 10-10 Edwin. But there was the line of coin Shadow Step, the stunner, play it out again, go for the Edwin that way. You only get an 8-8 then, but it would have been a full turn earlier.
Yeah, I mean, really tough to say. I still think I like Kin's line overall.
Yeah.
And honestly, Possessi hardly ever gets the win against that type of Neophyte start, except for the fact that he had Overgrowth turn 2 alongside the Lightning, which made the first activation of Cult Neophyte essentially useless for Kin. Just one of the different ways that I suppose Druid combining both the soft and hard ramp can mess with the expected curve.
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, it gets even more tricky when you realize that Lightning Bloom, even after Neophyte has come down, does technically give a mana crystal. So you can still get up to those slightly higher totals if you absolutely have to reach a breakpoint. It gets so much tougher because, you know, with the line that Kin made, he was denying, obviously, a useless turn, like you said, with the Bloom into the Overgrowth, but also just the fact that he was doing it on turn 6 with his Edwin line, or 6 mana rather, got really, really complicated. Maybe in an alternate universe he could have got there. This is not that universe, though. Possessi is able to take the win here with the Druid right out of the gate. And, I mean, you and I were just saying, if Kin does want to take the game here, or the series overall, this game feels pretty crucial to do so.
It did. I do think the Druid had good matchups other than the Rogue, but the fact that it even took an unfavorable has to be a huge blow to Kin's confidence in the series overall. Looking at how Kin's Rogue is positioned against the rest of Possessi's decks, according to ladder stats at least, it's not that great against Demon Hunter.
Right.
And in the mirror, I actually also tend to favor the Weapon Rogue because they are just way more aggressive than the Secret Rogue. However, it's worth noting that Possessi's list does not have sap, so potentially that type of Edwin start could be backbreaking still.
Maybe, yeah, obviously no Edwin in the Weapon Rogue, so it's much more oriented on a little bit of board control and then damage with the weapons to close things out. We're going to take a break here before we find out whether or not Possessi could go the whole distance here and start to ameliorate his pretty miserable score at the start of this season of Grandmasters. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to our third match of the day here in Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Asia Pacific region. If you want any more information about how the ordering of the regions goes, how the format works here in Grandmasters, you can always head over to playhearthstone.com/esports for any information that you need. We've got a fantastic website there with the schedule. The decks is a very important one if you want to start playing some of these archetypes yourself on ladder. Some of them fairly complicated, but I'm sure some of them you'd be having a lot of success with if you wanted to climb on ladder. One such deck that I always see as one that is recommended for players with maybe not such a complete collection is the Weapon Rogue, which we could be seeing from Possessi here. A fairly straightforward deck and a very powerful one at that.
Yes, and I especially like Possessi's inclusion of it, looking at his lineup as a whole, because I think it lends itself very well to a ban away druid type strategy and possibly prey on Bomb Warrior a little bit. But the matchup we'll be seeing first is exactly that.
And this is, I think, what a lot of people have been saying is the reason to go for the Weapon Rogue in your lineup, because while it does kind of struggle against the aggro decks because you don't really want to be trading all too much, it's very, very potent against the Warriors, even so much to the point where Chonsu tweeted out, "Why are my opponents not bringing Warrior?" when last week he had obviously the full target on Warrior, and this time he's got Weapon Rogue thrown in there as well. He clearly wanted to get the target. He's not going to be getting that, I don't think, but Possessi has got exactly the matchup he wants.
I mean, Chonsu, maybe they're not bringing Warrior because you've shown you're very willing to full target Warrior. Just a thought.
I mean, that's like me saying, why doesn't anyone want to go into electrical with me? Nothing ever goes wrong when you do that. Come on, guys.
Yeah, if I can bring 2 other people, then I'm down. Okay, curve for Possessi is pretty premium for the start. Best stealth minion into early Greyheart Sage, but now that he's picked up the second one, might not necessarily even commit the attack here. However, Kin is running the double Whirlwinds, which tends to be included when you're not running... Sorry, one of Whirlwind, which you tend to at least have one copy if you're not running Risky Skipper.
Exactly, which I think is part of the reasoning why Possessi wanted to attack there. Also just Blade Storm. It does mean, of course, that he can't go for second Greyheart, at least in order to draw on this turn, and instead is developing the 1 health stealth minions here, which I think definitely incentivizes a trade with the Spy Mistress instead of a value trade.
Yeah, both Whirlwind and Blade Storm are too backbreaking if you don't get rid of this 2-3. And it's pretty funny that this is a weaponless start for Possessi, but it's also very powerful, highly aggressive, and also makes the Wrench Caliber for Kin this turn very awkward if he just wants to go for it. He takes too much damage.
Yeah, using the thing that neither deck wants to do here, which is attack into minions with their weapons. Both decks are really designed to go face with the weapons wherever possible. And I think it just really does spell how things are going here for Kin, which is to say, terribly.
It's worth noting, though, that Possessi's particular build of Weapon Rogue, I would say, is not the most popular one with the double Volpera Blades. He is consciously including these Ferocats, Evil Miscreants, Ferocats in the place of the Worgen Infiltrators. So this type of minion-heavy start is not all that unexpected from this particular list. Generous Mummy, though.
Oh, yeah. Pretty... not what you're looking for here. Even against the non-pirate variant, it's just a little bit too much tempo that they can gain. I do like the tempoing of the cat, however, though, to even get the mummy, just because even though it's a little bit worse against Brawl, you have so many resources here as Possessi. All you care about is getting this damage through to face.
Even drawing the bombs away, which means secret passages have better chance of going off. But wow, he has so many good options.
Snap Chalice every day of the week. It's disgusting.
There's a small consideration for Hook Scimitar with Steel Dancer, but Krasnov! Hello?
Hello?
It's very unlikely to live next turn. It's just so funny. That's a card you actually run in the deck.
I think you probably still make Krasnov the illusion minion here. But, I mean, yeah, it's just kind of funny that you'd get it.
Because if you put the illusion on the 5/5 and there's a single whirlwind effect, it's a full board clear with just the Wrench Caliber swing.
Yeah, very, very smart play, accepting that Krasnov was born to die there and not trying to greed it out too much.
in committing the next weapon swing, just so Horde Villager can be maximized for the next turn.
There's
So
only
there's
one.
full mana expenditure available here if he wants to go Spectral, Hook Scimitar, Cutting Class.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm looking at. Unless you want to, like, Secret Passage is something to consider here if you want to hit specifically Self-Sharpening Sword. I don't think it's worth going for here, considering how powerful of ways you have to spend your mana.
I'd be very surprised to see Miscreant over Weapon here, because he has Steel Dancer for the next trick. Kin's list does have one Ooze, which is worth noting. That might be why he is just sticking to the minion-based approach. I don't know why we're calling this Weapon Rogue. He hasn't equipped a single weapon all game.
Right. Yeah, I also definitely preferred the Hooked Scimitar that turn. Double Cutting Class being able to be used next turn felt so powerful to me. Even if they do top deck exactly the Ooze, which did happen here, maybe Possessi's just got future sight.
Okay. Kin has scrapped together a defense. Oh, surely the Hook Scimitar comes down now, right? It's 3 cutting classes. Prep!
Oh, that's Cold Blood, right? Surely.
Oh, true. The mana all works out.
Yeah.
Because you can still fit in the Hook Scimitar, Deadly Poison, and the cutting classes.
Oh, yeah. Now
it's
talking.
too clean. Buff the Lackey.
I kind of want to double trade in the Lackey and the 3-1, right? And then buff the
max
Miscreant.
Damage.
I think, yeah.
I'm
yeah,
down.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, that maybe changes things, though.
Does it? Well, you can fit in more damage to face, obviously, by doing this.
Yeah.
Trade Miscreant 1-1. Yeah, I guess Possessi's not concerned about the fragility of his board by this point.
Yeah. Clearly he is. Wow, trading. Okay.
This is the non-skipper list. I mean, you're not punished by Armor Smith because it's not there for leaving a minion.
Yeah, I agree. I think with double Secret Passage as well, you are just so all in on the damage plan. Like, we can argue about the fact that this denies the 1 extra damage, which would put him down to a double bomb breakpoint. Like, there is the fear of dying on the backswing. He's not purely the aggro here.
That's fair. Oh, but Kin just wants to play everything but doesn't have mana for it.
So does Possessi.
Because Possessi's too aggressive, Kin goes for the least mana efficient route. Tries to win the ball. GG.
Yeah, it wouldn't really have made a difference either way, I think, as we can see from the hand. But Kin does end up sadly losing here, going down 0-2. Things may be starting to turn around here for Possessi in this late stage of the season in Grandmasters, because I think we clearly saw after he got his second loss and went down to 0-2 in the round robin, he couldn't even stay at his computer. He literally had to get up and walk away because of how miserable he was feeling. You could just tell he thought, this is it. I'm already relegated out of Grandmasters. But then a strong win last week, looking like a strong win this week unless things massively turn around. 2-2 is fine. He could still be looking at playoffs here.
Right. I like how you brought up Possessi's mannerisms on camera because I'm just such a Possessi fan. He's just such a... He's so real, you know? If you look at his Twitter, you know how these big celebrities have sometimes their public-facing Twitter and their alt Twitter, where they just air out their actual feelings that maybe not everyone wants to read? That's all one and the same for Possessi. He tweets about the most random things, and he's not afraid to air out when he's feeling frustrated or when it feels like his work is not, you know, the effort he puts in is not paying off. And I can relate to that. So I would like to see for his work to actually pay off this time, even though I'm also a Kin fan.
Yes, I am also a Kin fan, but with regards to Possessi's Twitter, I will say as well, I don't know if it's Google Translate being a fickle translator, but his tweets are absolutely unintelligible. I'm going to go with the theory that Google Translate doesn't quite work well with Japanese because of the, you know, divide with phonetic spelling of a lot of words. But man, is those some cryptic tweets he's throwing out when he loses games of Hearthstone.
And Derek, I have to recommend that you upgrade your translating software. It's really not working out for you right here.
Ha ha ha. Yes, I will do that. But Possessi now with just the Demon Hunter remaining. Obviously, we're looking at the mirror, which is a mirror. the Bomb Warrior, which is the non-pirate version again for Kin. So I think it's a close one. I'm still not quite sure who I'd put in the lead massively there. I definitely think I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and play out a little bit of that matchup. And then the Rogue, which does feel ever so slightly favored for the bomb for the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, spicy flavored for this matchup. Particular, I think that Possessi, obviously with 3 shots, is in an overwhelmingly favored position to win the series. I will say that even though I would prefer to have the skipper version against Demon Hunter, I still think Bomb is ever so slightly in the lead. And,
well, it
turns out though Possessi's opening curve is pretty nice.
Yeah, and the constant debate of Tempo Panthara becomes a lot more enticing here, because generally we've seen players err on the side of saving it for a draw on turn 3. But when it unlocks the Spectral Sight, which is a very unique inclusion in the deck for Possessi, I think I like it. Just throw it down and get the draw next turn.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously the dream is if those 2 cards were switched in position, but
yes.
I think especially with the Skull draw from Possessi, he has no shortage of resources in the future. It's better to get the minions on board, start pressuring the warrior as soon as possible, and he has a Lapidary, Glaive Bound, and Kayn. It's just a curve.
It's a straight up curve, and it's a powerful curve at that. Like 4 Kayn, 5 Lapidary, 6 Glaive Bound as well. It's going to have to be, I think, not just an aggressive game from Kin, because even with... Oh, I don't know. I was going to say he can't win the aggro game plan, but Wrench Caliber into Blastmaster Boom, maybe Kin's the aggressor here and Possessi's being baited.
Yeah, everything is very spicy here. I'm leaning towards Coin Wrench Caliber into Bladestorm upgrade for the next turn, but Kin is starting to respect the damage here, which I can also get behind, but against exactly Kayn, it feels bad. Well, then again, he can still coin the upgrade here. Fine. It hurts to give up the turn 6 boom game plan, is the only caveat.
Oh, it's so close. I really want to play Coin Boom. I really, really want to throw that down on turn 6.
It's so tough to say. I think Kin is making the right decision because he'll end up taking far too much damage before the Coin Boom. Because Coin Boom, you can't even immediately activate the boom bot on that turn. So if there's any amount of damage left on board, you could just be dying.
I'm sold. I'm sold. He just had no way to kill off the Kayn without attacking him with his face.
Oh, doesn't have a shield slam for this. Okay, that's a clear.
Oh, trade into it and miss the hero power. It's like, it's the best outcome, but it does not feel good.
It doesn't. But, I mean, he just has to remove any additional damage that Possessi can gain. Kin is relying on his deck to eventually give him the armor, just make sure that Possessi cannot get any more than 1 attack base with his minions.
So clearly Possessi has a very tempting play of Shard Shatter to clear the board, set up Skull, get damage face. Was there ever a consideration for just Glaive Bound on that turn and say it's you don't necessarily have a clear without attacking it with your weapon?
That's fair, because then the next turn could be Militia instead of Skull, potentially. I think this overall leaves Possessi with the most options, though.
Yeah. Again, players this game have been making the sensible plays, whereas I've just been the kind of devil on their shoulder trying to get them to make the fun, stupid plays.
Worth noting that after the Shard Shatter was played, Militia doesn't even have fragments left, I believe, after the Lapidary.
Ah, right, sorry.
So the Militia game plan without Shard Shatter would have just been for 1/3/3, which is probably not worth it. This, however, screams Skull to me.
I do think I agree. Just looking at the possibility of going into turn 7, this is the most rigid turn from Kin. Turn 7 definitely wants to be Blastmaster Boom, which if he does, he just loses the game.
That's true. Oh, this pickup though.
That is big.
Oh man, now this makes Possessi's turn super awkward. Like, either he had to choose last turn or this turn as a dead turn. I was just thinking Skull overall probably gives you better mana expenditure. So we'll see.
You got to think about the breakpoints as well. Like, I know it's not necessarily likely to happen, but Lapidary goes down to 2 mana here, which is playable. Whoa! What?
Whoa! Wait!
What?
Hello? There's only 1 bomb left in the deck now. And that's good for Kin. He's just threatening lethal now.
So he has, what, a 5 attack? So it's 1 damage off lethal. Possessi does not technically have to heal here. And I feel like that might be the line. Do you just put them on having that 1 extra point of damage?
I mean, if you're not healing, you're going Skull, which means you can possibly draw the
Right.
bomb still. What if it's just the 1 makers with the Eldraki? Because if you hit a Twin Slice, you can heal and damage them, right?
Ah, that's true. That's
I
true.
don't know. But Twin Slice is just a 1 in 6.
Oh,
He does
rips
the
the
Skull.
skull.
It's so scary.
Oh, Soul Shard with nothing in the deck, and he gets the bomb!
Because he had the other War Blades, but he wouldn't even be able to cheapen it because he drew the bomb. Possessi is just dead. No Soul Fragments left in the deck. What was this game? That was 4
my
bombs
God.
off the top,
He
and
was
the
a-
5th one not far behind.
He lost 20 health that turn. That was so unlucky for Possessi. That was so brutally unlucky. This game, I think, should have just been a win.
I think so too. Since he can hardly had armor game left by that point.
Yeah. I mean, without that, it was very possibly Kin in the position of going like Dr. Boom and then Shield Slam one of your Boom bots just to get 1 chance to try and win the game on the spot. It's the Possessi that we've been seeing this season. Like I've said, he's had some bad outcomes. It hasn't been going his way, but he's still 2-1 up. That was arguably the bad matchup for him up against the Bomb Warrior with just the Mirror and the Rogue left over. So it's definitely not over yet for Possessi. Japanese fans might still get a win today.
Indeed. The other note I want to make from both of these lineups is that there's no mage to be seen, which is honestly kind of a surprise because I'm just such a fan of mage overall. I think it has great matchups across the board, and because the deck is so flexible, it can win even unfavorables here and there, but it could just be a sign of respect for the rising popularity of Demon Hunter.
Mhm.
And in terms of building a lineup as a whole, it looks like mage doesn't really have a good spot anyway. Yeah, I think that it starts to make sense. And even though I'm such a mage fan, I like this 4 deck idea from Possessi more than any lineup I've seen, I think, this week.
Right. It gets more and more complicated, doesn't it? Because then you have to factor in, if you're going for this game plan of ban Druid and try and sneak a win with the Demon Hunter, maybe the deck that you throw in should be like, instead of Druid, you go with Aggro Hunter, maybe, to try and go for a harder target on the Warriors who aren't prepared for it, get a good shot against the Mages as well. If they do come down with Hunter, Weapon Rogue, Demon Hunter, you can get a pretty strong target there. It's very, very interesting. And I like your point earlier that this does feel like players really starting to get their claws into Conquest a little bit more and start exploring the options.
But as we move into the next matchup, Possessi is on the coin, so already that is like mitigated fears for a giant Edwin down too early.
Yeah.
Possessi's list is not naturally running Consume Magic, so that's even more backbreaking if it were to come down early.
Yeah, Possessi is still the outlier here between Glory, Alutemu, and himself in terms of not going for the Penflinger variant on the Demon Hunter, instead going with double Spectral Sight, which I think pretty much unanimously is just ignored as a card at the moment in Hearthstone in most of the lists, because you kind of want to just get damage options. You want to get tempo options onto the board rather than drawing cards.
Yeah, the One Makers and Mana Feeder Panthera kind of function as pseudo card draw while developing a minion on your 2-cost slot. But I have seen these Spectral Sight lists floating around here and there, so it's not to say that it's completely off the wall. Interested in Plagiarize because this could be going into the coin turn from Possessi. But Kin is just gonna stick to his curve.
Yeah, I think I can respect holding off for one more turn on the Plagiarize, because coin 4 doesn't often happen, right? It's not an especially good Marrow Slicer here. It's not an especially good Kane either, although I suppose that's a little bit more reasonable. I think going into turn 5 is a little bit more likely to work out for you, so I really like this timing from Kin.
It's just a bit awkward, the anti-synergy that Plagiarize and Cult Neophyte have, because you kind of want them to play more cards going into your Plagiarize turn. I wonder if this was ever like Plagiarize Dagger instead of Neophyte.
I think I like tempoing out here because, yes, you get a slightly worse Plagiarize here, but I think you're more afraid of just losing on board and taking a bunch of damage. Like, if they go Coin into Lapidary here, for example, you tank 5 and there's a 5/5 on board that you can't clear.
That's true. Lapidary is much less useful for the rogue side, and for Kin, I think it was just game plan 8 to make sure he has the board so he can land the Wasteland Assassin cleanly on the next turn.
A place to hide.
Yep. Biggest minion. Correct.
No Shard Shatter for Possessy, but top deck skull.
Easy peasy.
Alas, poor warlock.
I'm looking at this board and I find it funny how Shard Shatter Mystic would interact because Reborn goes off before Death Rattle, so you actually do get the benefit of the Grand Mamie, right?
Oh yeah, true.
Okay, which secret? Plagiarize again. You did just see Skull, so likely to get many cards off of that this turn.
Yeah, that's generally the good timing. I wouldn't be too surprised to see both, although I guess pickup of AI does mean you're more likely to draw through to your Secret Passage, Questing, Edwin, those kind of good cards.
Ooh, now we're looking at Questing Blackjack and Shadow Step, so Possessy's development has to be very impressive here, and it is! Militia! 5 3/3s.
Yep, it's absolutely insane. It's the perfect kind of card to play into Plagiarize, where it's good for you, but bad for your opponent.
And already, for Possessy, I want to see a Twin Slice expended phase here. I think you can put together the lethal, and you just want to have more mana to work with for the Glaive-bound turn.
I see your point. I think maybe you don't care about it off of Plagiarize, but I think the difference is so negligible. Like, you're going to be able to put forward so much damage in the next turns that I like just not even giving them the chance of extra damage.
Okay, I'm hesitant to say whether it's negligible, but you'd have to give me tons of time to figure out how much damage you're sticking on board on average and whether you're likely to push lethal. But I think a lot of the time, Militia is just a lethal setup against Rogue. Point where Possessy is not even seeing a Questing get played this turn because Kin has to respect the board so much.
Wait.
And
This was a weird turn for Kin, right? Like, this could have been a Questing turn. He played the Soul Shear and traded into the Militia instead of going Questing Secret Stunner, Stunner, Step, Stunner.
it's true. I mean, you probably didn't want to stun a Militia, but it wasn't playable this turn.
Well, I was just saying leave the Militia up. And he could have gone with double step the Souls and then step Militia to kill it at the end. Like, he still had the kill on it. This does set up for Militia next turn, I suppose, because you have the Soul Fragments in your deck would be the reasoning. But I don't know. I wanted a big Questing on board that turn.
It definitely felt like what he is doing never wins, it just delays. So if there's a way to get down Questing and still get rid of most of the damage, then I agree.
I don't think that line necessarily was winning, to be fair. I think either way he's probably just going to lose the game. But it was something at least.
Glaive-bound hits the board for Possessy.
This can be an absolutely gargantuan Questing on this turn. But I'm still hesitant to say that it's enough to win the game.
I mean, Hanar, maybe some miracles.
Maybe.
But he has to Hanar and then go for the passage? Because I'm thinking he needs Ice Barrier or Misdirection at this point.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna go for Edwin and pray that the damage is not there in hand, but there is Giga Lethal in hand for Possessi.
Yep. Omega dead is, I believe, the expression for Kin here. Even with such a dominant push onto the board, Lethal easily going to be gained on the following turn should this not be cleared up. Possessi with the 2 twin slices that have been in this hand for the entire game can clean things up and get up to 2-2. And what a relief for Possessi, starting the round robin at 0-2, winning his next 2 games to go up to 2-2. He's really breaking away from the pack now. We have Alutemu, Rivius, and Kin all down at 1-3. He can start to put to rest any chance of being in the bottom 2 if he picks up one more win.
Oh, Possessi just can't sit still. It's so funny.
Give us the chair,
I
Cam.
don't know if this is nervous energy or just. I have to imagine it's just too much stress that he cannot sit still anymore. But you can see it's a huge relief for Possessi. Scary for Kin, especially. These are 2 players that were new GMs just last season, and already it's getting close to possibly saying goodbye to one of them.
Oh, it would break my heart. I can't imagine GM without any of them. Even Kin is just a relative newcomer to the scene. I just think he brings something so unique. The metagame hasn't really been working for him. As I said, we saw him in his element when he came in second place to Eddie in Masters Tour Bucharest all those many, many months ago. And he had a decent run of it towards the start of Grandmasters, but he hasn't been able to convert that to an incredibly strong performance quite yet. But there's still obviously a chance for all of our players down at the bottom to save themselves. Even at 1-3, you can finish at 4-3 if you win all your games cleanly through. So their fate is definitely in their own hands for all of our players. But like I said, I'm happy for Possessi. I think he's played very well for the most part throughout his run in Grandmasters, and definitely a deserved player to be ending up at 2-2, potentially increasing his score thereafter.
Yes, I have been impressed with Possessi pretty much every single time we have seen him on stream. Although same can be said for Kin. It was just at the very end there where you mentioned the questing line where it felt like it could have been a little bit more optimal for. But I really do think that Possessi's triumph in that series was due to lineup building and hitting a lineup where there was Bomb Warrior and there was a Druid to be banned away. It was definitely a victory. I also think his lineup is good against mages, and he didn't even face one. Still got the win there. So I expect good things from Possessi's later matches this weekend as well. But it is time to move on.
It is indeed, but not quite time to move on to the next match. We are going to have our usual slightly longer break for the day here. I believe at just under 10 minutes. You have plenty of time to go grab a snack, grab a drink, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do so that you cannot miss a single second of the upcoming matches in Grandmasters. Still 2 yet to come here in APAC. And when we come back, we will carry on with today's action. We'll see you shortly.
Today we dive into one of the most popular archetypes from both GM and Masters Tour Montreal, Zol Demon Hunter. When this deck was first played in GM, I admittedly was one of the dum-dums referring to it as a control deck, but while it does feature efficient removal cards, the primary game plan is very simple. Buff your hero's attack and hit him in the head. While historically in Hearthstone you would use weapon swings to protect your minions, things work differently for Soul DH. Your priority is to connect as many weapon hits to the face as possible, using cards like Shard Shatter Mystic and Blade Dance to clear minions instead. Warma demonstrates this by sending his Marrow Slicer to the face, despite it having a clean kill on Swids' Soul Shard Lapidary, knowing that he has Blade Dance for a board clear on the following turn. That being said, the best Soul DH players identify when to hold back on weapon swings, usually when you have no follow-up weapons in hand. In this game against Kin's Druid, Shaxi holds back his first Marrow Slicer charge, knowing that he had a slow start and would be unable to close out the game in 2 turns' time. Therefore, it's better to hold the Slicer for potential Blade Dance utility and more flexibility for his Glaive-bound Adept turn. It's harder to be patient when your opponent has no board at all, but Possessi holds on to his Marrow Slicer swing against Tempo Mage because he has both Blade Dances in hand, and he knows Alutemu could potentially set up a Mana Giant board or a Jandis board. his blade dances later decimate the majority of Alutamu's threats, and despite the second one unluckily leaving up the taunt minion, in the end Possessi clutches out the win. Before you can build up that damage though, ideally you want to curve out with Spirit Jailer, Wand Maker, and Mana Feeder Panthera, all three of which are almost universally kept in the mulligan regardless of matchup. Some lists, like Surrender's last week, even run Battle Fiends to double down on early aggression. An example of an ideal opener is Alutamu's 4 keep versus Alan's Priest. It curves 1, 2, 3, 4 considering that Panthera is played as a 3-drop with your hero power in most cases. In fact, when you have a guaranteed turn 1 into turn 2 play, that heavily justifies keeping one of your mid-game powerhouse cards like Soul Shard Lapidary. Swids does so in the mirror, knowing that his turn 1 Spirit Jailer will likely mean that the Lapidary is active on turn 5. These somewhat greedier keeps are common when facing Priest. As you can see, Saiyan even holds on to Lore Keeper Polkelt when he's on coin. And while Polkelt is not seen in every Soul DH list, if played at the right time, it can guarantee a Skull of Gul'dan drawn in the outcast position. Because priests tend to easily answer the first few waves of threats that Demon Hunter puts on board, and can consistently heal back up, additional card draw is important to keep the damage coming. So it's no surprise that Language Hacker keeps Spectral Sight, especially in outcast position. Against Warma's anti-aggro tech list, Swids even keeps Skull off coin in a non-outcast position. He also keeps Marrow Slicer, knowing Warma doesn't run weapon removal. And while Swids knows that he's unlikely to hit an early curve, this mulligan helps him play the long game. In the end, Swids gets to the very last card in his deck to close out the game. On the flip side, there are matchups where Soul DH does have to be a bit more defensive, at least in the early game, leading to keeps on cards like Shard Shatter Mystic and Blade Dance. For example, ETC keeps Shard Shatter against Weapon Rogue, as it can bypass Stealth to deal with almost any early board. Language Hacker keeps it versus Face Hunter, while also tossing away Mana Feeder Panthera, which is usually a keep. I think this is smart because the Shard Shatter turn would most likely conflict with the Panthera turn, so instead, Hacker gives himself the best shot of getting Spirit Jailer on turn 1 as an activator. He's heavily rewarded with a turn 2 Shard Shatter activation against Eddie's wide board. Against Druid, which is one of Soul DH's poorest matchups, Just Saiyan makes a very cool but not obvious full keep. The Wand Maker as an early play unlocks his Spectral Sight in outcast position, ensuring that he has things to do in the early game. But he also holds on to Marrow Slicer and Blade Dance, already setting up an answer for a Guardian Animals board. Although it played out in a different way with the cards he later drew, he does get the clean Blade Dance on Killin' All Day's double Twilight Runners in the mid-game, which buys Saiyan enough time to put together his own lethal. Finally, let's discuss one of the trickiest cards to maneuver in the deck, Magtheridon. Some lists cut Mag altogether because the big guy can easily be answered by cards such as Blackjack Stunner, Shadow Word Death, and Blade Storm. For example, in this spot against Weapon Rogue, Tom60229 has the option to go Magtheridon on turn 4, and on the next turn activate it with Shard Shatter Mystic. However, he would be guaranteed to take 8 damage from minions and very likely more from weapons, not to mention the threat of the sap in Surrender's list. So, Tom holds back. Also worth mentioning, Mag should almost never be played this early against rogues that run Shadow Step, which can ruin the activation. But in other matchups, Magtheridon can be your trump card, and you're free to slam it down without activating it on the same turn. Against No Hands Gamer's Tempo Warrior, which runs no Blade Storm, Bloody Face plays it on turn 5 and activates it with perhaps the match against Druid, which has neither a way to transform or bounce the 1/3 tokens, nor good ways to kill the 12/12 body itself. Which is why Tiz just drops the mech. And that's it for this week's episode. Catch you next time as we tackle more of the early game and mulligan decisions from the best decks of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
fourth match of the day here for APAC in Hearthstone Grandmasters. And this one, Gia, we've had a couple of old school, very storied players play today in Tom and Glory. But now we're going over to the newcomers, Tiz and Alan. And I think it's fair to say, while they've both had middling performances, I've liked what I've seen from both of them so far. I think Tiz has definitely exceeded my expectations as a player I knew very little about. But I mean, to be honest, considering how much I expected of Alan, I almost want to say he hasn't quite met my expectations, because I think he's been playing very well. But honestly, I thought he would come in and just be one of the best players in APAC straight up and just sail right to the top.
And I do think he is one of the best players in APAC in terms of experience and at least in-game skill level, but maybe it's the lineups that have been letting Alan down from time to time. And I very much want to praise his Priest play in particular. So to me, it says a lot that Alan is no longer bringing Priest, and instead he has Face Hunter as a more off-the-wall choice for his lineup.
Yes, Alan has definitely been a player who has been going with his own stuff for the most part, and that has kind of, I think, so far led to him going with kind of old school decks. But now I think he's definitely much more on the cutting edge here, because with Demon Hunter, Face Hunter, as well as Bomb Warrior, he feels like he, I would imagine, can have a pretty good target on that mage in particular, because in my opinion, those are both three very poor matchups. And that does, of course, lead Tiz to ban away the Druid, interestingly there, which means his mage, to me, feels like it's got three pretty terrible matchups instead of banning away one of the decks that instead maybe would have done slightly better against it than the Druid.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. It just looks like, at least on surface level, a ban to protect his Demon Hunter, but I
Right.
do feel like he has more things to worry about. It's very worth noting, though, that I've been super wrong in predicting bans in this particular meta, because
Yes,
the
me too.
Conquest lineups have not really been built to target things that often. That's why I was such a fan of Possessi. I feel like that's a lineup that finally reached the Conquest theory, at least for this stage in the meta. Obviously, Tiz has a different understanding on how the matchups work, to at least how I perceive them, and we'll see if it works.
Shall bring victory.
We shall see indeed. Face Hunter right out of the gate, and a matchup that we played, actually, I think exactly role-playing this one, with Alan versus Tiz in the Priest versus the Hunter, because I was saying that based on my ladder stats of that dark week where I was playing Priest in order to try and up my experience with the deck, I didn't feel in a good spot against Face Hunter. I thought that they had not only the damage to face, which was a little bit scary, but also the ability to make boards that were really tough for the Priest to answer.
First of all, I want to say I'm glad it was no more than a week that you decided to play this deck. Otherwise, I would have lost even more respect for you there. No, just kidding. Priest is definitely, it has its spot in the meta. Definitely more popular in other regions than it is in APAC. But I will say that Tiz's list is one that I'm not a big fan of, at least for facing up against aggro. It feels like you're almost entirely reliant on Wild Pyromancer with no room for penances and Holy Smite single target.
Yeah, and that does, I think, feed into why we're seeing the Pyromancer being kept here. I really, really like that decision from Tiz, because that has consistently been the way to clear the board. Not only in terms of AoE, it's like the only reactive ability you have in the deck, because like you said, no Pyro, no Penance, no Breath of the Infinite, no Holy Nova. There's no way to fight back in the early game unless you hit Pyromancer or something off of Renew, or of course, proactively develop onto the board. I'm a little bit critical of the Cleric of Scales being kept here. It's obviously pretty good if you can find a dragon, but without it, and there aren't that many in the deck, it feels awful.
Right, it certainly feels like a bait of a keep, because obviously one drops against aggro sounds like the dream, but Cleric of Scales trades with nothing except half a Wolpertinger, which most of the time Hunter is not even going to play that early on, which is why we're seeing Tiz go for the Wandmaker instead here, try and challenge the Intrepid Initiate before something like Eaglehorn Bow can come down to trade it off. And I think Tiz is right to go for this, although it's super painful to lose the coin for both his left-hand cards, which really would have wanted to act.
I feel like for Tiz, this is the play that keeps him in the game, even at this point, because being able to get ahead on board, he knows that on turn 2, Alan doesn't really want to play spells. Like, all the secrets feel a bit bad. Outside of Scavenger's Ingenuity, he wants to play the Felmore here. He wants to play Phase Stalker here. And that's massively punished by Tiz's line. I think it's a very smart development.
And I like that he follows it up with the Pyro. And when I said that Pyro is your best answer to aggro, I didn't mean playing it as a Bloodfen Raptor. But in this specific instance, it's backbreaking for Alan. He just has not picked up anything reactive enough, and his initial Intrepid Initiate not having gotten a buff is so huge because he spent the turn developing the Spellmaw.
Yeah, the turn here is tough as well, because this was my first instinct to just get the freezing trap down and try and make it a little bit more awkward for your opponent. But Voracious Reader there was also worth considering, just to take a card draw and try and find yourself Dragonbane for the next turn with the 0 mana hero power.
Very true. For the secret package of Alan, there is double freezing trap, 1 pack tactics, and 1 pressure plate. So his is just going to test first, get the most likely outcome. Now we can see Renew just to proc the 1/1 and then hero power your Pyro.
That's obviously my first instinct. At second glance though, I'm wondering if you trade the Pyro into the 1/1 heal and then play Cleric, just in order to get more bodies on board to distract this Felmore.
I mean, that's a very real thing, and also just guaranteed saving yourself a 1-cost spell in hand for the turn after with the Cabal Acolyte and 1-cost spell. Obviously, he still picked up a cheap one to activate it, but that was not guaranteed.
Doesn't necessarily work out, but I love this line from Tiz where he plays out the 1/1 instead of going for the hero power on the Pyromancer. I think this is very heads up.
Oh man, this does not work out cleanly for Alan. At this point, it's bad to have the 1/1 generated in hand because he just wants more space to draw with Voracious Reader.
Yeah,
He just plays everything but the tour guide though.
It's time to call in the adorable fumigators because you don't want this infestation.
Everything sucks because the Pyro is left on board.
Tiz has made this just a nightmare.
You have to read this one.
Like he's gonna go tour guide instead of the Merciful Hub.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. Trying to find Dragonbane, I guess Phase Stalker. Obviously, Lawkeeper Polkel is the card against Priest.
Okay. He can technically guarantee that he steals the Voracious Reader, but it involves some very ugly tricks.
Well, you could go face, right? Because you have Pyromancer in play. You have to then damage...
True.
Wow, really? Whoa, okay. This is smart.
Full board here instead. I mean, this obviously prevents the most immediate damage, but I feel like the other line just puts him farther ahead on board.
I don't know how much it's worth, but this line gives him a very strong play around Dragonbane specifically, whereas if he'd gone with the Cabal plus Lazul scheme, he wouldn't have been able to steal it on the following turn. The more I look at
there's
it,
also
the more...
Polkel.
Yeah, exactly. I actually like this line from Tiz. I think it gives him strong follow-up against any big individual threat from Alan, which is generally what you struggle against as this Priest deck, not having strong single-target removal.
Fair point. I think my concern was just having only 1 minion develop on board in the case of second freezing trap, but because he'd already seen one, and we were probably more likely to see single big threat there, I also see the point behind your line.
It's definitely not over yet, though. Alan has pieced together, although not much board control, very potentially enough damage to close out the game, unless Tiz can make the powerful plays he needs to lock down this board.
when we were doing this matchup and testing, it often felt like the way that Hunter corners the priest is by isolating one minion, and they have freezing trap or pressure plate online, so that even if they have apotheosis, they're not able to get the lifesteal. All of these are far too expensive for my liking. Probably just Deathwing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really matters little there. I would also have gone with Deathwing just because it maybe does something. All the others you're just never playing. Fairy Dragon, though.
Drake is
Playable on this turn, right?
While playable next turn, so would the Alexstrasza have been if he just didn't go for it. So
Yeah.
Fairy Dragon definitely makes
It's close, but it's not quite there yet.
It's not a beast! Why is it not a beast? Oh. Probably the worst outcome as well.
Yeah. It's rapidly ending here. Obviously, an Apotheosis would instantly end the game for Tiz. But even then, I think just the hero power, the Galacrons. Oh! There we go.
I think it was right for Alan to hold his weapon charge there. I think from him, he had to hope for the obviously very optimistic, but only out of his not having a taunt minion. So he gets 2 swings with the Eagle Horn through, given that Tiz is likely to activate the secret this turn, and then close out with Kill Command. But obviously, all hope is lost.
I mean, this is just a mega clean, right? You trade into there, you go Cabal Acolyte, Apotheosis, you steal, you heal for 5, you have a taunt in play. There is nothing your opponent can do. Alan just didn't have enough of a start in the early game to get there. And this, for me, is kind of the point I wanted to bring up, because I fully agree with you. I was not a fan of Tiz's build of Priest in testing, but to be generous to him, maybe we were playing it wrong. I felt like that was an incredibly high-level played game of Priest there that did play specifically to his style of the deck, where it didn't have many of those removal cards in the early game. He still probably would have been in a better spot if he had had them there. But the point is, I think he, with his playstyle, put himself in a good spot even with this version of the deck.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say that, especially since in the Mulligan, we were criticizing keeping Cleric of Scales, and he didn't end up playing it on 1, but that's because he drew the Wand Maker after the Mulligan hand. So that made the curve coin 2 into 2 and then figure it out from there. Very possibly, Tiz was just anticipating Cleric as a 1-mana 1/1, better than nothing. Just play it on board and then curve into Pyro. Sometimes you get to clean up with the coin. Let's say the 1/1 Cleric damaged an Intrepid Initiate or something like that. And it doesn't feel like the strongest way to build Priest, but if he's able to pilot the deck to still win matchups like that while retaining cards you would rather have for other matchups, then very possibly we just underestimated the build in testing.
Very possibly. Strong window there for Tiz, of course, as I think the Priest arguably could have suffered. You know, he's not running any weapon removal, so against the Bomb Warrior and the Demon Hunter, it's possible that it could have struggled a little bit there. But it's through now, out of the way, which means he is left with with the Demon Hunter banned out of the way, the Mage and the Druid, which I think feel like they're in pretty reasonable spots. The Mage, definitely the weak point for me, and that is going to be the win he has to hit if he wants to take the win in the series.
I would agree. I think Tiz's Druid has 2 out of 3 good matchups, and Face Hunter is not even that terrible, although I would put it slightly in favor of the Face Hunter if they mulligan for the Imprisoned Falmos and the Scavenger's Ingenuity. Those 2 are the backbreaking cards for Druid. I really feel like Alan's best chance, though, is to try and bully this Mage from Tiz. So I want to take a look at Tiz's particular build of the Mage, because we've had the discussion on dragons or no dragons, and Tiz is going for the build that I prefer, no dragons, but he does have double AI in place of the 1 devolving missiles that I usually see run.
Yeah, it's a bit of a greedy build, which, you know, we can argue about whether or not that's good here. Against the Bomb Warrior, I think probably yes, you would rather have double AI because it allows you to consistently draw through to the Mana Giants, Conjurer's Calling, Jandis, all the actual meat of the deck. Against Demon Hunter, I think it's a little bit more questionable because you do have to be reactive to an extent. You know, if they get a 5/5 onto the board, just having that answer to it in the early game is very, very powerful. And then pretty undeniably against the Face Hunter, you'd rather have the devolving missiles. But even having said that, you know, while we can say Tiz is in a bad spot, he has, I think, shown himself to be, despite a very quiet player in Grandmasters, we don't see anything from him on social media, really hadn't heard all too much about him before he got his spot in Grandmasters due to his success in the Masters tours. I think he's just kind of chugging along, playing some very strong Hearthstone here, carving a name for himself in APAC GM.
Yeah, APAC definitely not a region known for having the most talkative players. Obviously, language barrier has some factor to play in that, but yeah, a lot of our players are very reserved in the interviews, and I think Tiz prefers to let his play speak for itself. Starting off with the matchup that I put slightly favored for the Face Hunter, but obviously Druid can do Druid things. This opener for Alan already looks a lot better than last.
Yeah, looking really nice. Phase Stalker right up at the top of Mulligan win rates in pretty much every archetype. I think still to the point where you're keeping it against Druid, but it is worth saying that the secrets are not really what you're looking for against Druid. I think if you could choose your hand, you would rather be finding Scavenger's Ingenuity to get the Volpatingers and Imprisoned Felmore, just have some real punch.
Yeah, I would say early on, I don't like the idea of Phase Stalker into hero power as a curve because Druid's not going to play anything in most cases that early on. But Freezing Trap timed correctly can be very backbreaking for Druids. So we'll say that. In the end, still gonna point it out just because it's the most threat on board immediately, and because this is, you know, not available yet for Bog Beam on the mana, it's very likely to stick.
Oh, that's an interesting top deck.
Oh yeah.
It's playable right now, obviously, but what happens when your opponent presses the hero power next turn and you're facing a secret? You're never going to attack then, right? It's way too scary.
Yeah. The fact that he has Gidra makes this a little bit interesting, but the Gidra is not playable next turn if he goes Lightning Bloom for the Twilight Runner, because there's a world where you go Twilight Runner and even if they press the button, you just pass, and then the next turn you play Gidra.
True.
That activates their Freezing Trap, then you get a hit with the Runner.
Oh, I didn't think of that. That's pretty interesting, actually.
And, you know, this way is technically the most mana efficiency to get that plan online. So I kind of like it from Tiz.
I think I do too. Obviously, half the time it's Freezing Trap here if he pushes the hero power, because there's two Freezing Traps, one Pack Tactics and one Pressure Plate.
From Tiz's perspective,
yes,
but
yes,
Alan's
of
just
course.
top deck. Yeah. Well, if you play it out, they know it's Freezing Trap. Yeah, Alan's not willing to take the risk here.
And
Feels bad, man.
yes, as Tiz, you can make a hard read on Freezing Trap because it's the secret here. If you didn't have it in hand, you'd press the hero power to get it instead.
Oh, it's just... Alan's hand just does not synergize well with itself. Because you want to get the value out of the Phase Stalker while it's available, but you also want to empty your hand for Voracious Reader. I'm still leaning towards pushing the button.
Same. I think you want to just milk the value while you can. Like, you can take it a little bit slow here. You know, this is not a deck that has to go 100% win by turn 5 or the game is over.
Just a question of which one drop to go for. Obviously, I don't think Alan is accounting for the Gidra, proc the Freezing Trap, but it's a huge deal here. Didn't catch if he played Pack Tactics or not, but also very relevant.
True.
Looks like it's a pressure plate, so that's the worst outcome for Alan. Least board development.
And things ramping up pretty juicily here for Tiz. Overgrowth, Guardian Animals, Mount Seller to follow afterwards. Coming together.
Yeah, Alan needs a bit more pressure than this.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Minions
like
on the board.
Dump everything, they don't play swipe.
Nothing but a bunch of big bears!
And while this does seem like an overgrowth turn. He's just facing down 9 on the opposite side.
So Ghidra? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
It's just a
I'm
sad
just saying
overgrowth?
it's scary. Yeah.
Okay. Agreed.
He still needs guardian animals to make a relevant difference in this board, because if you want Ghidra or Thresher,
Yeah.
it just gets traded down and then your next turn is equally slow while you took incremental damage in the meantime.
Still one pack tactics in the deck, right? So it looks like a pretty... one freezing trap as well, sorry. Oh no, sorry, the Phase Stalker's dead anyway.
Mhm.
But
It's just a question of whether he wants to cash in the kill command or fit
Yes.
in a push of the button.
and I think just take a push of the button here. You want to squeeze in that damage.
Yeah. With a board this wide, you're almost certainly gonna have a beast still for the next turn.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what the optimal positioning is for Threshers.
I like Kolek on the far left though. Just like the two most valuable minions on the far left and right, I think just makes it as difficult as possible to clear off both.
Priority is also sticking a beast for the kill command. But big deal that Tiz picks up Iron Bark on top of...
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh! It can't taunt and have stealth.
Yes, that's kind of bad, kind of good. You're taking off a lot of the damage here.
Yeah.
But even then, for Alan, with his play of just going as wide as possible on the board, still a beast in play, still able to target the hero power into a minion, it's oh so close to lethal now. But not quite.
Oh, but the kill command is so awkward. Plus, he doesn't have any secrets left in the deck, right? Or is there
One freezing?
Oh yeah, sorry. There's one freezing left, so we could see... Oh man, if this only weren't stealth, I like the idea of like isolating the Thresher. Well, then again, you know the Ghidra's in hand. So you probably just have to suck it up and kill command this.
I wonder.
Because there's no way he can snipe it with freezing trap, right?
Do you ever go pack tactics Polkel? Nah, you have to clear it here or your entire board gets wiped. I was thinking like you can guarantee yourself a draw of Dragonbane next turn to try and just press the hero power to go lethal, but this is probably safer.
Maintains the Voracious for another draw. Eagle Horn is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Tiz has Overflow. He knows that that is not pressure plate at this point. The only one has been played. So between freezing and pack tactics.
That's a pretty good draw.
Oh, more healing. I think Tiz is home free.
It's looking that way. I agree it looks like that, but I don't want to call it over quite yet. There's no taunt in hand at the moment. Polkel can get Dragonbane. There's still just a lot of damage coming through.
Okay.
It's possible for Alan to get there, I think.
Oh, I was thinking he would hold on to this Crystal Power for a Mount Seller turn next turn. But he's cashing in all of the spells.
Mount Seller
Oh, I like
Germination.
this line.
You wanted to see it saved. I mean, yeah, I can see that.
I don't think he was dying from 15.
Yeah.
Could have fit in a hero power and just popped off more with the Mount Seller the next turn. Because obviously he's still scared of freezing trap, so I don't think he'll be attacking with the stealth minion. So more minions equals better in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just don't attack because it's freezing trap or it's pack tactics, both of which are just bad.
Scavengers guaranteed picks up the other Wolpertinger now.
Which is pretty clean with Polkel on this turn. You have to not press the button.
But you really want to go for the bow. Oh my goodness. This is tough.
That's true. But then you're not pressing the hero power and floating a mana. Polkel bow? Is that ever the play instead? Doesn't feel like it.
On second glance, it feels like Tiz healed up so much that the bow doesn't necessarily have to come down this turn.
You just want to develop board.
Yeah, I think I like tactics, Wolpertinger, Poltelt.
Agreed. That's the line I was looking at most, first of all.
Face Stalker fits in the hero power, but
Whoa.
has no more secrets to benefit. Oh wait, sorry, the one freezing.
One freezing, which is
Yeah,
something. It's a bad
that's a
draw
big deal.
taken out of the way. Oh.
Okay. Oh wait, now the Mount Seller germination's
The
insane.
germination. It's ridiculous.
What? Surely you germinate first. Because of
Surely.
the nature studies discount. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Alright, well, because he picked up a zero-cost spell, then this line is insane, but this turn was super awkward if you didn't get that.
Yep. You can freeze that back to hand and then just kill off whatever comes with the pack tactics that you know it to be.
Oh my gosh. Move over, Omu. Mount Seller is the new germination target. Alan's just dead.
Okay. He is just dead on the following turn, but he does not necessarily know that. And he can full trade into a Mount Seller here, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't even mean on the next turn. I just think Alan has zero
Oh,
out.
he's just
at
dead,
this
right,
point.
okay.
He just can't deal enough damage face before it is developed.
Yeah. I think that's end of the line. Man, rough couple of games here.
Yeah. I thought Alan's hand looked good for this run.
Yeah.
But the early Twilight Runner into Gidra made all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the line of what you did in the early game, because generally speaking, Coin Phase Stalker Hero Power is a super powerful line for the Hunter deck to make. You're getting secrets out, you're fighting for board, getting a lot of damage to face. But is that the case against Druid? It was not a high damage start to the game at all for Alan.
So you mean mulligan harder for the Felmos and the Ingenuity? Because that's a very fair line. Those two cards have the highest, or some of the highest win rate against Druid.
Yeah, I'm not even saying don't keep Phase Stalker. I'm just saying, is it necessarily the line of Coin Phase Stalker into Hero Power instead, when you have cards like Coin Polkelp, Coin Dragonbane, even just the coin used later on can fit in something extra. Not even saying it's wrong, just saying it's something to consider here for Alan. It's a very complicated deck to play in the early game, despite it being super aggressive.
I love how we just talked over Tiz's entire turn.
Oh yeah, well.
He did end up taking the 100% line, which is if you heal and generate another minion, you absolutely never boost there. But yeah, it wasn't an auto overflow because you overdrew, but I think he's quickly spotted that there is actually just no way he loses if he heals there.
Yep, you click the win the game button, I think, in that instance pretty cleanly. And it does mean that we've got the Druid out of the way, the Priest out of the way. It's the hardest left till the last here for Tiz. That Mage. Bad matchup against Hunter. Bad matchup against Demon Hunter. Not a great matchup against Bomb Warrior either. 3 matchups you definitely don't want to be facing here. But it's got to be said, if you are 2-0 up, you have to be monstrously unfavored in every single one of your remaining matchups to not be likely to take the win. It's still super likely that Tiz comes away the victor here.
And it already feels like we may have been overhyping Face Hunter, because I felt like it was in a decently to slightly favored spot in both of the matchups we've seen so far, yet it has lost by a huge margin. I want to say that the Druid opener was an outlier with the early minion into a way to activate Freezing Trap, but against Tempo Mage, I feel like it's even more realistic for them to come up with ways to pick apart the early aggression.
I agree. You're very likely to be able to lock down board in the early game as Mage, but, you know, this is such an aggressive deck in the Face Hunter that it's worth differentiating what you even mean by the early game, because by turn 3 or 4, yeah, you probably will have been able to lock down the board as Mage if you get any kind of a decent hand. But that damage that you've taken on turns 1, 2, and maybe 3, that can just wipe you out already.
That is very true. Mage doesn't have ways of healing the way that Druid does, and Priest, for that matter. But the opener from Tiz is
Disgusting.
insane.
Absolutely disgusting.
I'm
not
just
even
keep
sure how you play
sharpshooter,
it.
I think.
Yep. I also just like sharpshooter.
I would imagine after Tiz sees the Dwarven on 1 that he could just go coin double 1-drops in response to that.
Nothing but a bunch of big
Because
birds!
you're always gonna
And then
have
what?
Apprentice with free missiles the next turn, whether you trade
Oh,
it or
okay.
Alan does.
Ah, so you want to go Tempo Apprentice on 2 with the missiles. Okay. I don't hate that line.
Because if you stick Apprentice and they have no board, the only
Yeah.
ways they deal with it are Eaglehorn Bow or second Dwarven Hero Power, which is not something they want to do, and then you very likely stick Wandmaker.
Or Kill Command as well. You know, there are a few things that can answer. Or Refa. It's not an easy stick, but I still think it's very much something you consider going for.
The other line is,
It says explode!
I mean, I was thinking just Lab Partner, but then this kind of makes trade Hero Power clean for Hunter, and I just wanted to see the Spellwing get on board immediately so you can get the 3 missiles immediately.
I think the thing to remember, though, is something that I always forget when playing this matchup, or any matchup against Face Hunter, is they don't want to hero power on turns 2 and then turns 3. They want to spend their mana on their early game cards. So I think even just going for Wandmaker next turn is probably okay. This is an outlier because he got the Tour Guide and the Kolek in order to massively dominate this board. But on average, I think this line from Tiz was okay because you don't expect hero power into hero power.
I agree with okay, but my problem is the Spellwing is gonna be stranded for a very long time before you get the missiles in hand. The
true.
turn you play it, Hunter doesn't necessarily even kill it for you. They maybe even isolate it with Freezing Trap. And I think the missiles was his best ticket to locking down the early board.
Well, he can continue to take it slow for a little while here. Next turn... Okay, I was going to say next turn can be Wandmaker Spellwing. That is taking a little bit too much damage at that point. That is when the matchup gets very scary indeed. Ooh.
I mean, now I want to save coin because you have Raz.
I mean, I'm not looking at Raz here. I'm looking at Elemental Allies into Spellwing, into second Spellwing, plus Apprentice on the next turn. Yeah.
Okay, but now it's too late to do that unless he wants to use the coin, which is still valid because if you just expect a bunch of 1-cost spells, then you don't need to coin anything else anyway with Apprentice.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Evocation or Bust, really, at that point, is what we were looking for with the Apprentice.
And there's another line now of try to hit Lab Partner because you can, with the Primordial Studies, you could potentially coin Raz Lab Partner and clear everything the next turn. There was just so many lines.
So many lines.
Yeah, now we're seeing the Spellwing coined out essentially for the same amount of tempo you would have gotten for it on turn 1.
Yeah, I think the real difference here is that it should have just been Spellwing instead of Lab Partner on 1 mana. I know that the Dwarven Sharpshooter can just trade in, but getting those missiles, even just going Lab Partner missiles on turn 2 is fine as a response most of the time.
Yeah. Like, if you coin double 1-drop, it's unlikely that the Face Hunter on 2 mana can clear both your Lab Partner and the Violet Spellwing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So interesting, though.
For Alan, Scavengers pretty clean no matter what result you get, but I'm very interested in trying to Freezing Trap the Spellwing.
Exactly. Yeah. Hero Power Freezing
the
Trap.
Giga Slow line, yeah, of just Hero Power Freezing Trap. He's seen coins, so Raz isn't that scary either.
You're just winning as it currently stands. This damage phase, you don't have to develop anything. I really like it.
I love this. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. Outs for Tiz. He did do the side quest, so we're committed now.
100%.
Invocation into Arcane Explosion. Deal.
Oh, no! No, no, no!
All the studies in the world.
Okay, so he can go Apprentice, Primordial Studies, Primordial Studies, Primordial Studies. Something is playable at that point, and then you go
Yes.
cram session into evocation and hit like
Okay. Yeah.
go
You sold
evocation.
me.
Yeah, and then you get like mirror image, Frost Novas, Ray of Frost. I don't even know. You need a
Yeah,
miracle.
he just has
here.
to go.
Yes,
That's
100%.
Yes, I agree. Okay. Okay. Both of them are playable.
You can play another one if he wants to here
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, yeah.
Draw more cards, correct?
Uh-huh.
Very nice play.
Evocation.
Go, 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 go! Magic trick! That might do!
Trick.
No!
No, that's not enough. Alan has 9 on board. Eagle Horn plus Hero Power is 14 2 off. But you just put the mage to 2. You never lose, right? They can't. Ice Barrier
Yes.
doesn't protect you from
Right.
hero power, so you're only scared of counter lethal, which seems highly unlikely.
That's the kicker. It's the one fear is it possible for them to get Giant and Conjurer's Calling on the same turn and get Walking Fountain? Like, that's it. And I think even then, even if that was technically possible, which I don't even think it is, you don't play to that out.
Right. It is the one tiny fear, but highly unlikely to happen, and that is going to be game.
Can have a card if he wants with Trade Thalnos.
Okay. Could be a very flashy Raz in the game.
He just throws it down though. Even if there was some super fringe possibility of like Evocation plus Giant and then you get the Conjurer's Calling, I'm not even sure that was possible in the fringest of fringe out. He throws it down. Finally, the Hunter getting the win, and definitely against the deck that we thought it would be most likely to. It could be the start of the end for Tiz. He's still 2-1 up, still favored to win, but he's got 2 bad matchups left to overcome.
Yep, and I really don't want to beat a dead horse, but I was so committed to the double one-drop plan. I mean, you quickly reined me in by saying there are many ways to kill the apprentice that I didn't think of, but all of them involve like giving back initiative to the mage after they spend the turn removing apprentice, outside of exactly Eagle Hornbow, which still doesn't develop a minion on board. I think that would have given Tiz a much better spot, especially seeing the turn when the Violet Spellwing got played out anyway, where it was hardly impactful at all.
Right, exactly. And my point is that even if it wasn't coin double one drop, if he'd just played the Spellwing, I think even that would have been better, even though it's a much weaker play immediately onto the board. Because with an Apprentice in hand, with a Lab Partner in hand, almost more importantly, Arcane Missiles is a super valuable card. That equals board control, even if you're developing a weaker minion at first. Yeah, that did feel like, in my opinion, the kind of first instance of a little bit of a misstep from Tiz in terms of understanding the matchup. A little bit too slow of an approach there with the Apprentice in hand, but it's not over yet. Demon Hunter and Warrior, both of which are good matchups up against the Mage. But I think even with all the hysteria that is surrounding Mage against Demon Hunter in APAC, with crazy good hands being thrown away, I don't think it's that bad of a matchup for the Mage. I think you're definitely unfavored, but I would be hesitant to call it any more than like 60% for the Demon Hunter if I'm being generous.
For sure, I agree. Mage has ways of generating Frostbolts or even Deep Freeze if you get that late into the game, which can absolutely lock out the Demon Hunter's win condition. And of course, there is still game plan A of turbo out the Mana Giants and don't even give the Demon Hunter time to beat you down. I will note, though, that Alan's Demon Hunter list is a hybrid where it has the Battle Fiends, but it also has Magtheridon and has also found room for Lore Keeper Polkelt. And he's cut the Glaive-bound Adepts for this to be possible. So overall damage output potential just from hand is limited, which is a big deal if you're, thinking about trying to go over the top of ice barriers. But early Battle Fiends can make a huge difference as well.
They can, but this for me feels like the kind of signature, slightly old-fashioned build of the deck for Alan. Like, everyone's moved away from Polkel. I know there was a lot of discussion at the time when it was more popular about whether or not it was good, but it was quite consistently, I think, down at the bottom of played win rates, or even drawn win rates for that matter. I know I might be fudging my stats here slightly, but I think the point is the stats did not back the card, even with the obvious power of guaranteeing yourself Sociologist and Skull.
When I was watching Demon Hunter games for Mullet Over, I will say that Saiyan had Polk out last week, whereas
Okay.
nearly everybody else did not have it. And even then, his list was with the double spectral sights as well. So it kind of made sense to run those cards together because you're kind of going for more of an activate Magnerodon game plan
You
against
Okay.
a militia on time. But I'm very unsure of it with a Battle Fiend list. It just feels like a little bit in either direction.
Right out the gate here, I think it is, you do want to find the power turns and the power cards, like we were saying with early spell damage minions to occupy the board, Mana Giant, although probably not in your starting hand. I think here, though, the only card I'm considering keeping is Spellwing, and even then, I think I would maybe just throw it away.
I'm okay with keeping Spellwing, but I mean, this is
Full
a curve.
keep?
And okay, he's got the studies now, so the cram session is very likely to be much better. But that full keep from Tiz was not something I was expecting whatsoever.
2 mana, draw 1 card on average?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah. I'm not a fan. Not a
Was
fan.
that was that post mulligan? That feels like such a weird mulligan choice if that was actually what
Yeah.
he kept.
It was. I mean, I get the thinking, which is your early minions probably don't stick against Demon Hunter, and
Right.
so he just wants to draw. And by the time he gets Apprentice, he would likely have a way to pop off with it.
Mm.
However, I feel like 2 mana draw 1 is too slow.
I agree
Unless you get
completely.
exactly the primordial studies, I guess.
I mean, I think 3 mana draw 2 is too slow a lot of the time as well. I want to curve out with minions here. I want to find One Maker, Solarian, any way to just get stuff on the board.
So funny. I want to get Alan's opinion on this, but then he's on the other side because he's one of the main proponents for not keeping Apprentice in this matchup.
Right.
And he says that he would rather have things to do in the early game, so that was a guaranteed turn 2, turn 3 curve, but it was very mediocre.
Well, I'm sure if we did ask Alan, he'd put it very eloquently, as he is one of the few players here who also doubles as a caster over in the Chinese region. He is a caster in quite a few of their tournaments there, just proving that he is all around simply the alpha male here. He can cast, he can play, and he's gorgeous as well. He's got it all. And he gets Demon Companion off of One Maker. What a man!
Yeah, and he gets Refa.
Oh.
He truly does have it all.
I'm in love.
Okay, well, the game plan for Tiz of, accumulating resources, playing it like it's old school Cyclone Mage, building up towards your Apprentice turn, has somewhat come together. And he does have Mana Giant for the payoff, but will it be too late?
He's still building up. This is a very combo-oriented game plan. Right from the start where he kept the card draw, not playing the arcane missiles here to clear the board, not frost novering, not apprenticing. He's building up to something spectacular. Will it be strong enough of a combo to win the game, though, is really the question.
I feel like he's a couple spells away from really popping off. But
Agreed.
Alan, actually, on the last turn, I didn't talk about how he held on to the Eldraki Warblades charge, even though he had Marrow Slicer for this turn. It's just pretty interesting. It looks like he's just committing to, because he has double Shatter Shard in hand, taking a turn here with that.
Yep. Everything else going face, trading only when absolutely necessary, but Tiz finds the card. The
That's
card.
hard.
Go. It's time.
Yeah. You never pause to think here.
He's going to need all the time he can
This
get.
is
We're
the
looking
good order, though.
Yep, exactly. Missiles afterwards, then the evocation. We're looking at double giant right here.
Oh my goodness. I said he was a couple spells away from truly popping off. This is a bunch of spells.
Okay, cheap.
Oh my god, the giants are free, aren't they?
You Ray of Frost your own guy because you don't care about that. Arcane Explosion, and then you can play both of them. Just play the AI. Oh, you can play both. You play Spellbender
play
and AI.
Secret and Explosion, and both the giants are free. That's insane! Oh my god!
Spellbender, you don't really care about Vaporize. You've already seen the Cane.
I'd rather play Bender. Maybe it protects your Apprentice from Soul Sheared. I don't know. Alan's just never attacking face with a minion.
Oi, oi, oi.
Imagine. Oh, Blade Dance.
Blade Dance is a good draw. That's a very good draw.
But he doesn't have the mana to make everything work out, right? You needed...
Right.
Oh, wait.
So
So it's Marrow Slicer, Spirit Jailer this turn. You tank a bunch into Shard Shatter, Hero Power, Blade Dance next turn in the other order.
yes, that has to be the line, right? Because otherwise the mana
Yeah.
doesn't work out.
Yeah, the mana is very discreet. I mean, the weapon usage for Alan could have been a little bit different. Last turn, he went for Kayn instead of Marrow Slicer because he thought the Shard Shatters would be enough to deal with the board, which is very reasonable to think. Like, it's super unlikely you see double Mana Giant come down this turn. But now, I think that's the only line. You can also say, instead of Spirit Jailer, just Hero Power Swing Face. So you also advance the other game plan of trying to kill Tiz. But I don't think that's happening in the next 2 turns, so I want to save those charges on this.
I think Alan's seeing the lines. This is how it has to be.
Okay, still swinging face.
Still works. The dream's still alive.
Just praying it's not counterspell.
Whoa!
AI?
Yep. I don't know if you're playing it this turn because you want to go Raz here, probably.
Yeah.
Like, their hand has to be extremely specific to be able to clear the board here.
What to do?
If you're thinking about the Blade Dance out, then you would like to go wider.
So how do you do that?
Maybe it's AI. And if you can get 2 minions, 2 small minions, I think it probably justifies it. But against Alan's specific hand, where all the small minions get eaten up and then you Blade Dance anyway, Tiz cannot stop it.
Right, and you don't play around Shard Shatter plus Blade Dance.
Right.
I think you just go all in here on the damage. Absolutely correct
Sure.
if it is. The punish is there though, with exactly the combination of Shard Shatter, Blade Dance. Spellbender does not stop it.
That's pretty wild. Well, Alan can attack face first,
Yes.
testing for Vaporize.
There's no
Now he
punish.
knows it's still possibly counterspell, but he can never play around it, so he's still gonna go for it. And you can already see Alan's like, yeah, I know this is CS, I know you've won, but you haven't lost yet, Alan. You haven't.
Hold out hope. He's got the full board clear.
I'm so shocked. It's not CS? What could it be?
I live for the slight eyebrow raise from Alan. That's what makes this all worth it.
That was not slight. That was jumping off his forehead.
Oh man, I
no.
do not live for the despair on the other side for Tiz. This is a brutal way for things to shake out.
Yep, after you've lost both your giants. But Alan doesn't have any damage in hand. Technically, Tiz is ahead on board with this Ray of Frost.
Just ping, ping, ping over like 8 turns and it gets there?
I guess so. I was leaning towards getting rid of this 3-2 and possibly conjuring your 1-drop the next turn, depending on what the next draw was.
Oh, Conjurer's calling on a 1-drop. Honestly, I'd rather concede out of principle.
Oh, what does his hand do?
I don't know.
I feel like having 4 1-drops is a better chance of setting up lethal than ping, 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 ping. Oh. Okay. Give you vacation. Fireball is lethal.
Oh. No!
Okay, now you just try to hit a taunt off of your food drop, I assume, and then freeze the battlefield.
Yes. Lightwell? No, that's the start of your turn, not the end.
Yeah.
No.
I was interested in the secret guy, but you don't have a secret.
Yeah.
Alan gets over the line.
Oh
done
my
it.
god. He knows it as well. He knows the secret has to be Spellbender. Sends it all to face. It was such a close game and such an interesting one for Tiz as well. You know, we were sat there talking about his mulligan decision at the start to hold on to the card draw. And while with respect to the cram session specifically, I have serious doubts, he was playing to this style of a hand where you draw through your deck, get to the big combos, throw down these giants rather than the style of game plan we've seen Alan champion of just going tempo, play out your spell damage minions, try and draw with cram session that way. It was a weird approach, and it so nearly worked out for him. It had to be exactly those two cards for Alan to be in the game.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. It was such a roundabout approach to get to what we call game plan A for the Tempo Mage, which is turbo out the giants. They came down super soon, and they did get to connect for 16, but across 2 turns, Alan put together a way to deal with that board, and Tiz just did not have the ammo afterward. I don't know. Everything about that game would have ended up differently from me as the Tempo Mage player because my mulligan would have looked different.
Yeah, it's so hard to try and figure out in your head, you know, how does the different butterfly effect decisions change how the game would have looked at the end. I think, you know, credit to both of our players, though, here. It speaks to, I think, the diversity of play styles with Mage. That's kind of like the third approach that we've seen here from Tiz as opposed to the tempo version, the looking for apprentice version, hard mulliganing for that. I'm not sure if it was perfectly refined, but to be fair, maybe just going all in on the card draw is the way to go in the matchup. And it also speaks to, I think, the very strong technical play from Alan. He spotted the 2-turn sequence to clear the board, and he realized, even though he thought it was counterspell, quite obviously, you have to just play as if it isn't, and he won because of exactly that.
Yep. I mean, honestly, if you're Alan, you're surprised that you're still in this series, and now with just a favored matchup to take the game, Corsair Cash in hand. It is such a reversal from what we were seeing just before Alan found out that the secret was not counterspell.
And this for Tiz,
Tiz's hand is
it's a good hand. It's a very good starting hand. And Tiz doesn't need to be so devastated if he ends up losing here. The game, the season carries on for him if he goes down to 3-2. But man, when you have the chance to go up 4-1 and basically lock out the chance of relegation, you really want to take that spot.
That's true. Sorry for interrupting your spiel with an
Carry on.
but that's an additional evocation. This curve just plays itself AI into coin Jandis. By then you've probably got an apprentice or something to pay off of evocation with, and the pressure never stops. But for Alan, he just has weapons for days, and the brawl is the big one because that's his answer to the Jandis board.
Yeah, I agree. The brawl is the kicker here to try and fight back, but for me, if it is, it's an interesting hand because you have evocation, right, which kind of incentivizes you to draw because you want to hit Giant, you want to hit Apprentice, you kind of want to hit Cyclone as well. But it also kind of incentivizes you to just go Primordial Studies next turn, play out your hand, make room for the evocation to go after the coin Jandis. I'm really not sure how Tiz should approach from here.
No, you bring up a strong point. The AI, you only really want to play that when you're digging towards something good to do without anything else to do.
Yes.
But his immediate follow-up turn is spoken for. And Alan here is going for the hero power instead of second Corsair Cash because he values the HP and he knows that he'll never need to play the second Wrench Caliber with the first one upgrade and double Horde Pillagers. The downside obviously is that there's still a Wrench Caliber in the deck that he could potentially top deck when he doesn't want to.
Wow, okay, again, another instance of differentiating.
Yo,
What?
he doesn't want to coin Jandis?
What?
I'm shocked. Shocked.
Really? Like, he had Lab Partner there. Like, I think that Solarian was probably still the correct pick just because of how powerful Prime is. But
I agree.
coin Solarian over coin Jandis? I know that Brawl is the thing that you're afraid of, but give yourself the option, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. It does make Alan's life a bit more difficult now, though, because he obviously wants to wrench caliber this turn. You could just hit the lab partner and set up for Bladestorm the next turn.
True.
But he is taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Obviously, this board is not one that he wants to brawl.
Absolutely.
So I
not.
like the idea of setting up Bladestorm.
Is there any consideration to going Wrench Caliber and swing face? That still sometimes sets up the Bladestorm. You can just swing into the minion next turn.
If there's another minion Blade next turn, though, it would make things a bit off. Oh, Bladestorm now. Okay, I mean, obviously, from the hero power on turn 3, you could see that Alan's mindset was try to stay alive as long as possible. He felt like he was being aggroed down. Now that he's seen the slow turn from Tiz, I absolutely think it's time for Wrench Caliber to get equipped.
This is a turn, however, of no development whatsoever for Tiz, given that he's now missed the lab partner here, which is exactly what Alan wanted to see. Now his own game plan starts to kick into gear. He's got the Wrench Caliber, he's got both the Horde Pillagers. This goes aggro as you please to try and kill the mage in the next, few turns even.
Tons of swings to get through. And honestly, I don't think we'll even get to see the second Horde Pillager get to the board before the game ends. Oh my gosh, Tiz's curve is insane. Vincent!
Pretty good here as well, just as a taunt to protect his other minions. It means that in a weird way, the Commando's pretty good here, just as 4 damage to swing face every turn.
This board is getting brawled. Alan's had does one thing and one thing only, which is weapons. So I would like to clear the way for this weapon to hit base. In most instances, the infiltrator dies.
Yeah. I'm not happy about it, but I'll do it. Sure.
Tiz plays... Yes, Tiz does play Conj, so Alan is deviating a little bit to play around that. Oh my gosh. Are you just a prime gamer?
Oh
Yes,
my
you
god, he
are.
doesn't even think, he just rips it! Oh!
Every spell that targets a minion targets his own prime!
the punish!
That's the
The
downside!
punish!
Yeah. I'm not a fan of that!
Disaster!
Why not giants? If you're gonna go for a minion that turn, I want a giant.
I agree, Gia. I agree.
Okay. Well, this is still in a fine spot. He has giants to follow up. I'm losing my breath.
Still, the giant play on this turn is looking pretty strong. Double giant is technically available if you want to go evocation. But obviously, you do need to be cautious about playing both giants onto a board when second Bladestorm, could just wipe you out of the game.
Very true. But if you're saying it has to be second Bladestorm, then there's some merit to it.
Yeah, it does mean you're throwing down an evocation, though, as well, which could get you some value, obviously, because you could play the spells that come off of that. But I think at this point in the game, you're more looking to play it for Deep Freeze or card draw or something more impactful than just cheapening your giant.
Honestly, I like that line because...
Really?
Yeah, the punish for single giant is Coerce, which there's still 2 copies for it. And the punish for double giant is Bladestorm, which there was only 1 copy left of at the time.
That's fair.
Alan actually doesn't want to coerce this. That's interesting, because he could have just gone like Horde Pillager after the swing into Coerce.
I think I like it. I think that Bladestorm is more likely to be clunky at this point in the game. Like, there's many big and small minions in Mage, so you want to have guaranteed clear for the big boys, I think.
That's true. The Bladestorm is situational as a single target removal. Oh, this is slowing down.
Really? Card draw? Okay, fair.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to go in the other
Yeah. I don't really know what going in meant, but
yeah.
I wanted to go in.
I Is he holding on to missiles for the Malagos? Because I would have ripped this earlier on just to cheapen the Giants. I think that came off of a generation.
I agree.
Right now, Tiz has 4 bombs in the deck. I imagine we're going to see a 5th alongside this course. Oh, sorry, shield. Yeah, shield slam is
Shield
playable
slam,
this
yeah.
turn.
Use it while you can. It's just so clean every turn. Threat developed, threat dealt with, and the thing that breaks the equilibrium there is the bombs swing face every single turn with Wrench Caliber, and they are not stopping anytime soon.
5 bombs in the deck. We saw 4 in a row from that Possessy game. Frostbolt, big deal.
Yeah, I guess you take the Frostbolt. I mean, I was looking at missiles because you could like try and find primordial studies off of evocation and then go like Malagos double missiles for a huge burst, but you're just clearing hand space at this point for evocation. It's the way to go.
Yeah. Okay, gets the Learn Draconic activation. It's a very
Pretty
big
good.
deal.
Big deal.
Oh, if he had Blade Storm, this would have been so clean.
Yeah,
Obviously,
it would.
that's results-oriented thinking from me, but I mean, you still do the Kronk Sword and Board Coerce. I think you remove Raz rather than the 6/6.
I agree.
But it's close because Kronks and 6/6 line up.
If he's been keeping track, he knows a minion has been kept in hand that came off of the primordial studies, and you can't have a hard read on Malagos at all. But boy, would that be bad if it was Malagos.
Oh yeah. Raz is just 6 damage AoE. I also just think outside of the spell damage minion, any freeze effect, every time I've left up Raz when I had the option not to, I've regretted it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Here it comes.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze. That's the card. That's what you want.
Even fits in a Tome of Intellect to fill out the mana. Dude, Alan can never attack face again. Oh, not
unless
using
he
face.
doesn't freeze
I
face.
thought it was trade and freeze face. But
Playing
is going
aggressive.
for counter lethal. Okay.
Yeah, he's got Malagos missiles for the following turn as well. You know, the damage is stacking up.
And Alan's turn is super awkward.
Yeah, it's Hero Power, Galakron,
Shield Slam.
but then one of them still
6/6?
survives.
Yeah,
You can go-
because you can't kill both. I figure you just remove the most damage from the board, going
Right.
face, and accept that's your last charge going face.
Sword
just-
and... You go Sword and Board, Hero Power,
Gala
Shield
first
Slam.
to see what minion you get, because you
Oh,
can
that's
still
fair.
Sword and Board Shield Slam. I don't know if any minion changes the equation though.
Oh, that Deep Freeze was so devastating.
Yeah. Are we in agreement that Galakron is always happening?
I think so. I was looking at like Sword and Board, Hero Power, Shield Slam, but it's not there. You can't clear them both off, importantly.
If his had 2 less HP, I would have advocated for Gala then Hero Power and go face.
Right.
But the Hero Power doesn't give him any more breakpoints. Oh,
Ooh.
Barov Sword and Board next turn. Big
But it's
deal.
too big. It's too juicy. You can't kill Barov.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh no. Come on, bruv.
He's too hench, Lord Bruv. Ooh, Primordial Studies to go with Malagos. I guess with only 1 missile, you don't really need to. But it could be Malagos Cram Session next turn if you wanted to draw a million cards. That's actually a thing, I think, in this.
I
at this
think
point.
it's Cram Session now into Malagos.
Okay, fair.
So Kobold Cram Session.
Kobold over the Thalnos? That makes me think he might be going for the Malagos. Did he not want to draw that many cards? I guess the bombs
I guess
the scary
yeah,
part.
the bombs. We forgot about the bombs.
Yeah.
That's why
Fair
I mean
enough.
he's not even playing the Kobold for the extra card draw here.
Limited draw here, extremely limited draw.
There's still 5 bombs in the deck for Tiz right now.
Whoa!
Roughly a third of his deck is bombs. Oh my god.
Fireball,
Another evocation and
a
fireball.
Hexes.
Alan is very dead if he can't kill off his bruv.
Oh!
That's a fear.
He can sword and board his own guy?
Yeah, I think you do that. I
think
would
so
do that.
Too. It keeps attacking through freeze, I'm 90% sure as well.
Yes,
So
I've seen that interaction.
does full clear no matter what.
Cheeky play. At sword and board your other minion, so you just keep sword and boarding your own minion, because that's how Hearthstone works. Okay. And now Tiz has in
He can just go
You've seen
Kobold
this.
Fireball
Oh.
Apexis Faced, right?
yeah. Yeah. Very simple.
Oh no, he's setting up the Malagos! He wants to go for double spell next turn.
There's still one course in the deck.
It's risky. It's super risky, but it might
Okay.
work.
Yeah. I mean, the Kobold setup wasn't lethal,
Yes,
to
it
be
was
fair. So he's going for the
Hmm.
big risk plays.
not. It's
And to
straight
be
up
fair, even if the
21 damage.
Malagos gets removed, he still has Kobold Apexis.
True.
But every turn that he delays, bombs in the deck. Alan needs 3 drawn. There are 5 in the deck right now.
Is there a shield block left in the deck, Alan? Or is
Yes,
he-
1 shield block.
He has to ping face here to have lethal against shield block, I believe. So, Ankar, does that guarantee a skipper at this point?
He has no pirates left in the deck.
No
He's
pirates.
not running skippers, except he's running hard
Try to keep yourselves alive.
So he's
Oh,
just gonna
wow,
kill
you're
the
right.
Malagos
What?
here.
Treasure? Loot? What more can I ask for?
The Ankar draws horde pillagers. That's Alan's list.
That's so weird.
It is weird.
Oh,
But
he has to
I
tank
think
the
this
4,
line
okay.
gets as long as he gets the boom.
Okay, okay.
6 bombs in deck. 6 bombs in deck. Oh,
Is it cold in here? Or is it just me?
Board.
evocation.
Oh.
Didn't it fireball face first and then evocation try to hit brain freeze / ray of frost for the other one? Because I feel like
Those are
he's still sending
terrible.
some damage face one way or another.
Yeah.
Barrier though. Oh, okay.
Ice barrier's okay, but it's not really dealing with the board.
Not just frozen it for now. Can you activate the boom?
Not yet. He can't kill Barov.
Yeah, he doesn't even play skipper.
Yeah.
There's just no activations in the deck. There's a brawl, 2 evil quartermaster, a coerce. That's it. Board and board upgrade. Yeah.
So if it's not ice barrier, he can get his opponent down to
8.
5, correct?
Oh, with the horde pillager attack too.
Right, which he will probably try and go for, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah. You can fit in shield block, sword and board hero power. I don't think you care about Tiz's board by this point.
Yeah.
Especially since he still has the 1 brawl left in the deck.
I am unbreakable, but time is fleeting.
Hero power. Oh, he's trading. Alan's scared of a 2-turn lethal setup, maybe off of a pyroblast.
And now it means because of the attack to face for exactly 7, it's a 4-bomb lethal now instead of a
Right.
3, which is kind of something to consider. Both are unlikely, of course.
Yeah, it's something to consider. Okay, where Alan is at, obviously he's scared of big board development because he had not drawn the brawl. It's in his bottom 3 cards. So I can respect it, but it feels very strange. There are 7 bombs in the deck at the moment.
Yep. 7 damage off lethal, as I count, potentially getting yourself up to 5 damage off lethal, I believe, if you trade the spell, we can get perfect missiles. So it's not quite there. Not quite yet. A little bit extra needed from Tiz, and he's going to have to milk it out, probably just with damage from hand.
Yeah, I think you just cash in the Apectus now.
Ping
Mana
face.
flexibility.
Right.
Okay, yeah, you also have mana. Oh, wow.
What?
Okay.
Oh, okay, I guess he was just dying if he didn't clear it off.
True.
7
They're
plus 6.
just dying from so many different directions. I'm not sure which one to focus on.
It's so tough.
But the boom just can't be activated immediately because he doesn't play Skippers. So that must be what Tiz is thinking is if you kill the Barov, boom cannot go off. Oh! Belaki? And then Brawl? But if you Brawl, you miss the hero power?
Breath, no dragon.
If you miss the hero power, it's not a 2-bomb outer, it's a 3-bomb outer.
Oh my god. I think you just pick Molten Breath to shoot the 5/4 here, and then go face with your hero power, even if it doesn't gain you armor.
Yeah. That's very clean. I like that. Because when Alan played the spell Lackey, I think he was not necessarily going to hero power. It looked like he was going to go for a Brawl to not take the 5.
Agreed, yeah.
So if that's the goal, then you just remove the 5/4 and fit in the hero power. Fit both. It's fun.
Yeah, there's not any specific breakpoints that you get by fitting in the upgrade as well. So I agree. You're getting your opponent down to the 2-bomb outer, shuffling more bombs into their deck. Oh my god.
It's more than half bombs right now.
Oh!
Sorry. No. It's a little less than half. 8 out of 17. 8 out of 17. What? Just dodges again! His deck is half bombs right now. 8 out of 16.
Okay. So you go Flame Strike? Hero power face?
Someday I'll be just like you.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Might as well just fit in the Apprentice at that point.
Yep.
Alan, with the way he is playing, he definitely feels like there's a Pyroblast in Tiz's hand.
Yeah. Some kind of big damage.
The other Coerce. All Coerce, hero power.
Oh my god! But this means he's not at the 2-bomb outer. He's at the 1. He's not at the 1. He's at the 2.
Yeah, you're right.
But he senses
does give
Pyroblast.
himself. He gives himself Wrench Caliber hero power just as straight up lethal without bombs the next turn.
That's true. That's true.
And he plays around Pyroblast.
Oh!
Okay, finally a bomb. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait. He doesn't have mana
Double
for
crossbow
second
missiles.
Fireball, okay, that's the out. Fireball, but it's
Another fireball! Oh my
it's
god!
off.
Oh my god!
Does he
They're
ever?
both gonna end the game at 1 health.
Does he ever bluff barrier here? I don't know.
One thief?
One thief? Okay.
What can that get him? Barrier?
Barrier? And then you're still dead to bombs most of the time?
No!
He's just dead!
no.
I mean, you can still bluff barrier, but he didn't. So he is 100% dead.
You win this.
Oh my god, this game. Dark. What did we just watch?
I cannot Adam and Eve it, Gia. It is such a brutal way for Tiz to go out. Such a long series, a grueling series. Started off 2-0, cleanly getting through against the Face Hunter with the Druid and the Priest. It was just the Mage that had to be full reverse swept by Alan. And surviving at 1 health point, he was able to get the job done. What a game from Alan, my goodness.
And while it was not a Pyroblast in hand, we have to note, Alan was playing very defensively towards the end game while still managing to fit in hero powers. We were somewhat criticizing him of missing the 3 versus 4 bomb threshold, things like that. But every single point of HP he saved was relevant there at the very end because there was still 1 evocation that was left unaccounted for. Oh my god, I cannot believe Alan pulled that off, but hats off to him. That was an awesome series.
Yeah, I just thought such a clean game. You know, seeing the sword and board his own guy for Deathwing, saving the slightly more situational, using the slightly more situational Blade Storm instead of playing out the Coerce, even though it would have been better for him had he done it the other way. I think we have to realize that Alan was playing with imperfect information that entire game because of the random spells that are generated by Mage, and I think he was making the on-average play, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do, the on-average best play at all points there, and he does end up being the victor, I believe, now equalizing both those players at 3 and 2, unless I'm mistaken. And Tiz does mean that he is still mucking it out with the rest of them in the middle. Very, very few clear favorites in Division B now, which means, as I was saying, even the players right down at the bottom, Rivius, Alu, Temu, there's still a chance for them to make it all the way back up to the top.
That is true. And while I have the utmost respect for Tiz as a player, I feel like in particular his tempo mage play has been lacking. He did just get reverse swept on the deck, and granted it was 3 unfavorables, but I think there were many spots where he could have given himself better chances if we look at the series as a whole. I'm still most critical of the Face Hunter game plan.
Yeah.
But that warrior game was honestly impossible to play out from both sides. So many discrete odds that you would have to have tons of experience to fall back on to find the best line. I do hope Tiz can pull it together for his next few series, but honestly, the spotlight is all on Alan for this.
Absolutely. And I think specifically against Face Hunter, it's worth being quite critical because it's the single decisions that decide the matchup. It's not like against Bomb Warrior where there was, many, many turns. You can approach the matchup in multiple different ways. You've either won or lost by turn 3 most of the time. So every single decision has to be absolutely spot on there for Tiz in order to be taking the win. All done with that, though, of course. 4th series of the day out of the way. And one more remaining here for APAC. Surrender versus Tyler, our last series of the day. And one that I was saying right from the get-go, I was very, very excited for, because Surrender at 4-0 now, been playing as usual, pretty much impeccable Hearthstone, could just get himself to the point where he is the almost unassailable first seed going into the playoffs.
For sure. These are 2 of the most well-known names in APAC as a whole, outside of maybe Tom60229, but they did not get to face each other last season because Tyler was in a separate division to Surrender. So this is a matchup that we don't get to see very often. I'm also very excited for it because Tyler is one of the most adamant Priest players in APAC. Even Alan has not brought Priest for this week, but Tyler is one of the 2 people who is still rocking this deck, and he has a Cobalt sticky thing.
That's right, and you can see the obvious influences of the European players clearly labeled all over Tyler's lineup, as is almost always the case. Tyler is an APAC Grandmaster, but he does most of his practicing with European GMs, some of the Americas GMs as well, I believe, with English being the shared language for him rather than Vietnamese, obviously, as he is the lone Vietnamese Grandmaster. And we're seeing that in the form of one Twilight Drake in the Priest, which I think Viper was the first one to pilot that. Apologies if I am mistaken. He's got the Omu in his Survival Druid, which is one that I think Fino was piloting as well. Like, it's all over. He clearly has a very different practice group from the rest. And it's highlighted, as you said, not only in the tech cards, but by the Priest as well.
And I think the Priest will be the main question in the lineup. While on the other side for Surrender, he has the much more popular archetype in APAC, at least, of the Soul Demon Hunter. The other 3 classes are mirrored. It's interesting to me that Tyler is banning away Warrior, though, given that he has teched in Kobold Sticky Finger in his Priest. Maybe looking to hit Weapon Rogues or Demon Hunters instead.
Very possibly, yeah. I mean, this has been, like I've said multiple times, the criticism that I have of Tyler. I rarely have strong criticisms for his play because I think with the amount that he's playing on ladder, the heights that he has ascended to in his HCT runs, it's difficult to critique his play too heavily. It's the fact that he has done mainly exactly that recently. He's done very well on ladder, in which you don't have to put in specific tech cards. You don't have to think about a cohesive lineup. And when you do start to factor in, the fact that he's clearly taken heavy inspiration from other players, maybe the deck lists were there, but the overall ban strategy doesn't necessarily line up with his tech choices that he was throwing in there as well. It's, I think, something that he could try and improve on is focus in on getting a cohesive strategy as a lineup altogether. One other thing that I think he could improve on is showing up on time, because I believe we're still trying to find Tyler here. We're going to go to a quick break while we try and locate him. Maybe he's installing another Roomba or something, as he has been known to do when we're trying to get our matches going. We'll be right back with Tyler ready to go, I'm sure, very shortly.
7本の指か7本の足か選ぶなら7本の足かな。ハーストーンができなくなるのがちょっと怖い。
应该是7只手指吧，因为这样就可以做比较多的事情。然后有7个脚趾也不一定会走得比较快。
평소에 손이나 발 사용할 때도 손이 더 활용도가 더 많이 높은 것 같아서 네, 손을 선택했어요.
손가락을 많이 필요로 해본 적이 없어서 네, 저는 오히려 그게 더 편하지 않을까 생각합니다.
아무래도 게임 좀 많이 하다 보니까 좀 더 유리할 거 아니에요? 게임 하는데? 그래서 손가락 7개인 게 더 나을 것 같습니다.
どちらでもなくて腕を2本増やしたいです。
Tyler Surrender is the last match of the day here for APAC before we send you over to Europe and then Americas as per usual. Going to be a good match, though, to kick things off here for our last series of the day. We've seen, as I was very much tongue-in-cheek saying from Surrender, that it was the first time we'd ever seen him misplay last week. Really just to highlight the fact that he has been, for me, just the highest standard of play in APAC. It really is unparalleled for me. Even the other players who I really like their play, I'm talking, all the Japanese players, Tyler as well, it still feels like there's things that they might be missing. Whereas Surrender, it's not just that I agree with his play, he's always finding lines that I didn't even consider that are just genius.
Yeah, Surrender is just super consistent, and his average is above average.
Yes.
He'll still have every so often these stand out, I never thought of that, that's the line. He played around lethal type of plays that make it into top 5 moments. They're maybe not as flashy because he never runs these super weird deck lists, but Surrender just never makes huge mistakes outside of one misclick, which, I mean, he was even aware that it was wrong and it was more of a mechanical error than a thinking error. So hard to even fault him on that. But we will begin with the Tempo Mage versus Druid matchup, which we were talking a lot about earlier today because it definitely feels a bit more even.
It really does. Yeah, it's a hard mulligan here, though, for Surrender because I know it was probably wrong, but boy, did I want to keep that Mana Giant there. Like, with Apprentice in hand against specifically Druid, if you throw that down on, like, turn 4 or turn 5, I don't know. I've kept it before, and it has sometimes felt absolutely wrong because it is one of the lowest mulligan win rate cards. But sometimes I just think it feels so good.
If you had Evocation, sign me up. I would absolutely keep that. But I think that the card that is more reasonable to go with Apprentice against Druid is Shanvala. I think that is the difference maker.
Very true.
And I like that Surrender is looking a bit harder for that. And although he doesn't hit it, he's hit one of the best possible other combinations of cards. Lab Partner, Mana Cyclone with spells in hand. Could pop off pretty soon.
Yeah, he's got the juice. Tyler does not. He has got a very, very lacking hand here. Plenty of draws that improve it. Wild Growth, Overgrowth, Lightning Bloom, even another Innovate, just to get down a Twilight Runner that little bit earlier. But it's going to have to come soon, because Surrender is going to start popping off pretty soon here, you'd imagine.
Choosing to play one spell so he can get down the mana, the One Thief the next turn. Very likely because the One Thief replaces the cheap spell of Primordial Studies anyway. I will say that if I didn't, go blind for a second, I think Tyler picked Innervate as a keep in the mulligan as well, which I found very weird alongside Guardian Animals, which is an insta-keep, but I think you would much rather hit the hard ramp or at least Lightning Bloom to go along with the GA.
Yeah, the general advice I'm given is you keep soft ramp when you have Guardian Animals in hand, but I think the implication was more you keep Lightning Bloom when you have Guardian Animals in hand. It's not useless, like it's not a card that you can only pair with Guardian Animals. It could just be Fate Runner next turn, which is not terrible, I don't think.
It's true.
Surrender taking the turn here to...
feels like a rather pessimistic keep, but yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I agree. It's not the dream card, but Surrender is taking the opportunity to pop off it, which we've talked about a few times. You don't really want to go with the Ray of Frost pop off unless there's something on the other side of the board, but unless it is exactly Vate, Bloom, Guardian Animals next turn, you're not really likely to be facing down anything to point your Ray of Frost at, or a punish to developing onto the board here. So I do like going for it here. Get yourself 4 spells, follow up with Steward of Scrolls, follow up with the Spellkin as well. It feels pretty clean.
Okay, I found a way to criticize Surrender again. This positioning is pretty sus.
Yes,
even
it is.
before he got the mirror images, it was 2 highest attack minions on either side.
Yes, you want big minions on the middle, right? Usually.
Well, actually, in the case of one Thresher,
it's slightly better, right?
Yeah.
Well, a couple of juicy pickups, though, for Surrender in terms of this hand, because we have the obvious follow-up of Steward of Scrolls, which we were looking at, but this potion that has been generated is looking pretty disgusting, actually. I've got to say, a full hand can be generated here. Oh.
He's turning it down to play around GA, but I
Ooh.
was super tempted to go for the potion there, and you just like drop the 1/1 mirror image.
I don't even care that this is almost certainly correct because it really messes with Tyler's head and makes the guardian animals so much weaker.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to see it anyway. Don't even care.
Giant.
Oh, okay, this is coming together very, very nicely.
It's too good.
So
I mean,
the pressing issue here is obviously the Twilight Runner on the other side of the board, which you want to potentially go for the out of the devolving missiles, which could come off of generating another Wand Thief, or just straight up off of Spellkin here.
I am so surprised. I would have insta-potioned there. I mean, you had a shot of outside of even just generating the devolving missiles, you had guaranteed mana giant.
Those are not the cards that you want to see as well. He kind of has to target one of his own guys now because you need mana giant on this turn, right?
Right. Probably just sack the 1 thief after it attacks. I think 1/1 spell damage is more useful than 1/2.
Yeah. Whoa.
I am still so surprised that he didn't go for potion. But this is surrender we're talking about, so I will, wait to be impressed.
The big kicker here, though, is that his play a couple of turns ago to get down the counterspell is rewarded. Tyler had the obvious line of getting down guardian animals. Denied, 100% you cannot play it. And if he plays another spell here with the nature studies, he's just going to be met with another 4-drop on board as well.
Mm-hmm. I am not even sure if you're supposed to start with nature studies there. I was interested in drawing with the Twilight Runner to potentially hit Second Bloom to still get down the GA.
I forget things.
Still possible.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh! Go, go, go!
Tyler
Play the
has-
Worthy Expedition. Pick anything. Doesn't matter. Crystal Power.
Yeah.
Great.
He has 1 Teacher's Pet, 1 Lake Thresher left. And it's not enough to kill both the Apprentice and the Mana Giant.
So he's leaving up the Giant to kill the Apprentice.
Yep.
It's risky business. Absolutely. But there's no Kunj ready to go here. No Kunj is calling in the deck even for surrender.
That's right. He is running a more streamlined version with the Cobalt Spellkins. Mirror Image?
Yeah, I think so. There's already 1 Learned Draconic in play, right?
And you can freeze both. Man, I just wish there were a way to fit in the potion this turn.
I don't
Because
even want to
he's
fit
running
in...
out of value really quickly, but I don't think you can afford to.
I want to fit in Steward more on this turn necessarily than I want
Oh.
Potion. Like, I know you really want to get the double freeze in here because like the Thresher's just destroying you. You can't give more card draw.
Mm-hmm. Trade always happening, so better see if there's a taunt first. Now he has an option to trade the Giant and freeze 1, so he can get on the Steward as well.
I think I like that a little bit more. Like this activates the 6/6, I suppose, with this line, right? If he gets down second brain freeze. So okay, this is enough development to the point where I'm happy with this line.
I like it as well.
Threatening lethal next turn as well.
Yeah.
Very, very cleanly.
Sending everything face, even though there were 2 clean minion trades there. Surrender recognizes there's no way for Tyler to interact with the freeze to make it threatening.
Yeah, it's just the correct turn, I think, from Surrender. Getting the 6/6 down way too much, freezing the board, and there it is. Game 1 going over to Surrender again on the Mage. A weird way to play it out. You know, we've been talking about the different ways that you can play Mage quite a lot recently, and Surrender absolutely plays it in his own unique play style. But it's, again, another instance of me being looking at Surrender's lines, kind of wondering if it was the correct way to go, and then it all just looks so beautiful in retrospect. It just feels like he always had the best of it with those plays.
I still have questions. The potion, I mean, the turn that he could have gotten Cyclone Apprentice, One Thief, and one more thing off of the potion just seemed super clean to me. But maybe in retrospect, maybe it was some issue with board space or hand space that Surrender was concerned about. And you do make a good point. In the end, it looked very clean. If Surrender found a line where I don't even need to generate anything else, as long as my 8/8 can attack twice, then I win, which was very much the deal. And when the positioning was important, he did put the minions where it mattered. The giant away from the apprentice made it so that Tyler had to choose which threat to leave up, and Surrender cornered him from there.
He did. Gets a very clean win, as I was describing it as. We're going to go to a short break before we finish the last series of the day. Tyler versus Surrender will come back after this. This is game 2 of our last series of the day here in APAC, the one that I've been secretly most looking forward to all day today. I know it's kind of a normie opinion at this point to have Surrender as your favorite player in APAC, what with how well he's been doing, how consistent he's been, but I still just love watching him play. I can't deny it. I absolutely love it. And he's doing good so far with a very strong mage game up against the druid. Both warriors have been banned out of the way. But even then, I think with it still being a strong deck against Tyler's lineup in the mage, you're always happy to just get it out of the way because it has been a bit of a shaky deck so far in the past couple weeks.
I think it's fair to say Surrender being the only player who is lossless, at least in terms of match score, definitely looking to secure himself an auto top 2 if he takes this series, I believe. And that would give him a better seeding going into the playoffs week. It's not just finish top 6 and everybody gets the same prize. Surrender with the Demon Hunter and Tyler still still having mage left up makes me feel like Surrender is in an even better spot.
Yeah, I think he's just in an absolutely fantastic position. The mage for Tyler could be a little bit difficult to get through, given that there is still the Demon Hunter here for Surrender. Taking a look at the list against Priest, or Tyler's Priest specifically, Tyler has the one Kobold Sticky Finger, which can help in the matchup, but is not quite so crucial as against Bomb Warrior. The really weird thing for me is that Surrender is still running Magtheridon. I guess kind of playing into what you were saying earlier, that he's not banning Druid, so he wants to have like a win con against Druid with Magtheridon?
Could very well be. I think I may have underestimated Magtheridon in other matchups as well.
Okay.
Having it in your deck as a threat can be a very, very big deal, even if you don't necessarily play it down on curve or end up playing it at all. Sometimes it just disincentivizes people from going super wide on board.
Before we get into any of the late game stuff, though, Tyler, for me, has kind of just got the hand that can get there. With the Tour version of Priest, I really like playing aggressively for tempo right at the start. Not necessarily to the extent of coin 2-drop into 2-drop, but, you know, Sethic, Wandmaker, as soon as he finds a dragon, he can play the Cleric of Scales to find Raise Dead and get those minions back on the board. This is a hand that has a lot of board control, which is kind of the key to the matchup.
Right. As soon as Priest started going for the 2-of version, I think they quickly realized that Raise Dead is the card that allows you to actually take the early board despite you playing understated minions for their mana cost, such as Wandmaker. It's the fact that you're able to refill it for almost no cost at all. For Surrender, though, the curve is looking pretty clean. Making his own Kolak and getting rid of that Wandmaker. Marrow Slicer, Glaive Bound for the follow-up into Skull. Good.
Looking real good. Does mean that Tyler has to fight back as robustly as possible here. Arguably to the extent of Coin Wave of Apathy to make sure that these can't be clean trades. But again, I think with this hand, you're probably gearing up for Coin Wave Cabal or Coin Soul Mirror in order to fight back a little bit better.
I would agree, but all of these answers are not shaped well against the type of threat that Surrender's put on board. Tyler still doesn't have a dragon. You can see how distraught he is by this hand.
I think that the
Surrender has free reign.
yeah, the
Surrender's like, wait, what? Really?
The deflated
it's
balloons.
for me?
Yeah, in the background, I think of the perfect analogy here for Tyler. It is just not happening so far. Surrender goes space, he plays the curve, skull next turn, or I mean even just lethal next turn. Maybe he doesn't need the skull.
Oh my god. Hello? This was not a game of Hearthstone.
Not over yet, right? He's got Shadow of Death or just Wave. Although Wave puts everything to 2, right? Apart from the
Yeah.
Kolek.
I wonder.
I think it's Death, Hero Power, and then try to Coin Soul Mirror isn't even that good. It's probably like Coin Cabal Wave next turn. Oh gosh. This is one of the poorest draws I've seen from a Priest in a long time.
Yeah, it's an absolute slaughter. He just needed a single dragon, and this hand entirely comes together. Then you're hitting Raise Dead, as we were saying, Renew. You can play out your Sethic again, keep generating all these spells.
So if you're Surrender, and you go Kane, Twin Slice, Hero Power this turn, that's another 7, plus the 4. You put Tyler down to 3, and even if there's Coin Soul Mirror, you have lethal with the other Twin Slice. But there are, I suppose, Pyro punishes if you go for this line, as opposed to Skull, Pyro Apotheosis.
Has to be exactly Pyro Apotheosis. You don't really have a read on there being, or I mean, if they had Pyro Apotheosis, they wouldn't necessarily have played it, is what I mean to say. But at the same time, I kind of feel like they would. I like this deviation from Surrender. The expected play is Coin Soul Mirror, and this just beats it.
Yep, I like it too. I think that if they had Pyro at any point earlier, they certainly would have played it with Coin and any of their cheap one-cost spells that make up the bulk of the deck. But he didn't see it, and Tyler's just dead.
I mean, this is literally never the line from Tyler as well, because he knows that he is dead on board here.
There wasn't another line, was there?
I mean, it was like Sethic, Apotheosis, and then if you hit...
Renew Radiance? Something like that?
Yeah, like, if you get Radiance and then you, like, chain Lazul's schemes forever so that nothing has any attack. Like, I know it's ridiculous, but it's where we're at when you're facing down literally 100% lethal. Obviously, I'm not going to fault Tyler too much there because it's verging in the territory of memes how lucky you would need to get off the Sethic to have any chance there. It was really just the fact that he didn't hit any of the mid-game draws whatsoever in order to be able to lock down the game.
Just felt like the easiest game of Surrender's life.
Pretty much.
Tyler, I mean, I don't think I can fault him on the mulligan. I would have kept one maker. He just never hit a dragon, didn't hit the pyro that early. I would say that having Coin is generally a huge boon to Priest as well because it pairs with Pyro and you have one other card in the mulligan to work with, but it was just not there, and Surrender's curve was perfect.
Yeah, complete disaster.
A typical Demon Hunter game, I guess.
The only point that we're really approaching there, I guess, was whether it should have been Coin 2 into 2 to proactively start locking down the board. Like I said at the time, I think Tyler did take the right line, but you got to bear in mind that, you know, with Priest, the hero power only really does anything when you have minions on board. Healing yourself is not what you want to do in the matchup. You want to be locking down board control. Probably wouldn't have worked out anyway because the board still would have been able to be cleared, but always something to consider as the alternate line that you can play for. Demon Hunter out of the way now, though, for Surrender. Only the Druid that needs to get through against Mage, Priest, and Druid Mirror. I think he's just in a premium spot here.
Obviously, he has so many chances, and this is not Malagos Druid like Surrender had the other week, so I feel like it has less chances of whiffing so hard that it would lose 3 games in a row. I feel like Malagos Druid takes the already somewhat heavily draw-dependent win rate of Druid into even further extremes.
Says a lot about our two players right there, just on their choice of beverage alone. Surrender with the understated, very delicate teacup, and Tyler with the coffee made in his $10,000 coffee machine. That's all you need to know about the two players right there, I think.
I was going to ask you what does that say about them, but
I'll leave that to you,
we'll leave that up for interpretation. Yep. That was bigger than a tiny sip. I will say that.
That was a chug, straight up.
Is this another One Thief keep that we're seeing?
It was, wasn't it?
Just not a fan of that.
Specifically with this hand, right? Because you're then not playing Spellwing on 1, I guess?
Yep. Just so you can activate One Thief on 2.
Like, if you hit...
very pessimistic.
Yeah. I do agree. I think you'd rather hit the spell damage minions, you'd rather hit Apprentice, you'd honestly rather hit, like, Evocation in the mulligan, just for the chance of comboing it with Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Well, in any case, Tyler does put together a board. Surrender does this kind of turn your head a bit and blink thing that I can't even tell if that's just his default reaction or if he was confused to see that One Thief was kept in the mulligan. Remains to be seen, but obviously his curve plays out very cleanly. Cash in your soft ramp to activate the hard ramp. Next turn, he has either 5-drop of his choice active, and I'd have to imagine it's Twilight Runner, but Tyler with the Mirror Entity actually has a decent answer.
Yeah, despite obviously his face here, I think, saying, I believe I'm about to go 0-3 against Surrender, he has the card here. This is what Surrender has to be afraid of, because Twilight Runner, devastating, giving them 2-card draw. Lake Thresher, I guess a little bit less so, because there's nothing to cleave into.
That's if you believe it's mirror entity to begin with. I think my first instinct would really still just be to play Twilight Runner here.
Really?
But Surrender is going to play around it.
And he gets rewarded. Like, he has information here, right? This is a card that was picked off of the Wand Thief. And it's a card that 3 mana was spent on in one of the prime early turns, when a card was already kept in the mulligan.
That's fair, now that you put it that way. I guess I wasn't considering just how good the Iron Bark or full cost is with Ghidra this turn.
Surrender's just straight vibe in here as well. He is absolutely loving life right now.
Yep. I would love life if I'm 2-0 up in a series that could put me 5-0 in round robin overall score.
Wouldn't we all?
The worst he can go from here is 5-2, which is better than the majority of the field. But Tyler's not out just yet. One apprentice could change the entire landscape of.
You don't pick the ones.
I mean, what I'm most interested right now... Okay, that's kind of an interesting top deck there for Tyler. I will save my snarky comments until after about Tyler losing this series, because that is absolutely the card that you wanted to hit. There are 3 spells drawn. Maybe if he can hit an AI, he can keep drawing through his deck. Like, this is not quite over yet.
I will agree. Surrender has some draw to work with for himself. Start off with this Twilight Runner. Almost certainly happening. I like trading it into the weaker minion. Sometimes that little extra HP can make the break points just a little bit more awkward for the mage.
Interesting.
This is where Zottle would say, what about play Kale Thoughts?
Okay. I mean, I was looking... I kind of settled on Twilight Runner hero power here at the end. I still just think I'd rather have a Twilight Runner down. Like, I want a card draw with this hand, right? I wouldn't even hate to go with the Broomstick as well, to be honest.
Yeah, that's also interesting. I think if you're playing Twilight Runner, I like the idea of just going for the draw immediately to give yourself the best shot of getting Lightning Bloom the next turn for survival. I'm just going to take it a little bit slower, which, to be fair, if you're scared of multiple freezes, you definitely want to have a Bloom in hand to answer the accompanying.
3 spells tutored out of the deck. Obviously, none of these are Apprentice, but it starts to get the rest out of the way to make room in the deck and find that Apprentice. That's a freeze.
Ideally, I would want to fit in the Primordial Studies.
I think there's room.
And Cram Session. Okay, but then you're not freezing both the Ghidra and the Twilight Runner.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think there's room for Cram Session. I think there's room for the lab part, or just play the Primordial and see what you get.
It says explode.
Oh, he's going for the session though. It looks. Or never mind. I mean, it could still just be do this for more power on board, but then you leave your lab partner vulnerable to the other Twilight Runner, which means Cram Session is going to be not as good.
Oh, he's taking the chance to get the clear here. It's very likely. Oh no!
Hello.
All right.
I thought that was gonna be Ray of Frost, but missing that is royally unlucky.
This is where we conduct my experiment, Gia. I want to load up Hearthstone now and see how long it takes before I see Tyler has started a new Brawler CM run in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen. I anticipate 3 seconds or less.
You've already lost. And honestly, it feels like so has Tyler.
Yep.
But there's still a chance to draw Apprentice.
And
also, Surrender's hand is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, he can't go Kael'thas on this turn, which is the really awkward thing. Obviously, there's just like Thresher, Broom, clear the board. Next turn, you just win the game pretty much. But again, not 100% over.
In time, you too will be.
Yeah, he's just going in with the Omu and still play Chaos for tempo. Alright.
Tempo Chaos, sure.
Yeah. This is
Okay.
the line I was thinking about last turn. Still pretty good here.
Yeah. It
What
needs
is
to be an
this?
apprentice. That's the draw to have any chance at all for Tyler. You draw to apprentice.
Is there any way Raz gets enough done here? There's Primordial, Raz,
Raz
Ray of
Ray.
Frost.
What to do?
Oh.
Nah,
To
I don't
do.
think it works. Mana's just not there. Okay, I'm on board for the apprentice game plan. And if we're trying to draw towards it, maybe it's Primordial first, so you get an additional draw for Cram Session.
What to do? What to do?
Well, whatever he's doing, he's got to go now.
I don't
want to
even
go
know.
Primordial.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I
he's
want to go
kind of just...
Primordial. I want to take the cheapest thing. If I miss on anything good, I am going to go Cram Session for the one draw for Apprentice.
It's over
Not there,
already.
I lose.
He just doesn't have time already. I think, lab partner Cram Session, he literally does not have the APM to win this game, I don't think.
Well, there's no more mana to play Art Missiles either. Kael'Thas gonna stick, survival, able to come down on the board.
Technically one mana.
Lethal?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not quite lethal. Okay, maybe this was just a line from Tyler to stay alive. It's fair enough.
Yep. Wild Growth, Overgrowth, or a total of 1 card draw just to activate the survival, I think is fine.
I think so too. Following up with the Broom doesn't even sound that bad either, just to get it on board
Yeah,
again.
it's a 5/5.
Yeah.
One more chance for Apprentice for Tyler?
Mm-hmm. Technically 2, I suppose. You can still make it work with Cram Session. Fit it in there as well.
Time waits for
You're
no one.
trading? Really not.
I mean, the Broom for sure.
Okay. Raz the one way he loses. Guess I can understand that.
Okay, 2 draws now. 2 draws.
Yep.
You gotta go,
I
Tyler.
think it's possible he's thinking about a Jandis devolving line instead.
Really?
I just thought out loud. I didn't like the sound of it.
There's not even Doomsayer.
Or it could just be straight up evocation. I'm
Is it just-
still okay with that.
Hit Earth Ellie? Is that the out?
I think Evo is better shot
Oh,
than
okay.
Jandis. Yeah, there's another devolving. Okay.
Oh, Ray of Frost?
Devolving first,
Yeah.
and then possibly Arcane Explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Ray for one half of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Arcane
Explosion's
Explosion?
good here.
Missiles?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Uh-huh. I want to play one Ray of Frost just so you maintain the twin spell in hand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is good.
Oh, surely not. Surely not. Don't even give me a glimmer of hope here, Chia.
Well, I didn't like that he traded in the lab partner there. I thought it was going to be Arcane Missiles to try and clear up the
Right.
Shiffin. So maybe he sticks a Cram Session target. But he cleared the board. That's impressive.
It's very impressive. It's not the line I would have
Sarah,
taken.
Draw card.
Yeah. I like the sound of that.
Why did this become so tense? It still doesn't feel like Tyler can win, but we're just so used to being degens on Tempo Mage that we believe there's a chance.
Okay, no dragon. No dragon. There's something.
Okay.
Wrath to draw a
Wrath and
card.
Cycle.
Yep.
Yeah. Not get baited by Forest Aid. You just get more stats by playing your 5 times, I think.
Yeah.
5 mana cards, I mean. Oh! Wait, that's such a big board!
Oh my god.
You can freeze the Ysera!
Okay, like, Surrender did keep the Broom, which we were advocating for playing out earlier, which is, like, absolutely huge. That does lock out, like, the win con for Tyler, but...
Oh my gosh, does he just hold the Giant now?
No, you
Guess
just
not.
do it. If they have Broom plus the big minion, you're just kind of conceding anyway.
Okay. But this, for sure, this is the end.
Oh,
After he sees
Mischief
the
in
Thresher.
Prime!
Can be played next turn.
We played right now. Get it down. A rush? Hello? Disgusting.
I want to clear the full board. I wanna
Acceptable.
cycle into Jandis. I wanna... Okay, you can start your timer before Brawliseum notification again.
Was this technically a misplay from Surrender because he could have gotten 6 dragons and been unable to play Broomstick? Like, if we want to get hypercritical at this point, do you really care if you give your dragons rush? Whatever.
Okay, hypercritical.
I'm trying to find what I can, alright? He's too good. He just 3-0'd Tyler, one of the best players that we've had here for a long time in APAC. And honestly, I kind of think he can't really believe that one himself. He's just like, okay, the first game was just kind of handed to me. That one there, the mage didn't really do much of anything either, and I got the perfect hand. He didn't have to play especially good Hearthstone, but he just decided to anyway.
That happens here and there. If you're a player like Surrender, for every hard-won, hard-fought, excellently piloted game, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 that are handed to you on a silver platter, as well as 1 or 2 that you can't do anything about. It's just the spectrum of Hearthstone. And I gotta say, I am disappointed that's the way we ended the day, because we had such a fun series before this.
Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of fun seeing the good players stomp at the end of the day, and it does have massive implications. Not to imply that Tyler is not a good player, by the way. I think he's very good. But it does have massive implications for the bracket that we have now, with obviously Surrender moving up to 5-0. He is, like you were saying, obviously in 0 chance of ending up in the bottom 2 now. It's really just trying to secure that top 2 spot to get a bye once we go through to playoffs.
Hey, okay, I'm 99% sure he's just guaranteed top 2 from this point.
I'll go with your gut.
He should just be the highest seed with the best tiebreakers right now, and everybody else aside from Yugi Blitzchung already have a lot. I mean, have 2 losses, so it is super unlikely that Surrender is not top 2. And that is extremely impressive. Also want to say hats off to Alan for taking that incredible reverse sweep on Tempo Mage a while ago. Tiz, however, is a player that maybe doesn't mind the loss as much as others because he's still in a decent spot overall in Division.
Yeah, he's staying above that trifecta of doom down at the bottom with Rivius, Alutemu, and Kin. Flurry and Shaxi obviously still yet to play this week, so could be moving up to 4-1, which would be, again, getting themselves up closer to that spot. In Division B, it's just about getting in the top half that matters. Top half can look at playoffs. Bottom 2 are automatically relegated, and 5th and 6th are potentially relegated out, which will be played out on the final week once we enter playoffs in week 8. Super exciting stuff though, even though it was a bit of a non-series there at the end for Tyler. I still enjoyed watching Surrender go up to 5-0. I love stories where there's just one unbeatable player. He's just Superman at this point. He has no weaknesses.
Yep. Lorinda, of course, just catching me from saying anything too inaccurate because the tiebreaker, the first one at least, is head-to-head. So if either Bank Yugi or Blitzchung or just somebody that possibly never takes any losses from this point Surrender, then there's a world where Surrender doesn't end up in the top 2. But I'm going to maintain that's still 99% because this is Surrender we're talking about. The man just does not lose. Did you see that scoreboard in Division A? 5-0, everybody else no more than 2 wins. Hello?
Yeah, I know. It's disgusting. Like, when you see it in that stark contrast, you're like, yeah, okay, maybe he's out here playing a slightly different game than the rest of our competitors. It really doesn't even feel fair to pit them up against him. But very well done by Surrender. Obviously, you know, like we were saying, he kind of got handed, for the most part, a win there. But I do think he played it out very, very well. You know, even just holding onto the broomstick at the end in that game, super disciplined play because he just realized what are the possible outs from my opponent. And he played around those very, very cleanly. That was, however, the last match of the day here in APAC before we send you over to Europe, where, of course, they have their own slew of stories. Players trying to qualify through to the playoffs, and down in Division B, where things are looking a little bit scary, I believe, for Sylvain and Bohr in particular, as the non-French GMs over in Division B. Plenty of exciting storylines there as well. And so unless you have anything else to add, Gia, I'm going to sign us off for the day.
Just to look forward to Rivius's matches later this weekend, because he is the only one bringing Paladin in APAC, and I'm excited to cast some of that.
Yes, I had a lot of fun beating up Sottle with Paladin versus Druid in testing, and I hope that Rivius can do the same. Although, actually, I kind of hope Rivius loses with the Paladin against Druid, just so Sottle feels extra bad, just because I'm a cruel person like that. And with that said, I am going to send us over to Sottle and Raven now. From Gia Production, myself, all the players, I'm sure, as well. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we'll see you tomorrow. For now, enjoy Europe.
Hello everyone and welcome to another weekend of the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and we're going to kick off the day with 4 matches, and then we're going to continue, of course, all weekend with plenty more Hearthstone to follow. Sol, how are you doing? Are you ready for actually one of the final weeks of Grandmasters?
I'm doing great. I had a little bit of a shock to the system. I wasn't expecting the fresh cut coming out from Raven. We don't actually get to see each other until we go live. You've gone full Johnny Bravo. I love it. But yeah, more importantly, we've got some great matches coming up in Grandmasters here. I think we are just about getting to the final point now of the round robin proceedings, where really every game has very clear implications. Every match has implications, but every match now has much clearer implications on who's going to be fighting relegation, who's going to be looking for playoff spots, and eventual World Championship performances.
Yeah, and it's been a really long journey for these players so far. 3 weeks of Swiss tournaments, then a few weeks of round robin has led them to this point, and we can see how the divisions are split. With Ardew and Bunnyhopper sat at the top of Division A, Belkane at the top of Division B on his own for now. All of that could change, but for me, Sottle, a lot of my eyes are really just drawn to the bottom areas of each division more than anything right now.
Yeah, certainly we'll get a lot of context, even just over today, as to how some of this is going to play out. Because, for example, we see Viper in action. We see various French players down there towards the bottom, Zim, as well as A-Rock in action today as well. And Ball Control, perhaps the surprise name for the season to really be facing down relegation. We're seeing all of those players in action today. So I think the relegation picture could really be a lot clearer even as soon as the end of today.
It is, just one win, one loss can make a huge difference to some of these players sitting, especially at the very top and very bottom for now. Whereas obviously everyone in the middle is just fighting to at least stay there in the most part. But let's check out the matches we do have today. Kicking it off with Casey versus Viper. Viper yet to get a win in his round robin stage, so sitting at the bottom of that Division A, although not in auto relegation zone, definitely still looking more and more guaranteed to have to fight for his spot in Grandmasters next season.
Yeah, and that first matchup against Casey, should we say there's some history there between those two players? I think a bit of genuine needle between the two competitors in our opening matchup, which, I'm here for. It adds an extra layer of spice. I'm really looking forward to that one. And then Ball Control versus Swids. Bookending our day on the other side is a hugely important one for Ball Control as well, because, as I said, perhaps the surprise name right now to really being put in the relegation bracket, to be talking about this potentially losing Ball Control from Grandmasters next season. So he needs to start putting wins on the board right now if he's going to avoid that fate.
Yeah, and as you can see as well, we have those 3 Division B games, and that's starting off with Division A. And honestly, the pressure must just be mounting, and not even bothered to say like the fears for some of these players. As we see, there are some players that are 1-3 score going to be playing today. If you go 1-4 in Division B, it's looking grim. Like you have to do something quite fantastic over the next week and a half to even have a chance, not being auto-relegated, not even having a chance to fight for that spot. So all the pressure is really starting to mount as we move in to one of our last weekends of Grandmasters. But let's take a look at how the meta looks for this week, Sol, because we had a bit of a weird one in Europe last week, I think, at least, with just Bomb Warrior 100%, and then it almost felt like everything else. And although this kind of reflects the same again, there are some differences with the reduction of Bomb Warrior there.
Yeah, it's fairly similar, but Bomb Warrior still seems fairly universal, but that has opened up opportunities for Wama in particular, who has come in with, I would say, an improved variation of Chonsu's strategy from last week with the hard target Bomb Warrior lineup, which you would argue is a lot more effective in Europe because of how consistently people have been bringing Bomb Warrior to the field. Outside of that, Mali Druid has had a little bit of a resurgence here, which, again, you can understand because, again, we see all those Bomb Warriors, so maybe Mali Druid is a deck you want to have in your back pocket in that kind of world. But for me, bringing Mali Druid kind of also hinges on your expected opponent having Highlander Priest, and Highlander Priest has actually fallen off in Europe this week, so potentially some of those Mali Druids might end up being a bit of a whiff for me as well. But outside of that, we are just continuing to see a very even spread once we fall off that cliff that is Bomb Warrior and Tempo Mage in Europe.
Yeah, and I think to be fair, once you're just a little bit more on the Malygos druid, if you just look at that spread in general, arguably just forget about Tempo Mage, the meta's actually just quite slow in Europe, right? We have pretty much A-Rock solo bringing a lot of aggro stuff, really, and that's about it. Like, none of our players this season especially feels like they want to play any kind of, a flurry of aggro decks or anything like that. It's generally been like the 1 or 2 maybe aggro submissions in each lineup, with still some slower options such as Priest and arguably Druid. But let's take a look at one of those Bomb Warrior Sottle, because we do have a slightly different approach for some of these players this week.
Yeah, both Zim and Swids, who both play today, are bringing this variation of Bomb Warrior, which actually, if you look carefully at it, only has 4 total bombs in the entire deck with the 2 Wrench Calibers. Obviously, Corsair Cash can modify that a little bit, sure, but no upgrades, no additional charges coming off from that, and no Horde Pillagers as well. So this is going to be an interesting one, because it might allow some people who are intending to ban Bomb Warrior to leave Bomb Warrior up in a couple of series. But I think it's the most interesting because Zim particularly, not today, but his other matchup for the week, is against Warmer, who has the hard counter Bomb Warrior strategy. But Zim's Bomb Warrior is different. It's not all in on bombs, and he's playing that copy of Zephyrus as well, which can perhaps create some tricks to get him out of that very, very difficult series where his opponent is trying to hard counter this deck in particular.
Yeah, not only Zephyrus, but Kargath, I think, as well, is always a card I think is just forever to be considered in any warrior deck, because as one card slot, its potentially is limitless, right? It can not only be a great rush minion, but also just a ton of armor gain, and just a big minion itself in the late game with that Prime. So I do think, although we see it in this list, I think you do always, and we probably will, always have to keep an eye on that card going forward.
You know, that's one of my favorite Ravenisms, right? For the space of just one card slot in your card, you could play this card. You could apply that logic to every card in Hearthstone. It means
2
nothing.
cards for one card,
nothing.
right? It's a Prime. Okay, well, without Sottle just once again having a go at me at something or other, we are going to get ready to go into our first match of the day. Remember, we only have 4, so make sure to stay tuned and get ready for plenty of Hearthstone. We'll be right back.
So there's, how bad is this zombie apocalypse? We're gonna survive, or?
Tough one.
For zombie apocalypse, I would take Torben, so Viper. He's pretty strong. I would take Language Hacker. He seems very, very smart. Probably Zilay. Seems like he could, deal with a lot of the threats.
So if there is a zombie apocalypse, I think I would choose. I will definitely not choose Zim or Swiss. I don't trust them. I think I will go with Ball Control, Casey, and Gallon. That's the guy I go along with. So
My crew would be Born, Viper, and Bunny.
Bunny is a scientist, so he might find a cure or something like that. Casey can just handle all the zombies with his incredible strength. Thijs can be the bait, and I'll just wait around and help somehow.
We are back and ready to go with our first match of the day. It is going to be Casey versus Viper in what's going to be a pretty spicy one, because not only is it important, of course, for Viper to start getting some wins on that board, but whoever wins is going to probably have something to say on social media pretty soon afterwards. So I'm just excited for that. I think we want a long break after this match just to review social media and see what the players are saying to each other. I think that's a pretty reasonable point.
Yeah, I think that's fair, actually. I think we could all, viewers, casters, and players alike, could take the opportunity to just have a quick browse through Twitter after this matchup, because, yeah, there's some history there. And you say social media afterwards, it's already started before the match. They already fired some shots out beforehand. Viper was very quick to point out that he was 100% win rate against Casey this season. Casey went kind of bizarro world with it and said that wasn't true, even though it just is. Like, I don't understand what the line was from Casey, but yeah, there's definite history between these two players, and I think, you know, there is a lot of stake here just in terms of, same as every other match, that the standings really matter, particularly for Viper here if he's going to have any chance of escaping the relegation bracket slots in Division A. He really needs to get a win on the board in basically all of his last 3 matches from here. But, you know, when personal feelings come into things, that almost overrides everything else in a lot of positions. So I think that just might make it mean even more to both of these players.
Yeah, and we do see just an interesting point already with how the lineups have interacted here. Casey's rogue is actually banned, which is the secret rogue, so he's not going to have access to that. So Viper has chosen to leave Casey's Bomb Warrior, which is the more standard list. There's Horde Pillager in there, upgrades, etc. He's chosen to leave that list up, and like you said, he has Malygos Druid. I think Mage is okay against it, and he has the Priest with Twilight Drakes in his list as well. So maybe he just deems that Bomb Warrior just isn't quite the threat that maybe it either has been or has seemed to be in recent history.
Yeah, I'd say Mage is at best okay against it, but I do like the Malygos Druid point. You know, I've banged this drum on multiple weeks that I feel like bringing Malygos Druid over any other variant of Druid only really makes sense if you want to like have a very soft target Bomb Warrior kind of strategy, and you leave up Bomb Warrior and hope your opponent plays Highlander Priest or something else like that alongside it, so you have like a couple of really nice matchups for your Malygos Druid at that point. So the fact that Viper's at least doing half of that, you know, puts my mind at ease a little bit. But yeah, it's a very unique ban. I don't think we've seen a great deal of Secret Rogue bans up until this point. But Viper, again, continuing to do things a little bit differently, as he has been wont to do since he really burst onto the scene as a prominent Hearthstone player.
Yeah, and it's you know, it would be a shame if somehow he does get relegated in the season, because I do just love seeing what he submits week on week, because there's always something, even in the most standard looking list. But we are ready to kick it off here. Casey versus Viper, game number 1. Warrior on the top, Malygos Druid on the bottom. So, looking at this, Sottle, are you favouring Viper in this overall matchup then?
I mean, in a vacuum, yes, I would say so. You know, Bomb Warrior has the goods to survive long enough against, say, a survival druid, where they can just clear enough boards, drop a couple of brawls, drop a barrel, Blade Storm one big thing, Shield Slam one big thing, and then hopefully by that time your opponent has blown up to the bombs that you put in their deck, right? Like, that can happen. When you have to stack all of that up with the fact that they can just kill you from hand as well, that becomes very, very problematic. Casey does just have kind of the juice here in terms of an aggressive game plan. The aggressive game plan isn't necessarily all you need to worry about from the Bomb Warrior side. I think more importantly here, Viper just has the Breath of Dreams ramp into Germination. So Viper is off to the races here early.
Yeah, and already with this, obviously the help of the Overgrowth as well, it does mean that Viper, even for just like plan A, even though I'm not saying this in priority order, but he has Ysera and Overflow just straight away, right? So even at worst case, never mind Malygos, he can just throw Ysera in early on in the game and then just start drawing cards and start proccing those dragons to give Casey a lot to deal with. And quite often, like oddly shaped minions, which means Blade Storm is significantly worse against boards like that.
Au contraire, Raven, I would very much like to mind Malygos, because now not only does Viper have that plan A Sarah into Overflow you were talking about, he also already has Malygos and Germination with some additional ramp left over, or some additional mana crystals left over with Innovate and Coin from that point as well. So if he can find Omu, if he can find Bloom and Moonfires, that's just a ton of burst damage thrown out on top of this Ysera over the next couple of turns as well. He is just going to dump their Coin and Innovate on the Ysera now, which I do like, because as Raven was mentioning, I think this is very much plan A with the way that Viper's hand has panned out.
And it still works towards Malygos, right? You are still planning to draw cards, which gets you to the Malygos combo.
Yeah.
It's just a nice benefit that you can just drop that Ysera in early. But in the meantime, though, Casey is putting on I don't want to say like quite the aggressive front with a Risky Skipper and Armorsmith, but he is putting as much damage through to Viper as possible, getting some bombs shuffled in, and at least keeping the pressure relatively high. Oh, and there's Geppetto. I believe, just having a quick check here, with 2 beasts gone, there are only 2 beasts and Alex Straza and Omu left in the deck as minions, I believe. Imagine here that Viper's probably just going to go for the trade, take the easy trade onto the Armorsmith. Just to get it out of the way. I think Viper, especially with the Ysera Shuffled Dragons in, is more than capable of chipping away enough armor to make the combo still completely relevant. It's not like Casey's going to be able to build a ton of armor altogether and be able to just like completely say, okay, you'll never be able to kill me with a big combo just because these dragons are kicking around.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little bit of an underwhelming overflow in the end from Viper, but it's still a very, very enormous board state. Casey is going to have to find some kind of clean answers here, or else this damage is going to start coming through way too quick. Yeah, no shield slam picked up here, so I don't think Casey really has any other option than what he's doing, which is just try and keep up as much aggression as he possibly can.
Viper is going to burn a card then, right? So, although it might burn a bomb, which is nice,
yeah,
it might also burn an Omu, which is less nice. Okay, I think that's fine. So, Viper has 12 damage on board, which means he can already peel all of that armor away. I just wonder how much Viper thinks he might need to actually have the full combo, or whether he thinks he can maybe utilize some of it now to open up some hand space.
Yeah, there are issues here, where Viper still needs a number of turns to execute this, no matter which way he goes around it. And those might be a number of turns that Viper doesn't have when he's currently at 17, with 3 bombs in his deck already, and still facing down this huge weapon on the other side as well.
Yeah, it's why I look at Teacher's Pet Swipe, potentially, this turn as well. Swipe away the Armorsmith, go in, you kill the armor anyway. And my only worry is Glowfly is, although does line up well, does just make a Brawl just so much better.
Yeah, it makes Brawl completely insane on Casey's side, but it does protect against Blade Storm. It does avoid just underplaying into a shield slam as well.
And this is the thing, right? Viper saves a swipe here. That's what that play also does, right? He has an extra swipe in hand. But that's why I was wondering if he even feels he needs... Is this Ysera just never going to die? I just wonder if he feels he needs the additional swipe if his board is that tanky.
Well, I think also a part of it is that he does feel like he just needs to get on with things, right? So he can just have the push there to just immediately have lethal on the following turn if there is no removal. Just max power. Sure. Say if you don't have Brawl, you don't have Brawl. Because he did have 2 huge minions in play on the previous turn, and sometimes a play Warriors might make in that position is just Brawl to kill 1 minion and then Blade Storm to kill the other one, right? Because there's just 2 such huge big things on board. So maybe he had a tiny soft read on no Brawl and just pushed in for the win, because... Let's not forget, he is under an enormous amount of pressure himself here. He is 1 weapon swing plus 1 bomb away from just losing this game.
And now Guardian Animals, I believe, would be Twilight Runner and Teacher's Pet to come down. So he would get the taunt if he did this, but the only issue is it would then delay him playing Geppetto. And this is one of the drawbacks of Geppetto in your Malygos Druid deck, is you have to find pretty much a whole turn to just play it. Like, it's very, very difficult.
And I think, ideally, if Viper did have infinite time here, that just sounds so great, right? Like, you play Guardian Animals, you get the 2 beasts out of your deck that you don't want to draw, and then you Geppetto for the Alexstrasza and Omu that you absolutely do want. But, again, Viper just feeling like he doesn't have time to set everything up perfectly, so he's having to take a risk or 2 here.
But he hits the Omu, so Casey is extremely dead if he doesn't do something big this turn. Because one of the options this does open up is actually going Germination on the Malygos, potentially, depending on what cards are in hand. I guess we're only 1 Moonfire, you don't need to.
And this is very smart as well from Viper. This setup, as I said, not only did it potentially speed him up by 1 turn, which is also what happened, but you see there the secondary conclusion of what he did. Casey had no lethal setup there. He couldn't swing face and go for the bomb out because Viper removed the bomb outs from the equation by ending the turn with 10 cards in his hand. So Casey was just like, all right, I guess I just have to trade minions and hope I'm alive. But Viper had this all set up very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, going to be a very quick game number one there between these two players, and I do agree. I even think that Geppetto play was just a tough one to just commit to because it felt so open at times. So if you just play it, you could take so much damage and maybe die. But with no board, like you broke down very well the pros and cons, and the payoff is if you hit Omu, guess what? You just win the game with that hand, and he did. So very, very close one indeed. But Viper at least gets first blood in that one.
Yeah, so he has an opportunity to do something very similar by playing Guardian Animals, because he can Guardian Animals and then Twilight Runner to fill up his hand with the rushing card draw, right, for a similar effect if there's minions there to trade into. But as I was saying, that doesn't really progress you a turn, right? Like, you still have to play the Geppetto to get yourself the win condition. So Viper found the line that still filled up his hand. As I was talking about, he was under pressure coming back the other way. He's not under enough pressure if there's no chance that you draw a bomb, which, if you have 10 cards in your hand, there's no chance you draw a bomb. Bomb Warrior doesn't just throw damage at you unless they're in Galakron form already, which wasn't the case there. So I think that was a very, very nice, clean setup there towards the end from Viper.
Yeah, and it paid off. So Viper is now 1-0 over Casey so far. But we've got plenty more games to play out to decide who takes the victory here. For now, though, we are just going to go to a very quick break while we get our players ready for game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to dive straight into game number 2 between Viper and Casey. And I believe Casey is going to lock in his warrior again, but this time it's going to be up against the mage from Viper. So a pretty different matchup, at least in terms of who's favored here. So
Yeah, and I just want to put my Alan fanboy hat on for a second here and just say, if you did miss the APAC broadcast, find some time after we're finished to check out the VOD of Alan's matchup, because I think he played a particularly beautiful variation of this matchup of Bomb Warrior versus Mage. Kept himself alive on 1 HP while playing around, taking as much damage as possible for the entire game, turning down quite a few aggressive lines, which might have actually got him killed, but that's what we are going to look at here, potentially.
Yeah, and just taking a look at Viper's mage list here, there is some of those few differences, right? There's Imprisoned Observer as a one-off he is still choosing to run. There's the one Conjurer's Calling in there and one Devolving Missiles. So along with an Arcane Intellect as well, which is, again, just yet again not common in a lot of the builds. So still definitely sticking to his guns on this list from last week.
Yeah, and I was kind of looking at this list in the context of him leaving up Warrior and trying to see if I can, see anything that would point to that being the case. And I guess a natural Conjurer's Calling, you could argue, is a card that you certainly want to have against Warrior. Arcane Intellect, maybe. Just saying, you want to be able to dig through, find those power cards, keep your resource count high in hand. But Imprisoned Observer in your list as a leaving up Warrior strat? Probably not, right? So I think this is kind of like I don't want to call this any kind of like target strategy for Viper against the Warrior, which you have to look at because banning Warrior is so common that every time it's left up, you sort of start scanning for all the weapon removals and anti-Warrior cards, right? But I think this is just a straight up conquest maths calculation from Viper where he feels like he feels like he has a better spread against Warrior than he does against some of the other decks.
It's just a more acceptable deck with his lineup to be left up, right? That's all it is. It's just more acceptable. It's like what you go for, like a normal ban style as opposed to anything too targetable. But we are going to see a good chunk of card draw in the early game here for Viper. And Casey, of course, has access to the double Corsair cache to get some stuff cooking for his side, but Viper already piecing together, like, half his deck at this point.
Apprentice, Mana Giant, right off the top. First 10 cards. He's already got the absolute juice here, which I imagine this has to be a magic trick here, right? For the double discount?
I think so, and I was half expecting that Discover to just be Evocation. Because that's just what the hand looks like, doesn't it? But yeah, I agree. I think at different points in the game, of course, Power of Creation is a very strong tool, but at this point, with this hand, fully on board with the magic trick.
And I even think at this point in the game with a different hand, Power of Creation would still be the pick there, right?
Sure.
But it's just this hand is just saying so clearly to Viper, you can just go fast here. Like, go ahead. The world is your oyster. Just do anything you want. Be degenerate over the next couple of turns and try and get that giant down as quickly as you can.
Viper might be committing one Sorcerer's Apprentice at least, because he does have that Devolving Missiles here.
Exactly.
So this is I knew it. It was a matter of time. That's all it was. It wasn't if, it was when. I was going to say it was more about reducing the giant down than it is about holding Sorcerer's Apprentice for some like mega evocation later in the game, because he didn't draw it yet. Now he can just do both, which, no arguments from me.
Yeah, this is kind of a hard hand to play here, though. Like, whether you go for the evocation right now, or, like, the other way to then look at it with Second Apprentice in hand is often, like, you dump your hand, you play everything else, and then you go for the Second Apprentice with the evocation. But if you look carefully at Viper's hand here, it's not dumpable, right? Like, one Thief replaces itself, Arcane Intellect doubles at the size in hand when you play it. Like, it's a very, very hard hand to clear out. So I do kind of respect Viper just going straight up for the evocation here and just trying to get as many spells playable this turn.
It wasn't too many at all, but he did gain a additional Astromancer Solarian in his hand, so he can drop that down a little bit later. He was expecting to see a Wrench Caliber after double Corsair Cache this game. I think just isn't too much of it. Let's just pack it up. Let's just pack it all up. We're done.
Yeah, Viper just going in here. Same deal as last time. If you have the Brawl, you have
spell
it.
to protect the Brawl.
Yep.
Insane. Casey, I think, just pretty fairly, he's like, I just can't press Brawl here because if it is Gower's spell, I just lose.
Exactly.
So they just have to take a turn off.
Casey smelled it. Viper had the 2-turn setup, recognized he could just play the Giant here. And now Casey's going to have to tank some damage to be able to unlock that Brawl now on the coming turn.
And Viper potentially has the opportunity to just juggle a lot more cards as well, as he does have his natural evocation in hand now. means he can just go. And honestly, with what the rest of his hand is, I like it.
Yeah, this hand is a little bit more dumpable than it was before. Plus, Viper still has the opportunity to just find counterspell number 2 here. If it comes out, Elemental Allies is nice. Conjurer's Calling is playable, but there is also the option to go for a secret, like a bluff secret as Disruption, but that's probably too cute here. Yeah, I do respect just ripping the Conjurer's Calling.
Oh, not the best.
No.
8-drop Conjurers I've ever seen in my life, but it's still just more chunky stuff, and I actually really like the trades as well, because it again just makes Brawl not as good on this board. Even if there's a weaker or one of the weak 8-drops on board, it means Conjurers is just going to... Is it the taunt?
I knew it! Casey tried to point his weapon face and then got the patented Casey look on his face, which pretty much guaranteed that the taunt was the one that was surviving there. And that's bad for so many reasons. One, because Casey couldn't go face there. He couldn't shuffle another bomb in. He couldn't deal any extra damage. But you see the real big impact is that it's just an 8-drop target left on board for the Conjurer's Calling here. And then reason the third, Arcane Devourer, comes off the Conjurer's Calling, one of the absolute nuttiest minions you can hit in Tempo Mage in a lot of positions.
Yeah, we're not going to see anything crazy happen just yet. But if that does live, Casey's probably just dead. And I think that's a fair expectation of that card in most of these outcomes in Mage games, right? If it does actually get to attack once, you're probably dead.
Okay, Shield Block, Shield Slam. Huge deal.
What about if he now Shield Slams the Betrug, Blade Storm, and Swing?
That's very nice, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Just do it the other way around, yep. Sequencing of the first 2 cards is not important.
Yeah, this was what he needed, honestly, to realistically survive in this game, because that was looking pretty grim.
Oh!
Oh, it's got to be Prime into Lethal, hasn't it? It's just got to be Prime into Lethal.
We saw that earlier, Tiz was a Prime gamer. He threw it out immediately on an empty board in this exact situation and kind of got punished for it as he just rolling fireballed his own Prime and didn't really achieve anything of note.
I do think after Blade Storm and Shield Slam, that and the armor, of course, being used up, so there's no natural armor for Casey at this moment, I do actually just think it's as good a time as any.
Alright, Viper agrees. He wants to dodge the removal spells here. That's the good one. He'll take that any day of the week. Yep, fine, fine. Absolutely fine.
Insane.
Yep, sign me up. Alright.
Oh, gee.
Honestly, as soon as that Conjurer's Calling hit, he could have cast nothing after that, and it still would have been a good Prime.
Mirror Images might come back to back Viper, though. Nope. Oh! He knows both Brawls are gone. He knows one Blade Storm has gone. Press those Conjurer's Callings.
Do we want the Geddon? I feel like we don't want the Geddon. No. Yeah, alright.
It's a Shield Slam and a Dream. No way to even activate Boom. Or the Boom bots, should I say, to actually try and, get them to kill off something here.
Right.
Or a lot of some things is probably needed, to be honest, but...
Yeah, there are 3 bombs in deck for the full stack, but as Raven was saying, no real way to leverage like that right now, and Casey taps out of game number 2. That is going to be Viper going up to a quick 2-0 victory, picking up 2 wins up against the Bomb Warrior, largely as intended at this point, I would say.
Yeah, it's looking really strong. Of course, the extra evocation into evocation and so on helped out massively. There was still card draw left for Viper, so it's not as if he was going to be out of the game no matter what. But the quick finish was down to just the back-to-back-to-back pressure that he managed to put forward there and just did not give Casey a second, especially with the help of that counterspell going into what was going to be a pretty good Brawl turn for him. So Viper now only has this Priest left, and it is the 2 of not Galakrond Priest, more like a Dragon Priest, especially as Viper is running this double Twilight Drake in his list. Have you had any more thoughts about that from last week? Because we did see this from Viper last week, and we are seeing some players add 1 in so far this week.
Yeah, it's caught on a little bit, hasn't it? I did try it out myself a little bit, and I do find them to be very useful additions in the warrior matchup in particular, because they are just huge minions that kind of deserve a blade storm on the other side. That's quite often the only clean way to deal with it. Because surprisingly, in this matchup as priest, you do quite often get a little bit of pressure down early just to control the armor, so it's unlikely that they build up a big shield slam to deal with a Twilight Drake in the early game if it comes down as like 4-6, 4-7 or bigger, as it often will. So it then just becomes one of those additional threats that really demands a key removal point from the warrior. And if it's not removed, it represents a good chunk of damage each turn, which is great, but also just one of those massive apotheosis swing targets, which really does become the key to the matchup a lot of the time. Is can you stick a big enough minion where a single apotheosis can just become game winning? And I think that's absolutely the case with Twilight Drake here. So as we mentioned, Viper is an innovator. I think he considers himself a deck builder. He considers himself sometimes willing to operate outside the meta, and that a lot of people are too stuck in their ways of just playing the meta decks. It doesn't always catch on. It doesn't always permeate through the rest of GM that other people see Viper's ideas and go, wow, that's really smart, I'll start doing it. But yeah, Twilight Drake and Priest certainly seems to be one that he was ahead of the curve on.
Yeah, and even if you break it down as you do with most cards, right? You judge a card based on what does it do generally on curve, right? When it should be played in best circumstances. And like, look at the early game of Priest. Renew, well, that card replaced itself in hand. Draconic Studies replaced itself. Cleric replace itself, Raise Dead, makes your hand bigger. Like a One Maker. All of these cards you actually do play early in the lead up to a Twilight Drake does not actually lessen the health of the Twilight Drake. So it's actually, it just makes sense to me, and not quite the same way, but we are going to see a Twilight Drake come down from Viper in this game as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, Viper saying, bathe, bask in my genius. I am playing 3 copies of Twilight Drake in my priest deck. That's just how good it is.
I do wonder if this is actually Wild Pyromancer into this board. Do you like that?
I kind of do, yeah. It's interesting because it does shrink your Twilight Drake by 1, right, on that same dynamic that we were talking about earlier, which might make it not necessarily worth it in this position.
Well, I think for me is the risky skipper being on board shrinks your Twilight Drake by 1 as well, right?
That's true.
And maybe more, right? If
That's
any minions are played, so I don't know.
When Raven's strange brand of twisted logic actually manages to make a good point. Yeah.
It's going to go for Sethic Veilweaver instead. It's a much more high priority kill target for Casey. He's going to go down.
I think this was potentially the reasoning behind the Sethic Veilweaver instead, is that actually the 3 health felt kind of important there to Viper because it required 2 minion procs from the opponent to be able to deal with it, as opposed to just 1 in the other case. And Casey there with a pretty fortunate top deck, but in a minor point where he would have probably argue he has been predominantly unlucky in this series so far.
And here's the interesting point now, isn't it? Maybe with this, it is just time for Apotheosis and keep it simple. Peel all the armor off. Leave a 1-1 and 1-2 on board, so even if a Bladestorm wants to clear his Twilight Drake up, Casey kind of has like trade his minions away anyway, which doesn't feel fun. I like it.
Yep. And this is what I'm talking about. It's just a 6-10. It now requires absolute premium removal from Casey to be taken care of. And there it does. The Bladestorm does come off the top. Yeah, 1 extra armor missed from Casey.
Casey, one of the players not running Battle Rage in his warrior, I don't think, so can't even get away with that excuse. Is it madness, Saul? To coin out a Cabal Shadow Priest.
Coin 6 mana Yeti. Ugh.
He did just see what Casey had to do to clear that Twilight Drake, and there is another Apotheosis in hand now.
There is.
It's a stretch, do not get me wrong, but...
Yeah. I think that's the only argument, is because, like, you coin a 6-mana Yeti and you say, okay, I know my opponent can't deal with this. They don't have to. It's a 6-mana Yeti. They can just leave it there. Like, it doesn't mean anything. But since you have the Apotheosis to back it up, like, maybe there's a tiny opportunity. I still hate it.
Oh, another Twilight Drake down now, or at least available for Viper. It does still have now a much more reasonable Cabal Shadow Priest, as he does get the 2/2 as well. Could follow up with a coin into Wave of Apathy to maybe protect some of their health if he wants to stop the 4/2. Or could just go the complete other way, steal the 4/2 as a lower attack, and just leave that 2/2 on the board.
Yeah, call it the other way. I would like to rephrase that as the strictly better way of doing it.
Sure. If he wants to use the coin at all, I think that was the biggest consideration.
Right. But like you never steal the small one and then coin shrink the big one, right? That's stupid.
I am unbreakable. I am unstoppable.
All right, Galakron, huge deal now for Casey. Gives him some inevitability in terms of the repetitive damage. And now, actually, because Viper went in with the big push early with the Apotheosis, that, from Casey's perspective, gives him a window, right? Because the deck doesn't really draw that many cards. He hasn't seen a bunch of spells tutored out of the deck until this point. So Casey might feel relatively confident that second Apotheosis isn't in hand for Viper, and feel like this straight-up aggressive route now into the Risky Skipper Blastmaster Boom could just end the game, which, honestly, it still might, even just through the second Apotheosis.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Look at the two sides of Casey's hand, right? He has Blastmaster Boom and Risky Skipper to combo for guaranteed bomb explosions if he wants to. He also then has Barov on the other side, so if big 1 or 2 or 3 big minions get made, it is a very easy clear for Casey to just say, nope, they're all gone now, and I'm still Galakron, so I can still punch you in the face every turn.
Yeah, I think, crucially, that second Apotheosis is what's checked by that Barov, because even if it happens now, Barov can deal with it, but say later on Casey's connected 1 or 2 more swings to the face, and Viper has to Apotheosis a minion in a hope that it at least gets to attack twice, or attacks once and gets attacked into, Barov, Skipper, or something similar can shut that down and make sure that it's only one heal being brought out from Viper.
I was just a little bit surprised we didn't see Ray's dead there. Would have helped Twilight Drake just a little bit, but also he would have gotten, you're looking at Sethic, Twilight Drake as well to come back. I thought that was a potentially worthwhile play.
Sure.
Insane. I guess with 2 Pyromancers, Viper was worried about not having the spells to proc them with.
Sethic, Shadower Death, he needs some help here. Most likely in the form of healing, since he knows he's staring down Galakron.
Is there ever a world in which Viper would smite first? Is that madness?
That's a good point, actually. I think he might do that, yeah, since you are so desperate.
And he can't exactly smite his own Sethic right afterwards, so I do actually like this.
Maximum opportunities for more Apotheosis, Renew, Radiance, more Holy Smites. Nope, not quite what he was looking for.
Viper could feel as if he needs to put another minion on the board here. He does have... You could even argue like too many Pyromancers in his hand right now.
Yeah.
There's not much he's expecting to get use out of them anytime soon, so maybe it's worth just throwing one down versus 2 health.
Yeah. Obviously, these Pyros are crucial in certain matchups. Face Hunter, Stealth Rogue, all of those kind of aggressive matchups trying to hunt you down. But the matchups that they're bad in, boy, do they look bad. They just get... They're Bloodfen Raptors or they're stuck in your hand the entire game. That's basically what it comes down to.
Few options here as well for Casey. Can go for the boom straight, hero power down the Sethic, which looks like just clearly option number 1. There was a Kronks into A8 Dragon as well, straight after seeing Shadow Death removal, along with a Smite. But the Kronks after this turn seems much better, because you could just buff the board and win, right?
Yes.
Or deal 5 and win, and so on. So I think the flexibility of Kronks is better saved for this next turn, so I like this overall here.
This is just a board clear. Wait, you don't pyro first, right? Yes, exactly. Okay. That was about to go very badly wrong for Viper. You smite, pyro, smite. This is the order.
Right. Guess he has a spare pyro just in case.
That's true. That is true, yeah.
Maybe he wanted to soak more damage? I don't
Yikes.
Oh, wow. Not what you want to see when your opponent's Galakrond.
Someone's got to lead the charge.
Yep, 6 more going face. 1 bomb outer, and this is bomb number 5 going into the deck, I believe.
Yeah, the difference Galakrond hero power makes is insane, and there's just the bomb. To finish off the game, Viper does not clear Casey 3-0 here. Casey does manage to get a win with that warrior, but there's still a lot left, and honestly, I do think that that Viper still has some good matchups with this priest. I don't think, as we mentioned earlier, it wasn't, oh no, Casey's won with his warrior, the series is over, Viper's missed because he was hard targeting it. It was just one of those matchups, right? It's just slightly better overall. So by no means the end of the world here for Viper.
Yes, so Viper's Priest now has Mage Druid to go up against on Casey's side. The Mage matchup, I think, is largely considered a flip at this point. The Mage does have pretty much infinite resources to keep going, keep pressuring, but if the Priest can outlast or it can find a good tempo swing turn, that can often be enough to get the Priest out in that matchup. And then Mali Druid, at least Viper is playing the right Priest for the job. I think the 2-Ops Priest does have a better matchup against the Mali Druid than the Highlander Priest does. And it's another matchup, honestly, where a 3-mana Twilight Drake, if it gets discounted by Draconic Studies, could actually have a big impact on the matchup just because it's such a big minion so early that Druid might struggle to deal with.
Yeah, I do think it's important to know once we get to the mage matchup as well, is Casey actually isn't running any devolving missiles in his list, and you can see that have a great impact against Apotheosis targets. So it would give Viper a little bit more freedom to just do one of those Apotheosis, maybe even on curve plays, and be pretty sure unless it gets frozen out or generated polymorph, it's going to stick. But I do believe we are going to be going into that Druid matchup first. So it's going to be the Druid versus the Priest. And Casey does have the Malagos Druid, and just having a quick glance over, the big difference between Casey and Vipers that we saw earlier was the Beast makeup, whereas Casey is running 1 Thresher, 1 Teacher's Pet, 2 Twilight Runners, and I believe Viper was running just 2 Teacher's Pet, 2 Twilight Runners. So a bit of a big deal when you're facing down a deck like Priest when they do build that early board. Having that Thresher pulled out could make the difference, actually.
Yeah, and there's also 1 supporting change that plays into that philosophy as well, whereas Viper was playing 2 Nature Studies, Casey is playing 1 Nature Studies and 1 Broom because he has a Thresher in his deck as well, which I think, you do generally have to have that insurance policy of the Broom in any deck you run Thresher in, because it's just such a bad card to draw if you're never able to rush it for the entire game.
Yep. I feel like we say in every single Druid game where we see it get played out without a Broom, it's like, wow, imagine if he had Broom. It's like, this is 100 times better. Getting into it. Viper does have an early Sethic, and I've seen this play almost every time that it's available to just play it out, almost regardless of matchup as well.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. So I want to play Sethic here because I don't want Pyro in my raised dead pool. I want to cultivate it a little bit better than that. I want to play minions on curve against Druid. That's step 1, right? So, playing one of these seems reasonable. The problem is that kind of then dictates you into a Mind Flayer Kaj turn if you're just planning to play out a curve. And I guess that's fine just as a 3-3, but it's not like Druid's going to have a minion here most of the time for you to be able to Kaj on curve, right? But I think just playing out minions into a nicely cultivated raised dead pool here is perfectly reasonable. Now there's options, though, to actually float a mana and just go for the second Sethic instead.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that Kaj and Sethic being your raised dead is fine, even if they are sort of feel worse at the time versus Druid. But yeah, now I still don't know. Is Kaj just fine anyway? Because I'm worried that with the Sethic gone down and still no spells in sight, you are kind of just throwing them out to the void and hoping you get at least 1 back from raised dead soon.
Yeah. Playing Kaj here also enables you to spend 4 mana very cleanly next turn on just going Pyrosethic if you want to. You probably just spend your mana, right? Like I can't make myself not.
Well, for me, if it gets cleaned up soonish, it's probably a Guardian Animals, right? If it gets cleaned up next turn. And then Raise Dead and then Kajin a Guardian Animal card is normally pretty good as a response to that, right? So, yeah, I think it does lead pretty well. I think the harder decision now, based on Viper's next draw, is does he actually play the Wild Pyro and potentially make his Raise Dead worse?
Well, you just cash the Raise Dead now,
first.
right?
Yeah.
Right. You just cash it out now, and then you just play more minions. Yeah, fully agree with the way this opening curve has been played from Viper. I don't think it was obvious. I don't think it was necessarily super easy, but I think I would have made all the same plays.
And it's weird, isn't it? Because it looks like Viper's just had everything dealt with, and he's just trying again with small minions. But look at what Casey's not done. Look, just take a look at the mana count, everyone. Because in this weird universe that we're in right now, the priest has more mana than the druid right now, and it's turn 5. So definitely good there. Although Viper's not had access to ramp, if he had ramped instead, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the board. So kind of a win-win for Viper there.
Right. And honestly, on Casey's side as well, I think he's absolutely done the right thing, which is he has spent his mana as the druid. I think a lot of intermediate or more casual players get lost when they don't hit the ramp as druid.
Right.
Because they just be like, oh, it's just a 1-3 on the other side of the board. It's just a 2-2 on the other side of the board. Why would I waste X card on dealing with that now? Because you have mana that needs spending. That's why. You just spend your mana on killing whatever is on the board in front of you if you don't hit the dream ramp turn. So you can buy yourself as much time as possible to actually naturally creep up the mana curve and play all of your expensive bombs.
Yeah, you have to think of mana as like Meeseeks, right? Where it's made and it just wants to do its job and leave. That's all it wants to do. So spend that mana.
Yes. No, there's still only one acceptable Rick and Morty reference, Raven. I'm not adding another one to the repertoire.
Come on, that one's pretty good.
It was alright.
Yeah, though, I think Viper would love to Wave of Apathy and Cabal Shadow Priest, but not available right now. So you might just have to be happy with a Twilight Drake for now, and then try and do something a little bit better next turn. Unless you think that a Mind Flayer turn looks a little bit nicer here.
He does indeed. The big question, though, is what does the rest of the turn mean? Because that Wave of Apathy really wants to get reserved for turn 7, right? And it kind of looks essential here in terms of filling out the curve. So I think Viper just ends up floating the 1 and dropping Sethic Baleweaver here. Yeah, this is what it is. I'm not sure what's harder, convincing me to float mana or convincing Casey to trade. They're both entirely illegal.
Whoa, that was a good trade. That made his minion bigger.
Yeah.
Now is the turn. Wave of Apathy, Cabal Shadow Priest on the Mukla. The Kaj can trade into the Twilight Runner and create a Twilight Runner.
Yep.
It's the turn Viper's been waiting for and setting up for, to be fair.
It is. He does massively stifle his Twilight Drake here just for 1 turn, but as you mentioned, he's getting a Twilight Runner out of this deal with the Death Rattle from the Kaj, and then he has Raise Dead in his hand as well. So he should be able to make that a very sizable threat on the next turn anyway.
Yeah, and he just gains a 5/5, which right now is kind of bigger than the Twilight Drake. It's close.
In a way, yeah. Viper might be slightly frustrated that such a big minion did come out of the Teacher's Pet here, though, because he might have even not wanted to do this turn, because there's so many actually enormous threats that are going to come down from Druid. But because there's actually so much pressure on the other side of the board because of the Mukla, he just kind of felt obligated to have the swing turn right now. Murozond is just a Guardian Animals, which is no bueno.
Yep. Oh, suddenly, yeah, the Twilight Drake and Mind Flayer cards again doesn't seem so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Nice filling out the curve. Does mean that with Casey still on a pretty full hand, Viper's got to expect at least a half-decent Murozond in the near future. Does have to leave this Thresher up, though not quite got enough damage to clean it off.
And that's the ugly part. Doesn't really matter how big your board's getting if you can't answer a Lake Thresher the turn after it comes down.
Just for a second, I was like, is this just Alex and go?
Omu. Ghidra was the whiff, though. Casey did exhaust his beasts with the Guardian Animals. So it was just those two and the Mali left in the deck. Ghidra was the one big whiff. Casey did hit it, but he still has plenty of damage built up, even if he draws Mali naturally now with the 1-mana Omen.
Yeah, that's it, right? I think if he drew Mali instead, then it's just a pretty clear win, because he just has 1-mana Mali double swipe Moonfire. But yeah, and getting the worst outcome, I guess, overall.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised that turn, actually.
Okay. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
What were you surprised about?
Maybe the speed in which Casey did that turn. I was just wondering, because Murozond was played, the Broom would have actually killed off the Thresher, right? So I wanted to just sit and think about what Murozond did that turn, but then Viper was just already at it. So I assumed it would not do enough. But maybe not surprisingly, his brain working a little bit quicker than mine. I guess the assumption with seeing the beasts that the Geppetto was always going to be at least powerful. There was no great whiff chance with seeing the Guardian Animals and Thresher get played out.
Nature speaks through us.
Oh, there's Germination though.
Sweet. So you made it. You made a 3/3. Good job.
So Ghidra's just mega buffed, right? If it's a 1-mana 1/1.
Yeah.
That's like a buff, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah. Sure. It's harder to make value trades, which makes it harder to use the Wind Fury, you could argue.
Sure.
The fact that it has so much health to begin with makes it get value trades really easily. Ghidra, Breath of Dreams, and a Twilight Runner now in the Murozond.
Seems pretty solid to me. I don't see a great way that Viper can deal with this Twilight Runner, so why not just make the biggest board?
Well, he could just start the Sethic chain again?
Well, he could always start with Renew, which I think is absolutely fine. But unless this is an incredible spell, I think it almost has to be Murozond. Wave. It's Wave Draconic. Must be, right?
Power Infusion, alright.
Quickly. It can't be better than Murozond, right?
No, I agree.
Just purely because now Ghidra Power Infusion.
Yeah, and I actually like this sequencing because, as you were just alluding to, he now preserves the Spell Burst on the Ghidra, makes that a must-kill threat alongside everything else. It's kind of representing lethal, but I think that was the Mali off the top. It absolutely is, and now with the 1-mana Ghidra being squeezed in, the 1-mana Omu being squeezed in there, this is Casey's playground now. He can do this whichever way he would like to.
Yeah, gotta pick your poison at this point, to be honest.
This series coming all the way back. Casey was on the brink, but it is the 2-ofs Priest that is now struggling for Viper, and we're going to go into a hotly contested matchup for game number 5, Raven. It's going to be Mage versus Priest, which, as I mentioned before, I think is largely a flip. This one really can go either way.
Yeah, and that's it. And you kind of... I don't want to say the decks play out in a similar fashion because it's just not really true. But I think part of it is the fact that both decks can generate a ton of resources. So the chance of like starving one or the other out is so small, I think, at least from my experience, that it is very much just back and forth until one player. It's not that one player runs out of stuff. I just think it's till one player can't quite keep up with the power level of the previous turn, and then they start to just fall behind. So I don't think we're going to see anyone starve out here. It's just going to be who has the most powerful turns most often, actually, in that one, and then the game will just suddenly end. It's a pretty cool matchup, actually. I think I just like a lot of Mage matchups because they end up playing out so differently.
Casey's list, very clean. 2-ofs and legendaries all the way through in terms of his mage deck. No devolving missiles, as Raven was talking about earlier, which can not only be a big deal against Apotheosis, but also against the tech card we've been talking about a lot this series, just Twilight Drake on curve, right? Not really a good way in mage to deal with that because it's so overstatted for the cost. If it comes down on turn 3 or turn 4, devolving missiles would be a very, very clean answer to that. But Casey is once again on the Kobold Spellkin Arcane Breath package, which he did have a few teasing words for when Orange first debuted the list on stream and on Twitter, but Casey seems to be converted about this. I did ask him, just in a private message, like, oh, what made you come around to this? He's like, I just noticed I was winning more with it, so I submitted it. I mean, I can't really argue with that. No, it makes sense to me.
It's better when I play it.
Yeah. But I do think that's an important like mentality issue with competitive players, right? Is that Casey, has some fun and he teases people and he will, stand by his opinions and he's not afraid to argue with people, but he's not stubborn to the point of, well, I'm going to nerf my own win rate by not admitting I was wrong, right? Like that's when things actually start to get a bit sticky. So, much respect for him to be switching to the list that he now believes is better.
Yeah, and it does mean that there is just access to that more and more value-based game plan, potentially. Spellkin, of course, generating 2 1-cost spells, and then the helping with that is the fact that the Arcane Breath then generates more cards, and so on, so on. It's going to be an interesting way just to see how both players manage this, because just as much as Casey can play super fast or slow, we've seen time and time again that Priest and Viper specifically in this series can generate a fairly aggressive opening board. So we'll see how it pans out here. Casey, lightning fast with the mulligans. Viper, taking his time a little bit more. What do you like as keeps from here? Because honestly, this hand just altogether does not look so bad.
It looks pretty fantastic, honestly, right?
Yeah, like, there we go.
Turn 1, Draconic Studies. Turn 2, Cleric of Scales, something. Turn 3, Twilight Drake. Yeah.
It's just one maker, because why not?
Mm-hmm. Yep, Kobold Spellkin, grind this value.
We are in just the age of the 1-cost spells at the moment,
Yes.
aren't we? That is just the age we're living in.
So now even do you just straight up coin it? Like, your curve now kind of supports that, the fact that you have Kaj and Lazul as additional follow-up options for turn 3.
I think I want to be greedy and just play the 1-maker anyway.
Okay.
But it wouldn't overly upset me to see it coined out, because as you quite rightly pointed out, there's a ton of options, and the scale, I think I call it Scalebane, the Spellkin to help out on 5, right, just keeps that cooking. So yeah, I think honestly we're just going to get a good idea of what Viper thinks about this matchup and how to approach this than what we do here, because he's almost got too many good choices.
Yeah. Biggest minion on curve.
And most importantly, 4/6 just doesn't really die to anything, right? You're not going to get double Ray Frosted this turn for it to get killed. There is a polymorph there, but here's my question. Like, was there ever a point where that polymorph was too slow, or do you think Casey just has to have an answer to an Apotheosis this turn?
I think he needs answers to Apotheosis, yes. I think the polymorph will be too slow based on what's happened, although maybe the Kaj can still get answered here. But I think the big fear there was just Apotheosis came down. Right. He doesn't have answers. And even if nothing happened that turn that he needed to poly, you'll get to poly something over the course of a matchup against Priest. I think that's fairly clear.
Viper's going fishing. Now you do have to sit back and think, how quickly can Viper reduce the cost of a Mana Giant right now? Because with 2 Spellkin in hand, a Wand Maker is very doable.
Yep. Raise dead.
Yep. It looks good to me, honestly, yeah. Like, if he didn't have 2 Spellkin, I'd always make the argument for picking one, but he has 2. He's got all the spells he needs in the world. Like.
Gets offered all of the options that help to discount that Mana Giant as well.
What about Raise Dead? And next turn is just like double Raise Dead Twilight Drake. Let's go. And just make a massive Twilight Drake.
Kinda like it. Viper does too.
I am assuming the Twilight Drake dies in this scenario, of course, because if it doesn't die, then it can't be raised, but...
Yeah.
But trade it off if he really wants to.
Could... It's slightly awkward because it's just not nice breakpoints on board right now.
On wings of destruction, they
The sheep!
Yeah, I think I like this because it just gives so many more options, right? Like Apotheosis is potentially great here. Picking up a Renew here was great as well, just to get the big heal back on the Twilight Drake since the trade on board is currently so bad with the injured Twilight Drake. So I think reviving the Cleric of Scales here did make sense.
A really tough call as well, right? Because like the Apotheosis does... the Apotheosis kind of just heals the Twilight Drake for the same in a roundabout way, but also the Renew gains him just another spell on top of that, so pretty tricky. It ended up going for the Shadow of Death, which I'll be honest, Sottle, was not the one I was looking at.
So I guess he took the death because he just wanted to have the death, and then he trusted that his second cleric would still give him either of the options that made this turn a reasonable play, because he knows he has to deal with the Mana Giant on the other side, right? He's seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Was a risk though. Second cleric could have whiffed.
Pretty good defense there from Casey, honestly. That was looking very rough. And just to fend off the 2 big minions and get the Mana Cyclone down. And whoa, okay. Pretty high value cards there.
That's the heat in Casey's hand now.
Whereas Viper's just left with a sheep right now as he has two sheep in hand.
Yeah, that was the sketchy part of that. There were two like slightly suspect parts of what Viper did last time. One was that the second cleric could potentially whiff on the Apotheosis. But then, yeah, the fact that he was raised deading sheep over and over, I guess, has to be questionable as well. But, you know, honestly, raised dead just for a Cleric of Scales, which then gets you another spell that you want to potentially use to swing the board that turn, is probably a fine card.
I also think it was incredibly unlikely it whiffed, right? Double Raised Dead was gone.
That's true.
The death then is gone. So I think there's only, 4 spells? And one of them's also, as well, Soul Mirror, which I think would have been a fine response to a Giant as well.
Yeah, that's true. Draconic Studies, Soul Mirror, the Apotheosis, Wave of Apathy. Still Renew as well. There's a few, but yeah, I think there was enough redundancy there that it was unlikely to go very wrong. Makes sense.
Casey now was looking a little bit down and out earlier on, but honestly, that Cyclone actually paid off big time. Still not able to get a Giant down yet, though. Or I guess he was able and chose not to, should I say.
I wonder.
We're about to see the sheep god or something here, like the higher being of sheep, as it could take an apotheosis.
Yeah, a sheep achieving apotheosis. I'm not sure if that exists in any particular culture. If it does, let me know. But
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just gonna throw it out there. If we're gonna have prime cards again, I want sheep prime. That would be sick, wouldn't it? It's just a 1/1, shuffles in, comes out, wings. You'd be like, whoa.
No. Sheep Prime is like a 20/20 that turns every other minion on board into a 1/1.
Oh, that would be so sick.
Yeah.
But the animation, it would do it one by one, and the animation would be super slow. Because it's that powerful, it will make you wait.
Nice.
Yep, that's a snap pick.
Pick the one.
Okay, elemental allies, 2 spell wings in hand. Certainly going to give Casey the juice this turn. He's already playing 1 mana giant though, so he can just now use one of the spell wings on the following turn.
Oh, Soul
Finish
Mirror
off.
would be magnificent right now for Viper.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, Casey's gonna go. Don't drink, Casey, you'll spit that out. I was like, don't you be drinking when you see that Shadow Word Ruin.
That's what we call in the business a swing turn, Raven. Elemental allies procced, Sorcerer's Apprentice in play, Evocation in hand, spell damage cram session lined up as well. An enormous spell damage cram session potentially, if Casey wants it.
Yep, that's what this game looks like it is coming down to. This is pretty much what I'm used to seeing in this matchup, because although that was an incredible turn from Viper, Casey, look at the turn he potentially has if this Evocation's half decent, right? Like, he could also just remove this board or generate huge threats for himself. Another polymorph, a potion in the hand there as well.
Dune Sculptor, Star Scryer, Dart Frog. Dart Frog's okay. I like this from Casey, though, in terms of sequencing, looking in his Evocation first before he really committed to the cram session. Seeing what he wants to spend his mana on with maximum information. It's a big turn, but it's not threatening. Obviously, the Apprentice is, but Viper at 25. Casey hasn't built up any kind of board state that Viper really needs to be afraid of here.
Right, and that's it, isn't it? Because Casey, especially with the polymorph there, the sheep down as well, he can't expect the Apprentice to live even with 2 frozen minions, right? Like, I don't think you would expect that to hang around. And if that's not going to live, then you end up with like 2 arcane missiles and a bit of a dream. Power of Creation is great, of course, but to what end, right? I think that's the big problem. And it's also one of the downsides of choosing not to play a in-deck Conjurer's Calling, right? You can't go for those extra, just big, repetitive power play turns of just big minions. Or at least not as consistently, anyway.
Viper trying and failing to find a way to deal with this Apprentice this turn, I'm sure. So Casey is going to get have a whole free turn here. Yep. Let's see what's in this cram session. Oh! It's all so disgusting, Raven. It's all so disgusting.
Yeah. Luckily, mana exists, so Casey cannot play all of them
No,
at
it
the same
doesn't.
time.
There's an apprentice in play. Mana doesn't
Okay.
exist.
Make that apprentice reduce the prime to 0 and I'll be happy.
All right, I'll find a way.
Wow, it's also just a lot of damage. 10 damage from 2 arcane missiles there. Just remember, a lot on the line for both these players. Not only scores, Casey would go up to 3-1, of course. Viper would go down to 0-5 if he loses. But maybe even more importantly, bragging rights online.
Much more importantly, Raven, Casey did largely whiff on that evocation. I would say he was looking for Frostbolt, Arcane Missiles, really just more castable cards to deal damage that turn so he can follow up with the potential of Solarian Prime or Raz or Power of Creation to find lethal out of nowhere.
Yeah, Psyche Split, definitely powerful. But does he have to start considering whether Lazel's scheme can get some work done? It's very, very tough call here. None of these cards are mind-blowing, and I think he might actually be looking at like Aeon Reaver in the the Apprentice at this point.
Yeah, he's been scrambling to find an answer for this thing for multiple turns. He went with one maker on the previous turn, which I believe the only answer available was the Holy Smite from that position, which is 1 out of 8. There's 8 spells that you can get. He's had
just
the option
fire and steal it.
This turn he could have done, yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I looked at that too late to actually decide whether it was good or not.
Mm. Yeah, it was an option this turn, for sure. Dragon drawn for Casey, which gives him some straight-up opportunities to push for lethal with more damage. He's going to bank the Raz.
Raz coming down now. Absolutely huge. Clears away the minion, gets to push the most damage face. There's a secret to back it up. Viper, you always have to consider counterspell as a #1 issue, but honestly, even Netherwing is a bit of a problem here, as it's just more minions for Viper to try and deal with.
Mm-hmm.
You can steal the Raz now, though, right?
Checks for counterspell. It's the bad news that actually this is probably the worst one for him in this scenario.
Yeah.
Since he had counterspell checked, he wouldn't have minded if it was counterspell. Netherwind Portal is actually much worse for him with the plan that he has, which was to steal the Raz.
So does he play the one maker first, just to see what he has access to here? Because outside of heal, he can always play one maker, right? If he wants to give up the heal.
That's the question. Does he want to heal?
He's only facing down 6? I think it's fine, because it could be very good.
He leaves himself dead to Fireball, dead to a Pexis Blast. He knows there is still one spell being held onto here, which could very well be burst damage. Does end up going for it, finds the renew.
You could now take the pain for next turn and still just steal the Raz.
Mm-hmm.
Although Shadow Madness, the assumption, I guess, that you can actually use the cane to kill off something else next turn. Probably fair.
I have become one with the void.
Jeez.
The portal's back. Alright, this is what Casey wants to see. He's largely interested in damage right now, I would say. You'll always take those, though. You'll always take those! Oh, monstrous Prime from Casey.
And what a turnaround here. From a series that looked like Viper was going to be able to 3-0. Casey's fought all the way back. The Soul Mirror helps, and Viper can test with the Shadow Word death.
That's
Is it
fair.
going to be enough? Because Casey still just has stuff.
Yeah, Casey nowhere close to running out of options here.
He just has to Soul Mirror, right? He just gets 2 Sunwalkers, and the cane actually kills itself off, which is huge, of course.
Just resting my eyes.
Job's done.
Trade off the lab partner in the end, just to deal 1 damage. Went a value trade on that on the other side from the Sunwalkers into the Sunwalkers. As we mentioned, Casey just marches on from this point.
So he's just sat with Power of Creation in hand for a good chunk of this game as well.
Yeah.
And although I'm not saying he should have played it by now, but I just mean there's just more and more waves, whereas Viper, down to a Spellkin and a Dream right now.
Curious as to whether this was a Dart Frog turn from Casey. He's already committed one spell at this point. It's coming down after the fact, which I guess he did get information on the spell damage minion before committing to this, but I wonder whether it should have just come into play straight away.
The sources of 1 damage look quite powerful on this board, don't they?
Yeah. It's fine, though. He's using the Arcane Breath. He kind of needs to point it at a minion anyway, so no real harm done.
Now Viper's running out of cards he can even draw to make a difference here.
A simple spell.
Okay. Choose to smite to deal with one more minion, or he can take the healing instead. He's going to go Mind Vision, which suggests he's playing all 3. That's actually very useful to Viper, because that card on the far left, the last remaining randomly generated spell, I'm sure has been on Viper's mind for some time. Because quite often when a card gets held for that long, it's burst damage that Casey's trying to end the game with.
Yeah, exactly right. You got to fear fireballs, pyros, even apexes and so on. There is enough of it to be worried. But again, the problem is I don't know what singular really thing that Viper can do that's going to dig him back here.
Yeah, it's a problem. He's already done it. It's Soul Mirror, and it's already gone at this point.
Oh, there's the wave! I think Casey did say he was going to.
I don't know whether that was like the Scream, the painting, or like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. Like I'm not quite sure what the reference was, but okay.
Yeah. Either way, you know what, Saul? I don't think I want to know because I think I'd be worried either way.
Okay.
Oh wow, Onyx Mage Scribe into Smite into another wave of apathy. Does that do it?
No.
No, it doesn't.
I guess it does actually. There's technically 5 showing if he does that, because he still has the trade available as well. Doesn't hit it though.
No, not going to be good enough. I believe that's Viper taking another loss here. Casey is going to flat and wave. Viper goes 0-5. He is in Division A though. So although Casey is waving goodbye, it is not any form of guaranteed relegation for Viper at all. Division A means that he might end up, or is likely to end up in a sort of fight for to not be relegated. But it's not guaranteed. So if you're a Viper fan, don't you worry quite yet. Don't believe Casey's actions all the time.
It's okay, guys. You have my permission. You are allowed to just take 5 minutes off the broadcast to go check Twitter. That's fine. You're allowed to do that if you really, really want to. yeah. It's fine. Yeah, Raven, you go check. I'll handle it. You can come back and update us. But yeah, it was. If you didn't catch the intro, there is a little bit of genuine bad feeling between these 2 players. So it was going to be a heated encounter either way. I think Casey will probably be more pleased with that win than any other he's had this season. A, because he just absolutely doesn't want to lose to Viper, but B, also just the reverse sweep, like the nature that it happened in. Anytime you do create that reverse sweep scenario, that's always a great feeling, because you feel so down and out after the way the first 2 matchups went, where Casey felt like he probably didn't have too much agency in the way those first 2 games played out, and then to grind it all the way back from the brink up against that Priest, taking the 3-0 against Priest, I'm sure is a fantastic feeling for Casey for many, many different reasons.
Yeah, it really did come together for him there. But we do have our next match coming up and ready to go, and it is going to be A-Rock versus Boston. And honestly, Saul, A-Rock, one of our new Grandmasters this season, a player who's I think exciting for his approach to the game, his deck submissions, lineup submissions. It's not overly paid off for him so far. We didn't see much of him in the Swiss weeks, and he's not exactly been having a great start in the round robin. But he's definitely a player I like to just watch just to see what he submits. And there's been another tinkering of his lineup again this week with the Bomb Warrior, Druid, and Mage, but still holding on to that Face Hunter. So A-Rock not going like quad aggro decks by any means, but still, putting a lot of pressure on that Face Hunter as a deck he wants to stick with this season.
Yeah, it's true. He has generally been an aggro player, and that is very, very refreshing to see in the European region. But I do think just in terms of overall performance, Ws and Ls, he still has some way to go to prove that he really belongs here in Grandmasters in probably the most difficult region to be a Grandmaster, because he has the lowest overall win rate this season in terms of game score, 36 and 55, so just below 40% win rate in terms of game score, which again is the lowest win rate overall in Europe. However, Boston, not much better. He is joint second lowest alongside Zim, who we will also see later on, sitting at 43%. So I think Boston still has some questions to answer this season as well. But, you kind of combine those two facts with each other, and I think it goes to show that the winner and loser of this particular head-to-head matchup between Boston and A-Rock might just have some serious implications on the overall makeup of Division B towards the end of the season.
Yeah, it is going to be huge, and I think it's fair to say the goals for both of these players, they're probably, would love to get playoffs and then end up at a spot in Worlds, of course, but big goal is survive another season and then work on improvement from there. It's definitely not nice, especially for A-Rock, to make Grandmasters one season and that same season potentially be then just knocked out again after all that hard work and all the pressure it takes to even get there. And if he does survive this season, I think it's important that he puts a lot of work in and tries to point out what went wrong and then just work on it until the next season, potentially like next year and everything. So a lot on the line for both these players. Double Warriors banned out, so we are going to have the Mage and Druid for both players, but then the Highlander Priest for Boston and the Hunter for A-Rock. And honestly, just looking at it, Saul, for other reasons than I love Hunter, I would prefer to be A-Rock in this scenario.
Yeah, I do. I almost feel like Highlander Priest is a little bit of a relic at this point. We've seen APAC getting away from Priest almost entirely. I think only 2 players bought Priest at all, and one of them is Tyler, who is kind of self-confessed not part of the APAC metagame. He preps with European and Americas GMs, so his lists quite often reflect that. And even over here, we're starting to see more and more 2 of Priest and less Highlander Priest. So interested in the performance of the players who have maintained their faith in Highlander Priest up until this point. Worth noting, as you can see, although Boston has a very poor overall game score win record, after making it into Division B, he has got off to a positive start. So he is at 2-1 here, only having played 3 matches, whereas some of his rivals in the division have played 4 already, A-Rock being one of them, at a 1-3 record overall. So this is a more vital win for A-Rock than it is for Boston, but still, if you're Boston, you do not want to lose to the players at the bottom of the league, because those losses almost count double, because they're the players that are trying to scrap back up and catch up to you. So if Boston ends up with a 2-4, 2-5 kind of record towards the end of the season, and A-Rock has caught up and tied that, Boston will finish lower than A-Rock on tiebreakers potentially, because A-Rock picked up the win in this series.
Right, and already into it there, A-Rock Kunis Hunter first has a, I would argue, 50% good hand, 50% pretty bad hand, because Vopatingers aren't really cards you want to draw naturally, especially in the early game. Like, all your other one-drops are just better. And then it's the same can be said for Voracious Reader as well. I think that's definitely a card you want to see going into, say, turns 5 and 6, kind of, maybe even 7 sort of area, as opposed to having your opening hand, because it does get a little bit tricky to dump your hand that early. So, not the best start here for A-Rock.
Oh, how times have changed, Raven. Remember when we used to just have Alley Cat? We just play Alley Cat on 1? Like, Alley Cat on 1. This is the nuts. Now it's like Alley Cat on 1. No, throw that back in my deck. I want to play a 1-mana 2/3/3s. That's the only acceptable 1-drop.
Yeah. If only they could bring card draw back as well, then everything would be great in the world. But this is going to be a tough one. Personally, I think Hunter has a really good matchup versus Mage, because Mage just doesn't really have a way to stop the damage, and it normally comes sort of thick and fast. But this is one of those hands that Mage can beat.
Yeah, I'm starting to end up on an island alone when it comes to the casters here, in that I think this matchup isn't as bad as everyone's saying it is. They don't have any, like, Mage doesn't have any way to stop the damage, but they do have a lot of ways to just win board really, really early. And then you can kind of reverse the dynamic, which is, well, how does Hunter stop the Mage snowballing into Raz or into Giants or into Conjurer's Calling? Like, I think this matchup is very, very racy, and the Mage needs to have an extremely fast hand at the start of the game to force Hunter off board very, very quickly.
Right.
But you're seeing, like, from the Mage side, this kind of is that kind of hand, right? Boston can just piece that together and potentially just win board right now, and then maybe flip the dynamic on A-Rock to have to do something different.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be very important here as to how Boston goes about this turn. Okay. I was wondering whether that was the turn to just play and actually drop the Sorcerer's Apprentice and go that little bit faster. Because this 5-4 could cause some issues here. It did make a pretty bad trade, I think, for A-Rock. I think he would have loved to leave that 1 health minion alive for the Volpatinger to trade into this turn.
Yeah, I actually do like the 3 minions play there from Boston, because it creates the most difficult scenarios for A-Rock on this turn. Obviously, Boston's dealing with an unknown hand, but if we just deal specifically with a range of options that A-Rock does have, which I think is fairly representative of a fairly average Hunter hand at this point, you can see, like, Phase Stalker Hero Power, the fact there's just that 1 extra minion in play, it's able to pick apart most of the secrets that would come down in this scenario. Adorable Infestation, again, the fact there's just an extra minion there means that Boston does actually get to consolidate some board presence here. And just Dragonbane on curve, kind of same deal, right? Like, it's just already contested on board and makes it feel a lot less appealing.
Right. Really interesting approach here, actually. Even though it looked kind of weird, I think I was still staring at just play the Phase Stalker Hero Power at that point to get a secret live. Arcane Explosion. Well, this is just fine, right? Even if this evocation completely whiffs, which it just can't with this many cards, like,
just
it was
objectively impossible.
Yeah, it was still a good turn. If this was all Flame Strikes, it was still a good turn for Boston. Oh, jeez.
Ice Barrier, Ray of Frosts, and Arcane Explosion until everything's dead. Do you want to fit an Icicle in there as well? Like, is the Ice Barrier important when you're at 30? I'd argue maybe yes.
With no card draw, I would argue yes. I think that's 100%, because Boston is going to just have no cards at the end of this turn. Okay, roughly no cards. So I do actually think the Ice Barrier is important, yeah.
Okay, he's going to hold the Explosion and just use the Rays to kill stuff instead to get the Ice Barrier. This seems fine, sure. Okay with this. And this is the dynamic I was talking about, right? Like, board 1, initiative flipped. So the emphasis is now on A-Rock to say, well, I have board now. Next turn I'm playing Jandis. I'm at 38. You have to deal with me. I don't have to deal with you.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Mage has this capability versus pretty much any deck, right? If you're gonna go Sorcerer's Apprentice Evocation into some good stuff, then that seems pretty good. And A-Rock did have double Volpatinger in his opening hand, which is kind of rough. So
yeah.
There are definitely draws that make this matchup hard, but I think that's more just a nod at how powerful Mage can be, regardless of opponent, than anything else.
Or one Thief is perfection here as well.
Is there not an argument to, like, freeze the 1/1?
To protect your illusion, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you know, is it worth you having an extra 1/2 on board to then lose your illusion, right?
Over to you, Raven.
Now, which one do you... No, I'm not even going to bother. I think this is 100% worth the Ray of Frost here, though, right?
I mean, you're protecting a 4-2.
That's a
Is
lot
that
of damage.
important? It is a lot of damage.
Add up those attack values for me, Sol. That is like half of A-Rock's health.
Yep, very close.
Time runs out on me.
Yeah, sure. Shut your eyes and pick one. These are all incredibly good.
But which one is the coolest? Yeah, I agree. The deep freeze is the coolest. This is the plan. Dragonbane, the Wax the Dread, and then just Dragonbane all the way home.
Yeah, I'm just confused by where the attacks went. I guess if you're not 100% confident which one the illusion is, that's fine. But I feel like you can be pretty confident where that illusion was, but no, fine.
Maybe that's what Boston wants you to think.
Yeah. No one wants to lose the game to the bait, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's just embarrassing at that point. Oh. Is it just pack 6? Oh, is there one freezing still left? Just looks like a pretty reasonable deep freeze here for me from Boston. Just start stacking up even more damage. The freeze is going to be a problem for this bow, just never to be swung again in this game. I don't think there's too great a fear of the pressure plate from A-Rock.
No, I agree. I think you just do it and the game ends.
Yep. Just doesn't matter. Pressure plate can only kill one elemental, max. So you still, at worst, end up with another one.
It's a little bit awkward just in terms of the Phase Stalker on board, because you really don't want to sink 7 into it, but you also don't want it to be alive. Like, you're winning the game here, and... Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't matter if it's
I agree.
alive, right? Yeah, okay, good. I was going to say...
I agree it doesn't matter that it's alive, but I also don't think it matters if you cast Deep Freeze or not this turn. You know, like, the game's just won.
Okay, yeah. Do something and deal damage. Is that
Exactly.
we agree on that one?
Yeah.
Full Guide, not a bad minion, but not quite enough to save the day here. Always a rough pickup when you're on 8 mana and you just draw a Tour Guide as your whole hand. Not really the time you need to save mana. It does mean Boston going to start off this series in the right way for him, getting a victory over that Hunter. And really tough matchup there, because I think for A-Rock, that is, at least for me, one you go into feeling pretty confident. But I think a bit of a rough opening draw for him. Even arguably with the Felmore, not the best card versus Mage, because it's more susceptible to like, oh, it's one big minion, freeze once, and then it just takes so much longer to have an impact. Bit of a rough opening hand, and then obviously I do think Boston did just do that early game pretty well with the help of the evocation, of course, as well.
Yeah, and I think, forget about my opinion. Certainly, if you're bringing Face Hunter to the tournament over multiple weeks, I'm pretty sure that's a matchup that you as the player think is in your pocket, right? Because it's one of the big reasons, one of the big arguments why you would bring that deck. So certainly, from A-Rock's perspective, that's a hugely disappointing loss to take. And I know he has felt up against it a little bit. He's felt like, obviously, as an aggro player, it can be sometimes a shock to the system when you don't replicate your results from like testing or from ladder when you come into tournament, and it just doesn't quite replicate. And we really did have a streak where, for multiple years, honestly, where aggro just felt like the dominant strategy. That, all these people had all these different ideas of what the best lineup was. It was just quad aggro. It always was. We figured that out way too late in metagames. Just doesn't really seem to be the case anymore. Like, real high quality aggro decks just don't seem to exist. And unfortunately, A-Rock it seems to be on the receiving end of that dynamic right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest deal right now is the more value-based, slightly slower decks have access to small minions that are powerful, whereas maybe historically that was not the case. So like one makers are good value cards that can fight for the board early, for example.
And mana cheat on top of that as well, right?
Yeah,
because
true.
When you're playing aggro and every other deck cheats 5, 10, 15 mana in a turn against you, like how do you actually keep up with that when your whole idea is going faster than they do?
Yeah, the key point being, let's give Hunter Mana cheat for next expansion, please, Blizzard. But for now, we are going to go to a break while we give the players just a minute to get ready for their next game. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to continue our second match of the day, and it is A-Rock versus Bodston. A-Rock going to be going once again with that Face Hunter Sottle, and I do feel like, I think it was the same at least towards the end of the Asia Pacific broadcast where a Face Hunter was struggling to get some wins, so I definitely think the deck looks worse than it is, or at least it has been doing today, but I do still have a lot of faith in this deck.
Sorry, I was muted. The matchup against Mage is fine at worst for Hunter. You know, opinions vary, but most people feel like that is a favored matchup for the Hunter. Then obviously the Druid matchup is arguably the biggest reason why you bring it, right? So you'd expect that in most series you have at least 2 favorable matchups on your side, since Mage and Druid of some variety are so common in Europe. You know, we're looking at 60% Mage and 30% each of the 2 major Druid variations, which means you're running into 1.5 to 2 of those on most series that you play. So I honestly think Face Hunter is a reasonable bring, and it's been a deck that's been on the fringes in Europe, but it's you know, a little bit underperformed outside of the hands of Ball Control, really, who's been the only player to put in significant work with it.
Well, here we go. It's going to be going up against Boston's Priest. And this is one of the players who's bringing Highlander Priest, hence where we see Breath of the Infinite in there in his opening hand as well. So a little bit weaker, I would say, as just less consistent options in the early game. And just a quick glance at the list, although there is Penance and although there's Swampoos, there is no Pyromancer, which for me is one of the key cards in the matchup.
Yeah, and even if there were, because of the nature of Boston's build, being the Highlander Priest, it would mean that he'd only have access to a single copy of it. But generally, you don't see the Pyromancer in the Highlander Priest, because there isn't that consistent glut of cheap spells to go along with it most of the time. But it does mean that it does have access to some of the cards that you just straight up don't play in the 2 of list, like Breath of the Infinite, like Penance, for example, just some of these early game key tools that you don't actually have access to when you run the 2 of Priest and you are much more minion focused overall.
Right, this is going to be very, very interesting of an opening play here from Boston. I'm excited to see what he does with Zephyrus, because even if he would want to like coin it out this turn, that would be interesting. And I don't know, especially now seeing it into a Phase Stalker, this is actually looking really tough for Boston already. Although Zephyrus normally looks great, everything else looks horrible right now.
Yeah, I think Boston just has to coin Zephyrus Holy Smite here, contest board, he can curve into Vulpera Scoundrel the turn after that, and
Job done.
Are you okay, Sol? I've lost you. Oh, I do now. Okay, I've got you back. You did just maybe, I don't know if that was my end or your end, but it sounded like you were full robot for me for a second there.
Oh, okay.
So I could not hear a word. Apologies. What were you saying about Vulpera?
Yeah, so
for my sake at least.
with the Holy Smite, he's at least has Vulpera on the following turn, and then he's going to need Vulpera and Draconic Studies to just make something happen for like turns 4 and 5, because the rest of his hand is so ugly right now.
No, Hero does have an option to just go bow equip, and then he knows that at least one of the potential weapon destructions is gone in the form of that Zephyrus, so he knows it's a little bit safer. At least with just, I believe, just the one ooze left in the deck that can break it. Choose to go wider instead. How do you like this? This just looks like 1 mana not spent in my eyes, Sol.
It is potentially 1 mana unspent, yeah, but I think you do need to focus on minion damage first, right? Like, you can't just straight up count to 30, specifically because you're in the Priest matchup, and they have a lot of tools to mitigate that. So I do value sticking a board first and foremost. I think it does make sense here.
Here though, again, slightly off-curve plays for A-Rock. That should sort itself out pretty quickly, as it often does in Hunter anyway. But still has worked out with this 3-2, and the double Volpating is still on board, but there's Ray's dead. Which means he's going to get Zephyrus and Vulpera back.
Mm-hmm. Huge deal.
He could heal and just like... He could either heal backstab or just use an ooze from Zephyrus to break the weapon. Also seems okay.
Yeah, it's still just that little step short of everything that he needs to get done, because it's either deal with the weapon or deal with the board, and he really wants to deal with both right now because so much damage is being represented on both sides.
And he did just deal 3 damage to himself, of course, as well,
exactly.
which is unfun. What if it's like... just Disciple, Renew, Zephyrus, Backstab. Then he's got a bit of a board. He's negated some of the self-damage, and he has cleared off the most threatening minion on board. I don't know. Tough.
It is tough. It's hard here when you're... Wow, no ooze. It's hard here when you're influenced by the... we can see the pressure plate in hand as well, right? So we know that the weapon is a huge threat. Whereas from Boston's perspective, he could be justified in thinking, well, I don't necessarily need to deal with the weapon unless he starts drawing secrets, because I've already dealt with a Phase Stalker this game already.
And sometimes Zephyrus just doesn't give you the choice regardless, right? Like, once you play the Zephyrus with no ooze on offer, couldn't kill the weapon if he wanted to anyway.
Yeah. Arcane Explosion to kill 2 1/1s over dealing with a weapon. Interesting. I guess in that scenario, Zephyrus just sees a 3-1 weapon, right? Like, it doesn't know the Face Hunter matchup, that's infinite damage over time with secrets if it doesn't get removed. Maybe if he'd gone down to 1, you'd actually have more opportunity to get Bloodsail Corsair there. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, maybe. This is another tough turn, honestly. Like, oh.
Quickly.
I think he does want to play 2 cards in some respect here, because he needs his Voracious Reader to start putting the work in. If the 2 cards are the secret, then he probably doesn't want to swing the weapon, which means he has to trade the Volpatingers into the Zephyrus now? Oh, doesn't want to protect the Reader. Well, okay. Have to.
Ooh.
Oh, was that...
It was, at the very least, a significant amount of indecision at the end of that turn from A-Rock. Certainly did not know whether he wanted to deal with the Zephyrus, whether he wanted to trade minions, whether he wanted to blow up the weapon. He was not committed to a line by the end of the turn, whether he wanted to get that attack through or not.
And honestly, most turns of this game from A-Rock's side, I felt uncomfortable, right? Like, none of the turns felt that good, did they, from A-Rock? And I'm not even, like, overly blaming A-Rock. I'm just saying the way his hand played out and everything he had, nothing felt quite good enough. This might be the point in the game now that Boston's starting to get to, one, is like mid-game threats and removal and enough mana to play them. Might actually start to see it pay off now, where A-Rock might have just not done enough here.
Holy Ripple picked up here for Boston, but he's still dealing with the threat of the secret. But I think, yeah, if he just makes the attack first and just rips the Holy Ripple this turn, I think dealing with Pressure Plate might be okay.
I was also just wondering, what if he just doesn't? What if he just heals instead? Like, he leaves a 1-1, but it doesn't give the bow another charge, right?
Yeah, I agree. But I think the secrets are going to have to get dealt with, because he has like so many powerful plays over the next few turns that involve spells, right? Like Penance Brittlebone next turn is like so insane, and then he has Wretched Tutor for Spellburst as well. That like it feels like just dealing with the secret is worthwhile.
So we see here A-Rock going for the pretty straightforward play of just the Dragonbane. The only slight worry is with Phase Stalker in hand, there's always a fear that the longer you don't play it in hero power, the more chance you have of just drawing a secret naturally, which feels pretty bad.
Alright.
Dragonbane gonna get cleaned up pretty nicely with this Brittlebone turn you were talking about.
Yeah, and since there was only 1 minion in play, he got to preserve the Penance now, potentially to go along with that Wretched Tutor, which could be a big deal. A-Rock does now drop the Phase Stalker, and this time Pack Tactics is what he comes out with.
And I think with 2 charges on this bow and knowing there's an ooze in the deck, I don't think there's a need to re-equip, is there?
It's a good question. Most expensive card in his deck will be Polkelt at this point, which would cause him to miss a hero power if he wants to play it that turn. I think he'd probably still have to take the risk. Oof. Oh!
Even Boston's like, oh, okay. This one's gonna hurt. Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Boston suddenly feeling like he needs a shower after that one. Choosing to deal with the board, knows he has Penance to clear this up anyway. Crimson Hothead.
This is just going to be the backbreaker here. Yeah. Yep. There we go.
Yep.
Yep. Oh.
If power is what you seek.
Oh, it was poke out off the top. Wow,
the
that's a pretty good
poke out.
deal, actually.
Which means with 2 bows gone and the Dragonbane gone, it's actually still not having that big of an impact. He's going to draw 1 kill command, and then he's going to be into his secrets and 2 drops on the draws after that. So he just really needs to end the game with this double kill command. He's going to run out of steam incredibly quickly.
It's a pretty big deal. It's a bit late to the party. Scavenger's ingenuity right now, isn't it?
Yeah, good
like,
point.
oh, it doesn't even have like the hope at a power play at that.
Yeah. Oh. Boston, taking your time as you absolutely should here after Polkelt comes down, just assessing which cards he's seen, which cards are left remaining, what the next draw is.
Life and hope
Yep.
of your fighting.
Biggest deal right now is because of because of what he's seen. The biggest question will be: do not die to double kill command beast hero power. Like that's like priority 1. Anything else from that, because he's already seen Dragonbane, the bows are gone, as you mentioned. There is literally nothing else to really be afraid of apart from the double kill command beast turn. And and you can see why, right? 15 health, double kill command hero power with the beast gets him to 12. How does he deal with the rest? He just doesn't.
He doesn't. His last remaining straight up burst damage is Demon Companion, which is now all the way down at the bottom of his deck. Nothing else in his deck deals damage immediately. Imprisoned Felmore off the top next turn, and then that goes face. Maybe he has a chance, but Boston has, I think, quite smartly played an 8-8 here to be able to race any kind of those niche situations.
He just has to, right?
Oh, that's such a big deal. That allows Boston to go face this turn now, if he would like to. Because he can play the Wretched Tutor with the 1-maker, play his 1-mana spell, and then still get the 2 heal to his own face, and push all of his damage to face this turn and set up the race, potentially.
Wouldn't he just Cabal 1 instead?
That's fair. Yeah, you could do that instead.
Just steal 1, trade the 1/2 into the other, push 8, I think. Just so you have a taunt. I mean, not that he needs to be really afraid of anything. I guess the thing he's afraid for is just the Felmore, right? But it's like that's just too long. It's just too many turns.
Yeah. Like with the cards remaining in deck, the taunt actually doesn't do anything. It's just like I guess this is technically more efficient. You don't need to push the extra 1 to face, and this also doesn't damage your own board in the scenario. So fine.
It's just 2 Duvranus.
Yeah.
Make sure that Volptinga has 1 health.
Yeah, and this is actually smart too. He's looking at the deck list the same way and knows that as long as he's healing from 1 to 3 every turn, he's not dying. So he might as well just set up the immediate 1-turn lethal. Makes sense.
1 damage that he could have had if he got to swing that bow. Huge.
Yep.
Big deal there. A-Rock taking another loss with his Hunter. Boston going 2-0 up so far in the series. But you did see what Boston had to do to even make that happen, right? That was not, however much the end might have looked like, an easy game for Boston by any means. He had Zephyrus that he had to go early and then replay. He actually didn't ooze the weapon, but had to get offered like a weird kind of clear with a backstab that turn, and then he got the ooze in perfect time. Otherwise, if that was any later, then A-Rock could have put an extra 6 damage across 2 turns at least, which would have been a huge deal, as you can see. So very close one, but Boston managed to pull it off, which means he only has Druid left.
Yeah, I almost would have liked to have seen that game pan out because Boston still did keep finding like the Crimson Hothead. He still had clears left over in hand. He still had penance for a little bit of reboost. So whether or not that bow actually gets to connect all that damage to face remains to be seen, but it certainly would have made the conclusion there a little bit more interesting. Obviously, it still looked great on the surface that A-Rock was 1 damage off. But the reality is Boston let him be 1 damage off because he knew exactly how much damage he could do in that scenario, and it was 0 because he knew the order his deck was in, and he was never drawing a damage card that turn. So Boston chose to ride the line and be aggressive instead and set up the 1-turn lethal, which is absolutely correct to do in that scenario because you know there's 0 risk of dying that turn when your opponent is drawing a 2-drop guaranteed.
Moving into game number 3, A-Rock has got the opening he wants right now. Outside of a Phase Stalker, this is just perfect. Is it going to be... Oh, I wanted that to be Phase Stalker so much then. Really strong opening there from A-Rock. Even though Boston has Crystal Power, has Swipe, there's a lot of cards in Boston's deck that make this matchup arguably even worse for him because he doesn't have as guaranteed a Guardian Animals, and also he isn't playing the Broom in not even a one-of in the list, like we saw from one of the players earlier on. So if he has to hard cast Beasts from his hand, that's just a losing play, honestly, a lot of the time in this matchup. You just can't, because then the secrets just block Druid out so much, whether it's pressure play or freezing trap specifically.
Little unfortunate that A-Rock's turn 2 lines up so perfectly into Boston's turn 3 here. Boston has really nothing else to be doing here except for Crystal Power, Hero Power. So he has just drawn the Overgrowth. So now he has the potential to Lightning Bloom Overgrowth Crystal Power.
And that also opens up a Swipe as a response to the Felmo, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, really like the way this curve plays out now. He gets to swipe with 4 mana on his 6 mana turn and then go straight into Guardian Animals, into Geppetto. Oh no, is it happening? 3 absolutely fine matchups for Face Hunter and A-Rock's just going to lose all of them? It can't happen, right?
Okay, the benefit here for A-Rock is his Voracious Reader, that we can see, his Voracious Reader doesn't die to Swipe, right? So he holds something on board. That something is pretty weak, but the worst part is he has double Voracious. Like, oh, it's so bad. Oh. This is not a true representation of how Hunter should play in these matchups, or perform, should I say, not really play, but perform in these matchups. This is very, very rough here for A-Rock indeed.
You can just see the stress materializing on A-Rock's face, although that might make him feel a little bit better.
But no secrets going into 7 mana. Oh, it feels so bad.
But Dragonbane is the draw next turn with the 0 mana hero power already set up, but he uses it now?
I'm a little bit surprised with that one. Is he expecting not to Dragonbane next turn for some reason? Use Bow instead, maybe?
He wants to spend...
Voracious Reader?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to spend 5 mana on 5 and 6 mana on 6, I guess. Like, sure. Yep, certainly the case.
Yeah, I can understand it.
So Boston now knows that the hand will have Dragonbane double kill command in it next turn when he passes back. He doesn't know that the second kill command is there yet, but it will at least be the next draw off the top for A-Rock.
Well, it could be Bow, right?
It could be second Bow, yeah.
Yeah, it could be Bow
right,
number 2. Yeah.
You are
so
correct.
it's not guaranteed it's double kill command, and that's a big deal. The difference between 2 and 1. Oh. It's like twice as bad.
Yo. Alright, counting time, Boston. How safe are you at 19? Because offensive Alex Straza this turn has suddenly just become potentially game-winning.
I think you do it every time, right?
I think so too.
Because he also knows if there was a Phase Stalker in A-Rock's hand, he would have played it by now, I believe. If there was an Ingenuity in A-Rock's hand, he would have played it by now. If there's not, well, there ain't going to be next turn either. So there's no secrets that are going to mess him up, right? That's the big deal. There's no freezing trap. Huge and good decision making from Boston there. This is just correct.
Yeah, you know that the hand is largely made up of the offensive cards that want to hit you in the face. You know that you are safe because A-Rock just does not have the mana to be able to do everything he needs to do this turn. There's only one card unaccounted for. And as Raven was just explaining the hand reads, you can really rule out just about anything that punches you here. So, punishes you here, sorry. Punches you here? You can rule in everything that punches you.
Yeah, I was going to say,
here.
everything punches you.
Yeah, but that's not what you're worried about. So, short version of this very convoluted explanation, you get them. And A-Rock just got.
One of the maybe lesser discussed drawbacks of Polkel is, you know the order, and the order's normally good. Your opponent also knows the order of the deck, and when you're playing in a deck that only really draws off the top and plays off the top, the opponents pretty much know what your plays can be the next following turns. So A-Rock, I think quite rightly, has to just kind of hope it's not there, right? He has no way to deal with this. I think he might have even would have preferred to just see the damage go face.
There's one.
Oh, he's not even going to play the goose.
No, Boston shows it immediately. Does the well-mannered thing of showing the lethal immediately and doing it in the minimum way. I would have slammed Mali in a heartbeat that turn, but A-Rock, heart goes out to him. He is now very much having to deal with all the stress and consternation of relegation and what that means for him, because it's becoming a more and more real prospect with every passing loss. And again, you have to feel sorry for him in that scenario, because each of the matchups he played there individually for Face Hunter are fine matchups. So you can't criticize the bring. You can't criticize the triple Q. Maybe we can start to quibble over some of the actual plays. But, I think lineup-wise, he's doing fine. He's flying his flag. He's an aggro player and he wants to play aggro. But, you can't say, well, you've brought the wrong deck if he's just had 3 good matchups and lost them all, this just doesn't make any sense.
That's it, right? And for me, it's not as if he's trying to wacky quad aggro with aggro shaman and stuff aggro paladin. He's bringing druid, mage, warrior, and hunter, which we've just said had good matchups. Honestly, and obviously this is going to help A-Rock, but I think a huge part of that was it was just one of those days. You had some bad matches. Hunter, any deck that can be favored doesn't mean it always wins. And sometimes it loses 3 times in a row. And that's just the way it is. And obviously that's not going to be any help to A-Rock right now. But I'm just trying to defend the bring because I do think the Hunter is good.
Yeah, and shout out to Boston though. I think he is a player that sometimes I have some criticisms of, but I think he was on it that series. I think the recognition of the counter lethal setup in the Priest versus Hunter game was excellent. I think recognizing the Lightning Bloom plus Overgrowth Crystal Power curve into the swipe was actually pretty nice as well. It's really easy to get tunneled on just the Crystal Power Hero Power line there, right? Because you've thought about it the turn before as well. So you can just go, I'll just proceed, I'll Overgrowth, whatever else. And then recognizing the offensive Alexstrasza at the end, which I think is the most obvious one, even though it's kind of the coolest and flashiest of the 3. I think it's also the most easy one to recognize. But I think whenever there's been a game-winning decision point there for Boston, he saw it and he executed it, and you can't do any better than that. You can only beat what's put in front of you.
Yeah, completely agree there. So congratulations for Boston for another win there. But that does put us halfway through our day as well, with only 4 matches in the European region being played out today. So we're going to go to a break while we set up our match number 3, which is going to be a French face-off. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Mull It Over. Today we dive into one of the most popular archetypes from both GM and Masters Tour Montreal, Soul Demon Hunter. When this deck was first played in GM, I admittedly was one of the dum-dums referring to it as a control deck, but while it does feature efficient removal cards, the primary game plan is very simple. Buff your hero's attack and hit him in the head. While historically in Hearthstone you would use weapon swings to protect your minions, things work differently for Soul DH. Your priority is to connect as many weapon hits to the face as possible, using cards like Shard Shatter Mystic and Blade Dance to clear minions instead. Warma demonstrates this by sending his Marrow Slicer to the face, despite it having a clean kill on Swids' Soul Shard Lapidary, knowing that he has Blade Dance for a board clear on the following turn. That being said, the best Soul DH players identify when to hold back on weapon swings, usually when you have no follow-up weapons in hand. In this game against Kin's Druid, Shaxi holds back his first Marrow Slicer charge, knowing that he had a slow start and would be unable to close out the game in 2 turns' time. Therefore, it's better to hold the Slicer for potential Blade Dance utility and more flexibility for his Glaive-bound Adept turn. It's harder to be patient when your opponent has no board at all, but Possessi holds on to his Marrow Slicer swing against Tempo Mage because he has both Blade Dances in hand, and he knows Alutemu could potentially set up a Mana Giant board or a Jandis board. His Blade Dances later decimate the majority of Alutemu's threats, and despite the second one unluckily leaving up the taunt minion, in the end Possessi clutches out the win. Before you can build up that damage though, ideally you want to curve out with Spirit Jailer, Wand Maker, and Mana Feeder Panthera, all 3 of which are almost universally kept in the mulligan regardless of matchup. Some lists, like Surrender's last week, even run Battle Fiends to double down on early aggression. An example of an ideal opener is Alutemu's 4 Keep versus Alan's Priest. It curves 1, 2, 3, 4 considering that Panthera is played as a 3-drop with your hero power in most cases. In fact, when you have a guaranteed turn 1 into turn 2 play, that heavily justifies keeping one of your mid-game powerhouse cards like Soul Shard Lapidary. Swids does so in the mirror, knowing that his turn 1 Spirit Jailer will likely mean that the Lapidary is active on turn 5. These somewhat greedier keeps are common when facing Priest. As you can see, Saiyan even holds on to Lore Keeper Polkelt when he's on coin. And while Polkelt is not seen in every Soul DH list, if played at the right time, it can guarantee a Skull of Gul'dan drawn in the outcast position. Because priests tend to easily answer the first few waves of threats that Demon Hunter puts on board, and can consistently heal back up, additional card draw is important to keep the damage coming. So it's no surprise that Language Hacker keeps Spectral Sight, especially in outcast position. Against Warma's anti-aggro tech list, Swids even keeps Skull off coin in a non-outcast position. He also keeps Marrow Slicer, knowing Warma doesn't run weapon removal. And while Swids knows that he's unlikely to hit an early curve, this mulligan helps him play the long game. In the end, Swids gets to the very last card in his deck to close out the game. On the flip side, there are matchups where Soul DH does have to be a bit more defensive, at least in the early game, leading to keeps on cards like Shard Shatter Mystic and Blade Dance. For example, ETC keeps Shard Shatter against Weapon Rogue, as it can bypass Stealth to deal with almost any early board. Language Hacker keeps it versus Face Hunter, while also tossing away Mana Feeder Panthera, which is usually a keep. I think this is smart because the Shard Shatter turn would most likely conflict with the Panthera turn, so instead, Hacker gives himself the best shot of getting Spirit Jailer on turn 1 as an activator. He's heavily rewarded with a turn 2 Shard Shatter activation against Eddie's wide board. Against Druid, which is one of Soul DH's poorest matchups, Just Saiyan makes a very cool but not obvious full keep. The Wand Maker as an early play unlocks his Spectral Sight in outcast position, ensuring that he has things to do in the early game. But he also holds on to Marrow Slicer and Blade Dance, already setting up an answer for a Guardian Animals board. Although it played out in a different way with the cards he later drew, he does get the clean Blade Dance on Killin' All Day's double Twilight Runners in the mid-game, which buys Saiyan enough time to put together his own lethal. Finally, let's discuss one of the trickiest cards to maneuver in the deck, Magtheridon. Some lists cut Mag altogether because the big guy can easily be answered by cards such as Blackjack Stunner, Shadow Word Death, and Blade Storm. For example, in this spot against Weapon Rogue, Tom60229 has the option to go Magtheridon on turn 4, and on the next turn activate it with Shard Shatter Mystic. However, he would be guaranteed to take 8 damage from minions and very likely more from weapons, not to mention the threat of the sap in Surrender's list, so Tom holds back. Also worth mentioning, Mag should almost never be played this early against rogues that run Shadow Step, which can ruin the activation. But in other matchups, Magtheridon can be your trump card, and you're free to slam it down without activating it on the same turn. Against No Hands Gamer's Tempo Warrior, which runs no Blade Storm, Bloody Face plays it on turn 5, and activates it with Shard Shatter the turn after. If No Hands didn't have Lord Barov in hand exactly, the 12-12 sticking would have basically ended the game on the spot. Perhaps the matchup where Magtheridon is most relevant is against Druid, which has neither a way to transform or bounce the 1-3 tokens, nor good ways to kill the 12-12 body itself. Which is why Tiz just drops the Magtheridon in turn 4, despite not having an immediate activation afterward. Possessi still has to respect the possibility of a board clear, and so he plays a Teacher's Pet instead of developing a huge Speaker Gidra. By the time Tiz gets the Magtheridon live, he actually doesn't even benefit from the board clear effect, but he does threaten lethal with the 12-12 body. Possessi is forced to expend tons of resources to kill it, and Tiz sticks an unchallenged Soul Shard Lapidary to close out the game. And that's it for this week's episode. Catch you next time as we tackle more of the early game and mulligan decisions from the best decks of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We have our third match of the day, and it's going to be Felkane versus Zim. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one here, at least, just to see some of these decks, as we have seen a little bit of evolution, at least in the Warriors for one of these players, but we are going to see it banned out, at least in this match.
Yeah, has received the ban here overall, which is interesting to me for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because of the unique build of it, which we did actually look at in the intro to our show today, but if you weren't with us, it's very light on bombs, and it also features a Zephyrus thrown in there overall, which makes it a very different build of Bomb Warrior, much less all-in on the weapons and the upgrades, and a little bit more flexibility with that Zephyrus if you can get down to the end of the decks. It's not a Highlander Warrior, it is just one of those decks that hopes to draw out to the point where Zephyrus is active, but also because Zim has been entirely unsuccessful with Bomb Warrior so far throughout Grandmasters. He has a 35% win rate with Bomb Warrior overall, which might go to explain why he's trying to do something different with the deck this time around. But very nice of Raven there to let us know that both of these players, in fact, are playing the true optimal version of Demon Hunter with not 3, but 2 copies of Penflingers included in the deck.
Yeah, but how many copies can they play is the real question, isn't it? That's the real one. But yeah, very interesting here. Some points as well. Highlander Priest from Zim, very important. But I did want also to point out in Felkane's Mage, to me, like the big difference makers here is starting to be the Conjurer's Calling, the Evolving Missiles, Arcane Intellect, versus, say, the 2 Cobalt Spellkins and Arcane Breaths we've been seeing. Yeah. I feel like now we are getting to the point where those are the 2 main builds. It's normally one or the other that we've been seeing, and Felkane going for the slightly more card draw and generation version with that Conjurers.
Yeah, and it's going to go up first against Zim's Survival Druid. A very lean version of the deck. Just the 1 Survival of the Fittest and just the 1 Exotic Mount Seller. Which does seem to suggest he is tilting his decks a little bit towards aggro overall. Just playing a very, very low curve Druid, playing Penflingers in his Demon Hunter as well, which is generally considered to be an anti-aggro tech a lot of the time. So we'll see whether it has the gas to keep going against the Mage here.
honestly, for me, as we get into these mulligans in game number one, it's the Anubisath, right? Like, the deck's thinned down a little bit, but the Anubisath just feels like you're not really aiming one way or the other, right? It's a free minion that is sometimes huge, which to me is just a good card in Druid. So I really do like this build. I'm sure there are different styles you can go for in certain other matchups, but I think as an all-rounder, maybe if you're not expecting something specific from your opponent, I actually really like the way this Druid is built here from Zim.
Yeah, of course, this is a battle between two of the French representatives in Division B, of which there are many. Two good friends as well, two practice partners, who I will presume split up for this week, as practice groups tend to do when there are matches between multiple players within that group. But still, very, very important matchup for both of them. Velcane having a very good performance in Division B this season, currently sitting top of the standings with his 3-1 record.
Yeah, and although Velcane's in Division B, a strong finish this season, I think, will actually even just help out perception in general, because Velcane, I'm probably going to sound harsh here, but didn't really blow us away in Season 1, did he?
No.
So this year. So I think just having, even though in Division B, having a strong finish, getting involved in playoffs will actually be a pretty big deal, not only for how people view him as a player, but for himself as well, because he does put a lot of work into this.
Secret dropped on 3 here from the Tempo Mage. It is Netherwind Portal, so Zim would get to coin Overgrowth here if he had it available, but the threat of a Secret on turn 3 is generally pretty powerful in this matchup, because at least makes Zim have to think twice about how he would play a curve out here. As it happens, if he had Overgrowth in his hand, he'd probably end up casting it regardless, because he could just coin, hit the counterspell, and then innovate out the Overgrowth. In the actual reality, it's the Netherwind Portal that he needs to deal with here instead.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for Broom, Hero Power, keep it simple. If it's a mirror entity, then so what? It doesn't really make a difference to this play. It's something that Zim is more than happy to throw into there. So I actually like this approach overall. For a second, I was thinking about like the coin innovate into Runner, but there were just too many things that can go wrong with that play.
Yeah, exactly. If you need both the coin and the innovate, then your play can get messed up by counterspell, and obviously then the world where it is the mirror entity as well, that's potentially punishing. What is fantastic though for Zim is the news that it's not counterspell, and he does get to power all the way through here to this Guardian Animals. Velcane got a very nice minion off the Netherwind Portal though, and since Zim did not hit the cleave here, yeah, you see, big sigh of relief from Velcane, and he actually gets to keep some of his board this turn, which I don't think he would have been expecting.
Huge deal as well, because one runner was already in hand, and Zim plays double Thresher, one pet. So it was incredibly likely he was going to get a Thresher there, and just did not.
Yeah, he hit the only bad scenario. Hit the only bad scenario.
Yeah. That's it. He didn't even need both Threshers, right? Just one would have been good enough.
Yeah.
But again, every time I see an Ubisoft get played in this list, I just love it. It's just an extra minion so often. Is this worth a devolving missiles, do you think, here, or do you think Velcane's got juicier targets in mind?
It looks like he certainly does. I was certainly eyeing the devolving missiles that turn. And then, like, essentially with this same line, but just try and devolve, and then only... basically, you want the devolve to go your way, so you only have to freeze one target, and then drop the Cyclone in the same way, but Velcane's going for the consistent line that always pans out here. Lower ceiling, but, you know, more consistently solid turn.
Let's have a bit of a rough turn now, though. Wow, pretty slow. Did have the options to do a few other things with the Lightning Bloom, but I think he also doesn't really need to overcommit right now, and the fact he has Mount Seller in hand, the Bloom, the Innovate and such could actually pay off a little bit more, and I think, most importantly, doesn't want to Bloom so he can Guardian Animals into those 2 Threshers at last next turn.
Yes. Brain Freeze lining up nicely here. I was again curious about the Devolving Missiles this turn, because it was a fairly clean Apexis Blast plus Devolving Missiles. You just Apexis Blast the Anubsath, and then have 3 missiles at 2 very nice targets with the remaining
Yeah.
Twilight Runner and the Teacher's Pet.
Right. Because that's it, like, the Anubisat's the weird one, isn't it? Where it could actually end up being buffed, or at least equal, if it gets 1 devolving missile, because it's a 5-drop, naturally.
Ends up doing very similar thing, though, dealing with the minions, giving up a little bit of his own board presence, pushing a little bit less damage, but this play enables him to drop the Giant immediately. So a lot of upside to doing it this way around, certainly.
Yeah, no. There's some more options here for Zim. A lack of ramp has really stifled this, but he could still go for Ysera this turn. But I guess most likely he wants the Guardian Animals out. It's just too much damage. Gets to clear the Giant. Ticks too many boxes.
Yeah, if only he could find some way to heal this Crimson Hothead for 2 before he made this play, which would actually be better for him.
Wait, would it? Why?
Because he could just attack both Threshers into it,
Oh,
and then the Giant would die.
For a second, I thought you. I thought for a second you thought its attack would like go back down, like it's enraged or something. I was like, wait, what? That makes no sense. But no, you're completely right. If he heals it, he gets the double attack off. This is the scary point in the matchup that happens pretty often, where Mage is just about holding on, but one more big turn from the Druid player, and you start to think you've just not got enough.
Zim has to be sure that attack's happening. It's a very, very minor benefit to get 1 healing back on the 3-2 here. And I think with the potential of... actually, no, he's not playing Bog Beams in his list, right? That's why he's only running 1 Mount Seller. So actually, yeah, this attack does always happen. So that's absolutely fine. Thinking about some kind of like Bog Beam, Iron Bark combination, maybe getting to answer the Giant if you still have the attack.
Zim should probably just be okay with a slow turn now. Not try and overdo it. Not try and like Bloom, Innovate, Gidra, Iron Bark or something, you know, like a bit over the top as a response here. It's just 1-8-8. Belkane does naturally run Conjurer's Calling, but I do think with the power plays he has access to, the power plays Zim has access to very soon, probably going to be enough to defend.
Yeah, Felkane very much gassing out at this point, though. Just a Spell Wing and a Magic Trick left to hold on to. So this Mount Seller turn now, potentially, could just be lights out. Is there a Gidra play that's cleaner? Is it just Innovate Ysera and feel good about your life?
Is it ever Survival Instincts?
Well, that's not a card in his hand.
Survival Instinct, Survival of the Fittest. I always want to call it that. I always want to call it Survival Instinct for some reason. Yeah, Survival of the Fittest, sorry. So rough for him, because if he didn't have to overload to do it, I think there's a very real payoff for having, again, another slow turn. But because he has to overload with the Bloom, it just doesn't feel strong enough.
Yeah, the big problem is just the threat of the Secret on the other side, which I think is why Zim just committed to the Innovate first, is that he wanted to test Secret information before he committed to a line. But because he learned nothing, he really hasn't been given any information about what play doesn't get punished here, right? Because Mount Seller or Ysera is obviously like a huge punish if it's Mirror Entity. He still has potential for like Spellbender to be a punish. He just knows that it's not Counterspell or Netherwind Portal at this point.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just loving Felkane there on camera, just like, yeah, play this, play that. These are going to be good for me if you do this. And then the Ysera came down, he was like, no. It's probably the one of few plays I didn't want you to make.
Jandis, really nice pull off the top though.
Okay. Seen worse minions.
Devolving Missiles again?
Is that good or bad? I guess 12 health is a lot to deal with, right?
It is, yeah.
So that's the argument. You're less bothered about the attack and more about the sheer amount of health that Ysera has.
Especially if survival of the fittest is going to land over the next couple of turns. It's just a really difficult minion to clear at the moment. But his hand is so gassed out that maybe there's an argument to just taking the highest value thing, or maybe even Icicle and just trying to force a card draw off it at some point, but that seems ambitious.
Yeah. It just wasn't great, was it? Just wasn't a great set of choices.
No.
He has pushed Zim to the limit though, 9 health now. Volcane's got one heck of a board. Zim down to only 1 broom in his deck now, I think.
Disgusting couple of dragons straight off the top. Yeah, 1 broom remaining for Zim.
Does he just need to try and draw it?
Can he get
Probably
enough
cost
work
him
done
too
with
much mana.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he can get enough work done with Gidra instead. Answer, not really. Again, it's that problem of just not being able to make at least 1 value trade into the Giant. Otherwise, maybe you could use it to clear up Giant and Waxadread alongside the Sarah.
That's why I kept having Broom in my head, right? Like the 8/8 just killing the Giant is just a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Wow, this is just really tough.
Still just looks like Gidra Overgrowth Crystal Power to me. Yep, very, very close to getting that ordering wrong there for Zim. Take Waxadread, trade in, trade with the Sarah. Heal up, yeah. This has to be the line I looked at, but it's still not really dealing with the problem. There's still a lot of damage coming back at him the other way. Especially with the potential of these 2 Violet Spell Wings.
Yeah, there's also the One Thief now, right? Which can get all sorts of crazy.
Yep.
Wonder if I imagine Falcane wants to actually just kill this Ysera before he plays Devolving, if he wants to play Devolving this turn. But without that, he won't be able to activate his One Thief.
Yeah, problem is if you kill the Ysera, it's so much damage that's not going face. Like, you're not winning this game on board from this point, surely.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was meaning more like he could have traded double Spellwing in and then Arcane Missiles to try and finish it off or something like that, right? I don't think that would have been a terrible response and you wouldn't lose tons of damage. It's just Nova push face until we get there next.
I think so, right? Like, I think you're fairly confident there's no Broom in your opponent's hand right now, so if you can just stick this board twice and get it to connect face twice, you have a chance with the Arcane Missiles.
Right? Because it's the same as Nova, but better.
Yeah. You still don't ping the minion, right? You just ping the face?
No, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm watching now.
Bees?
Suddenly, because that free Zim does not have much room on the board to go really nuts with the Mount Seller.
Wait, Bees is insane. He has a Stormwind champion. Hello? Let's go! Stormwind champion Bees interaction. Things I never thought I'd live to see, and I still haven't.
Yeah, and it's still not gonna happen.
No. Bog Beam. Zim just hard fishing. More portals. Would love a Broom at the end of this and a board space. Is that defender but not active?
And you shouldn't trade into the Spellwing, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Never mind.
He's got Blue Mother himself, yeah.
Yeah, I was if he hero powered, he actually shouldn't trade into the Spellwings, right? Because it's actually extra good damage. It was just a weird interaction. That's all. Normally, there's no problem trading 1 armor for 1 attack. But...
Yeah. I'm honestly really surprised at the Blessing pick over the Bees there, just because I guess the Bees took up too much of his own board space, and he wanted to fill it up with big dragons anyway, but he didn't have the Anubisath defender at that point, right? When he made that decision. So he didn't have any defense in his hand at that point, so it felt like just clearing maximum damage off the board was the best way to go about that turn, but Zim took some risks and absolutely got rewarded for them because he did find the Anubisath and was rewarded with a much bigger board state than he would have ended up with the Bees.
Yeah, we do miss our opportunity to tick it off Hearthstone Life bingo.
Yeah.
So maybe another day.
True mastery takes dedication.
Oh, wow.
Is Zim going to win this game of Hearthstone, Sol?
Certainly looking that way. Felkane does still have outs. Felkane no longer has outs. And up until this point, obviously Zim is going to check the information on the secret, which we know is Ice Barrier, but Zim is still considering various face secrets here. But up until the last healing card was drawn from Crystal Power to pull Zim up out of range, Felkane still had outs to just generate a fireball or something to end this game. Still has Evocation, still has like 2 1 makers into Magic Trick or 2 1 makers into Evocation off the top. Right. So he had ways of going about it, and he has 2 Solarian Primes in his deck as well, which I think now, because there's no way for Felkane to generate a Pyroblast and play a Pyroblast in the same turn without Sorcerer's Apprentice. So because of that, I think one of the 2 Solarian Primes off the top were the only outs for Felkane at this point.
Or to the Stormwind champion. No? Okay. Wow. One of those, frankly, rare games, honestly, sort of for Mage, where we see it run out of resources. I think earlier on in Grandmasters, we saw it happen a little bit more often, but as players have got more comfortable and like just simply got better at managing the deck and managing the outs, that we don't actually see that often there, that Felkane just runs out of stuff.
Yeah, early builds of the deck had too many 1-mana spells in them, I would say, and slowly but surely a few of those got cut away for Wand Makers, Kobold Spellkins, just things that, you know, kept giving you gas, kept you going. Because the original builds of the deck had like 2 Crown Session, 1 AI, and that was about all the resource generation in the deck apart from Evocation. So yeah, obviously sometimes you're going to run out of gas then if you don't hit your Apprentice Cyclone combo early on. But the deck's evolved, and it really does not happen that often anymore, so it is a rare game from Felkane's perspective. And even then, because he generated the extra Astromancer at the start of the game, he still had just like a 1 in 8, 1 in 7, I think, of just drawing Prime right at the end, which was still potentially game-winning. If it could throw a Freeze out, if it could just throw a Pyroblast in the face, if it could cast Puzzle Box, any number of things it could have put together to get the job done.
Yeah, and here we go. We see Felkane going for the Demon Hunter now, and I do believe it is going to be a Demon Hunter mirror. And yep, those Penflingers ain't going anywhere. Both players bringing 2. And honestly, these guys, at least when we were testing the deck, do a surprise or can do a surprising amount of damage and can be pretty tough in a lot of matchups. There's not only repeat removal tools, but also just that extra fate damage that Demon Hunter's kind of always looking for. In the mirror, I'm not quite sure how they work, because it's not like you generally want to just be like throwing out spells just all the time. So it's not as if you can reliably get repeat damage. But I'm very interested to see how this goes when they're against each other here.
Yeah, I do think they primarily come in as an anti-aggro tool, just to be able to deal with early face hunters, early aggro rogue minions. You know, once the 3-1 attacks the first time, you don't let it attack again. You're just able to clear it out very nicely with the Penflinger, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm the same as you. I was kind of surprised at how much utility they offer in matchups where they wouldn't really seem that appropriate, when they can just be consistent forms of damage, because the deck is kind of modified slightly to maximize the potential of the Penflinger, with the Altruist in there as well, with Consume Magic, which comes in as an additional cheap spell that you can use to activate Penflinger, but then also plays very nicely with the Altruist because it's another cheap card that can be outcasted for a positive effect, which is obviously something that you want to have alongside Altruist. So I think the deck's built very intelligently, honestly.
Yeah, and just continue, as the guys are doing the mulligan now, just pointing out the things that are missing from this build, from these players. You're not going to see any Glaive-bound Adepts in their lists, that they're not there. You're not going to see a Magtheridon either, which is still just dotting in and out of people's list depending on what they're feeling at the time. And also as well, you're not going to see any horde pillagers, which also players are kind of just messing around with depending on what the meta is, whether there's too much weapon remove when you need extra juice to keep going. So there are cuts obviously that have to be made, but I am interested to see how these penflingers do perform. And see nice early game options.
I would add Battle Fiend to that list as well as a card that is not in here as well, that is getting more and more common as time goes on.
Yep, not going to argue with that one too much.
Hearthstone superstar Ike was bragging recently that he once again broke the meta and posted the best Demon Hunter list, you know, months ago, and people are only now coming around to play what he was playing all along.
Yeah, get to work on Shaman again, Ike. It's needed. This can evolve into a really weird matchup, though. Both players, I think that the card to keep a real eye on is the Eldraki Warblades, because you can start swinging health in like really large numbers in this matchup, and until the game is finished, even if you're on 1 health and your opponent's on 15, 16, 18, whatever, like you can still win if you have hold of an Eldraki Warblades. It's actually pretty nutty.
That is absolutely true, but I do still feel like Marrow Slicer is more important, just because it's that all-in-one package. It's a straight-up activator for Blade Dance, so you don't have to trade early minions. It's more damage represented solo to the opponent than the Lifesteal Weapon is. Plus, it just automatically activates Soul Shard Lapidary on curve if you haven't done any Soul Fragment stuff before that as well. So it's like a one-card solution in the matchup. If you were to offer me one or the other and said I have to choose, I'd still largely take the Marrow Slicer, I think.
Oh, sure. It's the Eldraki's the card that can make the games go weird, whereas the Marrow Slicer is the card you actually want to just win the game. I think is a decent split there. We do see the power here is in. Soul Shard Lapidary just going to drop down. Felkane already down to 13. And not many options here to heal. As you can already see, second slice, then twin slice, second slice. If he had the Warblades equipped, then this number can change quite dramatically. But doesn't have access to that heal. It'll be tough. Could use a Shard Chatter this turn with the help of the Panthera to save some of his health.
Yeah, which does seem reasonable. But this curve has worked out so nicely for Zim up until this point, because he's established himself as the aggressor. And he's just played his most aggressive turn on 5, which is really exactly how this curve is designed to work, right? Of Marrow Slicer into Soul Shard Lapidary, because then your opponent just has to panic and go, oh my god, I just took so much damage, there's a 5-5 on the board, spend their turn removing the 5-5, and then you get a free turn to Skull because they haven't developed anything themselves. So can Felkane do anything to mitigate that is the question. Like, can he remove this and actually make a proactive turn himself? It's incredibly difficult to do in this situation.
It is. The Shard Chatter will deal with it and end the turn as a 3-2. Yeah, and could have still ended up with a Spirit Jailer. He did choose to use the Blade Dance instead, which I think is a little bit questionable, because he could have just had this board with a 3-2 and there still be a Blade Dance in hand. Maybe he's thinking that he needs the Soul Shards in the deck to draw. So I was just making noises now.
That's I'm no longer thinking what the best play is, I'm thinking what the coolest penfinger play is.
Yeah.
That's that noise.
Pretty good so far, right? Soulshare going to be able to clear off the 1-3 pretty easily here.
Yeah. And next turn he has Penflingers again, but alongside Eldraki Warblades with Chaos Strikes as well. It's pretty nice.
Well, this game is very close. I think even just Marrow Slicer, does he have the mana next turn? I think Marrow Slicer's second slice is actually the best way to use his mana for maximum damage. And then he still has the mana for Lapidary twin slice, second slice next turn.
Yes.
But this is where this is where that point that I raised earlier starts to happen. If this gets this close and then one player has Eldraki plus weapon buffs, the numbers start to change a lot. It's so crazy. Even drawing soul fragments.
Don't think it gets played again. I think Zim will value the hero power here for the 1 extra damage, 1 extra healing. Does indeed. 18 plays 5.
And without a Warblades of his own, there's just not a lot he can do.
Ooh, that's huge though. Okay, Chaos Strike. So you can still Twin Slice, Second Slice, Hero Power, Panther, but it's no additional healing, but it does continue to set up the 2-turn race at least.
What if he just does Lapidary? That ever better?
I mean, it could be.
Just because it puts the biggest minion on board as well. We can see a Blade Dances there, of course, but from Falcon's perspective, it's just a big dude because it's not as susceptible to Shard Shatter as the Panther could be. It's tough. Maybe he does just need to draw into the Warblades next turn for any chance. Ooh,
all right.
That's an added bonus I didn't think about actually.
Okay.
Oh. This matchup is so great.
And now, suddenly, Zim just out of the big heals here. Wandmaker could help him out.
I grow impatient.
Yeah, there's a few options, isn't there? He could go for the Consume Magic to draw a card, but he'd have to Blade Dance first with a hero power. Or maybe not with a hero power if he wants to use Penflinger instead.
Yeah, seems kind of gross.
Impatient.
Zim does still have both Twin Slices left remaining in his deck, alongside 1 Soul Shard Lapidary.
Oh, wait, you shouldn't have done this, right? In this order? Oh, okay, okay.
You don't pick the ones.
Disaster!
Always after, yeah.
No additional healing!
He heals for 3, puts himself up to 11.
Yep. Falcon has 5 from the Lapidary.
Not enough.
Yep, 2 from the Second Slice, 1 from the Hero Power, and he has 8. Has 1 Penflinger that he can fit in alongside all of that as well.
Yeah, and this is one of the drawbacks of when you've not managed to actually play your bigger minions out earlier on. Like when you're stuck with like 2 Lapidaries, Kane. Like these are all the expensive things you can't weave in a turn that well together. Whereas obviously the Twin Slice and such can actually, and Chaos Strikes can be weaved in with these minions. So yeah, this is really tough. This is a very close game actually.
Impatient.
I mean, it's important not to count this out yet for Falcane, because currently Zim is not showing lethal on the other side either.
It's true. There's no way you can draw, right?
Like, as far as we can see it, Falcane currently has the consistent setup here. Zim doesn't. It's actually Zim that needs to find answers, and those soul fragments certainly do count. There's the Marrow Slicer! Marrow Slicer, Hero Power, Penflinger, the hero we always needed, Raven.
Yeah, and like I said, in the key cards, we knew this was always going to come down to the Penflingers making the difference. Extra bit of damage there, going to be the one that cleans this up. Zim gets a win in the Demon Hunter Mirror, but you can see how close that matchup can be with just how much the health can change on both sides of the board, whether it's Soul Fragments or Aldraki Warblades, whether there's Blade Dances to remove instead of having to use your face, and so on. Like, the matchup looks very silly in one aspect, where it's like both players are just hitting each other in the face, but one, underuse of a tool, or if you skip lapidaries when you could have weaved them in and spent the most amount on curve on at that point, can trip you up a little bit, because we saw then that was so close where 2 lapidaries and a cane in hand with 8 mana just isn't good enough a lot of the time. You need to get those cards out almost as quickly as you draw them in a lot of cases.
First off, other soft drinks are available. Secondly, yeah, it's a very interesting matchup personally for me, because like it's almost so dumb that it becomes really smart, the matchup, right? Because it's just both players completely ignoring board and just trying to send every point of damage face at all times. But the thing is, like, when both players are trying to do that, it's actually quite difficult to be the one that earns the right to do that, right? Because you kind of have to like force your opponent to accept that they're on the back foot. You have to force them to start doing something defensive, which is what Zim was able to do in the early game against Falcane. I personally agreed with Falcane's like late game sequencing to try and find a way back out of it, because I think he was always going to need the extra card from the Panthara anyway. So I felt okay with him getting out of the way that turn, regardless. As it happened, he did just about draw through his deck to the point where the double lapidary was going to be able to end the game. But Zim just found that Marrow Slicer off the top, which is a very, very big deal indeed, because now he finds himself just with this Highlander Priest left to win with.
Yeah, really tough one. Going to be Demon Hunter once again for Falcane. Zim, though, has a pretty fantastic opening, honestly. Being able to coin 2 into 2 and also have Kaj and Penance. Like, this is almost the opening hand for a Highlander Priest, right? Like, do you want any more? I guess Zephyrus is the only thing that makes this that much better.
It's honestly very, very close to perfect. I think key to this matchup is to take as little damage from minions as you can. And then that gives you a significant amount of options in terms of playing for Outlast, playing for Survival, playing for Tempo, trying to stick huge threats. I think Highlander Priest more often wins by sticking a huge threat, by Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, big Apotheosis minion, that kind of thing, because they don't have the consistency of the renews and everything else that the 2-of list has to be able to survive. But the key to both of them is just not to lose the board early and be pushed down to 20, 18 come turn 5 or 6, because the Demon Hunter's curve has just beat you up. And while that will happen less often against a no Battle Fiend deck, it's still something that's very, very possible. And because you are a Highlander deck in this case as Zim, you would be expected to curve out worse than your opponent, but that's absolutely not the reality here.
Yeah.
This is it, right? Look at the difference. Look at the difference from Falcane being ahead on board here to being behind on board. Suddenly, he just has to respect minions and send weapon charges in. Are you about to tell me to go face anyway?
Well, let me peruse the list. So there's actually only Zephyrus that can kill a weapon in this Highlander list for Zim. Sure. My question was, could he not have equipped weapon? Maybe gone face, probably, whatever. But he did have Soul Share and Blade Dance next turn. And I just wonder if that would have been enough to maybe save the weapon swing for a turn. Obviously, if there's an additional minion like there is now, well, if you just didn't crack the cards, then maybe it looks worse in some respects, but are you expecting the curve to continue? I'm not saying it was a bad play. I'm just trying to think, like, in this matchup against this opening, do you actually have to try and actually outvalue the Priest, if that makes sense, instead of just, like, swing your weapon into minions?
Well, I think Blade Dance is your best removal, right? Like, it's your best tool where, say, if Zim does make Dragon Queen Alexstrasza at some point this game, Blade Dance is the card that can deal with it, whereas Shard Shatter can't. So I think what Falcane did here was try and set up this, right, where he got to use a Shard Shatter to clear the board as opposed to using a Blade Dance, and it then preserves a Blade Dance for later on for maybe a more problematic board later.
Alas, poor warlock.
It is a sacrifice, though. Like, he is missing damage. That's certainly a thing, and missing damage is relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, decent draw. Like, the 0-cost Blade Dance is nice. Twin Slice, not one you're really looking for from Skull, honestly. Lapidaries are like priority number 1, I think, from Skull half the time.
Oh!
Well, that's just insane.
Oh, it makes me so happy whenever you get this card as Priest in this matchup. I don't know why. It never quite has the impact you think it's going to. Like, you think you've just ended the game because you've got Aldraki Warbase, right? But, like, I still just get so hype about it.
Just tell your opponent you've got it and like, okay, well, concede.
Yeah.
It's just a nice bone. It's so much better than some of the other cards you can get.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I think that's the thing, right? I look at Blade Dance, not going to do much. Shard Chatter, not going to do much.
3 mana Bloodfen Raptor. Oof.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's because it is just a lot better than most of the other cards. It feels good.
That's huge. That is huge. I believe 5. Yep. The full package coming out here from Velcane, being able to take care of this board and stick a huge board afterwards. Zim does have the one answer that Priest generally has to this situation, though, which is that Soul Mirror. I believe it was Velcane himself who was burned on the other side of this last week, where I criticized him for not taking a Soul Mirror for later in the matchup, just so this scenario didn't happen.
Oh, now we're going to see the potential rarity of the triple choice Seaman.
Damage stacking, though. Damage stacking on the other side for Velcane.
It is. We go for a big heal here with the Warblades and the Soul Shard Lapidary. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It's all coming together. That Murazond in combination with that Eldraki Warblades can represent a ton of healing now, because he can just steal any Twin Slices, Chaos Strikes, etc. that Velcane has available while just having an Eldraki Warblades already in play. But he can't really set that up this turn, because there's the problem on board of the 5/5 that I think, as Raven mentioned, we might just look at the triple Tiamat here, although he might also want to preserve the Broom for Apotheosis later.
He could just Warblades Penance heal, right? Like, that deals with it and heals a bit, and you still have one charge of Warblades left.
Sure.
Like, it was an option to kill this off.
It was. It does take 5 damage on your face, though, which I do think you want to avoid. Like, obviously, you get the healing back to an extent from the Warblades, but I think ideally you'd like to get all of that back by swinging at your opponent's face, if at all possible.
Yeah, the payoff is potentially this, that we might well see this turn, right? If you have the Warblades equipped, you can play the Murazond into this turn.
Exactly.
Whereas without the Warblades equipped, yes, you took more damage, but now all this potential huge weapon swing that you can get is reduced by the effect of Zim doesn't have the Warblades, and he can't do both next turn.
Right.
As it wasn't the the craziest big weapon buff turn in the world, but it was not bad.
Yeah, it's 6 or 7 healing that Zim would love to have access to this turn.
Kind of the weird thing here, with no minions that Velcane played, there's actually no target for Penance, which is a bit of a weird positive there for Velcane.
Right. Oh! It's just lethal.
Just has to be, doesn't it?
Demon Companion?
Wait a minute. Is it lethal? 2 damage? And then 2 from Penflinger, then 2 from Penflinger?
Oh! Yes! Down to 6! Down to 4! Eldraki Warblades on top of that? Okay, you set it up over 2. This seems fine.
Yeah. If you had just a little bit more mana... Oh my, so sick. Is Penflinger just the best card in the game?
Oh! Yo!
Kronks.
Apo, Broom. Raven, you were getting excited about the triple Tiamat. I said he probably wanted to save it for this exact scenario. That is a full clear and a giant heal, and it might just be a dead Velcane.
There are still 2 Penflingers in hand though, Sodhol, so I don't think we can rule anything out yet.
It's also an 8/7. Oh my god, that is the draw. That is the draw.
Such a beautiful
Blade, Penflinger, Blade Dance.
Yeah. 8,
Not over yet.
9. It's so close every turn, just with double Penflinger.
Oh, so funny.
This is one off right now? Penflingers are the nuts, I'm telling you.
Wait, does he ever just play them both?
Just to have them as 1/1s?
Yeah, because what's Zim gonna do? Because without a spell, they're still kind of the same anyway, right? Like, if he doesn't draw a spell next turn, they're actually just worse than if he'd played them now.
Yeah, but he does have 12 cards left in his deck. So by having 2 Penflingers in his hand, he can almost still go long, right? Where he can just convert every spell into an enormous amount of damage.
I'll Trios off the top.
Sure, yeah, that too. Big deal.
Penflingers now deal 2!
That's Kane. That's Kane.
So now there's actually Murazond Inner Fire.
Or Murazond Penance.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, Penance probably better.
You think this is your time? It is mine. Hide behind your servants. I will still fight.
But bear in mind, Felkane has 30 health. It's not like this is setting up counter lethal quite yet.
Right. Exactly.
Oh!
Twin Slice!
Is that it?
That's it! That's it! Each Twin Slice deals 4, Raven.
Imagine not playing Penflingers in every single deck of Hearthstone ever.
Tell me about it.
I give up.
There we go. Zim knows. He also plays Penflingers in his deck. He can count. And that is going to be Felkane at least taking a win there over Zim in that game. So there is a light still left for him there, as he does have his Mage and Druid left over against this Highlander Priest. What a close game, Sol. That was actually wild, honestly.
Yeah, all the way down to the wire at the end. And obviously, the second Penflinger looked like it kind of ended the game there because it just gave Felkane so much inevitability in terms of long-term damage. But you've got to think, right, like, that isn't necessarily a Penflinger, but sometimes it's a Glaive-bound Adept. Sometimes it's like some other card, right, which still deals a ton of damage immediately, but is also then a huge threat on board. Like, obviously, we're excited about Penflingers because they're sweet. Whether or not it's actually the optimal way to play the deck, I'm in earnest, I'm not 100% sure, but I hope people keep trying to find out because it's a lot more fun to watch than the regular version of the deck, I think.
Now we're going to go in the Mage versus Priest here. And of course, just a reminder, Zim is on the Highlander Priest, sorry. So it's not quite the matchup we've been seeing a little bit more commonly in Grandmasters, at least in Europe. Is this more favorable for the Mage because of the inconsistency of Highlander Priest?
It's hard to say. Mage can lose board to just very nice curves from the 2-of version. They just hit like mid-range dragons and draconic studies into just big minions that land too early. That can be a struggle for Mage to deal with because they don't really deal with big stats that well. They just kind of freeze it and blow past it. That's all they're really able to do. But Highlander Mage has more tricks up its sleeve, right? With Zephyrus, with Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, with Mindrender Lucia, all of these cards that you don't see in the 2-ofs version.
Mm-hmm.
So I honestly don't think there's a huge difference between the two matchups, personally.
Okay, well, Zim is once again, and this is probably more of a nod to the Highlander build itself than Zim being lucky or anything, but it is a relatively low curve Highlander deck, right? There is only really like Cabal, Shadow Priest, Kronks, Galakron, Tiamat, Soul Mirror, Murazond, Dragon Queen, Plague at the top. Everything else is actually very, very cheap. So even though it's like kind of looks like Zim's opening hands have been very strong, well, like 2/3 of the deck are good opening hand kind of cards. So
right.
It's not too much of a weird one. I think when we speak about Highlander decks, everyone expects them like most of the time for you to draw like 1/1 cost and like 1/5 cost, 1/9 cost or something.
Your mind is not your own.
Double trade through the mirror images. Get a pretty high value target here. If actually no, there's no point, right? Yeah, no, I'm being stupid. Don't worry. Moving on.
Good talk. I like it. They break it down like that, Sol. Maybe the devolving missiles come out, and although he loses the acolyte, probably could have gone a lot worse. Not being able to ping that 2-1 is actually very funny.
Yeah, still not that big of a deal. Obviously very unfortunate that the massively overstatted 2-cost minion just got to hang around.
Oh, it says explode!
Falcane just going to try and do as much work here as he possibly can with the spell damage missile. Hello? Can we reverse the outcome of those missiles, please? Devolving was supposed to go right. Arcane was supposed to go left. Okay? Can we just run that back? No? Alright.
He does get another go as well. If he trades in the spell wing. Seems fine. Most importantly, Falcane is getting quite close to being able to just drop this Mana Giant out soon.
That is true. Now this this Raise Dead that I was erroneously looking at on the previous turn does start to offer some potential value for Zim at least, but the devolving missiles does mess with it to an extent.
I'm just staring at Mind Render, and then staring at Evocation, and then staring at Mind Render like, come on, it can't happen now, can it?
I wonder.
Apparently it can.
He knows there's a 1 arcane missiles and a coin for sure, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's just enough as is, right? You know, just saying, okay, I'll burn the coin, use up the missiles.
His Mana Giant resets to 8 here, but it gets very cheap very quickly when you're playing with your opponent's hand in its entirety. But it would be something quite spectacular here to get it all the way down. I don't think
Not
it's going to happen.
play Font of Power, of course, I imagine.
No.
Probably worth playing the magic trick though, right? Huh. I was a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah.
Because you could just pick the worst one. There are some bad ones to choose from. What does Felkane have in his raised dead pool actually now? Because that might just be worthwhile as well. If he can play them out, I mean, maybe not cast them both. But...
That's a good point. He has the spell wings in there, right? That he was trading in for the arcane missiles earlier, along with a wand thief, I believe. Zim also chose to hit face, which gives like a standing apotheosis target.
Yeah.
After he knows he gave apotheosis to his opponent there as well, which is kind of strange.
Yeah. Not sure about that, honestly.
No. Did not look the cleanest. Obviously, all those cards Felkane just played also discounted his Mana Giant, even though he didn't have it in his hand at the time, because he was playing cards that did not start in his deck, and the Mana Giant counter is locked to him, so it continues to get discounted when it comes back.
Yeah, it's not locked to the minion, right? It's like an aura, isn't it? Like, it's stuck to the player.
Yes.
Now we're cooking.
The evasive Chimera. This game went in a very weird direction.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cram Session is a big deal because Falcane does not want to run dry on cards again with this mage. No, that was about the card he needed.
Again.
Oh, okay, okay. Nothing to pair it with, though.
It's Tricast? He's seen the hand.
Here. Yeah.
Yep. He's seen the hand. He knows there's no good answer to the giant, so he feels comfortable just dropping it
off the top. Oh. I felt like it was always going to happen.
Takes the Soul Mirror for Security Blanket later if he can't deal with it now. Apathy's very nice, though. Just drop the Evasive Chimera. He might even just choose to hold the Wave of Apathy here, feeling comfortable to tank 8 if he needs to, yeah? I kind of like this, honestly. Very secure at 26 right now.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think in that position, I would have waved, and I think I would have been wrong. I think I would have thrown away a resource on 26 health.
Exactly.
It is scary, though.
Zim has limited resources right now, and these 26 points of health are one of them, so I totally agree with him using them here. Just investing 8 health into milking a Wave of Apathy for longer, especially since the 2 cards in combination, right? The Wave of Apathy and the Soul Mirror are so insane together. Yo!
Wait a minute!
Insta.
Oh,
I'm a
Falcane's
priest.
gonna be
I
upset.
want the Lucent Bark. Give it to me.
Kane's gonna be upset. I can feel it. What? Does he not want to wave?
You certainly can, but it's not mandatory here because you're getting the better of this Soul Mirror by so much anyway, right? Because you have the poisonous minion to clear up afterwards, and you're a priest ending with a Lucent Bark. I think this is fine.
Well, I wanted Deathwing!
He could have got a Deathwing anyway off the raised edge, right?
But I want my Deathwing on the board!
Yeah.
Either way, Falcane unhappy with the outcome of this game so far, but he is not out of it by any means. Still has another cram session, still has Mana Cyclone, has that backup Conjurer's Calling. Now he has the Mana Giant.
Oh, it's another...
Aren't terrible yet.
It's another Giant, but it was one off being playable. But Zim here picks up the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. You don't think you jam that on curve. You press the advantage when you have it against Tempo Mage.
Be careful, Sol. I'm going to take this advice quite literally. You do not think you jam things on curve is all I heard right then. You showered me for losing games of Hearthstone. I'm blaming you now.
Honestly, I think if you followed that advice, you'd improve your Hearthstone play.
Okay. I know what my goal next week is. I'm going to keep track. It just has to be Power of Creation, right?
It's Giant Conjure again. Better than a Power of Creation, isn't it?
No, so I meant the choice. The choice.
I see. Oh!
Alrighty then. How many times in this game can we can it flip sides here as to who we think is winning?
So, Penance and Heal gets him a Lucent Bark res back. That's clearly the most important thing. Nothing else matters.
You know what I'd love, actually? If Lucent Bark effect was across the whole board. So if either player healed, it would count. Like the old Eaglehorn bow. Remember that?
No? What do you mean? Wait, what?
Eaglehorn bow used to proc if
Oh,
your
God, for
secrets
both
went
people's
off.
secrets.
It was
Yeah,
so
yeah.
fast. The mirrors were ridiculous.
Yes.
One mana evasive were going to help Zim out a lot to get through this taunt.
Yeah. Can't deal with the Troublemaker, though, which is a very, very big deal here. Does mean that Falcane's not just counted out of this yet, because he does still have the heat to keep going for quite some number of turns here with Power of Creation, with Jandis, with a Cyclone turn.
Yeah. I think Power of Creation is the most likely to have the biggest impact right now. Safeguards look pretty solid to me. Obviously not the best minions he would have wanted, but I think Safeguard's pretty decent. In a post-Soul Mirror world. That Soul Mirror was Zim's natural one, right? He didn't, like, make that somehow, did he?
No, he did make that.
Oh, he did? Oh.
Remember, he picked it off the Renew. He was fishing for a giant answer, and then he picked it off the Renew because he couldn't find the immediate answer.
Yeah, no, you're right. Nice. Got the trade that he probably wanted there to defend his 6-2 once again. Only Nova, though, can help clean that up.
Hits the Solarian here. It's kind of nice. Solarian or Lab Partner. Yeah, actually, there was pretty much a lot of good options there. Even the Cyclone gave him a turn.
Oh! Double rush with Holy Nova?
Hello?
doesn't make that much difference, right? Because it doesn't actually clear them off. It's still good though, don't get me wrong, but
Zim, did you not want to trade the 3/5 into the 3/1 and then get healing on it from the Holy Nova?
He's like, no, I didn't actually sell. My 2/1 trades into that 3/1, I think you'll find.
I think he did. Oh, really? Really?
I love
it. Really?
It's exactly the play I would have made, Zim. Don't you worry, mate.
Okay.
Oh, another rush minion here. Same one for Falcon. Does Falcon have a heal option?
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Oh my goodness.
I was just about to say, has Falcon got over the line right now? No, is the answer to that question. And with 2 Mana Cyclones and Lab Partner, I think at this point, Falcon kind of wishes he might have been playing Jamboree's list so he could play some Observers instead.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I would say never punished, but he would have a Loosened Bark this turn if he'd have done it the other way around. So he's still being punished! 4 out of 5, look at that.
Always kind of punished.
Yeah.
Ooh, potion go again? Well, it's gonna help the Mana Cyclone, right? And surely he's aiming for Mana Cyclone this turn.
Yeah. Yeah. You Cyclone Potion. Yep. This is it. Oh, just get out. Actually get out. What is this? Come on. Come on.
It's lethal. I believe they call it lethal, so.
Come on.
It's slow. That's exceptionally good. Oh my.
It's already reached the point where Falcane actually now needs a puzzle box to ruin all of this for Zim. No, that's just perfect. Cool. All right, moving on.
Oh, the counter spell as well.
Is that better than a 4/8 this turn? Like, if you heal your face, you get a 4/8 this turn.
It's way better. You know, he knows what his hand is, right? So he doesn't want the One Thief to cast a spell.
Uh-huh.
Right? Right? Right?
Okay.
Just commit to Pyroblast. That's what I wanted to see that turn. Just be like, you know what? There's only one way I'm going to win this game, and it's with a Pyroblast to the face.
Interesting. So
Just have to Cyclone again.
Cone of Cold off the other Cyclone, yeah. It's the outright. Oh, he's just gonna double spell damage Flame Strike next turn.
Okay.
All right, sure. Yeah, seems good.
Definitely want to see Zim play around AoE there and not heal that turn. I'm joking, of course. It's a big push, though. Falcane down to 13. Falcane, Falcane having to fight back here, and the problem is, like, Mage doesn't do well as the defensive deck if they don't have resource generation. And right now, Falcane's running kind of short.
Right. I mean, you know what it is, and you kind of want it, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing. Ray of Frost Mana. Oh, this game. Who would have thought?
Not me.
The future is clear. Your demise be near.
Yeah, weird visual bug that still exists in the game. Lazul shows you the natural mana cost, even though you do receive it discounted. A little bit jarring at times.
It's like the collection version of the card, right? Not the actual card.
Well, it still shows you the stats, which is weird, but it shows you the original mana cost.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just a weird little visual bug. No real justification for it.
Zim slowly building up the Lucent Bark once again. Okay.
Okay.
We're in.
I'm going to predict this is going to be significantly less good.
Whoa! Wait, is that good or bad? Wait, has Falcane played Evocation this game? Is Evo his last card?
No. His last card is a Ray of Frost, I believe.
Oh.
Oh! So, spell to check
yep.
what the secrets are, and then rip either your Plague of Death or your Zephyrus, however you would like to go about doing this.
I think I like Plague here, right? Just get rid, and then Zephyrus, along with Galacrond, will be how he will plan to end the game. I think trying to, like, what would he do here? Zephyrus into what? Right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work it out. Like value trade plus Shadow Flame or something, and you get to preserve a board. But then it could still be Spellbender to mess you up, I guess. So yeah, you probably just rip it. Makes sense.
Yep. Have Zephyrus be your game-winning play and not the defensive play, right? Because Plague only has one job all the time, right? Whereas Zephyrus can flex.
Yeah. I really wanted to find some line that like efficiently cleared for not very much mana, and then you fit a heal in as well, right? Because the sooner you can get a Lucent Bark back, the sooner you can stop worrying about every board that just gets thrown down by your opponent.
What to do?
Maybe you could Zephyrus into heal? Who knows?
Oh, if Zephyrus read Lucent Bark text, oh, insane.
Just like Radiance, just all the time. Whenever Lucent Bark's on board, even if it's not in dormant, it's like, Radiance?
Yeah, last card was Rare Frost for Falcane.
Is it cold in here? Or is it
Falcane waiting one turn for a minion to come down here, so he can just go all in with the spells on this turn. He can now cast Evolving Missiles because there's a target for it. The dormant minion doesn't count. And he can then rip the 2 copies of Ray of Frost after the fact as well to get his Shambhala activation.
Yeah, I also think, though, we can see this is going to need to be a box from this Mana Cyclone. Or, I guess, potentially Power Up Creation, because Falcane needs another wave. We can see Zim just has Zephyrus.
No!
He said it, didn't he?
Not like this! You said the forbidden words.
Zim could have just relied on going Zephyrus into Twisted Nether, for example, for the last push. These spells do have to be feared, at least a little bit here for Zim.
Yeah,
Information on the Netherwing pole.
I was like half a turn slow on the uptake here, because when Falcane passed, it took me a moment to process like why he even passed in the first place. But then, like, having now explained that out loud, you kind of have to question why Zim even had to play a minion from this point.
Right.
When he knows that Falcane's hand doesn't do anything unless he plays a minion. Oh, no. Worst possible timing for that to happen. Yeah, you can see it on Falcane's face right now.
And you can't see it on Zim's, which I think is the issue.
Zim's camera appears to be stuttering and freezing a little bit here as well, so it appears he is having some internet issues. Hopefully he can stabilize to make his way out of this game.
There was hovering right between the DCs. There we go. Yeah, there is card hovering, so he is still around. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
God, I love that that's a feature that got put in. I think it's one of the best things we've had.
Okay, this box needs to do everything except draw cards. And that's the one thing box loves doing.
Okay. Oh.
Obviously, there was no other possible start. More Lucent Bark was always where we started here. Hello? No! Are you kidding me?
He knows! Shadow Step?
Shadow Steps.
The Blood
Blood Sworn Mercenary?
On the Lucent Bark! What is going on?
He actually did everything except draw cards! That was a joke!
That's not supposed to happen. Is it even enough, though?
There's 16 points of taunt in the way.
But there's Pyroblast and Fatigue.
There is.
I raised
not
you
wrong.
one Pyroblast.
You're not wrong. You're raising good points right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's insane. Value trade. 6 to face. Pyroblast lethal next turn. He doesn't get 6 to face though because it's Flame Ward. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what the mage secret is. It's been hanging around for a few turns, I think. But he hasn't been attacking face.
And he's not played a minion into it, right?
No, he did. He played the Kobold Spellkin that all the Ray of Frost stuff went
Oh,
on
was
to.
it up then? Oh, okay.
So.
Oh,
Unless
wow.
it came from that box and it's just the same secret that he had before, then that's a very old
okay.
Flame Ward.
Yeah. Okay.
Your flaws are your strength.
Okay, as long as this attack goes face, the game ends.
What fatigue is actually Falcon? I didn't even keep track.
Falcon takes 4 next turn.
Oh, so Pyro's not actually enough.
Mm-hmm. So as long as this attack can go face, the game ends. However, this attack does not go face. Because outside of the Flame Ward, the other secret now is Misdirection. So Zim actually needs to just survive one more tick and then kill on the
Pyro.
fatigue ticks next turn.
This might be the way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. He knows he can't do enough damage and get through all the armor. And that is going to be the game. That is going to be the series. And what a game to end that series. And this is just Pyroblast left, right, and center. My kind of Hearthstone. And congratulations to Zim taking the win there. And that is going to put him up to, I believe that's 3-1 for Zim. And that means Felkane is on to, what was that, 3-2 now?
3-2, yep.
Huge deal for Zim, actually. That's actually a pretty good score so far, 3-1. It doesn't mean he's played like a one match less than some of the others, of course, but that's a huge deal.
Yeah, so Zim is now, essentially ahead of his countryman and compatriot, if you want to look at it that way. Same number of wins, having played a match less, and having the head-to-head against them from that victory as well. So that puts him in a pretty strong position overall in that group. But that series devolved very quickly into Wacky Town, Raven, and I'm not quite sure I like it. Zim did get over the line, but I think it was kind of in spite of himself more than anything else.
Right.
Towards the end of that game, I think he really lost a grip on that game, starting at the Holy Nova turn. And the combination of some of his draws and the prime and a few other things kind of helped him get out of that. Because I think even after that point, there was a couple of fairly high level decisions that weren't the easiest to spot, but still maybe Zim didn't quite find the optimal lines. But he just pushed himself so far ahead at that point that it didn't really seem to matter that much.
And I think honestly, without being too harsh, I think that's something we've seen from Zim a lot before, is just not polished, crisp play throughout a whole series. I think there are just small mistakes that pop up throughout a series, and I think that's been a regular thing. Still, like I said, his score is good, so guess what? If you win your matches to a certain extent, who cares? But it is something we have seen where I feel like we sit, and Zim is one of the players that we go, not sure about that, quite often compared to some other players in Grandmasters. So I do think there's still a lot for him to work on there, but he is doing well and continuing to perform, at least in the results here. But we are moving on to our final match of the day, and it's Ball Control versus Swids. And could be potentially bit of a crazy one as well, so as Ball Controllers decided to bring something a little bit different to this week.
Yeah, Ball Control rocking the Mage, Druid, Priest lineup here, getting his Warrior banned once again. But he does have a Turtle Mage instead of the usual Tempo Mage, and also has King Phaeorus in his Druid, which is quite interesting in itself, because if there's perhaps one class that's let him down this season, it's been his Druid. He's been having a negative record with just about every build of it he's tried. So now he goes all the way around to the King Phaeorus build instead, trying to find success from that. But you could argue interesting factors in all three of these remaining decks: the Turtle Mage, the Phaeorus build of Druid, but then also hopping on the Twilight Drake train in the Control Priest as well, which is was unusual last week, but then suddenly, with how fast the metagame in Hearthstone does move, now seems to be the standard, at least in European GM.
Yeah, whereas Swids, on the other hand, his opponent, is bringing that Demon Hunter that a lot of the French players are seeming to favour. Also, that sort of control Zephyrus kind of warrior that we've seen and talked about a little bit earlier in the day, along with the Druid as well. So, again, I guess like close to just the French lineup, I suppose, for this week for Swids here. And I do wonder how these two lineups just are going to clash. It does appear that once again, Sottle, we've seen that Secret Rogue receive a ban today.
Yeah, and Boar did signal his intentions to me earlier that he was going to be leaving this warrior up. Just looking at the way the list breaks down. I actually talked last week, right, about how Boar was already deciding there was half of the Bomb Warriors he was happy to leave up anyway, depending on what lineup he was bringing, because he felt like the Risky Skipper variant versus the Evil Quartermaster variant were different enough that you could ban them or not ban them with certain lineups. But this very unusual build that Swids has, with only 4 bombs total outside of Corsair Cash adding 1 more, and then the Zephyrus in there as well, he's not really respecting that as a Bomb Warrior and just choosing to leave it up.
All right, and our first matchup is going to be Demon Hunter versus Turtle Mage. And Sol, you know, Turtle Mage is definitely a weird deck to see get played, right? Because it plays in such a unique fashion that we've never, I don't think we've never really had a deck like this before. But how do you think Demon Hunter should play against it? Who's favored? Is there any big things that stick out in this particular matchup?
Well, so firstly, I think if you were to just be told you were going to play the Demon Hunter matchup and build yourself a Turtle Mage, you would play the version that Wama has brought this week with the ice barriers instead of the blizzard, so that you could, consistently have that health gain going on. So without that, the game plan is a little bit more linear, and that is survival to the point of the infinite turtle combo, as it is in most matchups. But there's kind of an added key that you need to, a lot of the time, be throwing a Farseer or a Kartut defender, a bare minimum, into that combo as well, so that you can consistently be healing every turn, as well as just duplicating turtles, because freezing the board actually isn't that important after a point in this matchup. There's a few key minions that you need to deal with, but it's not like Demon Hunter is a deck that can just build a board, build a board, build a board, build a board every single turn over the course of the game. So once Boar, as the Turtle Mage, is able to lock out a few boards, it's really his health total that needs a lot more protection. So that's where the Farseers and Kartut defenders are going to come in, and I think they're going to be the key cards to look out for here.
Right, yeah, and it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup to watch. But also, Grandmasters, take note. Swids there, adjusting his camera so he's centered in the frame. Not all Grandmasters do that, as you lovely viewers may have noticed, as we get some pretty interesting angles at some point here. But I do think this matchup is going to be pretty interesting, because I'm of the belief with Turtle Mage is the trick is to not mess it up, as opposed to it's less about like how you go about it and how you perform, and more just don't mess up turns, because I think it's a deck that's very easy to slip up just a little bit, and often those slip ups actually lose you games. A lot of the times it doesn't feel very forgiving to me.
I do think that's true, and I think it's the easiest deck to just make straight up mechanical mistakes that throw games with. I think that's absolutely true. But I think, that's still only step one. Like, you have to, before you can get to any of the, like, big strategical implications of the deck, you have to already be at that point where you're not just throwing on mechanical errors every single game, right? Like, once you get past that point, you can actually start to learn matchups more intricately and learn more advanced mulligans and, pay attention to all of this extra stuff. But it's weird, like to have a deck that actually just kind of has this like execution skill cap, I guess, in Hearthstone is a little bit strange. Certainly not something that we're too used to.
Yeah, and looking at this opening hand here for Swids, it's not bad as an opening hand, but are they the cards you actually want versus this type of mage? Are Spirit Jailers going to make an impact? Is there any value in actually throwing them away and going for something a little bit more aggressive? I don't know, honestly. I've not got tons of experience in this particular matchup because it's just not a deck you run into that often. But it just interests me that it's like a double keep on Spirit Jailer when they're 1/3s against a deck that actually curves out sometimes a lot more aggressively than you do, minion-wise.
Insta Solarian thrown down here for Boar. There is a niche little interaction that you do need to learn when you're playing Turtle Mage with Solarian, where because the card shuffles your deck, you can actually use it to beat your clock. You know when you play Polkelt, you're on a clock until you end up drawing your potions? The turn before you draw your second potion or your first potion or whatever, you can just kill your own Solarian, and then that shuffles your deck, right? Because you're shuffling a card into it. So it's an interesting thing to look at, perhaps if you have Solarian and Polkelt both in your opening hand, for example, in certain matchups. But in this case, much, much more simple from Boar Control. It was a 3-2. It contested the 1-3. It seemed good on that turn.
Yeah, and if you, although it's one very important to know and be aware of, I don't think it's like a plan you're going for right at this point in the game. Like you said, with no Polkelt within any sight, I think it's pretty good here from Ball Control. It's gonna go wide now with these one makers as well. Not really getting any high impact spells. No Ray of Frost that can help out a little bit, but still not too bad. It's just additional removal tools.
These Frozen Shadow Weavers can end up being super clutch here as well. It's something that I didn't really throw into the equation when I was talking about just healing out of range of the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter can't really deal damage if their face can't swing. So Frozen Shadow Weavers, if you're able to throw them into your Tortolan combo every single turn, that's just as effective as being able to heal, if not potentially more so.
Honestly, the more you talk about this matchup, the more I think it's actually very, very difficult for the Demon Hunter, because there's multiple ways the mage can go based on just what they've drawn at that point that they start going off with turtles, that they can be very awkward, right? Whether it's the Kartuk Defenders, the Farseers, the freezing of the phase with the Frozen Shadow Weavers, the general stuff of just killing them with War Mages, for example. They can freeze your board as well. I feel like almost any outcome is actually very powerful for the mage in this specific matchup.
So you can say that, and that is true, but you know, you're considering all the iterations of the matchup where it actually gets to resolve to the point where Boar actually gets to start to do his combo.
Right.
You have to get there first, and I think that's where the window for the Demon Hunter really exists, and why I think it is a fine matchup for the Demon Hunter generally, is that there's a lot of draws. There's a lot of draws that the Demon Hunter can have that just straight up blow out the mage before they're really able to start operating, right? Unless they lock out the board very, very early. So I think the matchup is fine from the Demon Hunter side. I think we are looking at a pretty good draw so far from Ball Control on his side.
No Blade Dance or Shard Chatter here for Swids is actually a bit of a problem. He's getting just beaten up on his side right now.
It certainly is. Now, Boar can plan. As soon as you have that Tortolan in your hand, you can start working backwards.
Right.
With Farseer and Shadow Weaver still currently in hand, Boar has to make the decision now as to whether he wants to preserve one of those for his eventual combo, whether he wants to preserve both of them for his eventual combo, or whether he just wants to play maximum tempo right now and just try and kill his opponent with the amount of pressure that he has on board, which is a realistic possibility as well.
Yeah, on the surface, I just want to believe that Freeze is more valuable for locking out Demon Hunter than Heal is. because without those weapon swings, then there's just nothing you can really do. So I think at minimum, Farsi a ping this turn seems fine. I don't think he should play both, because then his board becomes very susceptible to a shard chatter, right? Like the whole thing just gets wiped away.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay.
I did wonder. Vor is one of the most tempo-focused players that I know, and I'm pretty sure. Like, I saw him playing a heroic brawl with this deck. I think he got a 12-win heroic brawl with this deck. Wasn't able to watch most of it, but I don't really consider him a Turtle Mage player, so I was interested in like checking out the mod of it before I came to cast this series, but didn't really have the opportunity. And I did wonder whether he just played like full tempo the entire time and just beat his opponents up.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of risk to that, and we saw one of the outcomes that was a bit punishing.
No! Disaster Raven! Waxadread puts a 4th spell in his deck!
It's fine, he just needs to draw a Frost Nova, right?
Oh no. I mean, it does create a weird win condition where you can just spam Waxadreads if you're actually able to duplicate a few turtles. Like, so to just explain in detail, obviously this deck is engineered around the fact that you only have 3 spells total. So every Tortolan that you offer offers you the same 3 spells. One of them is Potion. So whenever you want, you can always duplicate Tortolans. If you have a bunch of Tortolans in your hand, you can do whatever you want with them. Whenever a 4th spell gets added to your deck via Waxadread's Candle, via Bomb, via a Soul Fragment, whatever other weird way it ends up happening, you can just whiff on the potion on the first time you play a Tortolan. And then your deck doesn't really work anymore, and you have a pretty significant problem.
Right. So would you say it's extremely vital for Swids to trade into this Waxadread this turn? You think that's a 100% thing?
Yes.
Probably doesn't want to consume magic either.
Impatient.
No.
I think what's very interesting to me, and I know we hold GMs to a very high standard, of course, and so we should, but how aware do you think Swids is of the impact of this minion? Because what if Swids just has never really played Turtle Mage? What if he's never really watched much? You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
It's not the most obvious thing if you don't play the deck.
It's a very good point indeed.
And he'd be giving up 5 damage.
Mm.
Which I'll tell you as a Demon Hunter player, all that damage wants to go face.
And actually, like, Tortolan considerations aside, he doesnn't necessarily have to immediately kill it this turn. Because it's only turn 8 for Boar, so he can only play one turtle. So if Swids just ships all the damage face, Boar couldn't play the turtle this turn anyway, right? Because there's just too much damage being represented on the board for Boar to be able to go turtle into potion. He'd have to go turtle into freeze instead.
Oh, also, that was a bit of a double whammy as well, right? Because the egg means that if he starts duping eggs, it just fills up his hand. So at some point, he has to, like, ping the egg just for it to go away. Like, oh.
Yeah.
I don't want to laugh, but it is pretty funny that the 2 cards were Waxadread and Egg exactly.
Well, I suspect that Boar thought about this, knew that the Waxadread is the one that has to be killed, and then put the illusion on the egg so he could end up pinging it himself at some point, just to get it off the board so he doesn't have to duplicate it. Even outside of the fact that you just want the illusion on the egg anyway because it's the small one.
Time runs out on me.
But now Boar needs a window. He needs a window to even try and win the game here with his Tortolans, which he doesn't currently have.
And this is the issue, right? Like, he would have to, like, Nova this turn, and then try and go, like, Tortolan Potion turn after, or Tortolan Potion freeze, and then that starts to get you in dicey situations, because there's a point where that can never actually get going, right? You could always have to be too defensive for it to work if there's no Tortolans that stick on board. So it does get very, very tricky.
He ends up just playing it out here for the Blizzard. He is guaranteed to hit a freeze still there, though, because he's going to see one of the 2 of Frost Nova and Blizzard every single time.
So at this point, is Swid's just happy just continuing to go face? And also, is the sickest play to actually just silence the egg so it can't be pinged?
Impatient.
That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good.
Because you can't silence your own minions with Consume Magic, so it's not like you want to silence a freeze and get to push more damage. It doesn't work. You can't do it. So what? Like, you must know that that's pingable, right? As Swid, so I'm just saying. Gets into his skull a bit quicker as well.
That play is just cute enough that even if it's not right, it sounds so big brain, you could definitely convince everyone that it's right, even if it's wrong.
Well, now down to 6. Got the Waxage candle off the top, actually.
Which would have given him a guaranteed turtle this turn, but he already played it on the previous turn for the freeze. There was the option to just use Frost Nova on the previous turn, as we were talking about, but Board just committed the 5/5 instead.
Why was that? Because to me, he just now has to sit and wait for another Tortolan. Whereas if he'd done it the other way, he could have potentially had a safer option.
Why? Well, hang on. Why are you calling it a safer option?
Well, okay. So if he'd waited a bit longer, maybe not even necessarily the turn after, but if he held on, he would have had more mana to play more mini Tortolans. Maybe even if that's actually, say, turn 10, where he can play 2.
But that's the problem, right? Is because he's now essentially in the Bomb Warrior matchup where his Tortolans aren't guaranteed, right? Because he has the Waxadread. So whichever one he ends up playing, it could still just whiff and not hit the potion, and then his whole plan fails. So I think Board's thinking there is just to get a 5/5 on board and just do it for the consistent thing that he needs it to do, which is freeze the board. Like I said, that always happens because he always hits the Frost Nova or the Blizzard, right? There's no failure rate. So now he can just try and push from here.
It definitely doesn't look obvious, right? It looks weird at a surface level to see one Tortolan, no dupe. Now there's no Tortolan in hand, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It looks weird if you know the base way they get the deck plays, right? Looks weird. Skull's a good card, especially when outcast. There's only one target for this Consume Magic. So it's disappointed. But that's... Wait, is it... Isn't it just...
Warlock.
Wait, what?
Hello?
There's no secret, right? Am I being stupid, Sol?
I don't believe there's a secret in play, no.
Marrow Slicer Chaos Strike? He's on 6 health? I've got nothing!
Carry on!
I've got nothing left! I don't know.
I hope you're happy, Swids. You've made Raven go fully imbecile.
That wasn't even hard. Oh, okay.
Oh, the
ball
prime!
control for justice.
The punish!
For justice.
The punish!
You need to win this game of Hearthstone. So he doesn't even realise. He isn't raging on camera. So he's not realised. You're allowed to over-equip a weapon. Unless I'm being stupid and missing something, which is fine. I'm used to being laughed at. But that looked very straightforward to me.
You're not.
I have become one with the void.
I'm used to it, but I don't want to be laughed at.
Alright, that's functionally nothing here. He just needs damage or healing. Those are the only two things that are really relevant. I nearly just ended it straight up. Just could have gone face. Mirror image, no mirror image, no frostbolt. It's a valiant effort in the end, but it's not...
Is he going to see the lethal, though? Okay! Woo! He got there. Wow, that was a weird ending to that game, and we've cast some weird games today, so normally, I like to try and dig players out of situations like this, but I can't. I've got nothing.
Yeah, it was a pretty weird scenario to say the least. Even though, starting with the consume magic on the Waxadread, right? Like, it's super questionable in that scenario. Obviously, he wanted to cycle it because it was outcast, but did he actually need to consume magic the Waxadread? Is that good or bad for him? Who knows? But obviously, the bigger focal point is what happened after that point, where he spent 6 mana on Skull, as opposed to various other things that potentially
winning
could have
the
been,
game.
more powerful on that turn. And Boar did top the Prime, which gave him hope, but like I said, he needed straight up damage to end the game, or he needed Ice Barrier, Deep Freeze, Frostbolt the face, Mirror Image. He just needed very, very specific things that either gave him lethal outs or defensive outs. He found neither. He found nice board clears, but nice board clears just weren't really relevant in that position whatsoever.
Yeah, just enough for Swids to get over the line there in a bit of a dicey game, number one. We are going to go to a break because I think we all need it after that. We'll be right back to continue Grandmasters.
7本の指か7本の足か選ぶなら7本の足かな。ハーストーンができなくなるのがちょっと怖い。
应该是7只手指吧，因为这样就可以做比较多的事情。然后有7个脚趾也不一定会走得比较快。
평소에 손이나 발 사용할 때도 손이 더 활용도가 더 많이 높은 것 같아서 네, 손을 선택했어요.
손가락을 많이 필요로 해본 적이 없어서 저는 오히려 그게 더 편하지 않을까 생각합니다.
아무래도 게임 좀 많이 하다 보니까 좀 더 유리할 거 아니에요? 게임 하는데 그래서 손가락 7개인 더 나을 것 같습니다.
どちらでもなくて腕を2本増やしたいです。
Okay, so there's. Oh wait, how bad is this zombie apocalypse? We're gonna survive or?
Tough one.
For zombie apocalypse, I would take Torben, the Viper. He's pretty strong. I would take Language Hacker. He seems very, very smart. Probably Zilay. Seems like he could, deal with a lot of the threats.
So if there is a zombie apocalypse, I think I would choose. I will definitely not choose Zim or Swiz. I don't trust them. I think I will go with Ball Control, Casey, and Gallon. That's the guy I go along with. So
my crew would be Born, Viper, and Bunny.
Bunny is a scientist, so he might find a cure or something like that. Casey can just handle all the zombies with his incredible strength. Thais can be the bait, and I'll just wait around and help somehow.
Welcome back. We are ready to get into our next game in this pretty wacky series already. Swids versus Ball Control is going to continue right now into our game number 2. Swids getting a win there, even though he tried not to, which means he's going to be 1-0 up so far. He's going to be on the Warrior versus Ball Control's Druid now going into game 2.
Yeah, and this is where things potentially get even more interesting because we put a lot of testing into this warrior build. More so in Zim's other matchup for the week where he's playing against Wama, who has, I would say, an improved version of the Chonsu anti-warrior strategy. But this is a very unique build of warrior that both Swids and Zim are bringing this week with limited bombs, just the Wrench Calibers on their own to represent the bombs, no upgrades, no Krastanov, no Horde Pillagers, but instead there's a Zephyrus that makes the list, and they use those extra spots to make room for kind of the best of both worlds of the other two builds, where you have the Risky Skipper package, but you also have one Evil Quartermaster and room for double Coerce, for example, which doesn't always make the list in the Risky Skipper version of the deck.
And this version of Ball Control's Druid as well does interest me. It's not one I've dove into too much myself, but it feels like just jamming the ultimate power into one deck. 2 Survival of the Fittest, the King Fioris, the Ysera, Kael'thas, Forest Warden Omu's in there, as well as the animals and guardian animals that go with it, of course. So it just feels like insane top level power crammed into the Druid list, but with a few chances of some pretty big whiffs, because you do just have to assume without getting to a relatively early Survival of the Fittest, this deck looks like it could struggle.
Yeah, I'll have to see how it goes, because like I said, some of these matchups are a little bit up in the air. I did mention Boar. I talked to Boar about this specifically, and he said that he was not really respecting this warrior list, and he was going to leave it up and just have that as his hill to die on, that he wasn't really respecting this bomb warrior list enough to be hitting it with a ban. So have to see how it plans out.
Here though, all ready for Ball Control at the top here for the Mulligan. Nothing too crazy to hold on to for me, and honestly the same could be said from Swids here. I'm not sure if any of these cards are anything the players are too interested in. Swids actually keeping the Blade Storm, which does surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, it's not that unusual in the matchup. Generally, conventional wisdom says that you want a decent mix of aggression with the Wrench Caliber and some removal to fall back on in hand. So you'll quite often see like Corsair Cash plus Coerce kept, or Corsair Cash plus Lord Barov, or Corsair Cash plus Brawl, for example. So keeping on to like one decent removal seems reasonable. And I think the mulligans even probably change in Swids' version of the deck, because he doesn't really have all-in bombs to face as a win condition, right? Because he only has those 2 natural Wrench Calibers.
Yeah, and looking now, Ball Control's hand has got significantly better in the post-mulligan world. He has a few too many beasts in hand, I think, but he can at least make them work in some respect with the help of this wild growth. And weirdly enough, it might be a bit too early for now, but having at least one Survival of the Fittest in his hand, I think, is pretty important. Swids going with the big turn here.
The biggest. Wow, ton of mana available for Boar now. We might be seeing an incredibly early Survival of the Fittest here.
Yeah.
He's going to get met with the Blade Storm. That's another one of the big reasons why hanging on to it is absolutely not unreasonable there. 5-drop Beast coming down on curve, or just being bloomed or innovated out early, is a pretty common iteration of the matchup. They don't always go straight to Guardian Animals. Sometimes they do just have to play their beasts.
And do you agree with this play as well, with the Overgrowth draw instead of the hard acceleration, to either beast down or potentially even looking at the survival? Just going to go for it a little bit slower than planned, I think.
Yeah, I do like it. There's a question now as to whether you just want a really, really early survival next turn, or whether this hand needs card draw, and you try and like stick the second Twilight Runner now because it's quite likely to stick right after you just saw the initial Blade Storm get used to deal with the first one. You just bloom it out that turn. That Boar's going to hold back. So this could be survival. It could also just be double beast this turn, and then try and land the survival on whatever survives. What is this hand?
It's tough, isn't it? Because without a broom, if this Twilight Runner does go down, then Boar is just stranded, pretty much, in his hand, right? It's just so you can play survival, and hope he draws card draw within those 2 turns, which again I think is reasonable, but it is tough. I think Boar really does need to get some card draw going very quickly indeed.
yourself easier.
Whoa,
Love it.
insta
Love it.
Deathwing. It's got a
Sometimes-
pair of Deathwing bookends now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the board is too big in this build, right? Double survival. Sometimes you just can't clear that. So
Right.
I do actually like the Deathwing there from Swids, even though I imagine we're not going to see it played for a very long time yet. Still no broom. Oh. Well. This is going to get shut down.
It is indeed. Or really focused on trying to find card draw there because he was offered the Guardian Animals off that Nature Studies that he could have just ripped straight up for a Lake Thresher and a Teacher's Pet.
Does he
really
actually...
feels like he wants to get some of this card draw going.
Yeah. I actually really like this. Initially, I was looking at Barov, but Barov always gets the job done, whereas Deathwing does not. So I actually do like that play there from Swids.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bloom.
Why is this draw? Or's just like got giant minions but isn't able to play any of them. Like, what is happening right now?
What's really funny is, I bet Swids at this point wishes he was playing Turbo Bomb Warrior, because Ball would be dead.
He
right
would.
now.
He would.
He'd just be dead. Whereas
Yeah.
because he's playing Control, but there's not been really that many minions to even try and kill, his hand's very full of removal that he can't use.
Right.
Should probably just equip the Wrench Caliber, I imagine, this turn. Just to use up some mana, free up some hand space.
Gotta lead the charge.
Seems fine, yeah, but someone has to lead the charge. So might as well get that Sky Raider in there first, just in case the play would change. Seems incredibly unlikely too, though.
Fungal Fortune.
Yeah, pretty sure you
Oh,
don't
no,
want to be
it is.
pretty sure you don't want to be discarding your 2020s this game.
Yeah. Did get the overflow though, which is a huge deal. But now it's the weird point of, well, how does he get a board to actually stick and like hit face? What does KT even do now? It's just a big dude, isn't it? Like at this point, he's KT, and even potentially to some extent the Omu he plays are just big minions right now.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if big is the right description at this point. Like, Boar's minions have achieved ludicrous size at this point, right? So each individual minion that he plays represents basically a full board of threat, right? So he can actually just space out his minions one by one at this point. You see here kind of another reason why Boar may have turned down that Guardian Animals off the Nature Studies a couple of turns ago, because he still has double Guardian Animals in his deck. If you were to take that Guardian Animals and then pull his last two remaining beasts out of his deck, he then has two completely dead copies of Guardian Animals in his deck after that point. Whereas now, having drawn a Guardian Animals, he actually at least gets to use one of them for a Teacher's Pet and a Nubasath Defender.
He might not want to, right? Isn't it not just a Feoris fodder?
That's true. That is a good point. But not having the Feoris just yet.
Animals number 3. Now he's got too much card draw.
Yeah.
I think it's worth the Guardian Animals, honestly.
Yeah, I do too. And I, like, for exactly the reasons I was talking about, I love not committing the Ghidra here, right? Like, there's just no need to. Like, this is a game-ending board. It has to be dealt with.
Good positioning though from Swids. It's not going to make a huge impact, but
Why wouldn't you attack
Order?
the Armor Smith?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there something in the water today? Oh,
Yeah.
Swids. That's rich, Swids. Rewind back
Yeah,
to game
there you
one.
go. Okay. Ball processing. I'm not like there's something glass houses throwing stones. I'm sure there's a saying for this, but
I think it's more throwing games, not stones.
yeah, exactly. But Boar at least eventually recognized the mistake there that turn. You can see it on
Oh.
its face.
It's just one of those days, isn't it?
It is.
start to get a little bit tricky now, because this becomes a game of how slowly Boar can play his threats out versus, you know, him having the overwhelming damage in one single turn, right?
Right.
I do think this Deathwing could be pretty clutch, though.
Yeah, I agree. Swids took it there before I even had the chance to make the mistake of like, oh, okay, Evasive Worm versus Twin Tyrant, two pretty interesting options. And then Swids just snap picked the Deathwing, which is obviously the right decision here, because you can see now Swids, the player who has experience with the deck, recognizes what the matchup is about, and he understands that at some point he's going to run out of removal here. So Deathwing is absolutely what he needs. Ghidra Guardian Animals. Guardian Animals summons nothing, but it makes a giant Ghidra. Just to play 2 more big minions. Fine.
Might have to be the turn that the Barov comes out to play. This actually feels... It's a little bit extreme, of course, but it feels like playing how old Control Warrior used to, where you were trying to like match up your removal the best way you can to the threats that your opponent has.
Yeah. Do you think Swids would like to have a card draw turn here sometime soon? Which is probably why he's lining up this Skipper for this turn. So he can get the Battle Rage to come down. Because he's one shield block, 1 brawl away from having this Zephyrus active. So drawing 3 cards here gets him very, very closer to achieving that. There's the shield block. Wow, he's going to really greed this.
He's going to shield slam one of them?
Looks that way, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess with 25 armor, you can take that. Wait, why wouldn't you shield slam the pressure?
So you can swing face, I guess? I don't know.
Okay. I guess he's not too bothered about the damage from his board right now, right? So
yeah.
I guess
like he just wants to swing the weapon that turn, right? And he can't swing it into the minion. He has a second Wrench Caliber in hand that he wants to equip.
And I guess if the Thresher trades into the Armor Smith, is that just sick? Like a 1/2 tank in 12?
Right. Yeah.
I guess it's fine. It's more of my my like natural Hearthstone instincts kicked in for a second there. That minion is really good.
Still just 1 brawl away, I believe now. Yeah, from that Zephyrus being active. Brawl the only remaining 2 of in his deck. Still has Galakrond and Blastmaster Boom in there as well, which I think makes continuing to draw cards pretty valuable for Swids.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm probably joining Swids here, where I'm trying to think of ways he can kill like one of the big minions and just tank the damage maybe for another turn, you know, without committing this Barov. It's very difficult, isn't it? And this turn, wow, he's just
shipping
it all.
He's just shipping.
How much?
It's all going
that?
face.
Like in some worlds, that's just lethal, right? Like left up, like if he has like nature studies into Savage or something.
Both nature studies are gone though.
Oh, sorry, I missed one. I thought there was still one left.
Yeah, there's no possible additional damage that can be added to this.
What to do?
It just looks so weird, doesn't it? Oh, there's 30 damage on board.
Yeah, just the small matter of 33 damage. No big deal. I can tank 33.
And there's nothing that Boar Control can really do to make his board more awkward to deal with, right? The one teacher's pet's gone.
Waits for no one.
That's very true.
And without nature studies to give him death rattle effect or anything like that, then yeah, it'll be a tough one. Crystal Power for the heal. but we can see that the Barov is going to clear this at any given point here. He's going to commit the Gidra as well. Probably wants to force the removal out, right?
Be the skipper Barov turn, it looks like now from Swids. He's got himself a piece of extra value, but ball control is forcing it here this turn. I mean, remember that he has all of those dragons still in his deck at this point as well, which you know is another reason why Swids is trying to milk this for as long as he can. Because any extra turn he waits where dragons get drawn and added to the board, that's just additional value that he's getting.
I'll show you who's pirates away!
Pirates away, indeed. But he does squeeze himself the extra piece of value from the Gidra, at least.
Yeah, I do like Swids just getting as many minions on board as possible here, because he is starting to just add up to lethal, right?
Yeah.
Second Broom is going to give Bo some trading capabilities, though, to help out.
I do kind of like it, though. Like, it's very bizarre the way that Swids has played this so far, but you can see on Bo's side, right? Like, I think part of the reason why that Gidra was played is that he just wants hand space, so he's able to cast this second overflow at some point. Because he has so much value left in his deck with all of the remaining dragons, and he has King Phaoris in there for a big final minion as well, and Forest Warden Omu as well, which, you know, anything that is a minion is giant at this point.
Yeah, honestly, like, I was even just looking at what just, like, Bloom, Innovate Overflow looks like that turn, right? And that's probably going to be the plan in the near future, but that's in, like, the weird position we're in right now.
5 cards remaining in deck for Swids. 2 of them are Brawl, which is what's keeping this Zephyrus from being active. And then he has Galakron, Blastmaster Boom, Kargath Prime. That is about the highest value deck I can imagine in 5 total cards. Like, it's hard to imagine Boar's threats here lining up in a way that does not get fully removed by everything Swids has here.
Looks like a Slam Deathwing turn every day of the week here. It just
unless you do Ravens plays, and then you can lose.
Yeah. So Bladestorm Coerce does clear the board, but it gives him like relatively weak Zephyrus follow-up if he wants to play it that turn. Is he just going to Zephyrus like twist in Nether this?
Your wish is my
They should just armor up and Shadow Word Ruin.
Yeah, you'd Shadow Word Ruin.
Oh, it still this, right?
It'll still give it to you. It just knows it's better, right? You don't actually have to force it.
Yeah, well, you think that until it doesn't do it, and then you're worried again. Every time you think you understand Zephyrus, something happens in which leads to which is pretty much every day for me. Omu, again, simply another big minion. I think this might have to be the overflow turn, right?
I'm not even sure he can overflow at this point.
Because he's still scared of Brawl?
Yeah. I think he needs his dragons to come out like 1 or 2 at a time. And I think that's a problem that maybe Swids has created for himself on the turn that he took the 30 plus damage. Is that he's put himself in a position where if 1 or 2 dragons come out at a time, he does still have to answer them. Whereas if he had 40 plus health, he wouldn't have. And maybe that's backwards thinking because he has 1 whole extra removal now, right? Because he greeded that turn, so maybe that just cancels each other out. I don't know.
Yeah. And to be fair, the dragons generally are just smaller. So, like, in a roundabout way, easier to deal with.
Well, that made everything a lot more simple.
What? I don't understand Hearthstone anymore. So this is a weird day in a weird series, honestly, as well. Swids goes up to 2-0 so far. We needed to win 1 game now against ball control. And again, weird game, but ball control did some very powerful things there. But because it's very one-dimensional, because the problem there is ball control didn't do anything that fast, which is normally one thing Druid can do. Or Druid plays Malygos, and it's unstoppable burst damage, so you don't need to wait for minions to stick on board for it to happen. And although against a lot of decks, what ball control did that game was very powerful, against exactly this control-ish variant of warrior that runs enough just flat removal, it just got there. And I think it's just a weird clashing of matchups, honestly.
Yeah, and it's an interesting spot for both players to have been in there, because I think how greedy Swids was did actually put Boar in a very unfortunate position, because Boar couldn't really afford to keep drawing through his deck much faster at that point because Swids had spaced out his removal so hard. So Boar knew that he couldn't just like deck himself with Overflow, right, and just all in on one giant turn, because there's still a Zephyrus and 2 Brawls left in his opponent's deck. So he knows that he just immediately loses to one of them. So that forced him to play like a little bit slower, and just try and draw 1 or 2 dragons at a time, play 1 or 2 threats at a time. But that just lined up really nicely into Swids' plan of like, okay, I'll just coerce this minion this turn and then move on. And, you know, I've built up 50, 60 health over the course of the game, so I can tank a lot of this damage if I want to. It was a very interesting game, and certainly that warrior is very unique in terms of bomb warrior builds that we've seen in GM so far. So the people who are bringing it are certainly going to understand the matchups a lot better than anyone looking on from the outside, even though we did our best to try and test it as much as possible yesterday. Obviously, they put in a lot more time with the deck.
Yeah, pretty bit of a different matchup now. This Druid mirror. If ball control did what he did in the last game in this one, Druid doesn't really have the capability to respond to minions that are just bigger by quite the margin. Swids is running the 1 Survival of the Fittest, the 1 Mount Seller build we saw a bit earlier in the day, with a double Anubis, double Thresher, 1 pet, 2 Twilight Runner. So much more manageable for ball control to deal with, as both players are still running animated broomsticks as well. So it's not like one player doesn't have the ability to rush back on board. So I think it's going to be a much, much closer game. Ball control, I think, at least just looking at the list, look favored to me.
Yo!
Ball
What's
control not
happening
happy?
here?
I don't know.
Oh,
he wanted runner?
Okay. Yeah. I was really, like, panicking there for a second, because I thought Boar had, like, double-bloomed Omu and thought something good was going to happen when he coined, and then that was what he was freaking out about. Like, I wasn't sure what was happening.
Can I overgrowth this turn as well?
Yeah.
Ugh. A little bit unfortunate here. The big question is Boar just going to go for the overgrowth anyway? Yes, he is.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely has to. Oh, wow, that crystal power draw is insane. Are those the worst Lake Threshers you've ever seen in your life? I think those might be the worst Lake Threshers I've ever seen in my life.
Coming from a Guardian Animals, 100%.
Yeah, of course.
Like, obviously, just playing one out when it's dying or getting freezing trapped is pretty bad. But from Guardian Animals, yes, completely agree. Terrible. Huh.
You do it right.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I even though I wouldn't be upset at seeing an overflow there, I think this is just the way to go because he's already ahead, right?
Exactly. He's not, like, significantly ahead, but he's very comfortable. He can expect here that he's playing the first Ysera. He's not, but he can expect that he is, and then from that position, he has the time to go Ysera into overflow. The fact that Boar can just go 1 turn faster here is a bit of an issue, but I think from Swid's perspective, absolutely the right play. He draws no dragon, though. That's an issue. Currently no card draw, but he does have a Nature Studies to go fishing on the following turn.
Yeah, and he's going to have time, right? Because Swids is doing a relatively slow turn now himself with the Ysera. Ysera trade pass, and that does mean ball control gets at least some action here.
Okay. Okay.
Paul's like, can I take Forest Aid and Power of the Wild here?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I mean, Forest Aid is pretty sick, right? It fills a board now and leaves an 8-mana spell in his hand.
Gets to play
King
Nubasath as
Feoris.
well. Oh no,
Plays
well, will it?
boards
Sorry,
full.
yeah, it's too
He'd
many,
have
too
to
many. Yeah.
Trade and then play a Nubasath, and that's probably not worth.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I thought he'd have one space for some weird reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Feoris does look significantly more powerful next turn, if this board is even cleared, which is a pretty big ask,
Right.
actually.
It's the overflow turn. Or can cope with a couple of dragons here, but if it's one of those enormously explosive Dream Portal turns, he might just be in trouble. That's a problem. That's a problem too. Yep, blooms out the Twilight Runner just so he can get maximum card draw next turn as well. And then giant Ironbark Taunt on the Ysera here.
Yeah, huge chunk of stat boost coming here, though, from the Survival of the Fittest from Ball Control, because I imagine he's going to veer away from a Feoris this turn, just to get all the value on these minions.
Yeah, I think so too. The other option is to trade off all your 2/2s into the 7/7, I guess, and then replace your board with giant minions from the Feoris that turn, including a 10-drop from the Survival you just used. Yeah, completely agree. This looks significantly better.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he still just has that Forest Aid and an Overgrowth for next turn with Feoris, I think that's enough, because his Feoris is also buffed, so it's not like a 10-mana 5/5 anymore, right? It's a little bit more reasonably statted once you drop that Survival of the Fittest on.
Hard agree. Important turn to get the sequencing right. Got to know what your turn looks like on average before you commit to either overflow or attacking first. I guess all Guardian Animals first is very reasonable as well. Yep.
Yeah, I think I
Going
was
for
looking at
option
Guardian
C.
Animals. Yeah. And here we go.
You think this is your time?
Dragons versus trees. The age-old conflict.
Yo. Those are large. Bloom Gidra, but nothing to activate it with. Cleave is insane here, though.
It's worth nature studies, right? If he gets Ironbark, he can just play it on the 4/6 so it lives.
Would you do that, or would you just like jam it on the 12/12 at this point? I don't know.
It's a good question. I don't really know either. Oh, Broom though. No Innovate. No, because I imagine Feoris Innovate Broom is a pretty sick combo.
So it's a 9/9, an 8-drop, a 4-drop, and a 1-drop this turn.
Probably just has to, right?
You push 14, so you need your opponent not to be able to heal significantly and leave you up 6+ damage on the board while they have an 8/8 and a 12/12.
What if you value trade the Ysera into the 8/8 and go face with a 6/6 and then and play Fioris?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that there's 20 on the board and you're at 26 and they play the card Survival of the Fittest, so you can't even really justifiably just smash face in this position either.
I think step one is see what he come out though, because he might get rushed. Oh my.
Okay. Everyone take
value trade
take
now?
Feoris out of your decks immediately. This is garbage. What's happening?
Should he trade into the Deathwing? Card draws for the dragon.
There's no way, right? There's no way. Overflow again?
Gidra overflow? Does that ever make a difference? And then you can still Broom.
It's true. 4 portals left. In 10 cards. So you're going to draw almost all of them, almost all the time. I think you just draw the
reasonable.
dragons. I think you just draw dragons and Broom, right? I don't think you need the Gidra.
But why wouldn't you want? What else are you doing with the
Board
mana?
space.
Wait, how many portals are left?
There's 4 left, so you do still have room for the Gidra and the Broom.
I guess this lets him heal, but you don't need to heal if you kill more minions, right? Like, aren't the minions being on board more of a threat than help? I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
They're
only
quick,
6
though.
cards in his deck are real here, so he's going to get a lot of dragons a lot of the time.
He's got to hurry up because these take ages to summon.
Yep.
He's already played the Broom.
Yeah, it is smart. He can insta-play the Broom and just queue that up, attack up into the 8-1. Just make sure that gets done.
Ooh. Does he get the Anubis down, though? Probably not, right?
Just got to wait and see at this point how many of these animations he was able to deal with. Swids has made a mess of one game already. I hope for his sake he hasn't made another.
Oh!
Close
Okay, you got
enough.
the Anubis out.
Close enough. Arguments to holding on to the Ironbark here anyway, since you have the Mount Seller in hand now.
Yeah, definitely tough because you see the draw before you see the dragons, right? So you don't know what can even be traded. But the problem now for Ball Control is he does have the portals in the deck, but with 19 cards, obviously a chunk of them are portals, like he's much less likely to be drawing into them. So does he have enough to actually stave off this and still have enough minions to finish up the game? Now Swids has the Mount Seller.
He does. Last card is a portal for Swids as well. So he knows he gets one more dragon next turn, as I don't think he's drawing it this turn.
Him not having this Survival of the Fittest active is it's the world of difference, isn't it?
It is. Yep.
It is so huge.
Ah!
It's going to help with fatigue.
It's actually kind of good here.
Even Saul has to admit at this point the card isn't horrible.
Still horrible.
Probably going to use this to push 10, right? For the Ysera and the big old whelp. I like this. Means he has Gidra next turn, or just a flat Survival of the Fittest, depending on what the board state looks like, of course.
Overgrowth, excess mana, all going in the memory bank for this educated Elec, but that is a huge whiff for Boar off the top. That innovate that he perhaps needed with his Feoris turn. It's not looking like he's going to get there from this point.
It's not. It's still alive, right? He trades away the 6/8. There's not tons of damage on board. Obviously, that's going to increase very quickly. I guess he knows he gets Survival of the Fittest, right? Because it's last card.
Yep.
So he knows he has it in hand. Oh, okay. That's the problem. Because I was wondering if like the Twilight Runner is enough to bridge the gap, but obviously Survival of the Fittest is just not going to be, is it?
And even then, like, say Survival of the... Well, no, he knows the last card is a Dream Portal. He actually knows it's in hand. I was going to say...
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, even if you pretend the last card was the Survival of the Fittest, and you then try and, like, kill the Elec so he doesn't draw Survival of the Fittest, you can't even do that. It's not possible.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Just bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm out of cards.
But even now, Ball puts himself at 26. The Survival is going to land, and the Rush minion comes out to play here as well, just to be able to fully clean up. 24, I believe, now connecting phase, leaving Ball 2 health to play with. But whether he played around the immediate lethal or not, the solution was going to be the same. Swids was going to play Survival of the Fittest, and he was going to jam face. And I think Ball is just dead either way. We'll see if the Dream Portals can make me look an idiot.
Wow. Nope. What a weird series to end the day on. Swids takes it 3-0 over Board Control, and things are looking progressively more grim from the UK player in Grandmasters there. But Swids, again, there were questions about plays, and obviously there was the miss lethal as well. But he did take the series overall 3-0, and that's going to help cement his position in that Division B.
It is, yeah, very, very big deal. And, you know, from Boar's side, there wasn't anything quite as catastrophic as what you were just talking about, but still some little technical errors as well creeping into Boar's play. But I think overall, perhaps just a lineup consideration. I don't know, you know, Boar a little bit off the wall this week with Turtle Mage, slightly unusual build of Druid as well. Whereas Swid's kind of off the wall deck with the Zephyrus Warrior, the very control warrior with bombs, I guess is the best way to look at it, as opposed to actually calling it bomb warrior.
Sure.
Really, like, you know, passed its test with flying colors, really, the one test that it had to, where it was able to kill basically everything that Druid could throw at it with all those extra control tools. And remember, this is kind of a throwback to a pet deck that Swids has had for quite some time, because he was just throwing 2 Wrench Calibers into basically every warrior deck he's submitted for GM. Like, whether it was Control Warrior, whether it was Egg Warrior even, like back in the day. He was just throwing 2 Wrench Calibers in there the whole time. So maybe things have come full circle, and Swids has put something together here, because I do think if he has a strength, it's not necessarily technical play or matchup understanding or outplaying people. It's just having the right lineup for the right week. He just seems to be doing that consistently a lot of the time.
And that's an interesting point, right? I did want to say initially that, oh, you know, the Warriors impressed me overall, but we saw it in particularly like one matchup, and it was a very strange matchup with the double survival. So it's hard to make a judgment, but you can see how it can work with the changing of the meta, right? Like, it's not as straightforward now as, oh, just jam face all the time. You'll be playing against slow decks or decks that can't deal with it, because I think decks have got better at dealing with Warrior, or people's lineups have at least, which is why we're seeing it being brought and left up more often, whether that's the Malygos Druid approach or something else. So I do actually, even though it might not be the best, I do appreciate mixing it up a little bit and saying, okay, well, if you're playing these things, I can go either more defensive and either take better matchups versus aggro decks, such as Face Hunter, which can be a tough matchup for the Bomb Warrior as a standard list. So I do definitely appreciate just seeing different takes on archetypes. We see the same with Priest, right? I feel like Priest changes almost every week we cast it, where there's just different takes on it. 1 minute, it's Highlander everywhere. Then it's Galakron 2 of. Now there's not even a Galakron in half the list, so it is pretty cool seeing the progression overall. I'm just going to have a quick check. We don't have the standings ready for you quite yet. We will just have to check that one out. So looks like we'll be giving you an update either later or when we come back tomorrow for day number 2. But any final words before we go, Sal?
No, it's been a great day. I'm really looking forward to what these last couple of weeks have to bring, because I think this is one of the harder seasons to predict in terms of at least the European region, of what's going to happen, because the only real cast-off we have in either direction is like Viper towards the bottom of Division A, but that doesn't resign Viper to anything, right? So it feels like there's nothing really locked up already, and there's everything still to play for the last couple of weeks. So, you know, if you want to find out how everything is going to go down, there's only one thing you can do, and that's keep tuning in for the last couple of weeks, because we've got everything to play for our next few days.
Yeah, but not anymore from today, from us at least. There is Americas, of course, following up from us as always. So TJ and Frodan are going to be taking you through all the action over there. But for now, we are done. So for myself and Sottle, thanks a lot for watching. We appreciate it. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more European Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. I am your host, Frodan, joined as always by our in-house president, Sanders. We're back for week number 6. We're starting to come down to the wire, TJ. Officially past the halfway point for the round robin stage as Europe and Asia Pacific was able to get their first games in for today. What can we look forward to this week, DJ?
Oh, we have a lot to look forward to. The main thing is we have 3 Paladins in Americas. I can't remember if I made the prediction last week that I expected more Paladin when we talked about kind of the metagame, but no Shaman just yet. But Dan, I have hope. I have a lot of hope. I think we're going to see it soon. It's only a matter of time. 3 players bring Paladin. There's got to be a player with Shaman on their radar, but I'm excited for the diversity this weekend.
Yeah, maybe when some players are guaranteed locked in for the playoffs and they feel like they can take a little victory lap, maybe we can see Shaman, the Hearthstone victory cigar, can maybe come into play here. But let's take a look at the standings here. Check out who has been moving up and who needs to catch up here. No Hands Gamer and ETC leading Division A and Division B. Lots to talk about these 2 players, but I do think that it is pretty interesting to see them with that early lead. I think these were 2 players who many players were pegged as underrated, but also unsure about, especially No Hands Gamer. Was his great performances outside of GM more about the field, or was he just that good? And it looks like No Hands Gamer truly living up to the hype, which you love to see with some new blood coming to Grandmasters.
Yeah, I actually interviewed both of the division leaders over the course of the week, ETC and No Hands. And No Hands was talking about how he tries to do everything in his power to be as efficient, as ready as possible for his matches. He said he times his make sure he's getting enough sleep, times his caffeine consumption, times his workouts.
Dang.
Like he's make sure that he's fully mentally ready for his match on any given day. Which honestly, he might be the only player doing that, because I know that a lot of players just roll out of bed and play their matches. But it's working out for him because he's currently on top of Division A, which is the top place to be in Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Yeah, can't be too upset about that. He's going to be coming up in our first match up against Eddie, the #1 seed, heading into the round robin, but has since taken a loss or 2 since. Monsanto vs. Muzzy is going to be our next match, and then Killing All Day vs. Language Hacker and Just Sand and Bloody Face. It's Division A day here at Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas. But we do have Firebat versus Rami happening as our 5th and final match, as Rami's kind of been able to rattle off a couple of wins now and maybe able to even make a big comeback, perhaps making a playoff appearance, which would be huge. And Firebat, of course, is the OG of the Americas, being the world champion 2014. We'll see if he can be as consistent as he's been over the years. Truly one of Hearthstone's greats. And so with that, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect this week in terms of the decks. TJ, you previewed some of it already. Paladin making a splash here in some of the lineups. And there's a lot to talk about of why that is. But first, let's even talk about what is being brought as the whole field for this week, as we do have Druid, Malygos Druid, being a very popular archetype of Druid represented. This doesn't mean that every Druid here today and this weekend is Malygos Druid, but a lot of them are. And Soul Demon Hunter not really going away either. That is primarily the only version of Demon Hunter that we do see. Do these 2 decks, are they worthy of the hype, TJ? It looks like Soul Demon Hunter might be.
Yeah, Soul Demon Hunter, I think, is here to stay, especially like the Penflinger version that we're seeing be more popular in Asia Pacific and Europe. Hasn't made its way to Americas just yet, but I think it will. Druid, I think, is just a staple deck, especially the Malygos Druid. You can tailor your ban strategy for it to be effective, but one of the reasons I think you kind of mentioned it, why we're seeing Paladin, is because of the increasing popularity of Soul Demon Hunter. It's one of the best matchups for the Paladin deck, and it's one of the reasons why a lot of players are having success with it. But another thing to point out is, the Temple Mage Turtle Mage split is moving more towards Turtle Mage. It's not quite surpassed Tempo yet, but it is. Oh, well, look at that! Perfect. We have our deck trends, our stocks up, stocks down. 25% change in Turtle Mage. A lot more players bringing it. 6 total in the field over the course of the weekend, which, maybe not the most exciting gameplay, but still, I love the deck. Very difficult to play, and there's a lot of nuance to it, which I find very fascinating.
Yep, that's right. Galakrond Priests, they are completely extinct here for this weekend of Hearthstone Grandmasters of the Americas. I'm not sure if that's actually necessarily something that you want to see, but it is certainly interesting to see because, ultimately, as much as some people may meme and joke about how they wish that, Priest would even be deleted from the game, right? Some people are sarcastically or facetiously joking about that, but you don't want to see it completely eliminated from the metagame altogether. We want variety, we want diversity, and I do find it interesting that Galacon Priest has completely fallen from grace, and so definitely interesting to see how that trend continues, if that's just going to be a temporary week thing, or is that something that will eventually be permanent and we don't see Priest really moving forward? Certainly some food for thought. But of course, the biggest question on the table right now is how will Paladin be able to perform, which brings us to our very not so subtle foreshadowing of the T-Mobile deck spotlight, which is Libram Paladin, featuring a mid-range strategy, very pressure-oriented, and lots of books, which is very thematic for an expansion like Skull Immense Academy, even if the Libram package wasn't necessarily part of the set.
Yeah, and this is the Broom version, which runs a Pen Flinger, sometimes 2 Pen Flingers, as well as the Solace Pride to be able to draw a lot of 1 health minions in the deck. So it's very lean. It's got a lot of card draw. It also has a consistent amount of like removal, like early game removal, and then that late game power with the Libram of Hopes, with Lady Liadrin, and Out Peoples. So I feel like it's a pretty well-rounded deck. It does have some pretty glaring weaknesses, like against both forms of mages. But that's why I like it in Conquest, because you can tailor your strategy. And it is good against some of the decks that were rising in popularity last week. It's good against Weapon Rogue, and it's good against the Soul Demon Hunter, which are 2 decks that we saw have a huge surge in week number 2 of the round robin. So I love the bring this week. The deck can sometimes struggle with inconsistency if you're drawing kind of the wrong parts of your deck. You can run out of resources, and in those matchups where you need the Libram of Hopes and need the healing, you may just miss those. You may draw the wrong side of your deck, but I do feel like it's consistent enough for the bring, and I'm happy that we're going to get to see it. And I did just look at the bans for the first matchup, which Eddie is participating in. And Dan, for the first time in a couple days, I know the last 2 days of the previous week, we had our T-Mobile deck spotlight banned. It is not banned, so hopefully he gets to play it, and we will see the Libram Paladin, our T-Mobile deck spotlight, in match number 1.
It's going to be great, and that's going to be queuing up our first match here as Eddie versus No Hands Gamer will feature that T-Mobile deck spotlight of that Libram Paladin. And that brings us to the doorstep. So we're going to take a few minutes, get set, get the players in their seats, and make sure we get all the practice games through. And when we come back, the first match of Week 6 here of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas will begin.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
I only have 1 item to a deserted island.
The one object I would take to the deserted island would be a bottle of water.
I would probably take Zilay with me to the deserted island. He seems like a guy that'd be really good in survival situations.
I just want to bring my laptop with the data.
Can I carry a boat? Does that work?
And who knows, maybe he's got other items on him, and then those can count as like bonus items. Or hopefully he's not just showing up naked, right? Like, so he's at least got clothes to work with, and maybe there's something in his pockets.
I think my girlfriend would technically count. I'd probably take her with me.
Si tuviera que llevar un objeto a una isla desierta para poder sobrevivir, sería un machete.
You know, 2 heads together is better than 1, and I'm sure we'd figure our way out of the desert island that way. If not, I can eat him, right? So there you go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas, week number 6, day number 1. Today is September 25th, 2020, and on this day in history, it was the Pacific Ocean that was first discovered by the Europeans. Well, the Pacific Ocean had always existed, but the first build documented from the explorer Balboa, who was able to go out and sight it, and of course is becoming the early exploration stages for discovering that part of the world. And currently, as we look at Americas and what we represent here globally, as we cross over to Pacific, can we find a player on this side of the world who will one day be the Hearthstone Grandmasters champion? Or will it never return, TJ, to this side of the world? Is it always going to stay over at the Atlantic? I guess we're going to have to find out.
Are you 100% positive that the Pacific Ocean existed before they discovered it?
Yes, TJ. I believe that the Pacific Ocean had always been there in some form.
I'm actually.
Well, I guess no one truly knows, though, right? No one was really there when the Pacific Ocean first began.
Yeah,
it just was.
I'm part of an elite group of intellectuals called the Pacific Deniers. That the Pacific Ocean didn't actually exist until the Europeans discovered it on this
They let
very
you
date.
in? I applied so long ago, and they said that it was still pending.
Yeah, I don't know, Dan. You might not. You might just not have the chops, especially after that statement. I'm gonna have to send that to the board. But yeah, move forward to this match. This is the match. One of the matches I've been looking forward to going into this weekend, just because I do feel like No Hands and Eddie are two of the best players, if not the two best players in their current form in America's Grandmasters. Eddie with probably just raw talent, I suppose, and No Hands with just the work ethic and the mindset to be able to be successful. Also, this is Eddie's only match for the week, so he got to kind of look at No Hands past weeks and what his kind of play styles are, and really like hone a strategy in to kind of beat No Hands. And I think he was successful in building a lineup. He realized that No Hands wasn't really bringing Priest. He didn't bring Mage. He hasn't brought Mage very often. And, those are two of the worst matches for Libram Paladin. And No Hands, has been on the Weapon Rogue and has been on the Soul Demon Hunter, which is where Libram Paladin, kind of shines. And because No Hands has brought a lot of weapon classes in general, with Demon Hunter, with Weapon Rogue, and with a Warrior, he's also teched some of his decks to beat those, with the Priest having both Acidic Swampoos and the Cobalt Sticky Finger. So I do think Eddie has an edge, but No Hands' lineup is pretty well-rounded overall. It's got some of those decks that are just high in power level, meaning they can take wins against anything. They don't have a lot of absolutely terrible matchups outside of maybe the Demon Hunter versus Paladin. So we'll see, but this one should be interesting. I'm excited to see if No Hands can overcome the odds and solidify his position in first place.
Yeah, so we're gonna start things off with that Priest and see if it can get that win, because as we have indicated, and we've seen this a little bit over the past in different streams, or if you just kind of watch little content, that Demon Hunter wants to avoid that Paladin if possible. And so No Hands getting the win here would be huge to help get that Demon Hunter through. But, Priest versus the Demon Hunter, I mean, sometimes Demon Hunter can just roll over the Priest if they're just not prepared for early game. And he does have these 2 Draconic Studies to try and see if he can get onto the board early, finds a Brightwing if he wants to play for that early tempo, although turn 3 is already somewhat occupied through things like the Volpera Scoundrel. So I think right now it feels like a really good curve to Brightwing on 2 and then Volpera Scoundrel on 3, instead of waiting for these late-end dragons that probably won't have a significant impact. If you're playing things like Ysera, Demon Hunter's going to ignore that Ysera and just kill it.
Yeah. It's tough. You kind of have to play for tempo early, knowing full well that the Demon Hunter will likely be able to remove it with Blade Dance and with the Shard Shatter Mystic, but you have to force him to have it, because every minion that survives on the board is a threat to the Demon Hunter. They can't ignore it, because that could turn into an Apotheosis target later on in the game, and or just, random buffs here and there that Priest is good at finding with the like Pure Scoundrel or Ascetic Galeweaver. You have to respect the minions, and so the tempo is usually the best game plan for the Priest, and then hope that you find that healing later on to be able to withstand the damage. And Eddie's lineup, or his deck list, is, like I mentioned, pretty good at doing that with the Acidic Swampers and Cobalt Sticky Finger, even though those aren't as good against Demon Hunter as they are against, say, Bomb Warrior. It's still, effective healing in the long term.
All right, well, we'll see if the effective healing ends up becoming a big factor here. As No Hands Gamer looks like he's picking up a really awkward, heavy hand.
Wait a second. You got the Frizz.
Oh, yeah, the Frizz.
From the Brightwing. That's actually, well, I mean, it's not the best, right? But if he's able to play it safely, which it looks like he will be going into turn 4, that's a reduction in cost on Murozond. That's a reduction in cost on the Cobalt Spellkins, which could be pretty big as we move forward, especially in combined with Draconid Studies. He might be able to, get those cards out for quite cheap, which could give him much-needed tempo. Pretty interesting.
I mean, that's some kind of synergy that we don't really think about. Frizz was a legendary minion whose battlecry reduces the cost of dragons in your deck. It was a card that was mainly played in Druid when it was first released. And people were thinking you could play Dragon Druid and discount all your dragons and just tempo out for the rest of the game. And, ever since that small little pocket of the metagame, we haven't really seen Fizz Gandorus really make it out much. So, fun little throwback, but also still sometimes when you randomly generate it and you have dragons in your deck, it ends up becoming kind of relevant here. No dragons in the hand for Eddie. Theoretically, Cobalt Spellkin and Murozond could be the last 3 cards in this deck. But, maybe even just having that 5/4 tempo is nice because, Twin Slice still costs 1, so we have no opportunity for a Gladebound Adept here in order to gain that tempo on No Hand's side.
Yeah, and if he coins out a Soul Shard Lapidary here to deal with this Frizz, it means that he's going to be delaying the double Gladebound Adept and even further, and delaying the Skull. He's also got the Skull in pretty much the worst position possible. A lot of expensive cards to the left, and some expensive cards to the right. And Philosophy picked up from the Wandmaker, which is one of the worst, if not the worst, Wandmaker pull for Demon Hunters, just because there's so many high-value ones. Mana Burn, even like Demon Companion, can be usable, whereas Twin Slice is most of the time the absolute best. But yeah, so the Cobalt Spellkins cost 3 in his deck. But yeah, you're right, they could be bottom 3, but Cobalt Spellkin, the Draconid Studies could be pretty big. And now he's got Cabal Acolyte, and he could even put an Embalming Ritual on the Cabal Acolyte, steal the Wandmaker, push the 5 damage, and have a taunt with Reborn, which is pretty effective.
Yeah, having something sticky on the board against the Demon Hunter is just really crucial overall for what you want to be doing, because it just enables everything else. If you have a minion on the board, Apotheosis becomes really threatening. They can't really get minion damage in. And while Demon Hunter has a lot of damage from hand in the form of weapons and ways to buff their hero attack, it's really not about necessarily just burning them all the time. You do need a little bit of board presence to sometimes close out the deal. And right now, Eddie is so far ahead in tempo. He's got 9 power on the board. No Hands Gamer's on a pretty tight clock, so he actually has to deal with this pretty aggressively. Otherwise, he risks getting overrun. He does have Blade Dance here to help clean things up, but the problem with Blade Dance right now is it doesn't really help develop some of these really expensive cards. And if he wants to get cards like Skull Gul'dan online, he needs to eventually play his Gladebound Adept and his Soul Shard Lapidary in order to get there. That's 3 turns from now.
Yeah, it's quite slow. And Eddie had some interesting decisions last turn. One of them being whether or not to raise Dead, because he did have 2 minions. He did Brightwing and Pure Scoundrel. If he wanted to get those for additional value, he could have raised Dead then, so that way he didn't have Wandmaker, Coagulate, Frizz in the pool. Decided not to go for it. And then also the choice of reboarding the Frizz over the Cabal Acolyte. Cabal Acolyte is that taunt and has the effect on the backside, but if you're expecting AoE and expecting a Blade Dance, you'd rather have the higher power on board. So that way, No Hands will be forced to take more damage if he wants to attack into it. So that was a very smart play from Eddie. And, oh man, the Mana Feeder Panthera just to get card out of hand and not go for the card draw, really valuing board. But now Cabal Acolyte was just going to steal it once again.
I mean, this
That's
is just
another
more tempo
frizz.
back on Eddie's side. He finds the frizz. I mean, at this point, TJ, it really isn't going to be about any Dragon synergy at all. It's the fact that Eddie's playing a 4-mana 5/4 and just getting ahead of No Hands Gamer's board state because he already had committed to his Blade Dance already. So now, if No Hands wants to, say, activate this Glazebound Adept, he has to take a little bit more damage again because the Cabal Acolyte stops the attack to face, and No Hands takes 2 more damage. He does end up finding this Adraki Warblade, which is very nice to get back some of that health. But for now, it's still just very slow. And it's not that No Hands Gamer is in a spot where he's guaranteed to lose. By all means, I think Eddie, after these last 2 minions of the Frizz and Mind Flayer, if they're not dealt with, wow, hold on.
Okay. Oh my gosh. When it
Hold
rains, it pours.
on.
This is the Cabal Shadow Priest picked up. He go Wave of Apathy, Cabal Shadow Priest. That's a 1-up, by the way. So every minion that No Hands has played essentially has been stolen by both the Cabal Acolytes and the Cabal Shadow Priest. And you know, Eddie with these frizz and the discounts on the dragons, we talked about it and how cool it could be. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's going to matter because No Hand's just going to die. He's at 13. Even the Eldraki Warblades, without much mana to go along with it, is not going to really do him much good. He might just have to like Soul Shard Lapidary here and like take out the Glazebound to reduce power on board, since you can kill it by taking 1 now instead of doing it with something else. That also opens up the possibility for Skull next turn. Though if he did that, okay, he's just going to go for the Glazebound. Okay.
Yeah,
There was merit to the isolating the skull or outcasting the skull on the far left did have merit, but I think he needs to go Eldraki Warblades plus Soul Shard Lapidary next turn to heal back a lot of this damage that he's going to take.
Yeah, I'm looking at if there was any possibility of some kind of lethal through a renew, but like Eddie's just going to prioritize going for that Raise Dead Train, that Wand Maker, and finding 2 of them.
Oh my gosh. His Cobalt Spellkits now cost 1.
I mean, he doesn't need Cobalt Spellkin at the current pace that Priest is playing. And No Hands finds a lot of damage. He has the Adraki Warblade and the Soul Shard Lapidary. But right now he's staring at 14 damage on board. And Adraki Warblade and Soul Shard Lapidary heals you for 7. So that looks like 14 damage to me. And 14 life that No Hands Gamer can have. This is really awkward spot. I don't think Skull Gul'dan can do anything from here either.
No. Maybe if he had played Soul Shard Lapidary last turn and then could have Skulled this turn. The problem is he only had 1 Soul Fragment in the deck, so his out would have been to find something like Spirit Jailer into double Shard Shatter Mystic from Skull, which is a very French out. Maybe like a Consume Magic in there to get rid of the Mind Flayer. I don't think No Hands thought he was in that desperate of a situation, but honestly, maybe you have to be. I just don't think there's a way for him to survive here, even if he canes into the... Yeah.
Sure. Maybe banking on the fact that Eddie might mess up, but I mean, No Hands knows that there's lethal on board. And Apotheosis is just for extra icing on the cake. That's going to do it for game number 1. Priest out-tempos the Demon Hunter. And maybe it goes to show you why a lot of these Priest decks are gravitating away from the Galakron Priest package, because they felt like it's more important to have this early game control tools to maybe even out-tempo your opponent. You know, a lot of times these things like the mind control abilities of Cabal Acolyte and Cabal Shadow Priest are seen more as a defensive thing because you're trying to stop their opponent's momentum. But if you're ahead on board, as the way Eddie's fought so vigilantly for, you're able to even just push damage consistently. And it's not like Priest had a real burn in hand, right? The reason why we're like, well, Eddie could get stopped if No Hands gets on board is because his hand was reactive with like Holy Smite and Renew and like, you know, all these other different things. But No Hands never got ahead on board, ever. So that was a really good demonstration of what Priest can do when it's in the driver's seat. And then also another big thing to point out was what we said in the very beginning. Demon Hunter is still on the table, which gives Paladin another chance here.
Yes, it does. And honestly, judging by the way this is going, this might have to be No Hands cornering like Pain Warrior. He's got to get good matchups. He's got to get his Demon Hunter through against Warrior, and then get his Rogue through against Paladin, because the Paladin matchup against Demon Hunter is pretty poor. And then the Rogue matchup against Warrior is pretty poor. Even the opposites are pretty poor. They're just not as poor as the alternative. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. So Eddie is going to queue up the Pain Warrior now. He even has a Kobold Sticky Finger in the Pain Warrior. So really getting the hard read on No Hands, playing a lot of weapon classes over the past couple weeks, saying, I'm not going to let you stick anything. But not going to be useful in this matchup. No Hands is going to turn to the Malagos Druid. Pretty standard. He does have double Teacher's Pet, double Twilight Runner as his beast, and no Lake Thresher, which may cause him to fall behind on tempo at some points. But I do generally like the Druid matchups against Pain Warrior, both of them, just because the big minions that you can put out, the Pain Warrior doesn't have hard removal outside of Lord Barav. So if you can, safely get to those later stages of the game, I feel like this should be in Druid favor. Maybe not as much as Survival Druid, but the Pain Warrior players that we did see last week were banning Druid. So this is probably one of the better matchups that he could have hoped for.
Yeah, so maybe it ends up going that way, but we shall see. Risky Skipper early, very early, but nothing for Eddie to actually play immediately with it. Chooses not the hero power, of course, because of the idea that you really want to damage yourself, too. The possibility of Battle Rage. No Hands Gamer finding a wild growth. All right.
Okay. He's like, oh, geez. No wild growth in the deck. Just he's running the double Breath of Dreams, but Risky Skipper doesn't have too much use in the Druid matchup because, if you're dealing 3, even 4 damage, which is the maximum, and that's only if you can, buff up your Risky Skipper in some way or another. It doesn't really touch many of the things that Druid will do. Oh, wow. Overgrowth picked up. The problem with Overgrowth this turn, I feel, is it's not the best feeling to leave a damaged Warmaw challenger on the board this early on into the game, just because of the fact that there's so many ways that Eddie can buff it and then copy it with a Bloodsworn Mercenary. So yeah, he is going to deviate here and try and play for tempo a little bit and play out this Teacher's Pet.
I mean, Warmaw Challenge is really scary, but it's a very specific set of cards that can punish. One of them tends to be in Eddie's hand, but yeah, still needs a little bit more here. What's the best course of action to get the best value off of this Blood Boil Brute, which you can play this turn? Looks a little tricky to me. One way you could possibly do it is actually to Shield of Honor the Risky Skipper. Bump both of those minions, then play the Blood, or bump one of those minions, play Blood Boil Brute for 4. Oh, you can't, because Shield of Honor costs you that mana, so you don't actually get that discount. So this does look a little bit awkward for Eddie, no matter how creatively I'm trying to think about the situation here.
Yeah, he could have gone just bump the Teacher's Pet and then play the Blood Boil Brute, but it's kind of unnecessarily damaging the Warmaw Challenger, and you will not kill the beast on the other side and still take a lot of damage on the Blood Boil Brute. So this is probably the most efficient use.
Yeah, he's kind of hoping for a weaker minion, but this Porcupine ends up doing a lot on the board.
Ooh,
2 damage to the face, though.
That's terrible, because Battle Rage, it was likely that No Hands Gamer was never going to attack face until he needed to, or was pushing a significant amount of damage. So now that's just an extra card that will be drawn from Battle Rage. So not pretty poor, very poor outcome for No Hands with both those shots going to the face. Now we'll have to Wild Growth, but just no follow-up. He's got Fungal Fortunes, but he does have a lot of minions in the deck. You have the 3 big dragons, Geppetto, Forest Warden Omu, all the beasts. A lot of minions that you really don't want to discard, but honestly, with this type of hand, you can't afford not to just try and draw as much as possible, especially since there's a lot of pressure on board already from Eddie. 1 minion.
Oh no.
Okay, well, I mean, only 1 minion discarded, but
It was a good minion.
yeah.
It was probably one of the ideal minions to play, especially just right here in this spot, because you could take the punishment for 1 turn. The issue is, what do you do 2 turns from now? And right now, it seems like No Hands Gamer is prioritizing removing everything he possibly can. This is a really lackluster hand. Has to commit to stabilizing his health total somehow. Ends up using both his Innervate and his Lightning Bloom. A whole lot of nothing. And Eddie just plays Tempo Minion. Bloodboy Brute as a 6-mana minion with no other effect. It's okay. Oh, jeez. Just nothing here for No Hands. Oh!
Okay.
But if it was drawn the other way, where Crystal Power was the card instead of the Guardian Animals, it would have been Guardian Animals here on this turn.
Yeah. But
Very
I'll
annoying.
take this, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, so he's going for double healing here. I was thinking of holding on to 1, just because the way the Guardian Animals will line up next turn. You can like Iron Bark, Twilight Runner, and then be at 6 damage, and then kill the Blood Boil Brute with the 2nd Crystal Power, because he'd have the mana to be able to do that. But maybe he thinks that he needs to use all the mana he can get next turn for the cards that he's going to draw from Twilight Runner, and maybe needs that extra mana crystal, but does just bank on the healing, because most of the time in this matchup, that's where those are. Takes up Bloodsworn Mercenary off the top. Oh my goodness, this is a lot of pressure, and No Hands has used a lot of his removal. He's going to have to win this with straight up minions, and Guardian Animals will help, but if he draws a beast off the top, he only has 1 beast left in his deck. Okay, that's a good follow-up.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any Lake Threshers in his deck. So how do you actually deal with such a wide board? Lake Thresher is designed for this kind of situations to be a huge part of that Guardian Animals package. And, you know, I was kind of thinking about Eddie, if he wanted to be a little greedier, you could have used Bloodsworn Mercenary on, say, the Blood Boil Brute. And maybe, but he would have to like play Armorsmith first, or he would have to play like Risky Skipper and damage his minions, which I think he didn't want to do. You want to keep them healthy as possible. Either way, if this Risky Skipper survives, we have Grommash Hellscream ready to go for the following turn to immediately attack for 10. No Hands would have to try to survive off of that. Right now, No Hands understands that Risky Skipper is a big threat. Eddie wouldn't just play that card lightly onto the board. Can't kill anything else either, besides the Bloodsworn Mercenary, which is a way lower threat priority.
Yeah. This is a really smart trades from No Hands, because you don't want to sink 2 minions into 1 minion on the warrior side because of the possibility of Battle Rage, and you want to take out the Risky Skipper again because of the possibility of Battle Rage. I think Grommash is kind of an icing on top in that case, where you get to shut that off. But No Hands trying to limit the amount of card draw. Iron Bark here is just excessive. He already has enough damage blocking on board, and he next turn he wants the ability to play Malagos plus Iron Bark, which honestly, Malagos, Iron Bark, and then Moonfire the Grom seems like a decent play next turn.
No ability to attack into it. Malagos finds Overgrowth, which is not really enough here, and the Moonfire from Malagos to shut down the Grom will leave still a lot of power on the board, so perhaps the Iron Bark needs to be played as well. It's desperation time for No Hands. The nice thing is, if he can get to the point of stabilization, he has an overflow, so he will out-resource the Warrior. But if Eddie finds another way to get past his Malagos, it is game over.
Oh, he has
Battle Rage.
Oh, he even has Rampage, which is enough damage. Not quite enough damage on board. It's 14
It's
damage.
close.
It's close, yeah. Very likely to find it here. Korkarn Elite would be enough.
Oh,
wait, Lord Barov. That.
Oh, and he has a Terran Gorfiend.
It's close to lethal.
It's extremely close to lethal.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Okay. If we rampage, then we probably don't want to play Lord Barov, right? Because that would be a very difficult dynamic to try and resolve. Because you end up making all your minions into 1 health, which means that cards like Moonfire at the top would be very effective. And now No Hands draws as Ysera Leech, so it's just a little bit too slow. Shake at the head. Playing Overflow, trying to see if he can draw anything to help bail him out, but there's only a few options remaining.
Yeah, I don't even know what he would even draw that would save him in this situation. I can't even think of a single card.
Oof.
Because he's used Iron Bark, he has no animals left. Forest Warden Omu would be the only way he could reset his mana crystals, but he wouldn't even have enough mana to get there because he only has 1 Innervate, 1 Lightning Boom left in the deck. I just don't think there was any way for him to save himself there. And yeah, Eddie gets through. I mean, you can see that Druid was close to stabilization if that Malagos sticks onto the board. But Eddie just had, such a fast start. I love the Risky Skipper play on 1, not a play that a lot of players will make, and it kind of unlocked his ability to deal with the Teacher's Pet because his minion was already damaged because of the Risky Skipper. So very smart play and was rewarded in the end with a win.
Yeah, that's right. And so well done by Eddie. And now, targeting the Demon Hunter seems like a really powerful strategy because that's a matchup that also Demon Hunter doesn't really want to face up against. And now Eddie has the ability to do that with the Paladin. The Paladin's coming up next no matter what for Eddie. Interesting to note, too, it felt like No Hands Gamer was doing something similar last week when he was playing a strategy that was largely a strategy that he liked to play in the previous expansions, when we'd call it like No Hands Warrior. And it feels a little bit ironic here that Eddie's using decks like that to beat No Hands Gamer. Decks like Tempo Priest and decks like the Enrage, Pain Warrior. It's a very interesting dynamic that's happening here today.
Yeah, and Paymore is a very tough deck to play. One mistake can, lose you games if you're not managing your resources correctly. It's a little bit a different playstyle of the deck than it was when it was No Hands Warrior, which was more centered around tempo, where now it's more centered around just being annoying and putting a lot of little stuff on the board. Maybe not Eddie's version as much, since he only runs 1 Livewire Lance, 1 Corsair Cache, and the Serpent Egg package, but you can tell what his strategy is. Like you mentioned, the corner the Demon Hunter.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta get tempo, right? And so playing minions onto the board here with the first day of school, it's really just important to get that established 1-drop, especially when you have Hand of Adal. And yeah, it'll deal damage right back. But, I don't think Eddie's sweating it too much. If he's able to get a 3-6 on board this early with the Hand of Adal, that's gonna be hard to stop. No matter what class you are, Druid or not.
Yeah. Well, No Hands has a pretty good hand, all things considered. He's got Overgrowth into Guardian Animals with the Ysera Unleashed already in hand. It's just how far ahead can Eddie get before that happens. One thing to keep in mind is this is not the pure Paladin. This isn't the super board-centric version of the deck. It's a little more utility focused, a little better against aggro. You're not playing like the 2 shields or for some reason I'm blanking on the name. The 2 mana match the highest attack and health on board. You're not able
Argent
to take
Braggart.
Yeah, Argent Braggart. There you go. Thank you. And you're not able to take a board and just completely snowball it out of control. But what it does do is protect its board very well. And that's kind of what I like about it.
All right, well, Eddie will have a couple of the minions stopped early, which is fine, and I think that for Eddie's sake, he's just thinking about what's best to build the board over time. But that Hand of Adult is pretty nasty and can use the Abusive Sergeant right after as well, adding a little bit extra damage. Salad's Pride is very nice to actually play in this deck. Similar to what Salad's Pride likes to do in Eddie's Shirvala deck from the previous Grandmasters season, back when Paladin was played as a combo-oriented deck. Salad's Pride is really important to keep the card draw going and keep the resources going, especially if you don't have Lady Liadrin. In this case, Eddie has both card draw and the Liadrin top end. It's going to be pretty nasty to stop.
Yeah. I like the prioritization on the Salad's Pride here too. Knowing that there's no Lake Thresher, doesn't have to really worry about too much. And, getting the cards out of your deck to be able to increase the average quality of your draw is quite important here. Twilight Runner Teacher's Pet. So I can Twilight Runner into the Ash Tongue and Moonfire it if he wants. This matchup, you do kind of need all the damage you can get at certain points, but you also can't fall too far behind on board. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if No Hands, because he's not falling that far behind, just hold on to the Moonfire here, just because a lot of times with double Libram of Hope and the Lightforge Blessing in Eddie's deck, you may not be able to find those damage openings with Malagos later on in the game. And because you can't fully rely on like dragons and big minions with Ysera Unleashed to finish out the game later on, but it looks like he's going to go for that. This deck, this Libram Paladin deck specifically has a lot of board-wide removal. It's got the double Libram of Justice with Wild Pyromancers. It's got Lord Barav, as well as just animated broomsticks with big minions.
And of course, Lady Liadrin ends up becoming such a big reload that even if you dump your entire hand for removal, you still have a lot of resources left.
Yep, very true.
And there's also even really interesting opportunities to combo that if you use the High Abyss Allura, which sometimes ends up just being the nuts when instead of just buffing your own minions, sometimes it just plays Libram of Justice and out tempos a druid. I was playing some ladder games watching Europe, and I was in a situation where druid played Innervate, Lightning Bloom, Guardian Animals, and I'm like, all right, well, Allura and play a spell, and then she played Libram of Justice, and I just destroyed their board. So there's some really interesting dynamics in this Paladin deck that you don't necessarily immediately think about, but ends up being very powerful. Oh my gosh, speaking of powerful, full clear on the Guardian Animals. Desert Hare not going to really do much against most decks here, so No Hands Gamer has to go back to the drawing board if he wants to push out this Ysera this turn.
Yeah, and I think you do it. He can Lightning Bloom, Ysera Unleashed, and then also play Nature Studies. Ooh.
Okay, so Iron Bar could be used this turn if he wants to play it on the Ysera just to protect your life total. There is this point where Paladin acknowledges that they can't really beat the Druid late game, especially if they have big combo damage with Malagos. So they sometimes would start ignoring your board and start pushing damage, but Iron Bark makes that impossible to do so. Unless they, of course, have Libram of Justice, which Eddie has 2 of right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 arguments to this. It's if you don't Iron Bark now, you're not going to force out the Libram of Justice, because Eddie could just ignore it. So I like the use of it, especially since he has a natural one in his deck. But now does need a little bit of help.
Wow.
He needs some portals from his deck, because he's starting to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he needs to draw a Dream Portal for sure if he wants to start fighting back. Doesn't find any of it. But I was going to say that this is the position that I think is what first make Libram Paladin be put on the map for the Skullman's Academy, when Druid was using guardian animals and absolutely wreaking havoc on day 1 of the expansion, Paladins were rising up to pressure Druid with a Libram strategy, which kept them in check. And then the way to beat both Paladin and the Druid, there was some other class that were rising up, Priest being one of them as well. And so Libram Paladin was quite a force on ladder, primarily because of the way they would interact with the Druid. And now you can see a little bit of that coming into play here. Eddie with a Lady Liadrin just for a Hand of Adult and tempo on his side. He's got McGurgle Prime as well. And No Hands Gamer has to find a way to stabilize this turret. He cannot afford to leave up more than 1 minion here.
Ooh. All right. So there are only 4 minions left in the deck. Twilight Runner, Omu, Alexstrasza, and Malagos. This might be a Geppetto play.
Okay.
To try and get a huge swing onto the board.
Right, so then what's the sequence? What do you play first? You play Crystal Power to dump, and then you play
Crystal Power to
Geppetto?
dump, and then Geppetto, and then if you hit Omu Malagos, you're cooking. If you hit, you kind of need to hit Omu. If you hit Omu Alexstrasza, that's okay because you can still utilize. Well,
Time waits for no one.
yeah, you can still utilize the extra mana crystals to try and clear off some of the board. If you hit Twilight Runner, you don't want Twilight Runner. Just don't even think about Twilight Runner. Now he's out of time though, so.
I mean, he has to do something. And so Lowhands is just going for full-on, completely defensive stance. Burn everything. But the problem is, this is exactly what Eddie was anticipating, which was, if he clears my board, I have more reload. So he's prioritizing the pressure, and this is even harder board to remove now with swipes being gone from the deck. No Hands has to go for this Geppetto and find a miracle situation. And he needs to find opportunities to maybe even draw those dream portals for a big game-changing impact. Alexstrasza is nice.
I'm not gonna lie, Dan. I feel like the only way No Hands Gamer was winning this game is if he went for the Geppetto last turn.
It is not looking promising for our current Division A leader. Eddie wants to claim that #1 spot and tie No Hands with a 3-2 record. I guess Eddie was a little fed up with having a 50% match score. 3 portals being drawn. We know that almost all of this is meaningless because Eddie still has the Libram of Justice.
I concede.
But that's not even going to stop what's currently on board. 3-0 for Eddie to start things off. Week 6, day #1. As Eddie will tie our division leader in Division A, which, you know, as much as we'd love to see No Hands continue to succeed, it feels fitting that Eddie is able to, you know, climb up again in that standings. It'd be definitely a very sad thing to see Eddie do be so dominant the first 3 weeks and then have a very underwhelming score to maybe even land him in the relegation bracket.
Yeah, it would have been rough, but you know, Eddie, I feel that this is a lineup victory more than anything, and Eddie was afforded that luxury because he did have just the one match this week, which was against No Hands, so he was able to kind of tailor make a strategy towards him, and worked out really well, right? He read him really well, read the fact that he wasn't really going to be bringing Priest, that he didn't bring Mage very often, and he did bring Mage this week, but he was able to ban that away since it was Malagos Druid instead of Survival Druid, which is a little bit better matchups across the board. So very well done by Eddie. Nice strategy coming into it, and No Hands, you know, those first couple games were, you know, pretty rough, but that's kind of how Eddie designed his lineup, was to put No Hands in awkward positions time after time and not really give him any room to breathe. And, you know, 3-0 is, you know, a testament to that very strategy.
Yeah, very much so. And we'll see if that ends up being, you know, perhaps the thing that ends up being the big turning point for either No Hands Gamer or Eddie later on, as No Hands Gamer will we'll see him eventually later on. In the meantime, Monsanto and Muzzy is going to be coming up here next on broadcast, and we have Muzzy's Rogue band and Monsanto's Warrior band. And then when we look at their head-to-head afterwards, that Rogue from Muzzy was pretty much the secret package with, questing adventure. Some people call it the modern form of Miracle Rogue, even though it has a way different identity than before. The Bomb Warrior banned away from Monsanto, leaving us with Control Priest, Malagos Druid, and Tempo Mage from Muzzy. And over from Monsanto's side, he has Malagos Druid, his own Miracle / Tempo Rogue, featuring secrets, and his Tempo Mage. So with these slight lineup differences resulting in different bans altogether, TJ, what's your read on this current series?
It's very interesting because they have almost mirrored lineups. They have exact same archetypes across the board, with the exception of Muzzy bringing the Control Dragon Priest and Monsanto bringing the Bomb Warrior. They in the series they both have the Tempo Mage and Malagos Druid, and then the third deck, which is Priest for Muzzy and Rogue for Monsanto. So if you kind of look at the matchups across the board, which one would you rather have against the remainder lineup? Would you rather have Rogue, or would you rather have Priest? And honestly, with both of these lineups, I would say I would rather have the Rogue, which I think that's why Monsanto banned it away, because he looked at it holistically and is like, yeah, Rogue is going to be pretty tough against my lineup. I feel like Rogue can find great spots against Druid and Priest and has enough tempo tools against Mage Disrupt, whereas Priest is vulnerable to, honestly, all three of these decks. So I feel like Monsanto got the best of this, despite the players having very similar lineups.
All right, we'll see if that advantage ends up translating to a win here, as Monsanto would definitely like to have that. It seems like Monsanto was a player that felt like it was hard to read Monsanto years ago, when I was first really discovering his name by watching him play and also running into him on ladder, and then watching him compete in the open portions of a bunch of HCT systems and tour stops, and then watching him become a Grandmaster. It felt like more and more Monsanto's been very forthcoming about how he feels about current things, and it feels sad when I felt like Monsanto was almost an unflappable competitor. Like, it doesn't seem like much would throw him off, but it seems like he has been describing his lack of, his mental fortitude as he's used to having. Seems like he's not as confident, or he feels a little rattled, or perhaps just even emotional about how things go on. I kind of miss the Stone Cold Killer form of Monsanto, and I really hope they get that back. But I do love modern Monsanto as well, that loves, wearing his funny little Jason Mraz hats and playing electric guitar for us whenever he wins. He's a very interesting guy, and I want to see him succeed. But it's really hard when you have players like Muzzy's caliber going up. Week after week, you're going to be going up against killers in Grandmasters, and Muzzy does not plan on slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah, Grandmasters is stressful. We just get to watch and criticize their plays and nitpick everything that they do, but it's different compared to the open systems that we had in the past, where players would play a couple tournaments a month, each of them with 9+ Swiss rounds, and they weren't playing against the best in their region every single game, every single match. Now, especially once we're in the round robin portion, you have 7 matches total to prove yourself against the best players in your region. That can take a toll on you, and that's where your mental fortitude can kind of go out the window a little bit. But that's why I appreciate the players that are able to keep that kind of calm head, because it can get tough. But moving into the match, Monsanto's going to queue up the Malagos Druid first and foremost. I think it's very similar to the version we just saw from No Hands Gamer, the difference being that he has a Wild Growth thrown in there for some additional ramp. And Muzzy's on the Temple Mage. She's not a little tidbit. Muzzy's got a 61% win rate on Temple Mage across Grandmasters this season, which is incredibly impressive. Anything above 55% win rate with the deck against the field of players that you're going up against is fantastic. So hit that 60 mark, and you can quickly start to be considered a master of the deck.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this game ends up shaping up, whether or not all that practice and all those win percentages and all that data analysis ends up coming into play exactly how the players envision it. We've seen this matchup several times now. We've seen Mage get out to an early lead, and then we see those dramatic swings from the Druid. It's a good start, though, for Muzzy. Finds Devolving Missiles. That's excellent in order to deal with the Guardian Animals if they find Twilight Runners. Or even they just play Twilight Runner. Monsanto hits the dragon off of the Breath of Dreams, which is an interaction that is just so satisfying, because Breath of Dreams, if you read the card, it says draw a card, and then if you're holding a dragon, you need a mana crystal. And so you don't really tend to separate those actions, but they are two different checks, which is really interesting to think about. And now Monsanto has that 5th mana crystal ready to go for the Twilight Runner. But again, drawing back to how big that Devolving Missiles was for Muzzy.
Yeah. Monsanto looking for some type of ramp beyond that to get the Guardian Animals just a little bit faster. And Sorcerer Apprentice going to be committed here. I actually like this because if Monsanto does play a Beast next turn, just 5 mana play a Beast, which is probably the most common play that you'll see from a Druid on 5. He has the ability to go Devolving Missiles and play one of his 5-drops in the same turn. That's the upside to it. So even though Sorcerer's Apprentice is a pretty big, pretty important tool in almost any matchup because of just how your deck works in the mana cycle, I like it a lot. But Monsanto rips Overgrowth off the top, doesn't have to leave that Twilight Runner vulnerable on board, and now Muzzy would be punished for the Sorcerer Apprentice play slightly, but picks up Mana Cycle, and so can deviate if he wants to. But it does feel like getting Jandice down, especially considering no Twilight Runners in the deck, means that you're going to have a lot of power on board. So I'd like to forgo the Sorcerer Apprentice and go for just raw stats. And those are raw stats.
Yeah, some being able to rush. That Dr. Krasnov is often a really good pickup, but not really necessary in this situation since Monsanto has no minions on board. What he does have is an opportunity for Guardian Animals or Swipe in this position. The Swipe, of course, deals with Jandice's minions, and you can deal with the Sorcerer's Apprentice, but if you kind of think about it abstractly, Guardian Animals kind of has a similar-ish effect because your opponent needs to get through your Teacher's Pet, so you're dealing a little bit of soft AoE because it gets to attack multiple targets, and you get to draw cards, which is really big, especially if you're a combo deck that tries to use some kind of combination of Malygos and damage spells. So then what do you bump into here? I'm kind of thinking about bumping into Jandice, just because I think I'm a little bit paranoid about cards like the Conjurer's Calling. I do like the idea of also stopping the spell damage from getting value. And then you have the easy trade to Dr. Krasnov, which is very clean. A 4/5 bumps to 4/4, leaving it a little bit exposed to the hero power, but not the end of the world.
There's also the, super secret power play of bumping the Shattered Rumbler to call Muzzy's bluff. And even if you don't call his bluff, yes, you're going to take damage, but it makes cleaning up the board next turn much easier. That's a super secret play, but that'd be heavily punished by Conjurer's Calling. Because Muzzy would have a lot of great targets to value trade into. Oh yeah!
Okay.
Cobra!
How do we best deal with this? Now all of a sudden all your Jandice minions have one hit and it's death basically when the Cobra comes out. I guess the Raz. Anyway. Yeah, Raz and then.
True mastery takes dedication. Works against me.
Nothing really you can do about it. Push Monsanto to be in a situation where he has to choose if he wants to kill Raz or if he wants to kill his biggest minion. Monsanto finds another unique opportunity to be able to play for maximum tempo and just get his Omu and Malygos on the board. He can I think if you Omu and then you Breath of Dreams, you will get that 10th mana crystal, which allows you to play Malygos and Crystal Power. Correct me if I'm wrong, TJ. And then you will have
it
the
was changed to be
4/12,
that way,
and you kill all of the minions, and you leave up either the lab partner or one of the 5 drops, which I imagine you. When I say that out loud, you'd probably fear lab partner a lot less. The only issue again is, Muzzy has things like that devolving missiles, which can really punish Monsanto if it hits the right target and converts to a really weak.
Yeah, but honestly, Omu is not a great target to use devolving missiles on because it's going to be relatively similar power. And yeah, this interaction, it didn't used to be this way. I believe before the previous patch, the last balance patch, I believe, Omu, if you used ramp, it just refreshed your original mana crystals. But yeah, it does work that way where you can get the extra ones. But it looks like Monsanto's just going to go double 5 instead. I think just because Malygos is with the devolving missiles, like you mentioned, even though like devolving a 9-drop is not the best play, just get the Malygos effect. I feel is super important just to be able to go for that definitive swing onto the board and have that additional removal option. Also, he's running dry on cards right now, so the Twilight Runner being in play is pretty important. It's just, unfortunately, Muzzy will be able to devolving missiles this and reload a Mana Cyclone. And because of the Educated Elec, put a bunch of garbage spells in Monsanto's deck, which he doesn't want to draw.
Yeah.
Whoa, he didn't hit the Twilight Runner. And he did hit the Educated Elec.
Okay.
That went terribly wrong. Now Monsanto won't get garbage spells in his deck, and he'll be able to draw good cards from his deck.
Yeah, that ends up being exactly what Monsanto wanted. That devolving missile's not hitting the Twilight Runner, doesn't find any way to... Oh, he could Frost Nova. I think he's going to have to do that. Finds Mizaki, but... things could have been a lot better than for Muzzy, because even though he has Mizaki, he doesn't have the greatest hand to combo with it. And now Monsanto can even answer the Sorcerer's Apprentice board in a multitude of ways. Having seen devolving missiles and kind of seeing the reaction from Muzzy with the evocation and just like a very weak sort of combination afterwards, makes me feel like by Monsanto, I am willing to actually consider extending with Malygos onto the board here.
Yeah. There's no more randomly generated spells. He didn't Mana Cyclone at the end of all this. That's his second Sorcerer's Apprentice, so you kill that. Mana Cyclone all of a sudden gets much weaker. Pretty much the entire deck gets much weaker at that point. And the natural devolving missiles was used. I feel like this is a good time to kind of go in on it. He does have Swipe to follow it up as well as Overgrowth to the card draw, but looks like he is going to play it safe. Mine's Innervate. So he's just going to swipe and Hero Power? Okay.
Sure. I guess like the Starvation path is fine, and like again, time is on Monsanto's side because he has the Twilight Runner, and there's nothing that Muzzy has done to indicate that Monsanto needs to play Malygos and hope that it sticks onto the board. It's just more that, I guess, because we have Caster Vision and we're much more biased, we know Monsanto has the green light to do that. So Monsanto takes a safe approach, which is very consistent actually with his MO this game, right? Because this game he hasn't actually like rushed out anything. He's been systematically waiting for a bunch of stuff. Muzzy picks up Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron.
Dan, it's going to be one of those kinds of days. I can feel it.
One spell off the Mana Cyclone, he gets Puzzle Box. You can't really ask much more for your Cyclone.
It's one of those kind of days. Monsanto series feel like they always deliver. For some reason, he's just a magnet for puzzle boxes. Maybe not as much as Language Hacker.
I mean,
Geppetto.
Language Hackers series has just been all over the place throughout GM. And
it's exactly Alexstrasza Ysera, the only 2 minions left in the deck.
I'll make you a real toy.
I
Wow.
like it. You don't even have to play Ysera right now, even though it's probably okay to do so, just because it's a 1-mana 1/1, and so the battle cry effect feels fairly relevant. Even if you don't play it this turn, you can just play it next turn and then play Malagos in combo. But he doesn't have Omu either, so maybe you just might as well go for it and maximize your tempo.
Yeah. He has 2 Moonfires left in his deck, so... oh, wow. Okay, so he has double Lightning Bloom, so he can still do, like, Malagos, Germination, Moonfire. I guess he was thinking of healing his... killing the Mana Cyclone? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, killing Mana Cyclone. I think Monsanto's thinking about, like, what are some possibilities where he actually dies from here, which is unlikely, but still a possibility. Muzzy's still 2 mana off from his puzzle box of Yogg-Saron. But the good news is that if he finds a way to deal with Twilight Runner, Monsanto doesn't exactly have lethal yet, which means Muzzy might be able to stall long enough to get to that point.
So he needs to Mazaki Arcane Missiles Cram Session? I don't know. Okay, Wand Thief. Any freeze or removal? Oh, another puzzle box, perhaps?
I mean, can we survive to that
No.
point? Maybe it's just Flame Strike next turn.
Yeah, probably has to be Flame Strike, but unfortunately, you know, he's quickly running out of time.
Works against me.
Gonna try and hit the Twilight Runner. He needs to hit it once to be able to pick it off. Oh, wow, okay. That worked out really well, actually. And
Yeah.
Frostbolt?
Oh, Frostbolt. Okay, so that helps next turn. All right.
And Polymorph? He needs not very many portal. Wow. Wow. The Moonfire pickup is lethal. Swipe is also lethal.
Swipe is very much lethal. I mean, we take those. Oh, I love it. The extra BM off the top. Monsanto going for complete domination as he will swipe for 19 damage, or 14 damage, sorry. For some reason I thought there was a third Malagos on the board. That's going to do it for game number 1. Monsanto gets a nice victory with Druid over that mage. But again, as we mentioned, there's a lot of similarities in the lineup overall, especially when you ban things like the warrior. So it's just that rogue versus that priest difference.
Yeah,
which we'll see if it comes into play here, as rogue does seem to be one of those X factors. It's dropping in popularity, which in my opinion, incidentally, might make it actually stronger in some cases. But only time will tell.
Yeah, I do think that the Malagos Druid from Monsanto was one of the most likely decks in his lineup to pick up a win in this series. So it's not the most crucial victory, but any victory when you're talking about a best of 5 is pretty big, especially with similar lineups. So we'll see, but Muzzy, you know, especially Priest, could be pretty vulnerable for the rest of the series, and Monsanto just has a game up to give himself that little bit of wiggle room to take the series.
Yeah, very much so. All right, so that leads us to our next break. We're going to take a few minutes and get set, and when we come back, we'll have Monsanto and Muzzy game number 2. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Okay, so there's. Oh wait, how bad is this zombie apocalypse? We're gonna survive or?
Tough one. Oh my god.
For a zombie apocalypse, I would take Torben, the Viper. He's pretty strong. I would take Language Hacker. He seems very, very smart. Probably Zilay. Seems like he could, you know, deal with a lot of the threats.
So if there is a zombie apocalypse, I think I would choose. I will definitely not choose Zim or Quiz. I don't trust them. I think I will go with Power Control, Casey, and Gallon. That's the guy I go along with. So
My crew would be Born, Viper, and Bunny.
Bunny is a scientist, so he might find a cure or something like that. Casey can just handle all the zombies with his incredible strength. Thais can be the bait, and I'll just wait around and help somehow.
To thee, O Scholomance, the magic school of your legacy of glory shines. May thee stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs and cults.
Excuse me, I misspoke.
Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a double major honor roll.
Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall.
Else Countdown will steal your soul. They're kidding, of course. Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. Oh, Scholomance, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas. We are in the middle of a match between Monsanto and Muzzy, and it looks like Monsanto's up 1-0 with a Druid already ticked off, which means that we have just the Rogue and the Mage here left for Monsanto. Tempo Mage available for Monsanto, but the Secret Rogue is something that I'm also curious, and we'll evaluate if Monsanto does get to that point as we turn to his Mage for game number 2. That Mage from Muzzy's end looked like it had a lot of the tools, TJ, but nothing really lined up. And then Monsanto hitting that ramp on those back-to-back turns was devastating.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal, but got to focus on the next matchup here. Monsanto's Tempo Mage is a little bit different than Muzzy's. It does run the Dragon package, which, package. It's just Cobalt Spellkins and Arcane Breaths. But it's kind of a lean, mean mage machine with the additional cheap spells and the ability to even generate more spells with the Arcane Breath and Cobalt Spellkin. Because that it cuts things like Arcade Intellect, it cuts doesn't run Devolving Missiles, but I do like this version of the deck and feel like it is does just have that more consistent feeling. But no players have really had a unanimous decision on which one is the better one. They both just have slight pros and cons. But this is one of those matchups where I'm sure Monsanto would love to have a Devolving Missiles to be able to deal with the Malagos Druid from Muzzy's side. But we'll see if that'll come into play.
Yeah, so this reversal of roles in a way should be more interesting to think about if Monsanto approaches things any differently, as Monsanto is also on the coin here. Thinking about if there's any value of holding on to some of these cards that are more responsive or later, like Cobalt Spellkin is definitely a card that I feel at times, if I have an early curve with Mage, that I want to think about holding because of how it generates tempo, both as a minion and gives you all these cheap spells to combo with Sorcerer's Apprentice. But it does feel like you really want higher impact cards. So he ends up throwing away almost everything. Find some card draw and some generation with the Sorcerer's Apprentice. That's a pretty good start. Muzzy finds the Overgrowth into the Guardian Animals, into a Geppetto Joy Buzz, which is just exactly what you're looking for as Druid, because then you're pulling those beasts out of your deck and not drawing it with Geppetto.
Both players have quite good starts here. This is pretty crazy. I do like Muzzy's start more, especially my favorite thing, the Speaker Ghidra on 3 into Wild Growth on 4. The upside is insane. And the downside is not even that much of a downside because your opponent has to deal with a card that they otherwise weren't expecting to have to deal with. And will likely change their play. Makes it so you can more safely Wild Growth on or Overgrowth on 4 and then Guardian Animals on 5 with this type of insane curve. So
I guess, do you feel comfortable enough to just play the Speaker Ghidra on curve here?
Absolutely.
Cool. Let's do it. I
like the rest of his curve is just so insane. Like, when is he even going to find time to Ghidra after that? And Monsanto has to deal with this. If he doesn't find a way to deal with this, Overgrowth comes out next turn, not only ramping Muzzy into potential Guardian Animals, but also just buffing up the Ghidra and making it really hard for Monsanto to gain back tempo. So, what's even the most likely way to find this? He can go Wand Maker and find Brain Freeze or Arcane Breath, or even Ray of Frost at this point would probably be good. Magic Trick also. You go Sorcerer's Apprentice, Magic Trick. If he doesn't hit a way to find it, he could either Wand Maker or dig with Wand Thief. Does find Devolving.
Oh, the Devolving Missiles is very nice. That's huge.
Prefer not to use it if he can help it. All right, Ray of Frost is better.
Ray of Frost is better for exactly the reason that you mentioned. So, not gonna be able to live to see the light of turn 4. That would have been pretty epic to see Speaker Ghidra, but Muzzy instead will have to settle for I don't know, the highest win rate card in Druid's deck. Overgrowth on curve.
Wow. Okay, so because of how Monsanto played this, his Mana Giants are going to be pretty cheap very early. He could even play a Mana Giant now if he wanted to, because the coin, obviously a card didn't start his deck, would reduce the cost, and they'd be able to play for 5. Honestly, I like that play because if Guardian Animals does come out, it's likely that Muzzy will want to trade both the Guardian Animals into the Mana Giant to prevent Conjurer's Calling, which protects his Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Okay.
And oh, there's a Lake Thresher. Okay, Muzzy's deck does have a Lake Thresher, so maybe not as much. Draws Twilight Runner off the top and doesn't hit Lake Thresher.
Was really hoping for it.
Yeah.
Not impossible to deal with though. If whatever beast drops out, he could end up using the animated broomstick and killing out the Sorcerer's Apprentice with the Innervate. So still has options at his disposal. Not to mention that whatever Muzzy draws off the top of his deck, there's still a chance they could find a way to make magic happen. In this case, he can actually keep Twilight Runner around if he wants to instead use his broom to double trade into that giant. Looking to see if there's anything else. Like, let's say he picks up Moonfire, right? Does that change anything?
How curious.
I think so.
Sands of time run low.
Kind of a hard decision here. I feel like you gotta take out this Sorcerer's Apprentice, but maybe Muzzy feels like this Broomstick is just meant for so much more, especially with the second Twilight Runner in hand.
You don't pick the ones.
Yeah, also Lake Thresher in his deck. Also just Geppetto, like with not many minions left in the deck, it means he could play Ysera, pull some portals, and then use the Broomstick for those portals. Since he's very likely to have Ysera next turn.
True.
In fact, there aren't many minions left. There's Ysera, Malagos, and Forest Warden Omu. Oh, and the Lake Thresher. So there are 4 minions left in the deck. So, and all of them but the Lake Thresher are fantastic for being 1-mana 1/1s. Oof. None of those are good enough to be able to mana cycle alongside this.
Yeah, I like this from Monsanto. I like maximum tempo and also card generation. Get that Mana Giant cheaper. Kind of hard to ask for Mana Cyclone to do too much more with his current hand because he has such a limited amount of spells anyways. Finds Wormweaver off of the Font of Power. So more ways to generate tempo. Now Muzzy, he's held onto cards for combo, but he would really like a spell damage minion of his own so that the swipe can make everything nice and squeaky clean. And I think that the way to do that would be to go for the Geppetto this turn. But he doesn't have the ideal combination of Geppetto, and then you could play Alexstrasza with the 1-mana Malagos and then swipe. Because he's missing Omu. So if his Geppetto hit Omu and Malagos specifically, Muzzy's got this, I think. Hits any other combination of that. Oh! Ooh. Well, that is real nice.
That is
now
quite spicy.
Yes, because now he has some real big combo potential. I think the thing is he still needs just a little bit more. Perhaps it's Moonfire, I think.
I mean, at the very least, it'll clear off the board, right? You could also pick up Germination. Nah, these aren't lethal, but they each one of those will add some additional damage onto things. Well, actually, yes, they would be lethal because the play that you mentioned, Alexstrasza, Omu, and swipe, Germination, swipe, fire, especially nature studies. A lot of pressure though for Monsanto. You can even trade in a minion here and put a Mana Giant on the board.
Yes. Finds an opportunity for his own Ashman Solarian as well. He could. I think Mana Giant has to come down here. I don't think there's any reason to kill your own minion. Monsanto disagrees and says, you know what? Ashman's a Solarian, get out there. I need you to die and maybe pick up the opportunity to play Solarian Prime.
Yeah.
Which Monsanto has 2 draws for. Oh! Is that enough, right? Because he can play Alexstrasza, Innervate, Forestborn, Omu, Innervate, do stuff, play Malagos for 1, and maybe find a way to end this game? Like, because he could still also play Twilight Runner and the Broomstick and still have mana left over. This is a crazy powerful turn coming up.
That's insane. Holy moly. All right, so 14 cards left in deck. With both Moonfires, a Nature Studies.
In time, you too will bloom. Ever bloom.
I mean, this looks pretty solid here. Gets 10 mana, Malagos. I was thinking the Twilight Runner and the Broomstick here, but I realized that wouldn't leave you enough mana to go for the Malagos and the Swipe, because that's 11. So perhaps just going to have to settle with a Swipe here. He could also Breath of Dreams.
Yeah.
Rip the Moonfire. Okay.
No more
And this is totally fine, because this is just crazy amount of tempo still going the opposite direction. Masano loses everything on the board. He has no damage in hand, except for potentially Power of Creation. And he's staring at counter lethal.
Ooh, Evocation. He had Evocation. He also had 2 Solarian Primes in deck.
Woo!
Fireball.
Oh, not enough, though.
What about Mirror Image? Arcane Breath, the Malagos, Mirror Image, and then Fireball Face. Wait, you're dead to a lot of things.
Yeah, he's actually dead to the single Broomstick, if that's the case. So
yes, single Moonfire, single Broomstick, Swipe. He's dead to Crystal Power. He's dead to
maybe
most
instead
of
you
the
just
cards remaining in the
Fireball.
deck. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, just kill the Alexstrasza. I think that's entirely reasonable. Like, Evocation, 7 mana, kill Alexstrasza and Malagos. I don't think I'm complaining about that. Even though the situation is very uncomfortable for the Mage. Muzzy has to deal with the 6/6, but not going to really sweat it too much here.
All right, still dead to a decent amount of things. Double Moonfire, Swipe.
Okay,
I guess
a little
that's
more
it.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Does Muzzy want to go for that one-off, like with the Breath of Dreams here?
I think he needs
Only
to-
Swipe, right? That kills him?
Yeah, only Swipe. Unless he picked up Nature Studies. It's a potential kill. Like Mark of Nature or something.
Right. Okay, double Moonfire picked up a little bit late. Has an opportunity to play this Leg Thresher as well. Might just be best to kill this dragon. Okay, instead he's gonna choose to heal up, push a little bit extra damage. I think that's fine too.
Yeah.
Since pushing him down to 7 means that Swipe double Moonfire hero power is lethal as well next turn.
Yep. Looking for Solarian Prime, doesn't find it. What about Cartoot Defender from the Power of Creation? It's got to be something good for Power of Creation, because I don't see any place otherwise. He's not dead on board.
Yeah.
Power of Creation, that's just the highest upside.
Oh,
Sunwalker.
wait, what? Not one, but 2 Sunwalkers. 2 Sunwalkers and the ability to kill off the Twilight Runner.
Yeah.
All right, Ysera Unleashed looks ready to come out.
Yeah.
And he can
room
just
in hand.
eliminate that dragon and just start to win through sheer tempo and pressure.
Yeah. That seems like the play. take out the dragon. You only leave 8 power on board. Very likely to draw multiple portals next turn, since over half your deck will be portals, and he does have card draw in the hand in the form of the Breath of Dreams and the Overgrowth. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see the germination and copying the Thresher in this spot. That's really clever. I guess I was just kind of tunneled in on what the next couple turns look like, but this is fairly clever by Muzzy.
He really wants to set up for Swipe to be lethal.
Yes, that's why I like it.
And this still leaves immediate power on the board. Yeah, honestly, I think that's better. Now, he won't have the broomstick to be able to capitalize on portals, but there's the possibility, even though more than half his deck would be portals next turn, what if he doesn't draw one and then falls behind on board?
Okay. It just seems like the theme of this series is getting Devolving Missiles and Rays of Frost off of your 1-mana card generations.
Yep.
But not exactly what Monsanto needs here. He needs a little bit more than just that, because the Devolving Missile still leaves minions on the board. So the Devolving Missiles first, perhaps? Are you biting off more than you can chew, though, right? Like, what if 2 minions come out of the Devolving Missiles that are somehow even just as strong, and then you need to Ray of Frost both of them? It's better just to Ray of Frost one, Devolving Missiles the other.
I think you just double Ray of Frost, right? Just so that you guarantee have nothing that can attack you.
Totally fair.
All right, so Swipe's still lethal, 1 and 4 now. His last cards are Guardian Animals, Swipe, Breath of Dreams, and Nature Studies.
Yeah, I mean, the Ysera's waited long enough.
That was very likely lethal. If he went Breath of Dreams to start off there.
Fair enough.
Because he hits either Swipe or a card that draws a card.
Fair enough.
The only way he would not have lethal is if he drew into Breath of Dreams and then Breath of Dreams drew into Guardian Animals. But I guess just taking the safe line, doesn't want anything to go wrong, any Solarian Primes to go wrong. Honestly, though, with Solarian Prime, maybe the safer bet is to actually go for a lethal in that scenario. I'm not sure. Because you can Breath of Dreams and then still get the Ysera down. You just wouldn't have the immediate power of the dragons. That's tough, actually.
Well, I mean, Cobalt Spellkin getting more spells, Devolving Missiles and Arcane Missiles then tend to have pretty good synergy with each other. Does need to figure out how to trade on the board first.
He needs to not hit the Ysera because it's likely to increase the power on board. Ah, okay. Oh, no, he's still dead. Yeah, he's very dead. Magic Dart Frog.
Yeah, the issue is that it still doesn't really solve the problem of the board right now. So Magic Dart Frog doesn't seem like it's going to be doing much here. Monsanto very much resigned to his fate here. Healing going up to 9, but you know the fact remains that Muzzy should have the game-ending damage, and Monsanto knows that he can even draw for it because of what's remaining in the deck. And that's going to do it. Druid beats the Mage 2 games, but on different sides, and this best of 5 kind of sets to a best of 3.
Monsanto dipped out a long time ago.
Yeah, the animation lengths. The animation length ended up taking a little bit longer there, but Muzzy able to get that game 2 victory. As that's going to do it here for the Druid versus Mage dynamic. Both Druids ticked off. And that leaves the Priest Mage versus the Rogue Mage. Why do you think Rogue is falling so much in popularity, by the way, TJ? We haven't really talked too much about this. We just mentioned that it was.
Players feel like they're still on the fence about Secret Rogue. I think that's one of the main reasons. Weapon Rogue, I think, is just too vulnerable to a lot of different strategies, right? It's too hard in a lot of... It's hard to fit in a lineup, first of all, where you have like a consistent ban strategy, and then it's really vulnerable to just getting kind of blown out of games. Secret Rogue, though, I've liked it a lot. A lot of players in Europe have been having a ton of success with it. Even the players that have been playing it in Americas have been having a good amount of success with it. The problems are it doesn't do well against some popular archetypes right now, like the Soul Demon Hunter. I feel like has a lot of room to just beat it up because it takes a while to get going and it doesn't have any ways to protect itself. But in some value matchups, it's great. And I guess therein lies our answer, where value matchups are starting to become few and far between. But Muzzy has Priest in his lineup. So that's kind of one of the decks that I'd like it against the most. But this matchup can get tricky because you really do... It's one of the few decks that can kind of change its game plan as the game progresses, because you do have spots to be the aggressor early, especially with Blessing Adventurer. But you have to quickly realize when that's not working and start playing for value. And that can get kind of difficult because Priest is one of the best decks at value. So it's still an interesting matchup. This is the oddball out in the lineups right now, whereas they're mirrored lineups except for these two decks. So whoever wins this game has a bigger edge than just one more game win in the series because the decks are mirrored. But we'll see. I have liked the Secret Rogue though, and I'm actually surprised that not more players didn't bring it.
Yeah, I like the Rogue a lot too, largely because of kind of the same thing about Mage. Like, there are some matchups that it feels like it's bad against, but it also has, the X factor, the intangibles of just sometimes having the most unpredictable left field hand that you can't play around, and because they're so good at utilizing all kinds of random situational cards to either pump up their existing threats or to just actually outvalue you over time. It does feel like Rogue has a lot of flexibility of how they want to approach matchups with all different kinds of play styles, which makes it, I feel like, a much better tournament deck environment too, because we've actually found that linear decks in Hearthstone, while they can be effective in tournament if the average power level is really high, it can also be a Achilles heel of a lot of lineups, which is actually the argument against a lot of Paladin decks for quite some time. In week number 1, for example, Firebat was a player that brought Paladin, almost a very similar Paladin deck to some of the ones we see this weekend. And he was saying that it was just too predictable. Everyone knew like what Paladin could do. You pretty much just play your best thing on curve, and you just try to win. And if you can't, you're dead. And if you're going to play a deck like that, it feels like you might as well commit to a more aggressive version like Face Hunter that did something much cleaner and quicker. There has been some variations to kind of indicate that the Paladins changed a lot. But it feels like Rogue's like the opposite side of that spectrum. It's so unpredictable. It's so hard to play around. And in tournament environments, it does end up becoming like a real threat because of that volatility. So anyways, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Going into the actual play, Muzzy finally gets a little bit more onto the board beyond just that Wand Maker and finds the Twilight Drake here. And no easy way to deal with it for Monsanto because he doesn't have that secret for the Blackjack Stunner. So he might have to just match 4-drop for 4-drop here, since it doesn't seem like Rogue has too many significant combat tricks here to really win back the board in a decisive way at the moment.
Yeah, I think he was trying to set up a reasonable board here for the Disciplinarian Ganling, because he does have a good amount of value for that card in his hand. With like Pawn Thief. But Twilight Drake and just playing the Ganling is a little weak into it, especially considering the upside. As weak as it sounds just onto the board, I might even consider Bone Wraith. So he is going to go for the Ganling. There's not too many ways to deal with it. There's Apotheosis. Apotheosis drawn. And there's things like Holy Smite.
There you go.
But that's quite large. It can feel a little bit excessive to go for Apotheosis in this case because you're putting a lot of eggs into the Twilight Drake baskets instead of you only play that turn, especially against the deck that runs Blackjack Stunner. So I like the fact that he's just making use of the Inner Fire while he can, and also playing the Sethic Veilweaver to kind of spread his threats out a little bit, make it so Monsanto can blow this game out with Vendetta or with Blackjack Stunner.
Well, the secret does come into hand. Whew. I mean, on the other side of the coin for Rogue is hands like this, where it feels like you're stuck with a lot of cute tools, right? Like little card generation there, miniature disruption there, a growing threat in the questing adventurer, some value off of plagiarize. But you really need a little bit more of that punch that actually has meat to the bones. Like, for example, Muzzy played a 4/7 that grew in size. So this is actual sizable threat right now. And Muzzy seems to be in the driver's seat against Rogue, which is a class that's supposed to have the tempo advantage against Priest historically.
Muzzle their magic.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was honestly expecting like Plagiarize, Blackjack Center, and then Frostbolt to clean up the board. But this play actually makes a lot of sense because you can keep his minions alive, and also with Cold Neophyte being played, the Sethic Veilweaver isn't quite as potent of a threat on the board. Also, Plagiarize is a secret that feels like it gets more value as the game goes on, whereas you played in this turn. Especially if you're killing the Sethic Veilweaver, it's likely that Muzzy would play maybe a single card, so you wouldn't get much value out of it. So I really like this spot for Monsanto because it makes it awkward for Muzzy. Still holds on to Plagiarize plus Blackjack Center combo, which can be used for something bigger. Nicely spotted.
Well, Gift of Luminance gives Muzzy a little bit of value as well. And the true power of Muzzy's hand really unlocks in the later turns right now, so I think this is serviceable. It's not great. Also, Gift of Luminance, on paper, felt like a really powerful card for the Priest class or for the Paladin class. It just seemed like really nice, right? Like, oh, you're offering us like a really cheap way to do a Faceless Manipulator, but it didn't really... the 1/1 actually wasn't really that powerful because it's not really a Faceless Manipulator in that sense. So, like, all these different kind of things has made us realize that this card is okay. So Muzzy trying to collect value off it while he can. But this Questing Adventure is pretty threatening, and Monsanto has sequenced things and planned it out so that way he has his 4/4 variant of it, which is harder for a Priest to interact with it at the moment.
Yeah, this is a pretty annoying board, honestly.
What is Elun's will? On wings of destruction they come.
Wave of Apathy is really nice, but it's still not a guarantee at the moment that he's going to be able to deal with Questing Adventure. The alternative is to not play it and then just go for the steal on turn 7. But he does have to like accept whatever happens on the other side from the Rogue if Monsanto finds a way to block that. Let's say he finds some other way to like make Muzzy's mana costs increase, or if he finds some way to discover Boom Pistol Bully or something. I'm not sure, but Lozano picks up some really weird cards. Magic Dart Frog obviously can help him stabilize a little bit on the board. Khadgar doesn't exactly do too much, but there's some fun dynamics with Bone Wraith.
Wow. These minions are just so like Khadgar. Out of those options, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and it's difficult to. And then these ones, like, what do you plan for? Do you just take like ultimate value and pick Elise the Enlightened, and then just go for like super late game? I guess now the Celine's just kind of, in a nutshell, the best option because you can, at the very least, you can just play it next turn. Yeah, I like value trades here because if Big Steel were to come out, your questing adventure is not the biggest thing on board. This is a weird game already.
I mean, it's starting to enter some really weird territory because, like, Muzzy also is aware of the threat of the secret. And so he has to be really careful about how he chooses to go about this, but he still needs to deal with that questing adventure right now. And I think Wild Pyromancer might be the